by DuPont. The story of Enoch Crosby, the spy. Starring the noted American actor Henry Hull as Enoch Crosby. The DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, tonight brings you a story of personal sacrifice and unselfish heroism, of one man's devotion and loyalty to the cause of freedom. The story of Enoch Crosby, a spy of the American Revolution. It is the year 1820 in the town of Bedford, New York. On a shaded porch, two men sit with their pipes and wine in the late afternoon. The younger is James Fenimore Cooper. The elder is the former president of the Continental Congress and the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, John Jay.
Mr. Jay, did you ever have a plague of critics fighting you?
You mean this novel you've written, James?
Yes, sir. Have you read it?
Certainly. But it seems to me we've had enough books about European fopperies. Why don't you write a novel about America, James?
Well, perhaps I might, sir, if I had a proper subject.
Proper subject? Why, America's full of them. I can tell you a story of one man who helped make our country free.
I'd like to hear it, Mr. Jay.
Well, this man was a shoemaker. The British were in New York, the Americans in retreat. Westchester County, in between, was the neutral ground.
When was this, sir?
It was the year 1776. I was a member of the Committee of Safety, meeting at Fishkill. We met with General Washington at his headquarters. He'd summoned us there for a conversation on the difficulties which faced our cause in the state of New York.
Gentlemen, many things are happening before we know it. We need a type of spy this war hasn't seen yet.
What do you mean, General Washington?
We need some man who loves our cause so completely, he'd be willing to masquerade as a British spy to get us the right information and give them misleading reports of our plans. It is the duty of your committee to find such a man.
Very well, General Washington.
We'll be asking someone to do a thankless task, Mr. Jay, but you and I know it is a necessary one. His identity must be a secret between us. But remember, the very success of our cause may depend on that man.
Who's there?
James Young, Mr. Jay.
Young. What do you want this time of night?
I've got to see you, Mr. Jay. I brought a friend with important news.
All right, wait. I'll be right down.
Better see after the horses, Crosby.
I hid some under a tree over there. They'll be all right. Step inside out of the rain, Young, while I light a lamp. Now, what is it?
Mr. Jay, this man is Enoch Crosby. He has information for your committee.
Good. What is it, Mr. Crosby?
Mr. Jay, I know of a company of Tories being recruited not an hour's ride from here.
Well, who are they? Do you know their names?
I got all their names written out right here and the time and place of their next meeting.
Well, sit down, Mr. Crosby. Sit down. Tell me your story from the beginning.
Well, sir, you see, I'm a shoemaker by trade, but I was on the way to enlist. When I was going through Elizabethtown, I fell in with a traveler who mistook me for a Tory.
I take it he was one himself.
Precisely, sir, a blasted Tory. But I stayed with him in his home for 3 days until I had all the names and facts.
Good for you.
Then I persuaded him that I was so eager to join the British, I'd go on ahead of them. But instead, I came here to Mr. Young, and then he brought me here tonight. Here's the list.
Yes. Everything seems complete. Young, Will you go to Mr. Dewars, tell him I sent you, and urge him to hasten here with the other committee members?
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to do whatever you say. I'll have them all here as quick as I can, Mr. J.
Well, I wish we could discover more or all their plans as easily, Crosby.
Oh, we could, eh? I'm sure we could, sir.
It would be a dangerous course for any man, Crosby.
Well, a man would have to be sharp, it's true. But if a man's business was plausible, he might deceive him.
If he was, say, an itinerant shoemaker?
Oh, yeah, perhaps you're right, Mr. J. Yeah, I did it this one time. I'd do it again, I reckon.
If you succeed, Crosby, you'll deserve more credit than you'll ever get. But if you fail, well...
I know. I'd be a spy. Is that it?
That is it, Crosby. If you're ever caught by the British, we can do nothing for you. Absolutely nothing.
Then I'll see to it that the redcoats never catch me.
But the Americans themselves may catch you.
Oh, but couldn't I set them right quick enough?
No, Crosby, you could not. And be of any use to our cause.
Oh? Yeah, I see.
Now, do you still want to be a spy?
Yes, Mr. J, I do. And I'll risk my life for it.
Colonel Harcourt?
Yes?
There's a shoemaker outside who wishes to see you.
Shoemaker. Well, I have no time for a shoemaker today, Lieutenant.
He says he has certain information of the rebels you may find interesting, sir.
They all have information. It's all worthless. What's his name? Where's he from?
Name is Crosby, he says. He's just come from White Plains.
Well, send him in. He kept his eyes open at White Plains. He may be worth our while.
Yes, sir. Colonel Harcourt will see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, Colonel Harcourt, how'd you do? Come in, Crosby. Come in. I say, you needn't bow so low at all that. Oh, I'm bowing, sir. Well, not rightly, but you see, I'm a shoemaker by trade, and I always like to see good boots on a man. Suppose we forget boots for the moment, Crosby, and hear the news of the rebels. You come from White Plains, I understand. Yes, sir. And speaking of the rebels, none of them have got boots to compare to yours. Not even General George Washington himself. Indeed. You mean to tell me you're his cobbler? Huh? Well, I get around, Colonel. And when you know a man's boots, you know the man pretty well, I always say. Now you take General Lincoln's boots. Come, Crosby. I want to know the strength of the rebels at White Plains. If you can tell me, do so. If you can't, be gone. If I do, will you let me make your next boots, sir? Yes. Yes, we can arrange something, Crosby. Now, what of White Plains? Why, it was just as I started to tell you, sir. General Lincoln took himself and his boots away from White Plains this morning, and there's only a company afoot. Just a minute, Crosby. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Sit up here at the desk a moment. Oh, Crosby, some of my boots are in that cabinet over there. Take a look at them. They'll give you an idea of my style better than these I'm wearing. Yes, sir. Very well. I certainly will, sir. Lieutenant, the fool's told us more than he realizes. There's only one company of foot soldiers at White Plains. We can strike there Sunday and catch these hymn-singing rebels away from their muskets. Father!
Enoch.
Katie. What are you doing here?
Enoch, my darling. You're home.
Katie, what are you doing here this time of night?
Not so loud, Enoch. You're with your father. I just got him comfortable.
Father? Is he ill?
Dick was worrying over you. And I'm worried too, Enoch. Oh, I've missed you. I'm so glad you're back with me now. Oh, don't leave again.
Oh, please, Kate. Let's not talk about that.
Enoch, everybody's wondering which cause you work for.
My cause, Katie? Well, my only cause is shoemaking.
People don't think so, Enoch. They say you're a Tory spy and that you must have been sorry when the British were beaten at White Plains. They're saying you've been paid British gold, and it's a wonder the Skinners haven't robbed you long ago. All those Skinners, Enoch. They're robbing practically everybody, and I'm afraid for you.
Katie, do you believe all this about me?
I must believe some of it, Enoch. I know there's a price on your head. And I know Captain Townsend says he'll hang you on sight. Oh, Enoch, don't you see what's going to happen to you? Give it up.
Quiet. Listen, who's that?
Hide quickly, Enoch, and I'll see. Maybe the Skinners. Yes, it is the Robin Skinners, Enoch. Hide. I'll get them to go.
No, they'd find me pretty soon.
But, Enoch, I don't care what you've done. Hide.
Might as well.
Please.
Open up, and we'll break down the door. Open up, Crosby. We know you're in there. Break it in there. Here he is, men. There's our car. The shoemaker's spy.
Skinners, robbers, get out of this house.
Not before we've done what we come to do.
Please, be quiet, will you? My father's asleep in the next
we
room.
care not for an old man. Where's your money, Crosby?
He has no gold.
Now, be quiet, Katie Haynes. He has gold, sure enough, the king's gold. And King George is a good paymaster, I'm told.
Please, what's the matter? Please, my father's sick. If I give you what gold I have, will you go?
Well, now, Crosby, you show it to us and we'll see.
Yeah, you go lift the cornerstone over there, the heart. Yeah? You'll find it. Well, all I got.
Hurry up, lad. All right. Was it there?
Well, I tell you, that's all I got. The little I make is a cobbler. Now, will you go?
I get along. You leave us alone.
Wait. Just a moment, lad. We've got some of the gold. Now we want the rest. We want you, Crosby.
What?
Take your hands off him, you cutthroat.
Oh, keep quiet, wench. You come along with us, Crosby.
I don't.
There's 50 guineas reward for you. We're taking you to Captain Townsend of the Continental Army.
There, let go of me. Take your hand.
Come on, we said, Crosby. We're taking you to Townsend for the reward. 50 guineas.
Well, Crosby, you're my prisoner at last.
Well, no dispute on that point, Captain Townsend?
No, this, Crosby. I'm charging you with treason. You're a spy. I've sworn publicly to have you hanged on sight.
I heard you promise that.
You heard correctly.
Nothing could make you change your mind?
Nothing.
Well, have I no right of appeal?
You can appeal to General Washington if you like, but it'll do you no good.
Well, it would do me no harm. I would give you a few days.
Very well, Crosby. But I advise you to put no store in it. I promise you, you'll hang.
General Washington? Oh, yes. What is it, Colonel? Orders for the day, sir. Very well. What are they? A reply to the Poughkeepsie commander, sir. He's been promised reinforcements for his garrison. Yes, I remember. Is that all? There's the matter of the spy captured by Captain Townsend. He urges that you confirm the sentence of hanging. Shall I attend to it, sir? Yes, take care of it. Very good, sir. Oh, just a moment, Colonel. That last matter, who is this spy? He goes by the name of Enoch Crosby, notoriously in communication with the enemy. Crosby. Yes, sir. I think I'll hold up his sentence. But, sir, this spy hasn't offered even the shadow of a defense. Nevertheless, I'm withholding my confirmation for the time being. As you say, he's in communication with the enemy. Suppose he escaped. Escape? Why, sir, I don't understand. Well, there are some things a lot of us don't understand, Colonel. In this case, I must ask you to carry out my orders without question. Yes, sir. I want you to see to it that Crosby escapes with information for him to deliver to the British. Information that would lead Sir Henry Clinton to hold his troops in New York, leaving Cornwallis unprotected at Yorktown. Then we will strike at Yorktown, and, God willing, we'll win the war. I'll give the order for Crosby's release at once. No, not releasing Colonel. We must permit him to escape, secretly. Find his wife or his sweetheart. He must have one or the other. Use her to effect his escape. I'll see to that, General Washington. Do so, and remember, Colonel, It must appear that we'd been caught napping, and a prisoner spy escaped us. But we'll be very wide awake at Yorktown.
By Judas, that's good.
I tell you, Jailer, those are the very words General Washington said to Colonel Hamilton. I heard them myself.
Well, I never would have believed it. Then the general, just like you and me, Colonel.
Why, of course he is. He'd be as good a jailer as you or I. You should know him as I do.
Well, say, now what would he do with that spy, Crosby, we got in the jail here?
Yeah, he's a general, isn't he? He knows the fortunes of war.
Aye, you mean the misfortune of the rope. That's the fate of a spy.
What's that?
Who's out there?
Open up the door.
You hear that? It's a woman this time of night. Who is it?
It's me, Katie Haynes.
Oh, sure, Katie Haynes. She has a bright eye for Crosby in there. Well, what'll I do?
Oh, let her in. Where's the harm in a pretty face ever so often?
Well, right you are. Come in, Katie.
Thank you, Sir
Good
Henry.
evening.
Wait now. What have you in that sack?
It's Enoch's shoemaker's sack with food in it to make up for what you don't give him to eat.
Now, let me see what you've got there. Yep. Open it up, Katie.
All right. Now, there you are. There's some food for the poor man. And a fresh noggin of wine for you to warm your bones with this sharp night.
You hear that, my friend? Wine. That's good of you, Katie.
I knew you'd be letting me see him for the wine. You're both fine gentlemen. You'll not be denying me.
Not me. I'm in no mood to deny anyone, especially a wench with a wild, beautiful face like yours, lad. Hey, Taylor?
Aye. I'll be drinking your health, Katie Haynes. Now, go on in with you, pretty.
Thank you. And God's grace to you both. I'll not be staying long.
Second door on your right. You'll find Crosby there, Katie, waiting for you.
Aye, I hope so. Enoch.
Katie, my darling.
Oh, it's good to see you, Enoch. I've some food here.
Come out for a breath of air, Taylor. I have something to tell you. Never mind, your prisoner's all right. He's in good company.
Aye, night air will do me good. I'm coming.
Enoch, quick.
Yes, what is it, Katie?
The tall one, not the jailer.
Well, who is he? He don't belong here. First time ever I've seen him around the jail.
He's from headquarters, Enoch. He gave me this parcel for you. There are papers in it you're supposed to read. Your instructions.
Why, instructions for what?
That man's here to see that you escape tonight, and I'm to help.
Escape? Now?
No, you're to go quickly when the jailer drops off to sleep.
He never sleeps. He stays awake all night.
You won't tonight. Not after he drinks that wine I drugged.
Oh. I tell you, Rawlings, we've got to get some information somehow. Sir Henry Clinton is frantic. The situation is desperate.
Yes, I wish we could get hold of that shoemaker. Maybe he could tell us something.
Oh, Crosby, it's all up with our spy. The rebels have him with a rope around his neck.
I wish we knew what those rebel in rags are planning to do next.
Yes, what is it?
The man's out here to see you, Colonel.
I'm busy.
He said to tell you it was the shoemaker.
Crosby?
Escaped. More lives than a dozen cats. We better see him, sir.
Naturally. Have him come in, orderly.
Yes, sir. Colonel Harcourt will see you.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Crosby, we thought we'd never see you upright again. What happened, man?
Fellow like me's got a gleam in his eye for the girls. And there's always one that catches it. And rather than see me swing, she won't be stopping a drugging a jailer either. And I walked out with a lot of news I've heard in the rebel camp.
News? What news, Crosby?
You wait, you'll hear.
We'll finish with you, my lad, where the rebels didn't, if it isn't the kind of news we want to hear.
Oh, you want to hear it, all right, Colonel.
Come, man, out with it.
All right then. Now listen, it's this. The rebels are planning to attack New York.
New York? Excellent, Crosby, excellent. This will certainly give Sir Henry Clinton enough time to prepare a proper reception. What a fatal error it would have been to have sent reinforcements to Cornwallis and Virginia. I knew it. Our cause will win, Crosby.
Oh, I always knew that, Colonel. You're right, sir. Our cause will win, all right.
October 19th, 1781. The headquarters of General Washington at Yorktown, Virginia. The cause had won. Gentlemen, one more cup before we go out to the parade ground. To our glorious victory.
Just a moment, Colonel Hamilton. To General Washington, our commander. and the eternal memory of this day here at Yorktown.
General Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. General Lafayette, may I call your attention to the music? Perhaps you and France are not acquainted with the brave old tune. The world turned upside down.
Well, it certainly turned our world right side up.
Well, may it ever remain so. Shall we go, gentlemen?
Come in. A message from Lord Cornwallis, General Washington. He will not be able to present his sword to you this day. He's suddenly been taken ill. He has instructed General O'Hara to deliver his sword to you. Thank you.
Ill. He's as healthy as a bull.
There's an insult to you, General Washington, in this sudden illness.
It's not my Lord Cornwallis that surrenders. It's his sword, a symbol of British defeat. We have one gentleman, and that's all that matters. General Lincoln, will you receive Lord Cornwallis' sword in my name?
In your name, yes, I will, General Washington.
Attention!
General O'Hara, I have the honor of representing General Washington.
It is my Lord Cornwallis' sword, General Lincoln, in token of his surrender.
Well, good day, sir. You keep your appointment, Mr. J.
This is our last meeting, Mr. Crosby. The war is over.
Yes? I suppose you must be right, sir. We won at Yorktown, and now America's free. So am I. Free once more to go with my head up among my neighbors.
Can you do that now or ever, Crosby?
But I don't know. Can't I, Mr. J? But I've been a spy. They've always thought I was a spy. A Tory spy. Would they change their opinion now?
It's hard to overcome suspicion, Crosby. Your neighbors don't know that you never betrayed information to the enemy unless we authorized you. We know what you've done, Crosby, but I doubt that your neighbors will ever understand. You made a great sacrifice, and you've done your country a noble service.
That's reward enough, sir. Thank you.
I can do a little more. I can now pay you in part for that service. This isn't much, but it may help you to start again.
No. Thank you, sir, but no. No, what I did, I didn't do for money, but to serve our country, as you and General Washington did.
But, Crosby, our situations are different. We have gained some honor, but you have gained only the reputation of a traitor to America. And you may go to your grave with that reputation. Is there nothing I can do for you?
Well, just give me your hand, sir, as you have given me your friendship. No matter what people will think of me, I'll always try to remember that no sacrifice, no matter if it's a lifelong one, is ever too great to ask of any man in the service of his country. Well, goodbye, sir. Come on, boy. Come on, get along, boy. Get along, man. Goodbye.
Thus, the story of Enoch Crosby, the story told to young American author James Fenimore Cooper by an aging jurist, patriot, and American statesman, John Jay. It was that same author, Cooper, who immortalized this story in the first truly American novel, The Spies. The adventures were similar. The name was not. Americans know The Spy as the story of one Harvey Birch. In reality, the hero of The Spy is Enoch Crosby. For among the unheralded facts of American history, the name and story of the Revolutionary War shoemaker, patriot, and spy Enoch Crosby is secure. And tonight, he takes an honored place in the cavalcade of America. thank you, Henry Hull. We're happy to have had you as our guest on the Cavalcade of America. And now, before Dr. Monahan brings us news of next week's program, we have a story from the wonder world of chemistry. One day over 1,600 years ago, the Roman Emperor Aurelian had to be a stern husband. His wife asked him to buy her a new silk mantle. History records the fact that the emperor said no in a firm voice, because the mantle would cost too much. In those days, and for many centuries afterward, textile fabrics of all kinds were not only costly, but also poor in quality compared with modern textiles. And much of the beauty and long wear and low cost that you find in textiles today is due to chemistry. Nature provides fibers from plants and animals, and man spins them into threads and weaves them into fabrics. Chemistry helps man put them into usable form. Wool, for example, has to be cleaned and cleaned before it's fit to use. Today, chemistry provides solvents and soap-like products to clean wool far better than in generations past and at lower cost. Nearly all textile fibers and fabrics have to be bleached, and this, too, is done by chemistry. Then there's the dyeing process to give fabrics the colors you want. In the early days, it was done with vegetable and animal dyes, some of them so costly that only the rich could afford goods of certain colors. Now, chemistry steps forward to the rainbow of colors men never dreamed of before, so inexpensive that everyone can afford them. And within the past 20 years, American chemists in DuPont laboratories have created fast dyes that stand up under the strongest sunlight and remain bright and fresh through repeated washing. Even after the fabrics are woven, the chemist's work goes on, for he has developed products that make textiles resist either water or fire. DuPont recently introduced a new, durable water repellent that lasts the life of the garment. The chances are you own outdoor clothing that has been treated to make it resist moisture. When it comes to cleaning fabrics, chemistry provides new solvents for dry cleaning that really take out grease spots and grime. And your laundry relies on efficient but harmless chemical products to keep white things white and to keep colors bright and fresh. Further research on textiles is being carried on every day in DuPont laboratories to continue to fulfill the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. And now the Cavalcade of America's historian, Dr. Frank Monahan of Yale University.
Next week, Cavalcade will present The Stolen General, a rollicking story of a 4th of July celebration in Rhode Island in 1777. The most spectacular part of the celebration was the daring, almost mad exploit of a youthful lieutenant, William Barton, whose role will be taken by the distinguished young actor John Garfield. It is probably the secret ambition of every soldier to steal into the enemy's midst and kidnap the commanding officer. The capture of the British general, Prescott, in his nightshirt, was hailed by General Washington, who said that America might well rejoice because a black cloud had been lifted in an evil hour. This was precisely what Lieutenant Barton did, as a fitting celebration for the first anniversary of American independence.
Before we say goodnight, we would like all the friends of our guest star Henry Hull to know that his latest picture, My Son, will soon be playing at their local theaters after its world premiere next week here in New York City. Cavalcade next week presents John Garfield in The Stolen General. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical effects are under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Basil Rysdale saying good night and best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Stroke of Fate. The fate of individuals, of nations, of the world has often hung upon accident, or upon decisions that made another way would have substantially altered the course of human events. What if fate had decreed that Julius Caesar had escaped assassination Or suppose by a stroke of fate, Benedict Arnold's plot to betray America had actually succeeded. Yes, much depends upon a stroke of fate. And tonight we rewrite history as we present our conception of what might have happened if, by a stroke of fate, instead of Aaron Burr killing Alexander Hamilton in their famous duel, Hamilton had killed Burr. Let us present an imaginary account of what might have happened had Hamilton killed Burr. An account that might have been written by Hamilton's Federalist Party colleague, Rufus King, once United States Senator from Massachusetts and Minister to England.
A few minutes after 7 o'clock on the morning of July 11th, 1804, on the heights of Weehawken, New Jersey, two bitter enemies, my good friend General Alexander Hamilton, once Secretary of the Treasury, and Aaron Burr, Vice President of the United States, faced each other 10 paces apart. Then
Alexander.
Yes, my dear.
They're saying the news is all over the city. Is it true?
What news, Eliza?
That you fought a duel with Aaron Burr this morning. They say that he's dying.
Then it is a mortal wound. I had hoped that it would not.
Oh, if anything had happened to you, I don't think I could have gone on living.
Oh, my darling wife.
Alexander, how did all this happen?
There was a story in the Albany Register. It reported a private conversation of mine in which I said I thought Burr was too dangerous to be trusted with the reins of government. Burr asked for a denial.
But couldn't you have...
How could I deny it without making myself out to be either a liar or a coward? Burr demanded satisfaction. And this morning? Well...
the death of Aaron Burr shocked the country. Hamilton's supporters in our Federalist Party, of which he was a leader, rose to his defense. I went to see him to offer my advice.
But I disagree with you, Rufus.
Hamilton, you must leave New York City at once.
I will not do it.
Alexander, please listen to Mr. King.
You must. You're certain to be indicted for murder.
But a duel isn't murder. We both had the same chance. Had this bullet struck me, I'd be dead instead of Burr. Why this outcry?
Burr was vice president. And Jefferson...
Oh, yes. Jefferson, the hypocrite. Wails about this great loss to our country, and he detested Burr.
Yes, but he's too good a politician to miss this chance. Jefferson thinks this is a perfect opportunity to destroy you, and with you, the Federalist Party. With one stroke, he wipes out his rival and the opposition.
Alexander, please accept Mr. King's invitation to be his guest.
Hamilton, if you have no regard for your own safety, at least think of those to whom you're dear, your children, your wife, your friends. Why, what's that?
There's a crowd of people in front of our house.
I'll speak to those ruffians. No, let me. Hang the murderer, you say. Who is this gentleman for whose blood your parched throat so thirsts? Were you not a short while ago his warmest admirers? Go, ye holiday, ye sunshine friends, ye criers of hosannas today and crucify us tomorrow. Go hide your heads, if possible, from the contempt and detestation of every virtuous and honorable man.
Alexander, please, dear, Mr. King is right. Leave the city for now, I beg of you.
Hamilton went to Boston and waited for the storm to subside. And the indictment of murder against him for the killing of Aaron Burr was dropped. 6 months later, 1805, at Hamilton's home in New York again.
I tell you, Rufus, I cannot stay in New York. Here they still think of me as the killer of that great man, Aaron Burr. My family is scorned. I have become a liability to our party. And I cannot content myself with being a mere lawyer.
Well, what do you intend to do?
To colonize the Louisiana Territory.
What?
Jefferson bought it. I'll colonize it.
Are you serious?
Look at this map. From New Orleans, along the west of the Mississippi, as far north as Canada, and then westward. Hundreds of thousands of square miles of fertile land.
Yes, but even if you do...
I'm forming a company to finance the venture, to send men and supply them with equipment, food, and seed. I want you to help raise money for this undertaking.
It can make all our fortunes.
Yes, it might, but it will take a great deal of money.
Wait. Daniel Clark in New Orleans might be the man to help us financially. He's rich and has imagination. I'm going to New Orleans to see him. Mr. Clark, gentlemen of New Orleans, that is my enterprise. Will you join me? Mr. Barstow.
General Hamilton, under ordinary circumstances, I would myself subscribe $20,000 to your venture.
And why are you hesitating, Mr. Barstow?
Because the Spaniards to the west of the Louisiana Territory are still hopeful of getting it back again. Now, suppose they do. Then what happens to the settlers we send out and to our investment?
Jefferson will never give back the Louisiana Territory.
Yes, but will he fight to keep it?
If he won't, Mr. Clark, we will.
Jefferson's a fool. Why doesn't he declare war with Spain? We've already had brushes with the Spanish soldiers near New Orleans. The frontier's wild with anger. We should attack the Spaniards and push them back from our borders.
Push them back, Mr. Clark? Why not push them out?
Well, that's the kind of talk I like to hear.
Take the Spanish territories for the United States. Texas, the Floridas. Reach out for California. The United States, bordered on the east by the Atlantic and on the west by the Pacific.
What a great conception.
Yes, but General Hamilton, Spain would send soldiers to drive us out.
Spain is weakened by her war in Europe. She can spare no men to defend her territories here.
And the few soldiers who are in the territories, we can take care of them.
Gentlemen, sooner or later we must be in possession of those lands. Now, why not now? The people within them will support us. We can send men into those Spanish lands, many men. We can give out that they were settlers. I myself will command this expedition.
General, I'm for it. I'm for it heart and soul. Gentlemen?
Gentlemen, you're the leaders of the New Orleans Volunteer Defense Corps. Now, how many of these men do you think would be with us?
Almost every one of them.
Good. Now, it must be given out that they are merely going to settle farther to the southwest, within the Louisiana Territory. We'll organize other bands of men of like mind, and they'll rendezvous here in New Orleans.
General Hamilton, this will take more money and arms than we can supply. Or your friends either, I dare say.
I think I know where I can get the arms and the money.
But Hamilton, this is madness.
Rufus, I leave New York tomorrow for the capital to see Mr. Mary, the Minister of Great Britain.
Oh, be careful, my friend. You're taking a great risk. You might find yourself accused of treason.
General Hamilton, your proposal is very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Mr. Mary, as the British minister to this country, I'm sure that you can see it is not only interesting, but practical.
Yes. But could you enlighten me as to why Great Britain should supply you with arms and money? Of what advantage would it be to Britain if you were to seize the Spanish territories?
Anything that weakens Spain is to your advantage. Your country is at war with Spain in the Old World.
General Hamilton, do you plan to join these new lands with the Louisiana Purchase and the western states in a separate republic?
Why, no. I have no such intention.
Haven't you, General? One might consider that you'd been very badly treated by your countrymen since your unfortunate duel with Colonel Burr.
One might consider that, yes.
You're a very clever man, General Hamilton. Very clever.
If Great Britain will help me carry out my plans, your Canadian fur trade will be protected. And I can promise you other advantages.
Yes. Well, General, I will convey your proposal to London. You're a very clever man, General Hamilton. Very clever.
Sometime later, the Spanish minister to the United States paid a formal and angry visit to President Jefferson.
Mr. President,
I wish to protest this outrage, this invasion of our territory by American armed bands led by this madman Hamilton. I am informed that the flag of the United States now waves in Texas, that shiploads of armed men landed in Monterrey, and that they now claim all the land on the Pacific coast for your country. Hamilton says everything between Texas and California belongs to the United States. Mr. Jefferson, what these men have taken must be given up, and General Hamilton must receive a more severe punishment so that no other adventurer should have the desire to imitate him.
The representations of the Spanish minister aroused Jefferson to a fury. The president issued a proclamation in which he charged Alexander Hamilton with treason to the United States. We received this proclamation at our headquarters in Texas.
So I am to return to Washington to face a trial for treason. Treason. Tom Jefferson would have me hanged, would he? You notice in this proclamation he says nothing about returning these lands to Spain, which, as he says, I seized without knowledge of our government.
If you go back now, they will hang you. To them, you're still the man who killed Aaron Burr.
I've got to clear myself of this charge of treason. Besides, I miss Eliza and my family. And as for being hanged, Rufus, I have great confidence in the ability of my chief attorney.
Your chief attorney? Oh. Yourself. Alexander Hamilton returned east and was indicted on a charge of treason. Pending his trial before Chief Justice John Marshall, he was confined to a building on the outskirts of Washington.
Eliza, my dear.
Alexander.
What? Another basket of food?
And it includes 2 bottles of your favorite claret.
Thank you. But you must think I'm being starved here. I see you have the newspapers I requested.
You should not read them. They say such dreadful things about you.
This one already has me convicted, hanged, and you a widow. It also calls me a liar, a double-dyed traitor.
How can anyone believe you to be a traitor? Have they forgotten what you've done for this country?
Oh, my dear, I wish you were trying this case. The Chronicle. What's this? News has reached us of a letter written by the traitor Alexander Hamilton to the effect that he desired to set up a republic in the West with himself as the ruler.
But that couldn't have been your plan, Alexander.
Of course not. This is most unfortunate.
This will hurt you.
Perhaps, but no. We'll show them. By heaven, we'll show them.
You will please continue, Mr. Hay. Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, the government will prove that General Alexander Hamilton, who at one time bore a name honored by all his countrymen, this man who killed our vice president, fell to becoming an unscrupulous adventurer, conspired and seized land from a nation with whom we are at peace, with the foul purpose of also seizing the Louisiana Territory and subverting some of our western states to secede and to join him in setting up a new nation with himself as president.
Any further disturbance? I shall order the courtroom to be cleared. You may continue, General Hamilton.
Among other matters, I am accused by the prosecutor of seizing the territory of a friendly nation, when the fact is, at that time we were engaged on our frontiers in an undeclared war with Spain. We had been attacked, and the best way to forestall such attacks was to seize the territory of the aggressor. We did this for love of our country and for no other reason. Take note that the United States government has not as yet returned to Spain those territories we won. If you convict me, you must return those lands to Spain, for you cannot call what I did a crime and then enjoy the fruits of that crime.
While General Hamilton is still on the stand, I wish to introduce as evidence a copy of a letter which has come into our possession, written by Mr. Merry, the British minister to the United States, and addressed to Mr. William Pitt, the British Prime Minister.
Mr. Hay, Do you have Mr. Mary in court prepared to testify?
No, Your Honor, we have not.
Then you should know this letter cannot be admitted as evidence.
Your Honor, the contents of that letter have become public knowledge and have indeed led to prejudging this case against me. If it please the court, I request permission to make a statement concerning it.
As you please, sir.
Gentlemen of the jury, at no time did I ever inform Mr. Mary that I intended to set up a new republic, or that we would attempt to seize the Louisiana Territory by force, or try to engage the Western states to secede and join such a republic or monarchy.
Mr. Mary states in his letter that is exactly his understanding of what you intended to do.
I am not responsible for the British minister's understanding, or lack of it.
General Hamilton, is it your contention that the British government is so charitable as to give you money and arms without her receiving far greater benefits than merely having an enemy deprived of some of her territory?
I did mention trade advantages, which I felt sure this government would grant to England and Canada.
General Hamilton, I accuse you of seizing the Spanish territories and conspiring to seize territory of the United States for the purpose of joining Canada and extending the frontiers of the British Empire.
That, sir, is a lie.
What do you expect me to do, General? Call you out for that remark so that you, a practiced duelist,
I am not on trial for the shooting of Aaron Burr in a duel.
I did not say that you killed the Vice President of the United States.
Your Honor!
Hello, Rufus.
Hamilton, you sound discouraged.
Tired. A month of this trial. More than a month of being confined to this prison.
Well, tomorrow will be the end of it.
And of me.
Not one witness that they've called has given the slightest confirmation of their charge against you.
But that jury, I have a feeling about juries, Rufus. It's a hanging jury.
Oh, I don't agree with you.
I've been prejudged. Convicted before I was even tried. They cannot forget Burr.
Don't let Mrs. Hamilton see you're dispirited.
Eliza.
Alexander, my dear.
Now, what have you in that basket? A couple more bottles of claret?
Only one, Alexander, which you may share with Mr. King. You'll have all the claret you desire when we go home.
Home. It has a good sound, hasn't it?
Here's a message from your friend, Mr. Pinckney. He asked me to give it to you.
Thank you, my dear. Well, look at this, Rufus. Maybe we're not beaten yet.
Gentlemen of the jury, do you think it's possible that I, who was General Washington's aide, who helped fashion the Constitution, which is the framework of the very government I am accused of betraying, do you think it's possible I could commit such an act of treason? I am accused of intending to establish a new republic or monarchy and of uniting it with Canada. If this were my intention, how strange it is that the American flag now waves over land we fought for and won. And now, as I learned from a message yesterday, there's a plan in Congress to indemnify Spain for this territory we now occupy. We will buy it. Texas, the Floridas, California, and all the land on the Pacific. So without question, it will be forever ours.
Quiet or I'll clear the courtroom. Please continue, Mr. Hamilton.
I have little more to say. My only crime is that I visioned the United States stretching her borders and reaching to the Pacific Ocean. I envisioned her taking these lands now, not going to war over them later. If it is a crime to wish my country strong, to follow the glorious path that destiny has mapped for her, then I stand convicted and will gladly hang.
The jury found Hamilton not guilty. After the trial, Hamilton returned to his home in New York where a crowd gathered outside and clamored for him to address them. As he finished speaking...
Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
They're glad you were acquitted, Alexander. Truly glad.
The same crowd that wanted to mob me after I shot Burr.
Well, that is all forgotten. You're a popular man, my friend. What are your plans now?
To rebuild our party first. Then, well, Tom Jefferson's term runs out in about a year. I believe this country needs a really strong president.
You are listening to another episode in our new series, Stroke of Fate, in which we show how fateful decisions and accidents might have changed history. Now, it is our pleasure to introduce our history consultant on tonight's program, the noted historian, author of The Presidency, The New World, and Lincoln, a Picture Story of His Life, Mr. Stephen Laurent.
As we know, it was Alexander Hamilton who lost his life in that duel and not Aaron Burr. But suppose fate had willed it otherwise. Suppose it had been Hamilton's bullet that killed Burr. Then tonight's story might have been an actual one instead of a flight of imagination. Hamilton could easily have been embroiled in such a plan. A few years before the duel, when he was Inspector General and in command of the army, he urged that the United States should take Florida, Louisiana, and other Spanish lands. At that time, he wrote letters to the adventurer, General Miranda, who asked for English and American help to liberate the South American continent. And Hamilton wished to be the man to take from Spain all her domains in the New World. Had he succeeded, he would have probably become president following Jefferson in 1809. As such, he would have advocated a strong federal government. Under him, the country would have been governed by the well-to-do, the aristocrats. And American democracy as we know it would never have come about. We might never have had presidents like Andrew Jackson or Abraham Lincoln. But we must never forget Alexander Hamilton's enormous contributions. A soldier in the Revolution, a Secretary of the Treasury. Aaron Burr's bullet snuffed out a life whose greatness will always be remembered.
Thank you, Mr. Laurent. We invite you to listen again next week to hear what might have happened
if, by a stroke of fate, Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, had escaped the guillotine.
Featured in tonight's Stroke of Fate presentation were John Barragray as Alexander Hamilton, Maurice Wells as Rufus King, Louis Van Rooten as George Hay. Others in the cast were Marie Stroud, Wendell Holmes, Humphrey Davis, John Stanley, and William Griffiths. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Stroke of Fate is produced by Morton Lester Lewis, conceived and written by Mort Lewis, and directed by Fred Way. This is the NBC Radio Network.
It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
I must say, Peter.
Nobody's asking you to, Roddy.
It's a positively spectral look. Don't you think so, Bright?
It's a passport photo, isn't it? Blown up about 30 times. Who is it, Gwilym? Control?
No, it bloody well isn't Control. It's Carla.
Carla? Who was he when he was at home?
Carla, my dear, recruited Bill Hayden.
The mole?
The mole. And ran him thereafter for 30 years.
So Carla...
He's the head of a KGB directorate. Carla is his work name.
George, my dear, and Oliver.
Oh, admiring Carla, are we? Why do you hang him there, George? It isn't a little macabre, don't you think, the victorious enemy?
Do you like him positively gloating down on you all?
Gloating? Well, Bill Hayden's dead.
Well, and Carla's alive, you mean? You'd rather have a live enemy than a dead one? Is that what you mean, George?
The Honourable Schoolboy by John le Carré, dramatized in 2 parts by Frederick Bradnam, with Peter Vaughan as George Smiley and Martin Jarvis as Jerry Westerby. Part 1.
George Smiley isn't just cleaning the stable. He's carrying his horse up the hill as well.
But is the circus still an operable organisation, Martinet? I mean, what work is there to do?
I've no idea, my dear Bright, no idea. 3/4 of his staff have departed. His networks must be blown to absolute smithereens. And his operational accounts, they call them reptile funds. Frozen solid. Not a friend in Whitehall or Washington, unless Lacon at the Cabinet Office can be called a friend.
Lacon needs Smiley, surely Smiley needs Lacon.
Oh, true, yes. What a prig Lacon can be. I hear George has brought back 2 of his old friends to while away the hours. That vast old woman, Connie Sachs, and her monkey partner, DeSalis. Such an unattractive couple, my dear.
And Anne Smiley?
Oh, dismissed, my dear. After years of putting up with her perfectly healthy peccadillos, what does the little man do? Turns round and with quite Napoleonic brutality kicks her in the teeth.
Told her never to darken his doorstep, eh?
Quite the contrary. He removed himself overnight, my dear. Set up camp in the attics behind his throne room with its portrait of Carla. Left poor Anne abandoned in the Chelsea house. It's a scandal. I shall tell everybody.
Now, come sit down, Peter.
Thanks, George.
Ferrets have gone?
They have. The place is in a terrible mess.
But worth it, Peter.
Not half. I've made out a report on what they found. Bill Hayden had the place bugged to the eyebrow.
Yes, well, in 1966 he was the driving force of the building committee.
Did you suspect, George?
The inventory of the Oreo stores showed a quantity of house equipment missing, and Carla, we know, likes to run moles and sound thieves in tandem.
Too bloody true. 3 mics were embedded in the fabric. One was collecting dust on top of a cupboard in the conference room. One was behind the cistern in the senior officer's lavatory.
And one just left in a desk, yes, I know. Have you thought, Peter, when operational, Hayden's microphones were being paid for by the Treasury on the electricity bill? Now, are the Moscow Gazer and the China Watcher waiting?
It's gone 9. They should be. I'll ring for them. We seem to specialise in having these meetings after dark.
I think it's quite fortuitous, Peter.
Are Connie Sachs and Dr. Salis there? Oh, good. Tell them to come in, will you? Yes, they're here. You know, George, I always see DeSalis on a long silver chain which Connie holds as if he was her monkey. He's peeping round from behind her enormous caftan. A Beardsley drawing, it would be.
George, dear. Peter?
Hello. Hello, Smiley. Do sit down, please. You there, Connie?
Do you want me, George?
Oh, you must stay, Peter.
Have you a plan, George?
A premise, Connie. We decided to go on the attack some weeks ago, you'll remember, to produce intelligence without resources. Look at it like this. The task of an intelligence service is not to play chase games, but to deliver intelligence to its customers. And if we don't, they'll go somewhere else or do it themselves with amateur incompetence. We also need to produce to barter, particularly with our American cousins. To put it simply, not to produce is not to trade, And not to trade is to die.
To produce intelligence without resources, but we have resources of a kind, George.
And we now know all that Hayden did, the methods he used.
The premise is this. Hayden did nothing against the circus that was not directed, and the direction came from one man, Carla. Now, in briefing Hayden, we can take it that Carla was exposing the gaps in Moscow Centre's knowledge. At the same time, Hayden was made by Carla to suppress certain intelligence which came his way. He was made to downgrade it, distort it, deride it, even deny its circulation altogether in our offices. In making Hayden do this, Carla was indicating the secrets he did not want revealed.
So we can take the back bearings, can't we, darling?
That's right, Con. That's exactly what we can do. For instance, we must discover his selection of files. We must compare what came into his office with what went out. We must simply find Hayden's, and therefore Carla's, point of departure.
Are you saying, George, that it was Hayden's paperwork which caused his downfall?
No, Peter, the paperwork's important only so we can follow Hayden's pug marks. Hayden trapped himself because he panicked. Hayden's panic took the form of a spontaneous intervention in a field operation. It must have been where the threat to himself was suddenly so grave that his one hope was to suppress the operation, despite the risk.
You've been asking the retired field men this, George?
I put a question to them. Can you remember any incident during your service in the field when, in your opinion, you were unreasonably restrained from following a field lead?
Had any helpful answers, George?
Yes, Con, one. Sam Collins said, "Come to think of it, yes, old boy, I can."
Sam Collins? He was in the Far East, wasn't he?
It was when he was in Vientiane. I shall see Collins again quite often, probably. Perhaps this will give us something to trade, to act, and not merely to react.
You've lost me, George.
Peter, all George means is that there's something left undone. Back bearings, Peter, darling.
At least I know why I'm here, Chief.
So we shall have a guided tour, darlings. It'll be super fun. Like the Easters when Mother hid painted eggs round the house and sent us gals off hunting for 'em. Connie's got one, Peter. She's got one, sure as boots.
I've told George you're to go in.
Thank you, darling. You are coming with me, I hope.
Of course.
George, darling.
So, Con, what is it? Sit down. You have the files?
Old Connie has the files, but let me speak first, George.
Fire away, the outline only.
A Moscow Centre gold seam.
Gold seam?
Yes, Peter, before your time. A laundering operation to move clandestine funds into open hotels.
The gold went out through the Middle East, turned up in Paris, then back east via Italy to the Banque de l'Indochine.
The Banque de l'Indochine is where?
Oh, Vientiane, of course, Peter. And at this juncture, George, all the papers went to old Bill Hayden's London station with the Soviet section's recommendation for a full-scale inquiry in the field. London station killed the suggestion stone dead. Here, George, it's on the file. Oh, it was a gold seam. They threaded across the map, oh, so carefully.
Potentially prejudicial to a highly delicate source. File and forget. Thank you, Con. File and forget. I always have good reasons for doing nothing.
Exactly, dear, exactly. And there's this, George. Before Bill had time to get his hoof on things, a formal search request was sent to our residency in Vientiane. There. See, George, darling?
And Vientiane sent a lengthy reply, I see. We don't seem to have that. Where is it?
In the shredder, darling. In the shredder.
Sam Collins runs a gaming club, Peter, very West End. Doing rather well, I've no doubt.
Hayden had him sacked, I see.
Oh, yes, there was nothing in it.
But Bill Hayden wanted him out.
Ah, yes, as a precaution, I imagine. Sam's an old Asian hand. 5 years in Borneo, 6 in Burma, 5 more in northern Thailand, and lastly 3 in the Laotian capital in Vientiane.
Has he a good memory, George?
More than good, Peter. But of course he may not want to remember everything. I'll test the water, and probably he'll do the same.
Come in.
Sam, how good of you.
Not at all, George. Glad to get away from the gamblers. How are you, Peter?
Good enough, Sam.
So, come on through, Sam. See we're not disturbed, please, Peter.
Yes, of course.
Somebody's made a terrible mess of this building, George.
What do you expect, Sam? Do you remember at all a request that came to you in Vientiane once from London concerning certain money drafts from Paris?
A standard request, was it?
Please confirm or deny sort of thing. Ring a bell by any chance?
Monthly transfers to the Banque de l'Indochine. Hefty ones. Payments made on the last Friday of every month. Start date January 73 or thereabouts. It rings a bell, sure.
What did you do to find out, Sam? Do you remember?
I had a contact in the Indochine. Johnny.
Is that file, Sam?
Johnny was reliable, George. He had a good track record. I used him on a few narcotics cases.
Oh, you handled narcotics too, did you, Sam?
Johnny was the county clerk. He checked the ledgers. The money was telex from Paris. The credit of one Delassue staying at the Hotel Condor, Vientiane. It was payable on production of passport number K6984401. This was on the last Friday of each month. Delassue called on Monday, first thing, drew the money out in cash, stuffed it in a briefcase, and walked out with it.
How much?
Started small, grew fast.
Ending where?
25,000 US in big ones. The big table. Are you checking me against the record, old boy?
I'm not checking you against anything, Sam. Well, you know how it is at times like this, clutching at straws, listening to the wind. Delassue, did you get a look at him?
I did. He was the second secretary commercial at the Soviet embassy in Vientiane, known as Commercial Boris.
What did he do with the money, Sam? Did you discover?
He took a taxi around the town, came back to the main square, ducked into a local bank, and paid the money straight across the counter to the credit of another account. Have you lost the files, George?
So far, it's very good, Sam. This other account.
I used my senior girl, Sarah Train, George. She raised a small scene in the bank when Boris was paying in, demanded to be served first, just as the paying-in slip was on the counter. She read it upside down. 25,000 American dollars to the credit of the overseas account of Indo-Charter Vientiane.
Indo-Charter Vientiane, Sam?
A Mickey Mouse aviation company, old boy. Assets, a handful of clapped-out DC-3s, a tin hut, a dumb blonde for the front office, and a wildcat Mexican pilot known round town as Tiny Ricardo, on account of his considerable height.
So you knew the firm already?
Oh, Vientiane's not exactly a giant metropolis. Everybody in town knew Tiny Ricardo. He was a local legend.
Fine. Now, let's get back to what you did next, may we? You know about the money, know to whom it's paid, know who handles it. What was your next move, Sam?
I checked on Commercial Boris. It should all be on the record, old boy.
I want you to pretend that record doesn't exist. All will be revealed to you in due season. Do you remember anything about Indo-Charter Vientiane?
The trail stopped dead with Indo-Charter.
Just a moment, Sam. I'd like Dr. Salis to come in here. You don't mind?
Delighted, old boy.
Peter, ask De Salis to join us. Thank you.
That's Carla, is it?
Who? Oh, yes, it is. Not much of a likeness, I'm afraid. But the best we can do, as yet.
You've got some personal thing about him, haven't you?
There was a dumb blonde in the front office, you said.
Yes, that's right. Ricardo was a madcap marcher. The Chinese wouldn't have trusted him with the stamp money. Hello, Doc. How are you?
I don't complain, Sam. Well, Smiley?
Do sit down. Sam knew of the Goldstein money, Doc. He tracked its transfer in Vientiane to the account of a disreputable aviation company, Indo-Charter Vientiane. Sam?
Indo-Charter was an overseas Chinese company, mainly Swatanese.
Oh! They're the very worst. Most difficult to discover anything about. Where was it registered?
Paris. Reliable information, Doc. Said that the Société was the property of a Shanghainese trading company based on Manila, which in turn paid its dues to an amorphous outfit in Hong Kong called China Airsea.
China Airsea. Trading company?
Owned junk fleets, cement factories, racehorses, restaurants.
How did things go from there, Sam?
London scrubbed the case.
There! They scrubbed things, Oh.
So you dropped everything, Sam?
Orders is orders.
Oh, yes, of course. But it was some time yet before you returned to London, wasn't it? You didn't discover by any chance if the payments from Paris went on, the gold scene?
Stopped dead. Paris turned the tap off.
And Commercial Boris?
Went home.
And Ricardo, the Mexican flyer?
Died. Crashed up on the Thai border. The boys put it down to an overload of heroin.
Sam, when you eventually got back to London and had your welcome home, well done session with Bill, did you happen to mention the matter to him?
I asked him what the hell he thought he was up to.
And what did Bill have to answer there, Sam?
He blamed the cousins. Said they got in the act ahead of us. It was their case in their parish.
Have you any reason to believe that?
Sure. Tiny Ricardo.
You guessed he was the cousins' man?
They flew for them. George, they needed his sort of flying. They used him to fly drugs out of Laos. They used him to fly into Yunnan province, probably with drugs. He was on their books. The cousin's pilot.
Yes, I see. Doc, there's just a couple of things I want to ask Sam.
So, we shall sniff around China Airsea. Thank you, Sam. It has been nice seeing you again.
And you, Doc.
Sam, I think I ought to hear a little about the girl, the blonde, in the Indo-Charter office. Was it chivalry that has made you miss her out so far?
Lost the card index, have you, old boy?
Bill Hayden lost it. And the file, Sam.
Never throw your chips away. Never make a present of your assets. But a very hungry mood prevails in this house of yours. I felt it the moment I walked in. Give me a search request, George. I'll write her out for you.
Worthington Elizabeth, alias Lizzie, alias Ricardo Lizzie, age about 27, nationality British, status married, details of husband unknown, maiden name also unknown, 1972-3, common law wife of Ricardo, Tiny, now dead. Last known occupation, typist receptionist with Indo-Charter Vientiane SA. Previous occupations, nightclub hostess, whiskey saleswoman, high-class tart. There is no trace, repeat, no trace of this subject in registry. Suggest superior should be used, not high class for whores.
So Hayden systematically and totally brushed over every trace of the Vientiane gold seam operation. Cahn's found only one piece of evidence even of Hayden's hand in all this, Cahn.
On a clip of destruction certificates, it said risk of compromising delicate American operation, and it was signed in our Bill's work name.
That's what he told Sam Collins to.
Well, he had to stick to his story, didn't he, darling?
Let us have Molly Meakin in, shall we?
I'll fetch her, George.
Can't beat the old circus. Remember her father and brother?
She's a pet. And she's kept a channel open to us at the Cousins.
There's not many of us can walk in and out of the Grosvenor Square Annex these days, be it even on Molly's humble level.
There she is.
Good evening, Mr. Smiley. Miss Sachs, Mr. DeSalis.
Hello. Sorry to keep you so late, Molly. Sit yourself there.
Thank you. I only got back just now. Ed, I'm afraid, insisted on taking me to a rerun of True Grit in their little cinema.
Poor love.
Among a group of names for trace requests, we included the Mexican pilot, Tiny Ricardo. Deceased?
He is deceased, Chief, they say. Same date as Mr. Collins claimed.
And did that lead to anything?
Oh, yes. Bill Hayden sent the annex a hands-off notice. He advised them that Indo-Charter Vientiane SA was under scrutiny, and we had an agent in place. Well, the Americans consented to drop any interest they had in that direction. I have the printout here.
That is what I call playing both ends against the middle.
And pointing everybody in the wrong direction.
Take a lie and reverse it. Clever Bill Hayden.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you very much indeed. We must talk to the bankers, Doc.
Yes, but you, George, rather than me.
We have a trail, Peter. A purpose, a direction. So we no longer have to charge around pretending to be on the attack. Now we are.
Commercial Boris has been found. A product of Carla's private training school darlings. Colonel Tsimin, alias Smirnoff, like the vodka, alias Kursky, and a very important paymaster.
We are beginning, I think, to unravel the positively arcane connections of Indo-Charter Vientiane SA and its echelons of parent companies, of which the most important is China Airseas.
I want Carla to hear from everyone just how dead we are.
Old Craw's obliged from Hong Kong. This in a Sydney morning paper, George.
Sudden disappearance of the occupiers of High Haven, Hong Kong. The Spook House. The circus has pulled out of Bangkok, Singapore, Saigon also. A Hood's Dunkirk. A Duck's Dive. Is Kim the boy spy vanished for good then?
Excellent stuff. We must congratulate Craw.
They had to replace the gold seam. It was big business, and Connie must find out how and where.
George tells me, Doc, he's been seeing eminent bankers of his acquaintance in Hamburg and Amsterdam, of all places.
But of course, Peter, to find out where the money is kept.
It's Hong Kong, Peter. A trustee account in a Hong Kong bank.
You mean the gold seam which was stopped at Vientiane?
Oh, yeah. Carla went on paying, I'm sure. He only changed the route.
Are you speaking to Oliver Lakin about it, George?
I shall have to. We need to put an agent into Hong Kong.
It's entirely up to you, George, to define what is chargeable under your mandate. Hong Kong, is it? It'll be up to the Intelligence Steering Committee to determine the scope of your action.
Whom are you contemplating sending to Hong Kong as field man, George?
Jerry Westerby, I think. He's been sitting things out in Tuscany long enough.
Signor, his telegram. It say the Honorable Gerald Westerby.
That's me, Mama. Let me look, see.
Oh, it's bad. It say your guardian is ill.
Yes, so I see. Well, it can't be helped. I have to pack and leave pronto, Mama. Go back to England. My guardian wants me by his bedside.
Oh, it's very sad. It's very, very sad. But he leaves you money, perhaps.
Super. Green Park. After brown Tuscany. George will have the message. George Smiley. My guardian. Where are you going to send old Jerry, old sport? Only you don't ask. Ah, here he comes. Plump and small and neat. He hasn't changed. Looks like any other bloke. Something in insurance. Could be a manager at the Ritz on his way there.
Hello, Jerry. Nice to see you.
Gosh, super, George. Hello.
Let's walk a bit, shall we?
Just as you say.
There are one or two people watching my back and a couple watching yours. I thought it a good idea to feel quite safe. Our first meeting, you never know.
I'm in your hands, George. Your telegram took the wind right out of my sails. I thought Bill Hayden had blown me sky high.
Yes, quite. However, it seems Bill never got round to blowing the occasional. It's not that he didn't think you important enough. It's simply that other claims on him took priority.
I can live with it.
Quite. Stubbs of the Waterloo group of newspapers knows about you. He's Far East editor, Waterloo House, Fleet Street.
Stubbs is known to me. He worked for my old man.
Yes, of course. You'll get your accredited press correspondent papers from Stubbs. Go there today, will you?
I'll hoof it once I've left you. Far East.
Hong Kong, at least at first.
Craw still there?
Ah, yes. You'll need his help. Before you go, Jerry, you'll need some refreshers. Sarret stuff in particular. Peter Gwilym will let you know. I'll have to pick you up in a plain van somewhere.
Fine by me, George.
And your game and so on. You have the will.
No problem.
A lot of people haven't these days. The will. Especially in England. A lot of people see doubt as a legitimate philosophical posture. They think of themselves in the middle, whereas, of course, really, they're nowhere.
Sport. You point me, and I'll march. Tell me the shots, and I'll play them. You're the owl, not me.
Sorry to be old-fashioned. Our ways should part in a moment. Peter Gwilym will brief you just before you go. Enjoy the next few weeks.
Hello, Peter, boy. How's trade?
Picking up, Jerry. Welcome to the circus. Or what's left of it.
Ripped apart. Had the Irish in, have you?
The ferrets, actually.
Find something, did they?
Oh, yes. Bill Hayden's super secrets. You came in a plain van.
Oh, sure, Peter. Turfed out at the tradesman's entrance.
Here we are. We're very security-minded these days, Jerry. I hope you've had an enjoyable few weeks.
Very. Tell George they were super.
Come on through, Jerry.
Thanks. Yeah, very intensive. Strong-arm stuff, memory tests, taking in phone numbers, word codes, contacts, and all the old fallbacks. Emergency drill, just in case.
Come and sit down. The Inquisitors say you're as good as ever. Congratulations.
Thanks. Super. Well, what have you got for me, Peter?
A bank, Jerry. The Kowloon Bank, Statue Square, Hong Kong. The trustee department of this bank has a certain account. We want to know what's in the account and whose name is on it. You'll have to photograph the files. I'll give you the number of the account later.
Am I going to break in, Peter?
No, you'll walk in. We've smoothed your path the best we can. The deputy chief of the trustee department is your bloke, one Frost by name. He's youngish, approachable, and likes all the things Hong Kong can offer, like Chinese girls. Craw will introduce you.
Frost, good. I'll be alone, I take it?
I'm afraid so. We've no money for babysitters. The best we can do is have a chap watching you go in and come out, largely so we here will know when you've begun.
When do I go?
You're booked on a flight tomorrow.
Got a name for me, have you?
Your cryptonym will be Schoolboy, Jerry.
Schoolboy. Fair enough. Medium pace. Bit of an in-swing. Dead wicket. They like cricket here. The Hong Kong Mafia playing itself. Just about begun. Saturday morning for an all-day game. The banking hall's shut at 12. Most of the shops don't bother to open at all. Now, is there enough to blackmail little Frosty with? Chinese girl in love nest? Musical beds? Hope so. Hope so. 10 minutes to go, Jerry, old sport. Walk slowly. God, George, why the hell am I alone? I feel tired and hungry. And for all I know, I'm being spooked by half the Chinese mafia. Those not playing cricket. So, here I am. All is clear. I'm alone. Gotta do it alone. Relax. Relax. Bank of China, Union Jack, Bank of Kowloon, 12. They don't shut the doors, for God's sake. Of course not. You're growing senile, Jerry. Doors remain open, banking hall shut. So it's upstairs with the minimum of attention. In you go. I'm on my way, Frosty.
Yeah? Good. Peter, he's gone in.
Thank you, George. Time 0302 Circus, 1202 Hong Kong, Kowloon Bank. I never have liked Burns, you know, George. They're so damned unreliable.
Yes, people don't always respond logically to blackmail.
Let's hope Frost does. Good luck to your schoolboy.
It'll be at least an hour before we know. I shall be in my office. Stay here, will you, in case of a signal?
Of course, George.
Up we go. And up. 9th floor. Stop. Out you get. All by myself. 4th door on left, and I hope they're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Through we go. Yes, clerks, Chinese, work until 1. Say hello. Round eye on business.
Morning, gang.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
On our way. So far a walk over. Push over. 2nd door. By appointment only. Through we go. Red light bulb. Here is Frosty. J. Frost, Deputy Chief Trustee, appointments only. Do not enter when red light is on. Not on. Nice peephole. There's the boy. Podgy little Frosty with his pretty stack of pretty files. So, in we go.
Gosh, Frosty. Hello. Super. What? Am I early or late? Are you all right after last night's hijinks?
God, it's his nib. What the hell are you doing here, you disgusting aristocrat?
Visiting, old sport.
How did they let you in? I suppose you flashed your honourable at him. This isn't a cat house, you know. This is a respectable bank, more or less.
Very grand building.
You alcoholic, dissolute, lecherous, libidinous...
Newshound.
Bloody Mary, do you? Cabinet's full of booze, hardly ever used.
Bloody Mary would slip down grateful, sport.
And I'll say one thing for you, blue bloody
Keep
Rex.
safe
You
round
know
your
the
neck.
haunts.
Keep your back to me.
In the middle of Salisbury
Desk.
Plain, I reckon you'll find a cat
Button
house
operates
in 20
light.
seconds.
Alarm button beneath.
Got
Got it.
Girls.
Key in off position.
They were.
Take it
Shocking.
out. All done.
Those girls, what were their names, eh? Oh, dear, oh, dear.
7 and 24.
That's it, 7 and 24! What poetry, what a memory. I say, you shouldn't be that side of my desk.
Oh, I wanted to know what it felt like.
Well, now you know. Bloody Mary. Bungo.
Cheers.
Ah, incredible girls, incredible company. I mean, why should a bloke like me bother with a bloke like you? What's the matter? What's eating you?
There's an eye at the spy hole, Frosty.
Oh, Milky Way, my boss going home to his lovely lady wife. 6'8" and a cavalry moustache. Not him, her.
Why didn't he come in?
I thought I declined, I suppose. Cheer up, why are you looking so pious, eh? Gives me the creeps.
How's the missus, Frosty? How's she doing?
Oh, still ailing nicely, thank you.
Ring the hospital, did you?
This morning? I wasn't coherent.
When are you next visiting?
Now, look, shut up about her, do you mind? Now, I'm going to have the other half. You haven't bloody
Now,
well
my
begun.
little man, before we get comfy again.
I want to open an account, Frosty.
You?
Me, Frosty.
Well, from all you told me last night, you haven't got the resources to open a piggy bank. Look, get yourself a bloody drink. Stop playing Boris Karloff on a wet Wednesday.
I didn't mean we'd open my account exactly, sport. I meant someone else's.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Jerry.
A trust account, Frosty, lodged in your incorruptible hands. In that safe, Frosty. Sharpish.
You set me up. I thought I had a friend at last, and now you want to screw me?
You shouldn't mingle with newshounds, Frosty. Shouldn't have shot your mouth off.
But friends do shoot their mouths off. That's what friends are for. Oh, Jerry, no, I'm afraid it's right out of the question. No go.
Here's the deal, sport. If you don't play, the comic will blow the whistle on you. You hear me? Front page mugshot, banner headlines. Would you buy a second-hand trust account from this man? We tell him how you maintained a love nest over on Kowloon side. What you got up to in the cat house last night. And we
suggest many nights of the same. And we check the story out with your chairman, let your missus know.
Jerry. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's the bad news. Good news is 500 US into your hot little hand, and no one any the wiser.
Why do you want to see this account? Why, in God's name?
Well, crime and corruption, sport. The Hong Kong connection, Grub Street names of the guilty men. Account number 442. In that safe, Frosty.
Yes. No.
Open the safe, Frosty, because otherwise you're 40 and on the road with a sick wife and bambinos and the whole catastrophe. Do it, sport.
Bastard. Well, what's the number?
442.
442. Crime and corruption, my arse. All right, suppose he cuts a few corners. Name me a Chinese who doesn't.
Chinese, is he?
3 folders. I suppose you'll photograph them.
Ever seen him? The Chinaman?
Once. The Macau dog races. Had him pointed out to me. Wasn't doing too badly for himself. Very nice little blonde party he had with him. Round eye.
Oh, here's the 500. Take it, Frosty.
Bloody well will. You're out of your blasted mind if you think you can bust a man like him.
Go outside, Frosty. Keep your eyes open. I'll let you know when I'm through.
Click your bloody camera fast.
I shall. Now, outside.
Yes? He's left the bank. Thanks.
Is he out, Peter?
He is, George. Time 0447 Circus, 1347 Hong Kong.
Long enough. He must have got something.
Now he has to get to Craw safely.
Oh, he should.
And Craw will develop the snaps if he's got them, if they've come out.
Shouldn't worry so much, you know, Peter.
No, George.
Well, Craw, are you at home as arranged? Flowers at the window? Old dried flowers, yes. At home. Ring the bell.
What bastard's that?
Brought you some dirty pictures, sport.
The door's open. Pull your upper-class backside up the stairs.
Am I glad to see you, Craw?
How's Monsignor Goss Super? You have a rough trip getting here?
Only in the mind. My usual terror of pickpockets till I got in the car. Then every clapped-out Honda seemed to be on my toe.
Ah, you're getting too old for it, poor blooming Tommy. You got the film?
Yes.
Go in, pour yourself a beer. I'll be in the bathroom doing my best for this. You make yourself at home, Your Grace.
Yes? Thank you. Craw reports schoolboy's arrival with the goodies, George.
Ah, yes. We must wait for developments, Peter.
You meant that as a pun, I take it, George.
Pun? Ah, I see. Those cassette films need delicate handling, they tell me.
Craw's good, George. Very good.
As I know. And schoolboy?
If you cast him properly, like you've done, I wouldn't always trust him, though.
Why, Peter?
Too wild. No, too independent-minded, liable to go off in all directions. I think you need to keep him on a tight leash.
Yes, you could well be right. And, of course, he's a woman's man.
For God's sake, Craw, what goes on? Well, what's the result? They haven't come out. Craw, they haven't bloody come out.
To the contrary, my son. To the contrary, sir. Every frame is a bold and disturbing masterpiece.
Schoolboys landed the complete file. All the figures, everything that was originally paid through Vientiane into the Indo-Charter account has found its way into a trustee account in Hong Kong. When the Vientiane arrangement ended, Carla didn't miss a month. He switched to the alternative route immediately. Right from the beginning, Hong Kong was the final destination of the gold seal. Since the payment started over 2 years ago, not a single penny has been drawn from the account. The balance stands in the order of $500,000 American dollars.
Oh!
It's a lock-away account.
Oh, George, darling, lock away. Well, that's quite a different kettle of fish. It had to be, didn't it? Lock away. Now, for whom? Who can be worth so much? Would it be a network? Oh, no, they'd never do it for a network. No precedent. So who can it be? Whatever can he deliver that would be worth so much?
We must try to find out, Connie.
Well, no wonder Carla wanted the bodies buried. Carla's a China hand, too, you know. Isn't he, Connie?
Oh, he is, darling, in his own way.
Chief, this is a trustee account, yes. So, who founded it?
I was coming to that. Coe. Forename Drake. Born in Shanghai, 1925. Address 7 Gates, Headland Road, Hong Kong. He's the chairman and managing director of China Air-Sea Limited. Hong Kong. Drake Coe, Doc.
Coe. I must see the character. It depends entirely on the characters. Drake is mission school, of course, Shanghainese mission boy. Well, Shanghai was where it all started, you know. The first party cell ever was in Shanghai.
Was there anything else traced on Drake Coe, Peter?
He was appointed to the Order of the British Empire under the Hong Kong list in 1966 for social and charitable services to the colony. That's all.
You will remember that China Air-Sea was the ultimate owner of Indo-Charter Vientiane SA, so it ties up nicely.
There is a beneficiary to this trustee account, of course.
The beneficiary is unknown. Perhaps we shall see why when we get the film, which should be...
Tomorrow morning, George.
There must be a means of identification, Smiley.
Yes, indeed.
Even a thumbprint. It's not unknown among the Chinese.
Well, as I say, when we get Schoolboy's actual film, we shall be able to really start. For the moment...
Yeah, come along, Doc.
Yeah.
Well, I never have believed Carla would have paid out money like that. I mean, $500,000. For what?
Wasn't there a Swatarnese connection? Yes, the intermediate company in Bangkok. Thank you, Smiley. Let us see the film as soon as possible.
Of course. Will you stay a moment, Peter?
Oh, yes, George.
Odd. One has no sense of shock. Why is that, I wonder? A big fish in Carla's pay, lock away accounts. So why no sense of shock? Send a message to Craw, Peter. Congratulate Schoolboy and tell him to put things in mothballs for the moment.
Yes, George. You'll have to talk to the intelligence steering group before you move, won't you?
Yes, of course. See to it that Schoolboy's kept strictly to his newspaper business.
We're in mothballs. The word is, well done and hold your water. Your job is to put in mileage for the comic. Nothing else. Hear me?
Well, don't you think the paper might like a few words on Mr. D. Coe?
That would be a bad idea, Monsignor. Very bad.
Oh, come on. The bloody man's practically public property.
All the same now. Lay off. I'll ring only when I have to.
Mr. Drake Coe, OBE. Steward of the Royal Hong Kong Jockey Club, millionaire, citizen above suspicion, and nuts to you, Craw, and to dear old George, too. What have you found, Jerry Sport? Arrived in Hong Kong 1951, Coe is Hakka, sea people from Chu Chao born on boats. Minor gang leader, original money from Ritz Ballroom, high-class pick-up spot, Shanghainese girls. Witness says, Drake Coe was very tough boy. You don't tell no fairy story to Drake Coe. He don't like politician people one piece. Studied law in London, not called to bar. One son died 1968, Nelson Coe. Drake begat Nelson. Picture, caption, Mr. Drake Coe, OBE, with his horse, Lucky Nelson. Bit macabre, call your horse after your dead son. Coe is wearing a beret, obviously bald. Tall for a Chinese, looks quite cheerful. God help me, owns ocean-going cruiser called Admiral Nelson. Obsession with Nelson. Wonder why. Note, horse Lucky Nelson entered to run at Happy Valley day after tomorrow. So, Jerry, that's where you might get a look at him. Even a word. A day at the races might do you good, old sport.
Come on, open space! Stretch for it, man! Ride! Use your whip, man! Use your whip!
No good, Clive. Lucky Nelson's coming through. Oh, look at that, sport. Oh, super!
Objection! That horse is pulled! I never saw a horse so pulled in my life.
Lucky Nelson's there, Clive, by 3 lengths.
Excuse me, you're Gerald Westerby, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me, sport.
Grant. Barton told me you'd like to meet Drake Cole. I'm a course steward. I knew your father.
Gosh, super. Marvellous.
Cole's just been given the cup, flushed with victory. Over there. Perhaps you'll get something out of him for once.
Oh, just a few words, you know. It's jolly nice of you.
Barton told me you did Lucky Nelson.
Afraid so. Bit of a turn-up, wasn't it?
Oh, it was Drake's race, all right. Clever of you to spot it. More than we did. The burly chap with him is Drake's right hand, too. I'll have a word with him first. Mr. Two, this is Mr. Westerby, son of the famous one.
Hello, Mr. Two. Super.
Good day, Mr. Westerby.
Mr. Westerby is hoping he can have a word with Mr. Cole for his important newspaper.
You want to talk to Mr. Cole, Mr. Westerby?
If it's convenient.
Sure, it's convenient. Mr. Cole win a horse race. Everything's convenient. I bring him over. Stay here. What's your father's name?
Samuel Westerby.
Lord Westerby.
You were here.
Drake's right hand.
Major domo, manager, chief bag carrier, bottle washer, fixer. Been with him since the start. They ran away from the Japanese together in the war.
Bringing him over.
This, the man.
Sir, this is Westerby, whose famous father, the Lord, had a lot of slow horses and fast newspapers.
What, papers?
Well, the best known was the Chronicle.
The paper with the girls. I used to read that paper when I was in London, during my residence there for the purpose of legal study at the famous Gray's Inn of Court.
I backed your horse, Mr. Coe. How does it feel to win?
Better than losing, I think.
What's your formula for winning, Mr. Coe?
Hard work. No politics. Plenty sweet.
Are you a lot richer than you were 10 minutes ago?
I was pretty rich 10 minutes ago. You may tell your paper also, I am a great admirer of the British way of life.
Even though we don't work hard and make a lot of politics?
Just tell them.
What makes you so lucky, Mr. Coe? What makes you so lucky, sir?
No comment.
Oh, play fair, Mr. Coe. The world's full of people who dream of being as rich as you are. Give them a clue, won't you? What makes you so lucky?
Mind your own damn business.
Mr. Cole, go now, Mr. Westerby. You leave him to go, Mr. Westerby.
Oh, sure, sport, sure.
Goodbye, Mr. Westerby.
Last time Cole won, he didn't even lead the horse into the paddock. He waved it away, didn't want it.
Why the hell not?
Hadn't expected it to win. Hadn't told his Chew-Chow friends. Bad face. Maybe he felt the same when you asked him about his luck.
Is he? How did he get to be a steward?
Oh, he had to buy the boats for him, no doubt. The usual thing. Well, cheers. Seeing you. Don't forget your winnings.
I've collected already. Thanks, sport. Guess I'll make my way back.
Aren't there any other cars but Rolls-Royces and Mercedes on this dirt track? What did they say? Drake Coe was a very tough boy. Well, Tew is hardly fragile either. You don't tell no fairy story to Drake Coe. Speak of the devil, and there he is. Drake Coe, walking with the mob, with a crowd just ahead. It's him, all right. Left his gang of friends behind. Going into the road, through the gate. He stopped. Waiting for the Phantom or the Merc or the Chrysler. Hang about, Jerry. Takes his beret off. Holds it out into the road. Car. Red E-type, soft top, open. For Co. HK478S. Driver, blue headscarf, dark glasses, long blonde hair. Bare back. A hell of a lot of lovely woman. Co gets in, kisses her cheek. Once, twice, thrice. Fingers on her bare back. And away they go. Get to a phone, Jerry.
He was on view, Craw. He'd had a big win. Then he left and walked away, waited in the road, and got picked up by a very nice blonde party in a sports car.
Sports car?
Jag, E-type, HK478S. I think she was a close friend. Very close.
Round eye?
Of course she was round-eyed, long blonde hair.
Well. You've seen a lot, Monsignor.
George Smiley, in all your feathers, my dear, you've lost simply pounds.
Oh, Lord Roddy Martindale, oh no.
What do you mean, oh Lord, oh no? Didn't you know I'd been translated, allowed to sit on this very high-powered intelligence steering committee?
Who besides you is here today, Roddy?
Oh, as if you didn't know. Sir Saul Enderby will take the chair. Oliver Lacon will sit next to him, of course. The tall, fit-looking person is Wilbraham, Colonial Office, very interested in Hong Kong.
The lady in the brown outfit?
Home and Colonial too, I believe. Miss Green. I suppose we'd better take our places.
Well, lady and gentlemen, shall we begin? Jolly good brief, George. Can't understand some of it, but... Well, I take it you've all read and digested George Smiley's work?
Oh, it's very good, George. So clear, dear.
Do shut up, Roddy. Oliver Lacon, you should first.
Well, let me try to summarize the summary in bald terms. A prominent Chinese Hong Kong citizen is under suspicion of being a Russian spy. That's the nub?
He is known to receive very large Russian subventions.
From a secret fund devoted to financing penetration agents?
Yes.
Solely for financing them, or does this fund have other uses, such as propaganda, informal trade kickbacks, that sort of thing?
To the best of our knowledge, no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilbraham, yes?
How good's their knowledge? Hasn't been too good in the past, has it?
We would want far more corroboration, Mr. Chairman.
So would we. It is in order to obtain corroboration that we are asking for rights and permissions.
Is there any suggestion that this well-known citizen subverts the colony?
No, not that we know.
Then what is he doing? Nothing. They've got it all wrong.
Go on, Oliver.
Well, for what it's worth, he probably does as much to enrich the colony as any other wealthy and respected Chinese businessman. Well, he seems something of a Hong Kong prototype. Supports charities. Successful, benevolent, has the wealth of Croesus, and the commercial morality of the whorehouse.
I say that's a bit hard. Steady on, Oliver.
Well, short of the Victoria Cross and a baronetcy, therefore, it's hard to see how he could be less suitable a subject for harassment by a British service or recruitment by a Russian one.
In my world, we call that good cover.
Touche, Oliver.
You say here, the money first of all came from Paris through Vientiane. Then later, it was paid through a Hamburg-Vienna Hong Kong tie-up. Now, why do you think they did that, so to speak?
It is sensible practice to vary the routine from time to time.
Tradecraft, Wilbraham.
Page 2, top. Money's all in trust. None of it is being spent, which is in itself jolly odd. It's not Coe's money, but a claimant's, whoever that may be. Till then, it's the trust money. So, What's Coe done wrong? What is there against Coe?
I say...
Yes, Roddy.
There's an awful lot of balls about thumbprints here, George, like something out of Philip's Oppenheim.
Well, the use of thumbprints is old banking practice along the China coast. It dates from the days of widespread illiteracy. The beneficiary, Wilbraham's claimant, is not named, but identifies himself by his left thumbprint, it being less worn than the right.
How quaint, my dear.
Thank you, George. It could be Coe's own thumbprint, I suppose. Do you think we should advise the Hong Kong government of the intelligence regarding Coe?
Of course we should advise Hong Kong. They're self-administering. We've no alternative.
What do you say to that, George?
Well, if it were the governor and nobody else, I could hardly object. That is, if you feel it's not too much for him.
Oh, I don't understand. Why the dickens should it be too much for the governor? I mean, he's an experienced administrator.
Well, there's also the problem, I suppose, of the governor being forced into the position of agent provocateur if he continues to receive Coe socially, which he obviously must. We can't frighten the game at this stage.
But good heavens, man, if Coe's a Russian spy, if the governor has him to dinner and perfectly naturally, in confidence, commits some minor indiscretion, well, he could ruin the man's career. He must be told.
Well, of course, if he's given to being indiscreet, I suppose one might argue that he's not a suitable person to be informed anyway.
Oh, I say, George, that is a point.
Bloody odd it would be, wouldn't it, if Peking woke up one morning to the glad news that the governor of Hong Kong made a point of entertaining Moscow's ace spy at his dinner table once a month.
Well, it's 4 o'clock, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we'd better wind up. Now, if you'll leave us a moment, we'll talk and ring our masters. Be as fast as possible, George, I promise you. There can be no earthly question of reopening the Hong Kong residency, George. Everything else, with certain limiting conditions and safeguards regarding desirability, money, and the duration of the license, is granted. What are you going to call the operation, George? Do you know yet?
Ah, yes. Operation Dolphin.
Well done, George, darling. Dolphin, what a good name for our resurrection. Now, George, this blonde schoolboy saw with Coe, we really must find her. She really is a clue. Do make it an urgent task for Craw.
Do you know, Smiley, when Coe was in London as a law student, he gave the name of a Chinese Baptist missionary as a referee, a Mr. Hibbert. This man must have known Coe at the beginning. He must be a very old man now, but I have reason to believe he is still alive and living in England.
Word from my whisperer in Hong Kong, Monsignor. Coe's round-eyed girlfriend is one Lisa Worth. Whisperer claims she is an aristocratic English lady, and with a Kraut forename. More likely to be an airline hostess called Lizzie. File on her is missing from police records. Schoolboy getting bored with long haul.
It has occurred to me that schoolboy has had to kick his heels for a month. We're doing our best here, but Coe and his Russian money stands like a mountain before us, which we can visit whenever we wish, but can't move. Information on Miss Worth was quite invaluable.
I think I found the girl, George. Married once to a schoolmaster called Worthington. I'm sure she's the girl Sam Collins, work name Mellon with 2 L's, was working in Vientiane. She could be a lever, George. And old Connie wonders what exactly the link between Sam and this girl was. That is, if Connie has found the right one.
What are her parents called, Peter?
Pelling, George. He's a retired post office official.
Ah, yes, of course, it's all here. Cockfosters Arcady Mansions. Arcady? Good Lord.
Shall I have someone visit them?
No, I think I shall go myself.
Huh?
I shouldn't, really, but I need to be sure, and I need to get near the girl. As Connie says, she is a potential leaver.
All right, George. What would you like for cover?
Bullion Universal Security Advisors, I think.
I'll give you a nice green official card as Mr. G. Oates.
Fine. I'll ring them and fix an appointment. And, Peter?
Yes, George?
Pelling is likely to phone and confirm, so make quite sure the switchboard are clear and take it yourself.
Right.
I'll let you know when I'm off. How could he mention? Will it live up to its name, I wonder?
Mr. Oates? Meet Nunk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pelling.
Yes. Well, just who are you, precisely? Are you Secret Service, or aren't you?
His card, Your Worship. Green in hue.
Oh? We're exchanging cards, are we? I'll need one, too. Slip down to Smith's Cess and have some printed.
Do sit down, Mr. Oates. Do you like tea?
He doesn't need tea. He's not a guest. I didn't ask him. Bullion Universal Security Advisors. My Aunt Fanny. I'll stay the week. Move in if you like. Have her bed.
He wants to talk about Lizzie, darling. Now be a father for a change.
Fat lot of good her better do you mind?
Oh, for those kind words. Ha ha. Of course you will have some tea.
Thank you.
That's Lizzie's photograph.
Ah.
She's very beautiful, you see.
Look as long as you like, Oates.
Mr. Pelling, sir, your daughter is being considered for an important appointment with a major overseas corporation. She'll be specialising in air transport, and her work will give her advanced knowledge of large gold shipments. It carries an extremely high remuneration. My organisation's been asked to approach you in confidence about your daughter's background.
Seth, where's that tea? It's high time Lizzie was rewarded, and I'm frankly displeased that it hasn't occurred before now, seeing what they owe her. Seth, where's that card?
It's on the table. They have a head office in South Moulton Street.
Any inquiries, telephone, blah, blah, blah. It's ringing.
There. The tea.
Bullion Universal.
Oh, give me the managing director. Has he got a name?
Mr. Forbes Lyle.
Yeah, well, you tell Mr. Forbes Lyle that Mr. Humphrey Pelling desires a personal word with him, now.
We haven't heard of her for a year.
Your daughter?
Tea with 2 and tea with 3 and for you and you from her.
She's mad, you know.
You don't write to her at all?
She doesn't want it.
Forbes Lyle here. What's your problem, Mr. Pelling?
It's this. I've a man calling himself Oates sitting in front of me. Short, fat and worried. What do you want me to do with him?
Tell him what he wants to know. He's not snooping around for nothing, you know. Stuff on your daughter is most important. Your cooperation will be a great help.
I see. Oh, thanks. I'll do my best.
Good man. Cheerio.
Good chap, my managing director, you know. On the ball.
I'm still not sure he's not Secret Service, Sess. He may not be glamour, but that could be deliberate.
I have some forms. Perhaps we could...
Let's have a look. Give him some more tea. He's wolfed that lot already.
Yes, sir. Tea for the wolf.
Oh, that's excellent, Mr. Pelling. So now, could you tell me of any experience she's had in the transportation industry?
Right. Put down working for the British Secret Service in a high capacity. Undercover. There. It's out now. No daughter of mine's going to be an unsung heroine. She'll get the George Medal before she's done, you mark my words.
Balls. That was just one of her stories, you know that.
We were talking of experience in the transportation industry.
Her first commercial experience came in... How'd you pronounce it?
Vientiane, capital of Laos.
A distilling company.
She was selling kegs of unbranded whiskey to American layabouts. Then her lover went and filched the money.
Balderdash. The woman's insane. Disregard her.
She was living with a pilot. Tiny, she called him. Tiny Ricardo. He was gorgeous. But the war had turned him inside out. Well, of course it would, wouldn't it? Same with our boys, wasn't it? Missions, day after day. Scrabble!
She's blind mad, barking, mad as a newt.
Tiny Ricardo, a lamb. He died, you know. Lizzie was heartbroken.
She wasn't living with anyone, you anthropoid ape. It was a put-up, the whole thing. She was working for the British Secret Service. The name of a commanding officer in the British Secret Service was Melon. Like the fruit, but twice as many L's. Take that down, Oates. Melon.
E's bananas.
With Melon, she fought against drug dealers, Chinese, homosexuals, every single element sworn to the subversion of our island nation.
Now, ask me where Lizzie gets it from.
It is true. She went to Hong Kong for Melon, to investigate drugs and bullion. She could have gone to prison.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pelling.
She works for Melon, and she loves her father. Finish.
You've been very kind. All of this I'll treat in absolute confidence. Please don't worry. I'll see myself out.
See yourself how you like.
I'll see you off the premises. This way, Mr. Oates. He won't leave her alone. Never could. He tried, but he never could. She's beautiful, you see.
Yes, of course.
Probably you understand. She's got a dear, sweet Chinaman. She went to him to save Ricardo, and then she fell in love with him. He calls her Lisa. Funny, really, we don't like Germans.
I understand she prefers the name Worth rather than Worthington.
Cutting that boring schoolmaster husband down to size, I should think.
When you say she did it to save Ricardo, you mean, of course, that,
She bought Ricardo his life, darling, with the only currency she has. She did him proud, then left him. What the hell, he was a slug. My little Lizzie went behind the hedge with half of Asia before she found her Drake. But she found him.
Drake is the,
Chinaman, dear. Co, or Woe, or Dr. No, for all I know. Now, I think you'd better go, dear. You give me the galloping creeps, to be honest. I can't do with trustworthy faces round me.
Good day to you then, Mrs. Pelling.
And come not again to Arcady, Mr. Oates.
So, the girl's for real, George?
Oh, yes, I'm sure she is.
Whom does she take after?
My dear Peter, you can't imagine. She is rather like a dame in pantomime. Mr. Pelling, late of the Royal Mail, is small and fierce. Ugly, I'd say. Still, does happen.
Melon in Vientiane, was that?
Oh, yes, Sam Collins. She seems to have thought a lot of him. Sam found her a total disaster, he tells me. And by the way, Peter, Sam will be joining us next week.
Here at the circus?
For the present, yes. See that he gets a nice office. He'll be very self-sufficient.
I have noticed, George.
Your barking on the phone to Pelling was most impressive. It smoothed things a lot, thank you. Is Connie about?
No, George, she's gone with Dr. Salis to the seaside. Worthing, where the missionary Hibbert and his daughter live.
What's their cover, Peter?
They're vetting Drake Coe before he gets put up for a knighthood. That Cabinet Honours Committee thing.
Sir Drake Coe. That's one thing I'd not thought of, I will say. Sir Drake. Well, I'll be blowed. Hey, Doris?
Are you? Drake was ambitious, Dad.
Tell me again about the early Shanghai days, Mr. Hibbert.
There was Daisy Fong, Daisy and her bell, doing God's work. Even if she did fall later, she'd go down the streets ringing the daylights out of that bell, down the docks or the nightclub areas, the Rue de Jaffe. That was the worst spot, where the houses of sin were. But it was down on the docks that Daisy and her bell found the Coes. They'd come up from Swatow, the two of them. When was that? 1936, I suppose. Young Drake was 10 or 11, and his brother Nelson was 8. Mind you, they hadn't names then. They were Chiu Chow, boat people. Mother dead, killed by guns, they said. It was your mother's idea, you know, Doris. Their names. She always wanted boys.
So she used to tell me.
I told them. You'll be Drake, I said, and you'll be Nelson, because you're both brave sailors. How's that? Oh, they loved my wife, you know. They used to stroke her hair. They'd never seen blonde hair before.
Mr. Hibbert, we have no note of a brother till now. He was younger, you say?
No note of Nelson. Why, Drake loved him. Nelson was his whole life. Drake would do anything for him.
I'm afraid we are to blame, Mr. Hibbert. There's a blank on the form against brothers and sisters.
They were chalk and cheese. I never saw two brothers so different, nor so faithful, and that's a fact. Nelson was a rebel from the day he was born. Drake, though, was a persuader. A persuader.
He was sly, was Drake.
Nelson, he'd a real quarrel with God from the start. Then the Japs came and they shut us up. Killed your mother. We got away, you know, and the mission closed, and Daisy Fong, with her handbell, led the children to Chungking.
He can't go on too long. He gets gaga.
Oh, yes, I can, Doris. I've had my share of life. Now I can do what I like.
But you went back to Shanghai, eh? After the Japanese were defeated. And you found the coves again, eh?
They'd forgotten their English, so I had to give them lessons again. Drake wept when he heard my wife was dead. But Nelson now, he didn't cry or pray. She was now the enemy. We all were.
We being precisely, Mr. Hibbert?
Capitalists, missionaries, all of us carpetbaggers, who were there for Nelson's soul or his labour or his silver, and those like him. Exploiters. That's how he saw us. Right, too, in a way. You see, Nelson learned about communism in Chungking, while Drake, being older, was drafted into Chiang's army.
So you stayed in Shanghai until the communist takeover in 1949. You, kept an eye on the coast, did you?
Drake was adamant that Nelson went to school, and he did it. Drake was 19 by then and a real fixer.
He was a crook. He joined a gang and stole when he wasn't pawing me.
Nelson would have a go at me on politics. My, he'd some ideas. Nothing we could have taught him.
What was his discipline at this time?
Why, the Communist Party, naturally.
What was he studying, Mr. Hibbert, and where?
Shipbuilding, roads, railways, factories. His passion was engineering. He graduated from Shanghai in 1951, and that meant that Drake could come out, as he'd always planned.
And after Nelson graduated, what became of him, do you know?
He went to Russia in 53, I think it was, to Leningrad University, and he stayed there until the late 50s.
And after Leningrad, what did they do to him then?
They came back to Shanghai. A shipbuilder, Russian taught. Oh, how he loved those Russians. Promoted, an important man, but admiring Russia. How long was that fashionable in Mao's new wonderland? Doris, did you get me a shawl?
You're wearing
it. So he rose in the hierarchy. What comes next, Mr. Hibbert?
He's dead, young man. He's dead.
Dead?
I think we have taxed Mr. Hibbert quite enough.
How did Nelson die, Mr. Hibbert? When did he die?
He's very tired, you know, very old. I can tell you how we heard. Drake was in England with his henchman, Tew. It was April of 1967. He drove down to see us with Tew. He brought me a platinum cigarette lighter and £1,000 in cash for Dad's church. Then he took me in a corner and asked me to come to Hong Kong and be his mistress. Bloody sauce. Dad asked him, of course, how's Nelson? He just said, dead, as if Nelson was a dog. Then he said, I have no brother. Nelson is dead.
I prayed for Nelson, and I pray for him still. I do not believe the light of God's love can be put out forever, not by politics, nor by the sword. And now he's dead. I pray for his soul.
Politics and the sword, you say. So it was a violent death, was it, Mr. Hibbert? Did Drake tell you that?
You've been very kind, Miss Hibbert. Really, we've all we could possibly need and more. And now, away.
And the year after, he lost his son, Nelson, too. He'll be a lonely man, will Drake. Pray for my little son, Nelson, he wrote me.
Yes, but did he ever ask you to pray for his brother, Nelson?
No, he didn't.
I wonder why not. Perhaps he wasn't really dead. There are more ways than one of dying in China, aren't there? And not all of them are fatal. Disgraced, is that a better expression?
I don't know, Mr. whatever your name was. Doris, let it go.
Yes, of course, and thank you so much, Mr. Hibbert.
I hope your driver hasn't got too cold out there.
The brother story is most interesting, Mr. Hibbert.
No, I need some peace. They're to go, Doris.
They're on their way, Dad.
Just before we go, Miss Hibbert, we have a reference to a Lisa in Mr. Coe's life. Does the name mean anything to you?
Lisa was my mum's name. She was German Lutheran. The swine stole that too, did he?
I think Dr. Salis is upturning, if that's the right expression, every corner of the Oriental world's records from Cambridge to Tokyo.
And there's Rome and Munich, Peter. Don't forget them.
The tracking down of Nelson Coe will be written on the doc's heart. He's convinced he's alive, you know, George.
Yes, well, there's good reason. Con is of the same opinion.
Find Nelson alive, George, and where does it get us?
Only that there will still be a link, in all probability.
A link? Come in. Oh, it's you, Molly. Come and sit down and brighten our lives.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mr. Smiley.
Good afternoon, Miss Meakin. Well, I'll leave you to Peter.
Oh, actually, sir, I have a message for you.
From the cousins, I take it?
Yes, I've just come from the annex. They want to meet with you at the annex as soon as possible.
They want what?
Well, they mean they want to meet you, but they use the preposition.
Do you know what about?
Someone called Tiny Ricardo, Ed told me to say.
Did he? Good God. Is this Martello's invitation?
Oh, yes. Will you please ring him as of yesterday, really?
Well, Peter, are we being trusted again?
Either that or they want something pretty badly.
Do you appreciate, Molly, that this is the first time the hand of friendship has been extended from Grosvenor Square since Bill Hayden was found out?
I had thought so, sir. Will you phone Marty?
Yes, of course. So we're no longer on the arm's length list.
If Tiny Ricardo is deceased, what could he have done to be of interest?
Well, let's hope Martello and his company employees will tell me.
George, real good of you to come. I know how busy you are, I know.
Not at all, Marty. Pleased to be here.
Saul, I want you to meet one of the true legends of our profession. Saul, George Smiley. George, this is Saul Eklund.
Nice to know you. And meet my assistant, Cy Johansson. Cy, George Smiley.
Heard a lot about you, sir.
And you know Murphy here, I think, George.
Sure, we met on numerous occasions.
Yes, indeed. Numerous.
George, Saul Eklund is high in our Drug Enforcement Administration, formerly the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. George, our people in the company like to work very closely indeed with their good friends in narcotics.
Cuts both ways.
It's parameters, Mr. Smiley, sir. On a deal like this, you get some areas, they overlap entirely.
Maybe we should get ourselves up to date on the latest details first. Murphy, go ahead.
The subject flew to Bangkok and was picked up at the airport by Tan Lee in his personal limousine. They proceeded directly to the Air-Sea Permanent Suite of the Hotel Erewhon. Tan is managing director of Asian Rice and General, Air-Sea's Bangkok subsidiary.
Was Ko alone?
No, sir. Ko took his manager, Chew, along with him.
Why the hell doesn't somebody bug that damned hotel suite, Si?
Bangkok says the walls. They got no proper cavities or something.
Cavities, my ass.
Go on, Murphy.
Sir, the three men, that's Ko and Chew and Tan Lee, drove down to Bangkok port. And they looked at 20 or 30 small cement carriers tied up along the bank. Then they drove back to Bangkok airport, and Ko alone flew to Manila, Philippines.
Cement carriers, my ass. Those the boats that do the run up to Hong Kong, Murphy?
Yes, sir.
We know those boats. They carry the dope. We've been going for those boats for years.
Mr. Eklund, I take it you're particularly interested in Ko.
That's it, Mr. Smiley.
Yes, sir, that's it.
And what about Ricardo, deceased, Marty?
George, at our request, enforcement here took a second look at the background and record of Ricardo.
Seems Ricardo's alive after all. Seems like it was a prime error.
Happens to all of us, George. Even you, okay?
Yes, indeed.
Ricardo's death is in our files, is on and around August 21.
Correct.
However, on September 2nd, a couple of weeks after his death, right? It seems Ricardo made personal contact with one of the narcotics bureaus in the Asian theater. Ricardo offered his services on a sell-and-tell basis regarding an opium mission he claimed to have received to fly right over the border into Red China.
Ricardo had made a good living when the war was on flying dope.
Now, he flew a lot of missions for the company in Laos, and when the war ended, the company resettled him and pulled up the ladder. So maybe at that, the gamekeeper Ricardo turned into the poacher Ricardo, if you follow me.
Well, not absolutely.
Long as the war was on, Ricardo carried dope for the company to keep the home fires burning up in the hill villages. War ended, he carried it for himself.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. So, Ricardo offered an unnamed narcotics bureau opium on the one hand, information on the other, right?
Right, George. For payment, he wanted $50,000 US in small notes and a West German passport for a one-time journey out. The Bureau agreed on the sale of the opium.
You mean they bought it?
Sure. There's a fixed tariff for such deals.
And the West German passport out?
Well, that wasn't so straightforward. Saul, maybe you should handle this part.
The Bureau asked Ricardo for some of his information, what we call taking it to first base. Ricardo comes up with a story he's been ordered to fly the dope over the border into Red China and bring back an unspecified load in payment. He said he embarked on his journey for Red China, chickened out, and hedge-hopped home over Laos. He said he knew who was behind the deal, the Mr. Big, and that if Mr. Big's people found him out, they'd kick his teeth right up his throat. He said he had the plane still, hidden, a Beechcraft, and he offered to show this plane. That's all we have.
They bought the opium, George, but the information went nowhere. That was the human error, George. No further action was put on the case.
Where is Ricardo now, Marty? Do you know?
Not known, George.
Beechcraft, is that a single-engine plane?
Twin engines, George. Kind of executive runabout kind of thing.
And where would the opium be carried? How much was it?
400 kilos in weight. In the cabin. Most likely unscrewed the spare seats.
Yes, I suppose they would have done. Thank you.
Well, what else is there, Saul?
What else is there? I'll tell you, Martello. We got a whole apparatus standing by, ready to shake out Ko's connection across the hemisphere. I know, we've got a hands-off deal with the Brits on Hong Kong, but Ko is more than just Hong Kong. We got drugs on Ko, we got arms, we got the biggest damn load of red gold we ever saw Moscow hand to one man in our lives, and we've got the first proof ever, if this guy Ricardo's telling a correct story, of a Moscow-subsidized drug subversion program which is ready and willing to carry the battle into Red China in the hopes of doing the same for them as they're already doing for us.
Marty, oh my Lord, you told them of the gold seam.
Sure he told us. That's liaison, Mr. Smiley. Martello told us, though, to play it delicate. It's a British ball game, their territory, their Joe, their party. Moses, for the first time ever, we have gotten ourselves a saber-toothed Soviet communist corrupter in our sights, pushing dope and screwing up the area and taking Russian money, and we can prove it.
I doubt if you can, unless you can prove what the gold seam is for. And, Marty, I'd like to remind you that we have your general declaration that you will abstain from operations in British areas unless we say you can. And we have a contract with you on this particular case. You will leave Co to us. That is the contract.
I've said it. We're going. Come on, Saul.
Sure, Saul. And sure, you said it.
Okay, Saul, we heard you. Murphy, you go too.
Yes, sir.
Who else have your headquarters told, Marty? The Revenue Service, the Customs, the Mayor of Chicago, their 12 best friends.
We have politics same as you, George. And, George, suppose they nail Co. Suppose they get him out of the colony into Sing Sing on a 10 to 30 rap. Well, we can pick him clean at will.
I don't know if Drake Co. is all that important, Marty.
What the hell's that meant to mean? Okay, Saul knows Co's funds are from Moscow, knows he pushes opium, but that's all.
Does he know of the girl?
No, George, he doesn't know about Mrs. Worthington. She went with Co to Bangkok, and she flew on with him to Manila.
I thought she may have. So, how long have we got out on our own? What's our head start before Sol and his narcotics squad come barging in?
3 months, George. 10 to 12 weeks. It's fluid. 3 months outside, I would say.
Yesterday we had all the time in the world.
In Part 1 of The Honourable Schoolboy, dramatised by Frederick Bradnam from the novel by John le Carré, George Smiley was played by Peter Vaughan and Jerry Westerby by Martin Jarvis. Peter Gwillim, John Rowe, Connie Sachs, Mary Wimbush, Doc DeSalis, Cyril Shaps, Craw and Drake Co, Henry Stamper, Molly Meakin, Heather Barrett, Mr. Pelling and Mr. Tew, Roger Hume, Mrs. Pelling, Frida Dowie, Sam Collins, Alexander John, Reverend Hibbert, Colin Douglas, Doris Hibbert, Shirley Stelfox, Roddy Martindale, Stephen Hancock, Saul Enderby, Ronald Baddeley, Oliver Lakin, Edward Cast, Martello, Paul Maxwell, Frost, Terry Malloy, Mr. Wilbraham, Christopher Banks, and Miss Green, Patricia Gibson. The theme was composed by Stephen Hancock. The play was directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine. Martin Jarvis is a National Theatre player.
Saturday Night Theatre.
A week ago, the cousins, Martello himself to be precise, told me we had less than 3 months to complete Operation Dolphin.
3 months? It's no business of Martello's, Smiley.
Well, you told them to push off, didn't you, George?
Martello's headquarters has informed the, what are they now called, Peter?
The Drug Enforcement Administration, the old Bureau of Narcotics.
Thank you. Has told them of the Moscow gold seam money running to Hong Kong and Drake Co.
Well, the American narcotics people have been after Co for years. Before they could put a name to him, even.
Yes, indeed, Sam. Now they not only know who he is, but know he is being paid by Moscow to ship drugs into Red China and thus help to subvert that country.
They're simpletons, mad simpletons.
Puritans, Doc, Puritans.
George, how ridiculous. They want to arrest him.
Yes, they'll jump on him when he's in Thailand or anywhere outside our jurisdiction. Their plans will be ready in 3 months.
So, what do we do, George?
The Honourable Schoolboy, by John le Carré, dramatised in 2 parts by Frederick Bradnam, with Martin Jarvis as Jerry Westerby, Peter Vaughan as George Smiley, and Natasha Pine as Lizzie. Part 2.
Well, you've all read my note about Ricardo's resurrection and his aborted flight to the Chinese mainland, I take it?
Yeah.
It's been established that the Beechcraft flown by Ricardo was bought by a Bangkok company, of which Drake Co's manager, Tew, is the managing director. I think we can assume that Ricardo's mission was arranged by Co. The Beechcraft, by the way, was a 4-seater twin-engine plane.
4 seats? So Ricardo was to bring a body from the mainland. Is that your surmise, Smiley?
Oh, yeah. Although we don't know yet if Nelson Co. is still alive.
Oh, he's alive, all right.
But we still need proof. Now, over the last few days, Craw has cabled us from Hong Kong with details of the journeys Tew has recently made to the Chinese mainland. They point to quite a flurry of activity. The next phase, therefore, rises from this. Our problem is to break the stalemate. Now, as I've said, we can visit Drake Co. whenever we like, but we cannot move him. Now we must. I propose to do this by turning our tactic inside out, for the Dolphin case is worthless until resolved. In other words, we declare to Co. our interest in his affair.
You're going to light a fire on his doorstep and see which way he runs, aren't you, George, darling?
We have to set about shaking Co's tree to see what falls out. Schoolboy is to climb the tree, but stress to him this is a dangerous task. Suggests the first stage is to approach the lady in the case with tales of Ricardo and Russian gold.
Super. Gosh. Oh, marvellous. I've held my water so long, Sport, I'm almost waterlogged.
It's a straight foot in the door operation, Your Grace. You shove your way in there and start pitching, and don't stop till you're out on the other side.
I'm supposed to have bought whiskey from her in Vientiane.
Right.
And so did how many?
Lizzie Worthington sold in all a cool 55 kegs of the blushful Hippocrene, Your Grace. Every one of them to a male buyer, and a fair number of them with service thrown in. Gives a new meaning to the term good measure, I venture to suggest.
Oh, there must have been a big, ugly bugger a bit like me among them, don't you reckon, Craw, old friend?
You've got to convince her there was, and it was you. And remember, Jerry, Co owns Star Heights. You're going into the man's own building to seek out his round eye. Take care.
Oh, sure, Sport. I'll buy some flowers for her. When you're my size, you have to have a hell of a good reason for whatever you do.
Evening. Social rush hour time. Chinese porter wonders, should he let me in? Well, American matrons go for flowers.
My, what lovely blooms. Are you visiting the Hammersteins, too?
Not that I know of. Excuse me, must catch this lift.
8th floor for Lizzie. And we're here, Sport. Wait about. Should be out any memento. Craw said she leaves about now for American Club on the dot every Monday. Male American advancing. Give him a nod.
You're looking for me with those things?
Well, I don't think so, actually. Apartment 9D, actually.
Wrong floor. You want one up.
And he departs by lift. 8C is the one. It opens. Here she comes, Sport. Sees you not. And here we go.
Lizzie? Hey, Lizzie, it's me, Jerry.
Who? What?
Lizzie Worthington, how's the whiskey? Remember me, Jerry, chum of Tiny Ricardo's? 150-gallon keg with my name on the label, all painted above board.
Jerry?
Westerby, newshound. You put the bite on me in the Consolation Bar. I wanted a spot of loving comfort, all I got was a keg of whiskey.
Oh, of course. Jerry, darling. How could I possibly... What are you doing in Hong Kong? My God!
Oh, usual beat, fire, pestilence, famine. How about you? Retired, I should think, with your sales methods. Well. How do you like Hong Kong, Lizzie?
I adore it, Jerry. I simply adore it. Vientiane seems, centuries away. You know Rick died.
I did hear. Are you going anywhere in particular this evening?
Only to the club. It's hen night. I have a nice red car waiting.
Say, mind if I ride in the back?
Why not? Why not? Why did you do that? Why did you turn the engine off?
Lizzie, I cannot tell a lie. I'm a viper in your nest.
You are? How?
Our chance reunion was not entire chance. My paper told me to run you to earth and ask you questions regarding your late chum, Ricardo.
But Ricardo's dead.
The comic is in possession of a hot tip that he's alive after all.
But that's absolutely absurd.
Oh, agreed. Totally. The consolation prize is 24 well-thumbed orchids and the best dinner in town.
I want to cry. Forgive me. It's just, well, when you love a man and he dies, then one evening, out of the blue...
Sure. I'm sorry.
Why be sorry? If he's alive, that's a bonus. If he's dead, nothing's changed. We're on a pound to nothing. Rick always said he was indestructible. Well, where are you going to take me?
You tell me the best.
There's a new place that's very good. Oh, and when I get there, I must phone my hen party girlfriend, Jerry.
Those little scars on your lovely chin, left and right. What did it? How did you get them?
Oh, hunting innocent foxes. My dear papa was horse mad. He still is, I'm afraid.
Where does he live?
Daddy? Oh, the usual tumble-down schloss in Shropshire. Miles too big, but they won't move. No staff, no money, ice cold 3/4 of the year. Mummy can't even boil an egg. Isn't this place nice?
Spot on. Did you get your hen party, friend?
Of course. Go on about Rick.
Well, Ricardo's crash. No one found a body. No one found wreckage. And there's talk he was doing an opium run. There's rumours he's been seen recently, grown a beard. A girl in Bangkok claimed only last month that Ricardo was the father of her child, newborn, which would make it an 18-month pregnancy.
It wasn't Rick's way to run, Jerry.
The whole world was going for him. That whiskey selling was only honest on your part. The distillers, the creditors, the law, local community, every one of them was going for him, till one day, bingo, writs withdrawn, shades of prison recede. Who's the mystery angel? Who bought his debts?
Oh, Mr. Tew! What a marvellous coincidence. It's Mr. Tew.
Oh, Lisa, what? You all right?
Do come and join us, Mr. Tew. He's interviewing me, Mr. Tew, all about Vientiane and the poor pilot I tried to help 100 years ago. Jerry, this is a very good friend of mine who helps look after me.
Yeah, we met at the racecourse.
Sure. You're the horse rider, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Tew, you're my witness. You must remember every word I say. Jerry, go straight on, just as if he wasn't here.
She'd have to
Mr.
summon
Tew
Tew.
is as silent as
She'd
the
have realised, but so should the circus. Ricardo's too hot for her alone.
So exciting.
Still, Tew is a gift from the
Now,
gods.
do just sit
Tew,
there.
straight to Co.
Waiter! Do have the beef, Mr. Tew. We can have such a friendly chat, can't we?
So, what you looking for, Mr. Westby? You're a horse rider. Why you bother pretty girls, okay?
Good point, Sport. Horses much safer, right?
He's looking for Ricardo, Mr. Tew. He thinks Ricardo is alive.
Lisa, tell you that. She tell you Ricardo's still around.
Who, old boy? I didn't get that first name.
Lisa, she tell you.
Oh, Lizzie. No, she didn't tell me. I never reveal sources, Mr. Tew, which is sometimes a journalist's way of saying he's made something up.
A horse rider's way. Okay.
That's it.
Oh, listen, Jerry. Ricardo was so lucky. He got into the most frightful debt, and suddenly my lovely dotty Chinese friends who ran Indo-Charter, such a funny little airline, decided they needed another charter pilot. They settled his debts, they gave him an old banger to fly.
Lizzie, when Ricardo went missing, he wasn't flying an old banger. He was flying a brand new Beechcraft. Indo-Charter never had a Beechcraft to their names. My editor checked it through.
Hey, Mr. Westby. Maybe Lisa stole them an aircraft. Maybe she go out night and steal aircraft.
Mr. Tew, that's very naughty of you. But it was a complete fairy tale. I mean, one moment, Rick owing us all money, my allowance from Daddy included, and the next thing we knew, he had work. He was in the clear. All those other pilots grounded, and Rick flying all over the place like
a blue-ass fly.
Hey, listen, I'm pretty good. Blue-ass fly. I like that.
Thank you, sport. What would Indo-Charter like to work for, Lizzie?
Fabulous. It was pioneering, which is what drew them to me in the first place. I mean, I could perfectly well have simply lived off Daddy or my aunts. All we started out with was a couple of dreadful old DC-3s, literally stuck together with string and chewing gum. And we flew anything. Cars, vegetables, pigs.
There's a story that you people had some local Russian embassy link in Vientiane. That ring a bell at all?
Russians? Why on earth should Russians come to us? They had their own flights in and out.
Not even local run?
Never. Well, how could we? Besides, the Chinese simply loathe the Russians, don't they, Mr. Tew?
Russian pretty bad people, Mr. Westby. They smell pretty bad.
My editor's convinced he can do a story about Ricardo's Soviet paymasters.
Paymasters? What are you talking about, Jerry?
Yeah, my editor, Liz, it's his idea. The man may be mad, but he's sure that Indo-Charter drew money from the local Russian embassy and piped it down to Hong Kong in US dollars.
They're mad. I've never heard such nonsense.
You want to stick to horse riding. Yeah, that, in my opinion, you'll get more money that way, Mr. Westby. Okay?
Dealing with beautiful women, said Craw, is like dealing with known criminals. And the lady you're about to solicit undoubtedly falls into that category. Elizabeth Worthington, a criminal? Ah, she's done some things. A known criminal? Yes. Known, I'd go along with, absolutely. See it like this. The way she stared at the beastly Tew. A caged stare. Caged. I've known that face, and that look, and that dependence all my life also. I've known you, so it seems, all my life, Lizzie. I've been waiting to meet you all my life, Lizzie. And now I have, I don't mean to ignore the signs. You're my sort of woman, Lizzie.
So, Monsignor Westby, Mr. Tew, whom God preserve, got the message.
Clear and loud, Craw.
You're convinced Lizzie Worthington knew nothing of the Russian money? Not a single thing, Jerry?
I'm sure, Sport. She knew Ricardo wasn't dead. She acted as though he was and had come alive. But the Indo-Charter Russian money surprise wasn't acting.
And Brother Tew?
As I said, he understood. The Beechcraft knowledge caused him thought just a moment before the bad joke that Lisa stole it.
What's his attitude to Lizzie?
Pure contempt, old Sport. He wouldn't walk a yard to help her. Probably blames her for knowing Ricardo. Sometimes she looks at him like a caged animal. She's in a trap. She knows it.
Tew could have shut her up, Your Grace, but chose not to. You got anything else on your mind?
Yes. I walked past Star Heights last night around 11, coming from the press club.
Yeah?
There was a man sitting in a car parked in the mid-levels under a street lamp with a good view of Lizzie's windows above him, right? Sam Collins is his name, and I'd like to know, Sport, what the hell Sam Collins is doing in Hong Kong, let alone keeping surveillance on Lizzie's flat.
Message from Craw, George. Schoolboy has spotted Sam Collins outside Star Heights, wants to know, and so on.
Yeah. I take it Craw has told him what we agreed, Peter.
Oh, yes. But Collins is no longer with us, left under a cloud, all of the ploy we passed to him. Schoolboy, it appears, is not completely satisfied.
That's rather worrying. Cable Craw to keep a close eye on Schoolboy. Very close.
Right.
Now, to Salis and Connie at you any moment. They've traced Nelson Coe. Did you know?
I heard rumours, George. He is alive.
Oh, very much so. Come.
Hello, darling.
Hello. Ah, yes, Molly, you also good. Now sit down, everyone, please. Ah, how are you, Connie?
This weather, George, darling, gives me hell.
No one else, George?
No, Peter, you can lock us in.
Right. Yeah. There you are, Doc.
Good. Floor is yours, to Salis.
Nelson Coe, also known as Ko Sheng Siu, and later as Yao Kai Sheng, but we shall call him Nelson. We know from the mission of the Hibbert of Nelson's early years, which in Nelson's official biography is dismissed as exploitation at the hands of Western imperialists in childhood, when he was poisoned by religion. He left Shanghai in 1953, went to Leningrad and studied engineering and shipbuilding until 1956, where he came under the protection of Ivan Bretlev. Connie.
Academician, Leningrad Faculty of Shipbuilding, latter-day talent spotter for Carla.
1957, returned to Shanghai.
Doc, 56 to 57 a year.
A tour of Soviet shipyards is the official explanation.
Spirited off to Carla's training school, George, unofficially.
57. Was that before or after the Sino-Soviet split, Doc?
Before. The split began in earnest in 1959.
So we can assume that after Carla's training, he went back to China as a mole, right?
He did well for himself. Seats on various naval planning committees. Molly.
Well, by 1963, his name pops up regularly in the Cousins Peking watch reports.
So, until the Cultural Revolution, he was on his way. Mao's madness disgraced him. 1967, this. The usual grim story, one supposes, Chief. The dunce's cap spat on in the streets, indoctrination camps, labour education, his family beaten up.
When did he start his way back?
He was back in Shanghai by 1970, probably doing menial jobs. But he soon started to be functional again. He has what Peking needs most: brains, technical know-how, experience. He was formally rehabilitated in January 1973.
Let me see. Payments to Drake Co. have their beginnings in when? Mid-72, and they rise steeply in mid-73.
Oh, the more Nelson knows, the more he can tell, the more he gets.
His rehabilitation was swift. By June of 1973, he's acting in an unknown capacity with the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party.
Holy smoke!
That is not all. Molly.
A report from the Cousins of strong reliability has him down as an advisor to the Munitions and Ordnance Board of the Ministry of Defence.
We can regard this as one of the key positions in the whole of the Chinese administration. He would know things like the total capacity of their shipyards. He could tell us of their submarine potential. And there is more. Recently he's become a member of a body set up to coordinate the Chinese intelligence effort, something we ourselves know absolutely nothing about. That's all, Smiley.
Thank you, Doc. Nelson Coe is a prize worth having. And his motive, Doc, why should he still work for Carla?
Oh, really, George, darling, he has to. Blackmail, an enormous reward, steak and carrot.
But how do you see it, Doc?
He's Chinese. He's pragmatic. He's Drake's brother. He knows very well his market value to the Russian service.
$500,000 US?
Oh, yes. He can't get out of China yet, but it is there against the day when he will.
Drake tried to get him out once, but Ricardo failed him. Drake may have better luck next time. He may try Ricardo again. Yes, Peter, schoolboy's next step must be Ricardo.
Yes, George.
Have the cousins run him to earth yet, Molly?
Oh, they're almost sure he's still in Laos, near Vientiane.
Thank you. Doc?
I wanted to add, Chief, when the Cultural Revolution came, many people in Nelson's position believed Mao had gone mad. Nelson was always a Russian admirer. The humiliations he suffered under Mao made him conform outwardly, but inwardly he remained a bitter, vengeful man. I think this is likely.
Do the Chinese mention Draco anywhere, Doc?
In the latter biographies, a brother is said to have died in Shanghai in 1949, at the time of the communist takeover.
Nelson is Carla's mole. He's sitting on a priceless crock of Chinese intelligence. Now, that alone we could do it. He's acting on Carla's orders, and the orders themselves are of inestimable value to us. They would show us precisely how much the Russians know about their Chinese enemy. We could take back bearings galore. Now, if Draco returns to his plans to get Nelson out of China, our mission is clear. Let us hope that by shaking Drake's tree, we force him to act. Thank you, everyone.
George, this cable arrived from the crew just as the meeting was beginning. I've only just read it.
Thank you, Peter. Now, wait a moment, everyone, will you? The man Frost, the banker whom Schoolboy forced the information on the gold sim count from, has been found dead. A long death, it seems. Torture and mutilation. Death by strangulation.
We've drawn them, dear.
Yes, indeed. The response to shaking Coe's tree is more than we expected. Operationally, we've advanced the case. However, we have his ugly death on our shoulders.
Trouble was, Frost had nothing to betray. It's the worst that can happen to anyone. Could only give them the name of one journalist, Schoolboy, which they had already.
Is Schoolboy at risk, Doc?
Not in my opinion. In Coe's eyes, Schoolboy is only a journalist. By removing one journalist, he will not remove the risk. On the contrary, he will bring out the whole pack.
Yes, you're probably right, but I'd like Schoolboy away from Hong Kong before much longer. Once he's away, perhaps Coe will relax a little. Yes, Connie?
What about Sam Collins, George? Have you had thoughts?
Sam is to stand by, do nothing until he has the green light. He knows that. He may not be needed. It all depends on how Coe jumps. Molly, will you please ask the cousins to step up their surveillance on both Coe and Hugh? No street work, though. No frightening the game. No nonsense of that kind.
Yes, Mr. Smiley.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Peter, I need to draft a cable to Craw. Tell him to put Schoolboy on standby to go to Ricardo.
Yes, George. I suppose Schoolboy has heard about Frost.
Oh, yes. Let's hope he doesn't take things to heart too much.
The bank is offering a reward of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars.
They took weeks. Killed him twice. Poor little Frosty. Once to make him talk, once to shut him up.
A vicious case of mugging.
Give or take a little. Gerald Westerby. Killed him.
He was a loyal servant of the bank.
Sorry, Frosty. Sorry. But boy, oh boy, have we shaken the tree.
When writing about this, I hope you will remember the reputation of the bank.
Are you listening, Your Grace?
The smell in my flat this evening. Tew's smell. Forage.
The message is you're to gird your loins, ready to leave beautiful exotic Hong Kong.
Tew going through the flat. Would they use me like Frosty was used? For the fun of it?
Gerald, Your Grace, you will be required to take your pressman's arse to Laos. Visit one Ricardo, savvy.
Leave Lizzie to the horrible Mr. Tew.
Are you listening? They don't want you to finish up like that poor bag of frost, for one thing.
Leave Lizzie to Sam Bloody Collins, too. White slaver as well,
so
probably.
Take care. You keep in. No late nights.
Lizzie, who has soft, fine blonde hair on her spine.
You're to discover Ricardo's plans, Monsignor, and shake the tree hard. Tell him about Brother Nelson Co.
And they won't want you back in Hong Kong,
Get
sport.
the ease thoughts of what is going on here, Jerry, from what you are pleased to call your mind. Orders.
They won't want you anywhere but London.
You can talk to Ricardo about Mrs. Worthington, and that is all you will do about Mrs. Worthington, Monsignor. Orders.
If we live through things, Lizzie, where shall we meet?
I pray and hope you have taken some of this in, Your Grace.
Saul Enderby here, George. Look, old boy, now is the time, surely, when you should go to Martello and make a clean breast of things. Tell him about Nelson Co., ask him to take over the rest of the operation. You've no real resources, have you, George? And think of the good it'll do us in the years to come with our American friends.
Do you mind walking with me to the cousins, Molly?
Not at all, Mr. Smiley. It's a fine day.
Yeah.
Peter tells me that all is deadly quiet in Hong Kong.
Yes, it is. Coe and his man, Tew, seem to be waiting for something. And we cannot let them wait much longer.
Well, that zeal of the land narcotics man Saul will arrest everyone in sight.
Oh, yes. He'll have to wait for Coe to leave Hong Kong, though, which could well be quite the wrong time for us, that is.
Mr. Martello will be bursting with Highland air, I suppose, after his weekend.
Scotland? Weekend? What does he do there, do you know?
Fishes. Sir Saul Enderby has a bit of water there, as they say. Ed says Martello supplies the plane, Enderby the fish.
So they're friendly, are they?
Oh, it has burgeoned recently, Mr. Smiley. Since Enderby remarried, so I'm told.
Why is that? Does he want to get away from his new wife?
She's an American, too. Rich Washington hostess. Knows Martello from some way back.
I see. No wonder Enderby wishes me to tell Marty about Nelson Co. I don't think I have to, do you? Enderby's done it for me. I wouldn't be surprised. Tell me what you make of this, Doc.
I'll do my best, Chief.
Surveillance on Drake Co. On Saturday, he phoned a friend with whom he plays golf every Sunday morning. He cancelled the golf, pleading a pressing business engagement. At 5:30 on Sunday morning, 5:30, Doc, he went off in his Rolls-Royce to a seedy spirit temple off the Hollywood Road, where his fortune-teller operates, a venerable old Swartanese, so I'm told. Now, Doc, why does Co visit his fortune-teller at 6 on a Sunday morning?
My dear Smiley, a man of Coe's eminence would always insist on being the first client in a fortune-teller's day.
I see. You mean...
Because the fortune-teller's mind is clear, and the intimations of the spirits can be received better by a clear, fresh mind.
I shall never know the questions Co put. The directional mic only picked up the fortune-teller's chicken.
Such an early visit suggests a matter of importance. When the spirits point to the best time for action, for instance. Days or weeks ahead, Smiley.
Come to collect me, Craw, old sport?
I thought I might find you here, Jerry.
Super club, this. Marvellous. Fantastic balls.
Did you walk here, by any chance?
Just so. Went past Starry Heights, funnily enough. And there was dear old Sam sitting in his car watching Lizzie's windows. Reading a sporting newspaper, actually.
There were no shadows on your path, I hope, Gerald?
Didn't see a thing. Didn't feel a thing. Instinct, you know, Craw, old sport, is what I go by.
Even when you're in a fairly intoxicated condition, Your Grace?
What?
However, all appears as quiet as a graveyard after the last trump.
Not a Chinaman to be seen. It can go on forever and
We have
ever.
our orders, Jerry. They've just arrived. In the morning, you're to set course for Ricardo.
Good old George. Always comes to the rescue. Do we know where the said Mexican hangs out, or do I have to shout in people's ears?
He's been pinpointed absolutely, but it won't be an easy journey.
No? Good. Well, better get back. Tell old Luke he can have my flat until I return. Good old Lukey. American news hound, you know.
Where's Cole gone to, George? Where's he sailed away to?
Why ask me questions you know I can't answer, Marty?
Look, I wanted a helicopter over them. You said no helicopter.
My dear Marty, I can't imagine why you're panicking.
I'm concerned, George. Concerned, that's all.
How many days has Coe been going out? Peter, what is the pattern?
The first time was 4 days ago, in his cruiser, the Admiral Nelson, with Tew. They sailed out in the morning, came back that evening at dusk. An overheard conversation suggested they'd been swanning round the Hong Kong Islands, no more. They did exactly the same thing for the next 2 days, coming back each time on a different tack. This morning, their time, the Admiral Nelson set out again, as usual, and so far hasn't returned. It's been gone 22 hours. It's now 07 hours Hong Kong time.
Thank you, Peter. There's no reason why the Admiral Nelson should not remain at sea for a number of days. She is an ocean-going cruiser, after all.
Probably been picked up by the Chinese Navy.
Willem? Yes, that's all? Yes, sir. He's here, of course. George, it's Enderby, doing his nut.
Smiley here? No, not yet. Schoolboy only left 3 days ago. He's hardly had time to reach Ricardo yet, you know. I don't think Drake Coe has any interest in visiting China. Excuse me, Saul. Something's coming through from Hong Kong now. Excuse me.
When? Oh, thank God. I'll tell them. The Admiral Nelson has just docked in the main harbour.
Is Coe on her?
They didn't call until Coe had been seen. He's disembarked with his Lisa and Tew.
I wonder where they've been. Well, Marty, Schoolboy should reach Ricardo by tomorrow, all being well. I think, Peter, it is time Sam Collins went in. Let him know, please.
I will, George.
I think you know what it is, Marty, don't you?
You're a bastard, Sam. You always were.
It's all for old time's sake, Lizzie. Happy days in Vientiane.
I'll not betray Drake, Sam. Never. He's kept faith by me.
Nobody's asking you to, Lizzie. It'll be the last thing. Drake's a big fish. Friend of the governor, OBE, much respected. No one's going to touch Drake, Lizzie. Mr. Tew is another matter. He's the manager.
Drugs?
That's it. Same as you once smuggled for Ricardo. Only on a much larger scale.
And for you, you bastard.
I'm not forgetting, dear girl.
Drake has had my police record destroyed, so you
Be
can't...
your age, Lizzie. We could run you up another one tomorrow. Make it more adventurous. Put it alongside Tew's form. Where would you be then?
I used to respect you in Vientiane, and now you blackmail me. I'm a loser, you know, Sam. So who wants to bug my apartment?
Narcotics. But we'll have access.
We? The service, do you mean?
We are interested in Tew also. All those trips he takes to the Chinese mainland, for instance.
Oh, well, the service is different. Okay, I'll help the service.
That's what I like to hear. That's like the Lizzie I knew. We think something, or somebody, important is coming in from Red China soon by sea. The Admiral Nelson has been out touring the out islands these last days. No little bird told us what the captain was looking for.
Drake's the captain, Sam. And anyway, he has his favourite island.
We won't touch Drake's cat's honour. What island, Lizzie?
Po Toi. It's where he landed in 1951. Drake goes there now and again, just to look at where he came ashore.
A particular spot?
A piece of beach. Of course, Po Toi has a festival about now each year. Drake always goes to that.
Let's have another, shall we, for old time's sake? Years since I saw you. 2 more, same as before.
If Drake or that Tew ever knew I'd talk to you, they'd crucify me. I mean, crucify.
You'd better not breathe a word, Lizzie. We shan't.
Do you know Jerry Westerby, Sam?
The press hand? Yeah, just about. Why?
I wondered where he got to. I rather liked him, even if he did give me a bad time. He knew all about Ricardo, you know. Said he was still alive. And all in front of Tew.
He's left Hong Kong, so I was told. His papers sent him to cover some war or another. It's what happens to newshounds.
Ricardo's lair. House on stilts. In the middle of a wide path with all-round vision. Somebody moving between the stilts. Only a couple of Thai girls. Field at the back. Shed big enough to house a beechcraft. Right. Here we go, sport.
My name's Westerby. I think you knew I was coming. I'm a poor journalist with expensive ideas.
What do you want, Westerby? Somebody told me you got killed on the way.
I want to blackmail Drake Coe. $2 million. Your freedom, Ricardo. $2 million each. With my brains and your information and Lizzie Worthington's figure, a dead cert.
Come up, Westerby. Past the girls. Up the stairs and through the trap. Slowly.
Gun barrel like a cycloptic eye above. Tew would have told him, here, Westby, out. Kill him afterwards, perhaps? This man is Tew's prisoner, remember, sport. Up into the room. Small arms museum. AK-47 on tripod.
Take off your
all
jacket,
approaches.
please, Westerby.
Grenades, ammo, fridges, ice maker. No electricity. Nudes on walls, books on company law, virgin.
You play
and
tennis?
first child.
You got muscles like a gorilla. I like very much tennis. I'm an extremely good player. Why you come here unarmed, huh? Sometimes you gotta hide with the enemy to get away from your friends. How you get here, Westerby?
Oh, you saw the car. Found a local driver. Mickey.
Now I know the man. I ride horses, Westerby. Bucks. Shoot. I got degrees. I fly an airplane. I know a lot of things in life. I am very intelligent. But owing to unforeseen circumstances, I live in the jungle like a monkey. That what you call a paranoid, Westerby? Somebody who think everybody is enemy?
I rather think it is.
Well, these paranoid got real enemies.
With $2 million, I'm sure most of them could be eliminated.
Westerby, I must tell you honestly, I regard your business proposition as crap. You know, Westerby, I definitely heard you had an accident. Hey, want a drink?
Yeah, I'll pour it for myself.
They say you took my little Lizzie out to dinner. That true?
I took her out to dinner, yes.
You screw her?
Mr. Tew joined us.
What's that mean, Westerby? You see Lizzie again, tell her. I, Ricardo, forgive her. I train her. I tell her a lot of things. Art, culture, politics, business, religion. I teach her how to make love, and I send her into the world. You know that movie, Pygmalion? Well, I'm the professor. A girl like that, from nowhere, an English scrubber. She got a kid, you know that? She walk out on him, imagine. Huh? Such a mother, huh? Worse than a whore. You gone deaf, Westerby? I said outline to me your business proposition.
I thought if you told me what it was Drake Coe wanted you to do that time you flew for him, and if Lizzie could get me alongside Coe, and we all kept our hands on the table, we'd have a good chance of taking him to the cleaners.
Are you crazy, Westerby, crazy?
Not if Coe was asking you to fly into the China mainland for him, I'm not. And that's only for openers.
China, Westerby, China? The China mainland? You talk through your ass. What makes you think I fly to China for coal? Ridiculous, laughable.
My editor makes me think it, sport. My editor gets to know things. Such as, soon after you died in that crash, you sold a great lump of opium to a friendly American narcotics man. Coe's opium, not yours to sell at all. Meant for the China mainland.
Your editor is crazy, too. I don't like your editor, Westerby.
My editor thinks Coe wants to reintroduce the opium habit to the mainland. slowly creating new markets. You follow me? Now, if this is so, Coe would go a very long distance to prevent the information getting out.
Those Chinese can be very hard people, Weatherby.
Yeah, oh, sure, Sport, sure. That's not all we know, either. There's another aspect altogether, even more lucrative.
What is that, Weatherby? What are these other aspects you refer to? Kindly tell me, please.
Oh, I think I'll keep that warm while you give me a little something in return.
You're some crazy fellow. Holy Maria, that Chewy, a pretty rough guy. You mess with a guy like Chew, you got pretty big trouble.
We'll beat them at their own game. Coe is a very legal-minded man. We'll use English lawyers. We'll collect witnesses. We'll stack it so high a board of bishops couldn't knock it down.
I got 50 acres of land in Bali, Weatherby. You come into business with me. We develop these things together. Build 50 houses, make a colony.
I need hard facts. Dates, times, places. When you've told me, I'll trade you. I'll explain those other aspects to you.
Sure. We screw him. Sure we do. In Vietnam, I fall in love with this girl, Weatherby. I fall in love. This is very rare and holy to me. Black hair.
Let him go on. He's no one to talk to about himself. So let him confess. With confession, all you have to do is tilt the stream a little.
Bits of bodies.
Enough,
Dope.
Ricardo.
Jesus, that was some shooting that war. Twice I fly into Yunnan province. I am fearless, Weatherby. Totally. Even my good looks do not make me afraid for myself. Listen, I snap my fingers, Lizzie, come back to me, okay?
So how did it go with Chew and Drake?
You confuse me, Weatherby. If I tell you too much, I have to shoot you. I'm a very talkative person, you follow me?
About Chew, Ricardo. Tell me.
When Chew came to Vientiane, I got Lizzie to find out about him. Found he was a big cat in China Air Sea. He came to me, the best pilot in Vientiane. Wanted me to fly opium to a friendly country. I told him I never yet heard an Asian country with a friendly neighbor. Chew laughed at my joke.
Did he offer a price?
Pay my debts, keep me on salary with Indo Charter, tell me to wait.
So when did the kissing stop?
What the hell you mean?
Well, how long did you draw your pay and kick around before Chew gave you orders?
6 weeks. Listen, I tell you how it happened. We went up country then. They gave me a dandy little beechcraft. Then Chew tells me I'm to fly into China, 50 miles in. He gives me instructions where I land. Here I am to unload the opium, collect the package. He don't say what kind. He tell me, you do that and keep your big mouth shut, and we will look after you all your life like you are our son. But you screw us, or you go big-mouthing around town, we definitely will kill you. Weatherby, I am very concerned. I see it go wrong. I see Ricardo in a wooden cage, no women, extremely lousy food, no place to stand or sleep or sit. Called an imperialist spy and running dog, to be locked up all my life in China for pushing opium. I am not enthusiastic.
So you took off and headed north?
I never flew so good in my life. North, then east, very low over the mountains, then south again. After that, I became like the Flying Dutchman. I flew, I hid, I kept away from everyone. Chew had me posted dead. I did not object to being dead.
Where was Lizzie in all this?
Lizzie? In Vientiane. On the moon, in bed with Chew. What the hell I care?
Did she know of the deal with Chew?
I never knew a woman so irrelevant. Listen. I gave her to Draco, okay? I make her fortune. She knew nothing, Weatherby. You referred to another aspect of the case? Kindly advise me what it is, Weatherby.
Coe has a younger brother in Red China. Used to be called Nelson, now a big beef with Peking. Coe's been trying to get him out for years. The package you were to bring back was Brother Nelson. That's why Coe was going to love you like his own son if you brought him out. And kill you if you didn't.
Holy Maria.
Now, with that information, if we can't touch Coe for $5 million, we're crazy.
$5 million? Listen, that's some smart research you guys did. 5 million. That's some smart editor you work for. Hey, you be my business partner. Like you say, I need an Englishman in my life. You hold me down a little. You do that for Ricardo?
No problem.
5 million. Hey, what a deal, horse rider. Listen, I gotta tell the girls below some little thing. You play with the guns a minute, okay?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Jesus. Personal family thing regarding girls. You stay there, Weatherby.
My driver's with the girls. So where's Ricardo going? Out? Write something for him. Address. Reach me here any time, sport. Yeah. That looks authentic. South Sui Street. Marvelous. Oh. He likes contracts. All right. I, Jerry Westerby, do solemnly swear to share with my friend, Captain Tiny Ricardo, all proceeds relating to our joint exploitation of his life story. There he is. Been visiting the car, has he? Something has been arranged. He's coming back.
It's getting dark out there. You stay the night, okay? I talked to the girls. They like you.
Yeah, I've got to get on, sport. I've written this out.
Huh? Yeah. Sure, if you've got to go.
Yeah, I have an English lawyer in Bangkok. I'll have him draft a legal deposition. I'll bring it back to you to sign.
Fair enough, my friend. Go well, my friend.
Super. Yeah. Well, I'll be back. Be seeing you.
Fine man. Those girls say he's some pretty fine lover.
I checked the oil, checked the engine. No plastic.
What you say? Plastic? Cargo, quick.
Mickey, is the petrol gauge accurate?
Accurate? Ah, sure, read right.
When we arrived near the house, at the village, you had half full gas.
Okay.
You still have half full gas. You put any gas in, you fill car.
No.
Stop the car. Get out, fast.
No.
We run. Into the scrub, down.
Okay.
Head down, Mickey, down. It's a Viet Cong invention. You take out the pin of a grenade, put an elastic band over the spring, slip the grenade into the petrol tank, and wait for the petrol to eat through the elastic band. That took longer than it should, Major. Ricardo must have used thick rubber bands.
Is that so? Is that your copy?
That's all I have to report. You'll send it as arranged.
Thank you, Mr. Westerby. Your orders are to remain here while we dispatch your signal. Your orders are to stand by for confirmation and further instructions. Does that figure, sir?
Of course. Super.
Heard the glad news by any chance?
What news is that, sport?
We just lost the war, Mr. Westerby. Yes, sir. Last of the brave just gotten themselves scraped off the roof of the Saigon embassy by chopper like a bunch of rookies caught with their pants down in a whorehouse. I'll go send your letter home to Mommy. How is the Queen, by the way?
Just my luck. A spookhouse major doesn't like the Brits. Oh, tired. Am I tired? Oh, have a whiskey. Not that it helps. That is all I want. Oh, that is the last straw. Well, where's your next stop, Jerry Sport? Somewhere to sleep. Oh, I think of you, Lizzie. Haven't slept the way I like since old Frosty on the slab. Bloody music. Bloody end-of-the-world music. Oh, come on, hurry up. Major lost the war. I want to know,
Where to next? Who now? And I want to see you again, Lizzie.
That music driving you mad?
Just about.
You'd rather have Land of Hope and Glory. Okay. Plane leaves for Bangkok, 1-100. Read the signal, Mr. Westerby. I have. The cousins will fly you to Bangkok. From Bangkok, you will proceed immediately to London, England. You will on no account return to Hong Kong. Mission accomplished. London, England, by flight of your choosing. You will on no account return to Hong Kong.
I think our meeting went very well. All things considering, Peter.
I suppose so, George.
Suppose so. You have some reservations?
Not reservations so much, George, as observations.
Such as?
When you told Martello about Nelson Coe, the great surprise, Martello overdid it, and his team the opposite. They knew, George. They already knew.
You think so? It is likely. You're probably right. However, the operation is ours to run. If we catch Nelson, he is ours, not Martello's.
But, George, Enderby, Lacan even, they want to give the whole operation over to the cousins. I know you've stopped them, but why are they trying to shop us?
You think they are? Obviously you do. I imagine they have some political contrivance in mind. Now, we leave for Hong Kong this evening. Have we heard anything more of Drake Coe?
No, George. He's still silent, not moving. We have heard, though, that Tew has returned from the China mainland and is with Coe.
We should be staying in Martello's bunkhouse in Hong Kong, did I tell you?
Yes, you did. Do you think the news of schoolboys meeting with Ricardo has reached Drake Coe?
I'm sure it has. Ricardo has good relations, so it seems, with the Thai army in his vicinity. He'd use their facilities. Schoolboy did a very good job. Difficult assignment, carried out with unswerving loyalty. Where is he now?
On his way here, London. At least, that's what he should be doing. Of course, he has to make his own way. Fly out from Bangkok.
Sorry, George. Dear old George. Got to go to Hong Kong first. Got to see that Lizzie Worthington is all right. You see, George, Lizzie is my kind of loser. And I love her. And I want to remain with her. And you see, George, now that the cousins are in on this, it'll be a much rougher ball game than the sort you would play. And Lizzie could get hurt bad. I can't leave her to cope alone, can I, George? She's got that bastard Sam Collins on her back, I know that. And he'll wave the service's Union Jack at her, and she'll respond by offering her all to Queen and country. Now, I think I read her right, George. I don't know what you have in store for Drake Coe, George, but whatever it is, I reckon Lizzie is likely to find herself suffering, and without friends. And I remember Frosty, George. So it's high time I took some matters into my own hands. And Lizzie.
No one knows we're even in the building, George.
Yes, indeed, Marty.
Murphy here is the invisible man.
Sir, the map we have in front of us shows...
Cool it a moment, Murphy, will you? Let Mr. Smiley and Mr. Gwillem find their feet.
I'm all right, thank you, Marty. I mean, this is a bunker. Below ground, no windows, out of the world, like all bunkers.
Only superficially, Peter. In fact, we're in direct communication with all our Hong Kong operators. The guys on the street, the guys in the apartment next to Lizzie Worthington's, the whole schmear. Although George seems to have a source all his own.
Just odds and ends, Marty, laid out long ago.
Sure. I'll believe you, George. Okay, Murphy, lay it on the line.
Sir, the Chinese junk fleet left Swatow on the night of Friday, April 25th. They'd sailed south and then southwest of the fishing beds marked A, B, C, and D on the chart, south of Hong Kong.
Yeah, thank you, Murphy. And we can assume it is the intention of the junk containing Nelson Coe to hit Hong Kong waters on the night of May 4, the moon then being in its last quarter. Murphy?
Sir, if we follow precedents right down the line...
We do. The escape is to be an exact repetition of Drake's own journey in 51.
Then our junk should hit the southernmost out island of Po Toi at 2000 hours tomorrow and rejoin the fleet along the Pearl River in time to make Canton the following day, May 5.
That size of junk, can she come close in?
She can come as close as she wishes, provided always the sea is not too rough.
So what does Nelson do, George, to lose his fleet?
He'll hang back. The fleets like to move in column astern. Nelson will tell his skipper to take the rear position.
I guess you know, George. Murphy, what identifications are used by these fleets?
Well, very little is known in that area, sir. Out at sea, they show no lights at all, mostly for fear of pirates.
I expect Nelson's junk to carry 3 lights, 2 green lights vertically on the sternmast and 1 red light to starboard.
How the devil do you know that, George?
Ah, well, Peter. Now, Po Toi Island, the one which gives the group their name, is of volcanic rock, 790 feet high, with a shrinking population of about 200. Their festival is tomorrow night.
Well, this festival of Tin Hao, sir, is concentrated in the one main harbor right here on the southwest point. Mr. Smiley's informed prediction has the coal landing operation taking place here in a small cove on the east side of the island.
Okay, that side of the island has no population, and at festival time, even the odd traveller is unlikely.
Where? At his old flat. All right, hold everything, I'll tell him. George, that field man of yours, Westerby, he's not done what he should. He's here in Hong Kong.
Tell them to watch for the girl, Lizzie Worthington. He'll try to contact her.
He's been to his flat. He got a surprise. The guy he led it to, an American reporter, was murdered in it. Our agents just found him. Westerby left fast.
I'll try for the girl.
Lizzie! Me, Jerry, remember?
Jerry, how did you...
Find you. Long story. I'll tell you some other time. Let's take a taxi.
But my car's...
I know. It's about you a mile off in there. Here's a cab.
Where are we going?
I'll tell you when we get there. In you go.
Oh. A bordello. This is where they said I'd end up.
The last place to look for us.
You put a gun in my back, didn't you?
I thought you took it very well.
Hadn't got much choice, had I? What's going on? I get abducted to a very smart and secluded bordello. Taken to the best bedroom. Look at that bed. And you sit and look as if you've seen... I don't know. Something awful.
I let my flat to an American pal while I was away, called Luke. Came back to find him dead in it. Head in pieces. It should have been me, Lizzie. He'd been dead for weeks.
You? Why, Jerry?
I paid a visit to your old friend, Ricardo. He seemed surprised I hadn't had an accident. He'd said so twice. Then tried to fix one for me.
Jerry, what the hell do you want?
You. For keeps.
Is Sam Mellon a friend of yours?
Same firm, up to yesterday. But no friend. I'm free and willing, Lizzie.
I know. Only, what's happening, Jerry? Why bring me here? Not just to tell me you want me for keeps.
The Co thing is getting very grubby. It's not going to work out well. They're very rough boys you're all mixed up with. Co included. Looked at cold, he's a grade A public enemy. Well, I thought you'd like a leg out of it. That's why I came back. My Sir Galahad act. It's just that I don't quite know what's gathering round you. Mellon, all that. And I've seen 2 men who died nastily. So, maybe we should unbutton it together and see what's there.
I'm frightened, Jerry. I don't know what's happened to Drake.
He's not been in touch?
No. He always phones me.
You bought Ricardo his life, didn't you?
Chinese arrange marriages every day. It was necessary I got free of Rick that way. Drake and Lisa had a marriage of a sort.
Lisa? Why not Lizzie?
There'd been a Lisa in Drake's life. The fortune-teller said he'd find another. So we gave Lizzie a shove over to Lisa. I started again. New name. Worth. No police record. Then that sod Mellon marches in and says he'll get them to rewrite it.
What did you have to tell him?
About Po Toy Island, where Drake landed in 51. Somebody's coming there. Landing where Drake landed. Tomorrow night. And tomorrow's the festival.
Do you know Drake has a brother, Nelson?
Yes. Drake told me the last time we were on Po Toy.
This place where Drake landed, could you take me to it?
Yes. If it will help Drake. You see, Drake never broke a promise in his life.
It will help Drake, Lizzie. And Nelson. We can get a boat over tonight, later. I know someone who'll run us. Will you come?
If you say. If it'll help Drake.
Her car's been found in an underground car park in Central.
Well, at least he's doing something, George. Westerby's doing something, more than we are.
What do you want George to do, Marty? Walk the streets till he finds him? Westerby's a professional. He can lie up for months in a town like this, and we won't get a cent of him.
Well, you guys can shake this town out any time. George, there's a man of yours out there who seems bent on running amok. Nelson Co. is the biggest catch you or I are ever likely to land.
Marty, is Drake Co. still on his boat?
I haven't heard otherwise.
Surveillance are sure no one's left it.
It's just possible Westerby may try to reach Co. You have a static post at the quayside. Tell them to keep eyes in the back of their heads. The Admiral Nelson hasn't moved, I take it?
No, sir. Still in Po Toy Bay. They say she's a fine sight, surrounded by hundreds of small craft.
There's the Admiral Nelson, Jerry.
Super. Any sign of Kerr?
No. He's probably having a kip after lunch.
It's hot enough. Is this really the way he brought you, Lizzie?
I told you. It's just up and up and up and up and bingo. What do you think I am, a bloody nitwit?
I didn't say a thing. Come on. Up and up and up and up.
Well, here we are. This is where he brought me.
It's colder up here. Mind the wind, Lizzie. Cliff edge. The wind hits the face and shoots up.
There it is. That sort of inlet.
He landed down there. That brown rock on that beach.
Yes. There's a narrow little path down. On your right.
Got it. Come back a bit. Now listen. It's his brother Nelson. Drake's bringing him out of China tonight by sea. That must be it. The trouble is, other people would like a chat with Nelson. And that's where Sam Collins' Mellon comes in. Now, I think you should get the hell out of here. Drake's not going to want you around, that's for sure.
Is he going to want you?
Well, not at first. Lizzie, go back to the harbour. Catch a lift. There's plenty of boats.
If you say. Jerry, tell him I kept faith. I stuck to the deal.
I'll see you at the hotel tomorrow morning.
Tell him I stuck to the deal.
Go now, Lizzie. See you tomorrow.
And tell him they made it impossible. They fenced me in. Goodbye, Jerry.
Willem? Yes? Aberdeen?
Sir.
When?
Navy intelligence has the junk fleet making
10 minutes.
6 knots and slap on course.
They found the girl. What did she say? Yes? I see. Right. We'll come back to you. Thank you. She's with the chief of police. They picked her up at Aberdeen Harbour as she landed. She'd cadged a lift back from Po Toy.
So what's the story? Where's Westerby?
Apparently, she said they'd had a row and left by different boats. The chief says give him another hour with her.
And where's Drake Co., Peter?
The Admiral Nelson hasn't sailed. Still in Potoy Harbour.
Well, if she told Westerby what she told Collins, then he stayed on the island.
With what in mind? George, for what purpose is that man remaining on that island?
He's waiting.
For what, may I inquire?
Whatever we do, we must let Nelson land.
Why don't we just go right in with the choppers and scoop Nelson off that end junk?
Murphy, shut up.
Now, right up to the last minute, Drake Coe has one sanction. He can signal his brother not to come ashore. The merest hint of something wrong could persuade him to do that.
Okay, George. Well, what does Westerby want? Now, don't tell me he's one of those Cold War converts with a middle-aged mission to wash his soul in public.
Not Jerry Westerby. Never.
Well, maybe he's gone mad. Maybe he thinks his mission is to foul up this operation. Maybe he's got a blackmail thing going, only I can't see how the hell that can be.
Well, it could be that he's getting some of his own back, so to speak.
You mean he no longer believes, George? He's changing sides or playing his own ballgame?
Perhaps he sees it all as a conspiracy, Marty.
Does he? Well, which is it going to be, that's all? The conspiracy or the cock-up?
What does it matter? He's on the island, Marty. We daren't send anyone in after him. Not now. Things are too critical.
If he's killing time at the festival, maybe we could seek him out. He's head and shoulders taller than most in the crowd. We could get to him with a minimum of disturbance.
I don't think he'll be in the crowd. He's a trained fieldman. He'll see the danger. I'm sure he'll get to where the Worthington girl showed him Drake Coe landed. And he'll go to ground there.
It's what the hell motivates Westerby. If we knew that, we wouldn't be playing blind man's buff.
Look, the girl belongs to Drake Coe, right? Perhaps he's going to try to trade for her.
Oh, shut up, Murphy.
Murphy could be right. Look at it like this. Westerby is gone on the girl, hopelessly. He likes women, does Jerry, but he's a bad chooser. She's his sort. He gets to Coe before Nelson lands, tells him the bad news, asks for Lizzie. George?
Oh, yes, it's quite possible. Yes. I wonder if he's thought of the aftermath of the betrayal. I doubt it.
Murphy, I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
So, we must assume Westerby will intercept Coe just before or as his brother's coming ashore. Right, George?
It's as good an assumption as any.
Okay. That means Drake can signal Nelson not to land. Which means the whole of last month's work, the whole expensive, gut-busting caboose is null and void. We are out of business, probably for good. All of us. We blew it. We let one lovesick, crazy, aristocratic fieldman blow the hooter on us. George, I don't know about you, but I reckon no administration except the U.S. Mail will ever employ me again.
And if Nelson does land and can't get back to his junk, then Drake hides him on Potoy, doesn't put him on his launch, so that when we stop it and search it...
I think the landing party had better be alerted. It's our only chance.
Put the contingency plan in operation?
Yes, at once.
Murphy, give the signal.
Sir.
Which of you guys are coming, George?
Oh, Sam Collins is already with you, and
Air Red.
Peter is joining you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. Will it be dark on that island now?
Let me see. No, dusk. But it's dark in 15 minutes.
Dark now. Full moon, not yet clear. Listen. Drake won't bring his large cruiser to this bit of coast, I'm sure. Too damn risky. Lee shore to break up on. She draws too much water. But Nelson has to come to this beach. So Drake gets here by sampan. Or up a dinghy. Listen. Nothing. Better get down to the beach now, Gerald Sport. What? Is there something there, offshore? Can't make out from here. Better risk crawling down to the sea's edge. Gently. Gently. Ah, there. Sampan at anchor. Near enough to walk off. Here they come.
Turn it down. Diyan. Sipunjak. Zero.
Welcome ashore, Draco. Lizzie's lover, Nelson's brother. And welcome, Mr. Tew, killer. Tonight, I'll have you. Here they come.
那可以行到太速方便，好玩好听，真好听，听一听。
A cozy fag to help them relax. Good. Don't bloody breathe, even. Now, to get Mr. Tew. A distraction of attention technique. Their backs to me, 6 paces away. Handful of pebbles against the cliff face, and he'll come running. Hello, Tew. That was for what you tried to do to me. What you did to Luke and Frosty. What you'd like to have done to Lizzie. And I'll have them gun. Oh, you'll live. But you'll never be so sure of yourself again.
Kill Mr. Westerby, the English youth man.
The same, sport.
You're a very political man, Mr. Westerby. What do you want here?
Come up here, Mr. Kerr. I want to talk.
Mr. Ricardo tells my people it is your aim to blackmail me. Is money your aim, Mr. Westerby?
Message from your girl. She says she keeps faith. She's on your side.
I don't have a side, Mr. Westerby. I'm an army of one. What do you want? My people tell me you are some kind of hero. Heroes are very political persons, Mr. Westerby. I don't care for heroes.
I came to warn you. They want Nelson. They know about him. You mustn't take him back to Hong Kong. They know he's arriving tonight. They've got plans that will last him the rest of his life, and you as well.
What do you want, Mr. Westerby?
A deal?
Nobody wants a deal. They want a commodity. A deal obtains for them the commodity. Tell me, please, what do you want?
You bought yourself Lisa with Ricardo's life. I thought I might buy her back with Nelson's freedom. I want her for myself. I'll speak to my people for you. I know what they want, and my people will settle.
A political settlement, Mr. Westerby. With your people, I have made many political settlements with them. They are not to be trusted, Mr. Westerby.
Look, your brother's right behind you, Mr. Kerr.
The fleet?
In the path of the moon. One junk is your brother's.
The lamp, connected.
You hold the lamp. Give me the leads. Got it. Now it should work.
It works, Mr. Westerby.
Wait, you're signaling too soon. 10, 11, 12 junks. Let me see, Mr. Kerr. Now, which one?
The last junk.
Got it. Signal?
One red, one green.
Right. Red. Green.
Ah, there's a reply.
Super. Now, can he fix on that?
Sure, he will fix on that.
Then leave it alone. Don't do any more. Will his junk carry lights?
2 green on the mast, 1 red to starboard.
Will it come on shore?
No, only to the headland. Our sampan will collect him from the junk, bring him here.
Super. Listen. Huh? Nothing. How we wait, Mr. Kerr?
Mr. Westerby, I am advising you sincerely. If you are play a trick on me for my brother Nelson, your Christian Baptist hell will be our most comfortable place by comparison with what my people do to you. But if you help me, I give you everything. That is my contract. And I never broke a contract in my life.
This is no trick, Mr. Kerr. Can you see the junk still? Look through the eyepiece.
No. Oh, yes. One, alone. Here, take a look.
Marvellous. There she is. 2 green, 1 red. In she comes.
There. There, the sampan. That's the Westerby. See? See?
Yes, they're beside the junk. Listen. Oh. It's all quiet. Thought it was an engine.
Patrol boat. No.
No.
Is in the sampan. Nelson. My brother. There. There.
Here he comes.
Bring him back here, Mr. Coe.
Nelson. Short as Drake is tall. Mr. Coe, don't stand there all night.
Oh, my God. Get back in the boat. Hurry! Hurry, look! Helicopters! 3 bloody choppers! They've come to lift Nelson, Mr. Coe. Look! They're lowering a cage to snatch him. Keep him out of the searchlights. It's coming down. A cage to hold him. Oh, my God, they've got him! They've got him! They're winching him up! This is me! Westerby! Aye, bastards! Oh, what the hell? What more do you want?
For 5th floorers only. Jerry Westerby is dead. Many of you here knew him better than I did, and I don't think he liked me all that much. I admired him. He was a great field man, a professional to his fingertips, but a professional who had flair, the never-ending flow of enthusiasm. He died a noble death, and he died as Operation Dolphin came to its triumphant conclusion. A triumph which owed a great deal to Jerry's heroic part in it. We shall mourn him as a member of the circus, and as a friend, and as the sort of person rarely met with. The sort we shall not forget. Thank you.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Saul Enderby. I would like to congratulate you all upon the triumphant, as Sam Collins so rightly said, triumphant conclusion of Operation Dolphin. You may like to know that the final object of the exercise, Comrade Nelson Coe, is in safe hands in America.
And darling George, is he in safe hands too?
George Smiley is having a rest, Miss Sachs. Not surprisingly, he's suffering from some strain.
Smiley was under strain all the time.
Has he been put out to grass?
Go and see him yourself, Peter. He's at home in Chelsea. At present, I shall be in his chair, with Sam, as you know, as head of operations.
So, Sir S. Enderby said go and see you, George. So I have. Only I brought Molly along for moral, or is it immoral, support. We haven't interrupted you.
Good gracious, no. Just writing a letter to Anne.
Is she well?
Oh, very well, thank you. She's in Wiltshire for the present.
And you, George? Are you well?
Oh, very, thank you.
The 5th floor was told of Westerby's death by Sam Collins, who made quite a moving speech.
Did you know Sam was being made head of ops, George?
They did consult me, Peter. Enderby and Laken, that is. On the grounds that Sam is a hustler, which it seems is what is required at present. It's probably a good appointment.
All part of a conspiracy, of course.
Conspiracy, Peter?
Which you knew about.
Peter, you promised not to run hares.
George doesn't mind, I'm sure. Do you realise, Molly Meakin, that Nelson was snatched not only under Coe's nose, but ours? I saw it, as I saw Westerby killed.
Well, Jerry was quite another matter. Jerry was a conspiracy of one. Do we know what happened to that Worthington girl?
The blonde adventuress.
Hong Kong press report, George. She got sent down for 3 years, drug running.
Was she doing that during Dolphin? I thought she was Coe's mistress. Did he use her in such a manner?
No, the drug running was a few years earlier, from Vientiane.
Yes, she was very much Jerry's sort of woman.
What does that mean, please?
Unsuccessful. The sort who'll be found out and misused.
Misused is the right word. She ran drugs for one melon from Vientiane.
Also for Ricardo, remember? I wonder how her parents will take that. Oh, what chance did she have? They were both quite mad, you know.
So I gathered. 1 or 2 other Chinese were put away also, Mr. Tu included. Jerry nearly killed him on that beach.
I'd never thought of Jerry as a violent man. That is, unless in self-defence, so to speak.
I met him once only. I thought he was quite dangerous.
Ah.
To women, I mean, if he set his cap.
That's very perceptive of you. And Drake Coe? Has anyone touched him at all?
No, he'll still be invited to the governor's tea parties.
Have you thought, without Nelson's thumbprint, the gold seam money can't be moved? And it's not a matter of sending the print. Nelson has to be seen to make it.
I bet the cousins have a team trying to work that one out.
Are you coming back, George?
Saul Enderby should make a good chief for these times. The old order has to give way.
Connie says she's packing her trunks. DeSalis had lunch with Oliver Lacan, but it didn't seem to help.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. Still, Roddy Martindale got nothing out of it, did he?
No, thank God. You must have known, George, that Enderby and Martello were in each other's pockets.
Yes, Molly did explain to me how they went fishing together.
In more ways than one. I mean, Enderby conspired with the cousins against you and for your job.
The cousins knew they were to get first bite at Nelson from the moment they knew he existed.
That was the trading Enderby did for their support. Without their support, he'd not be sitting in your chair now, George.
Well, Jerry's mavericking left me with no option.
No, I know. And Sam Collins played his part. There wasn't a thing he didn't pass on to Martello.
They are wrong, Peter. I only let him tell Martello stuff of little importance. Sam played his part most loyally, as he knew he had to.
Or else. But there was a conspiracy, wasn't there? And you knew about it. Perhaps you even welcomed it.
I can't answer your question, Peter, not directly. I was writing something to Anne, though, which has a bearing. Let me read it to you both. I honestly do wonder, without wishing to be morbid, how I reached this present pass. So far as I can ever remember of my youth, I chose the secret road because it seemed to lead straightest and furthest toward my country's goal. The enemy in those days was someone we could point at and read about in the papers. Today, all I know is that I've learned to interpret the whole of life in terms of conspiracy. That's the sword I've lived by. And as I look round me now, I see it as the sword I shall die by as well. These people terrify me. But I am one of them. If they stab me in the back, then at least that is the judgment of my peers.
In The Honourable Schoolboy by John le Carré, dramatised for radio by Frederick Bradnam, Jerry Westerby was played by Martin Jarvis and George Smiley by Peter Vaughan. Lizzie Worthington, Natasha Pine, Peter Gwillim, John Rowe, Connie Sachs, Mary Wimbush, Dr. Salis, Cyril Shaps, Tiny Ricardo, Peter Marinka, Martello, Paul Maxwell, Craw and Drake Coe, Henry Stamper, Mr. Tew, Roger Hume, Molly Meakin, Heather Barrett, Murphy, Terry Malloy, the American Major, David Vann, Sam Collins, Alexander John, and Saul Enderby, Ronald Baddeley. The theme was composed by Stephen Hancock. The play was directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine. Martin Jarvis is a National Theatre player.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Casablanca with Edgar Barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One bright January morning, just a year ago, the city of Casablanca in French Morocco woke up and found itself famous. It had entertained many mysterious visitors from a world at war, but never before the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Within a few days, Warner Brothers had rushed their screen drama, Casablanca, to the theaters of the nation, and people marveled at a Hollywood miracle. Actually, of course, the picture had been planned and filmed during the months previous, because Casablanca had an exciting story to tell even before the President and Prime Minister arrived. It's a story of love and hate in a background of adventure and sudden death. Tonight we bring you that drama with a cast that producers dream about. Hedy Lamarr and Alan Ladd and John Loder. Hedy came back to town last week from Texas, with the applause of the soldiers at Camp Hood still ringing in her ears. And so we borrowed her from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where she's just completed the picture, Heavenly Body. Alan Ladd, of course, came to us from Paramount. I'm hoping to have Alan for my next picture, following the story of Dr. Wassel. Getting these players together in one drama is a talent scoop of the first magnitude in Hollywood, and it's unlikely that it would ever happen in a picture, because our stars are under contract at different studios, and are kept so busy on their home lots that they aren't loaned out, as the phrase goes. We really should thank Lux Toilet Soap for making this occasion possible. Every bit of work and artistry that has gone into our production, from the first word of the script on paper to the final dress rehearsal, has been designed for your enjoyment. We might call it a bonus that you get when you buy Lux Toilet Soap, above and beyond the bonus of beauty that you expect. And we'll pay that bonus right now, as the curtain rises on the first act of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick, Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa Lund, and John Loder as Victor Laszlo, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. Everyone knows that name today, Casablanca. Before the war, Casablanca was just another small seaport, with its face to the Mediterranean and its back to the North Atlantic. But then, as the Nazi lash descended upon Europe, hordes of refugees, like the boiling waters of a burst dam, flooded into the sanctuary of its white walls. Those with money enough, or influence enough, obtained exit visas, bearing the seal of the Vichy government, and fled to Lisbon, and from Lisbon to the Americas. The others just waited and waited. But all who came to Casablanca were not refugees. The German intelligence was always there when anything unusual occurred, as, for example, the murder of 2 Nazi couriers.
Major Strasser, may I present Captain Renaud, Police Prefect of Casablanca?
Unoccupied France welcomes you, Major.
Thank you.
You may find the climate of Casablanca a trifle warm.
We Germans must get used to all climates, Captain, from Russian to the Sahara. But perhaps you were not referring to the weather.
Oh, what else, my dear Major?
The murder of the couriers. What has been done about it? Captain Renaud already knows who the murderer is. Excellent. He is in custody?
There is no hurry. Tonight he will come to Rick's.
That cafe, Major, I pointed it out to you.
Everybody in Casablanca comes to Rick's, but this one will not leave.
Frankly, Captain, I did not journey here simply to find an assassin. The real reason for my visit is Victor Laszlo.
I thought as much.
Has he arrived yet?
Yes, this afternoon, with a very beautiful young woman. I met them.
Renaud, Laszlo must not leave Casablanca. I have learned that he is prepared to offer a fabulous bribe for a visa to Lisbon.
I am prepared to refuse it.
Where is he staying, you know?
Major, I even know the time he intends to bathe.
I would like to talk with Laszlo. Can it be arranged?
Undoubtedly, he too will be at Rick's tonight. Everybody comes to Rick's. Or did I mention that before?
Yes, monsieur?
I reserved a table. Victor Laszlo.
Yes, monsieur Laszlo, just one moment, please.
Victor, are you sure we should have come here? So in public?
The result in the greatest safety in what appears to be a risk.
I see no one here who got his description.
Neither do I. He'll be here, though. Excuse me. I have a ring here. What? A ring. Forced to sell it at a great sacrifice. Well, I hardly think that... Perhaps the lady. The ring is quite unique. You see?
That's it, Victor.
Yes, it's a very interesting ring. What's your name? Berger, monsieur. I recognized you from the newspaper photographs. We read 5 times that you were killed in 5 different places. As you see, 5 different places? As you can see, it's true each time. Thank heaven we found you, Berger. I'm looking for a man by the name of Ugarte. He's supposed to help us. He's here somewhere. You'll need all the help you can get. Yes, this time they mean to stop me.
Oh, I'm so afraid for you, Victor.
We've been in difficult places before. Wait, it's coming back. That's all, Berger. Meet us at the bar later.
Oh, I don't think we want to buy the ring, but thank you for showing it to us.
Yeah?
It's Franz, Rick. Franz Ugarte.
Come in.
Hi, what do you want?
Oh, nothing much, Rick. Too bad about those German couriers, eh?
Well, they got a break. Yesterday, they were just 2 clerks. Today, they're among the honored dead.
You will forgive me for saying this, Rick, but you are a very cynical person.
I forgive you.
You despise me, don't you?
Well, if I gave you any thought, I probably would.
But think of the poor refugees who must rot in Casablanca if I did not help them. Is it so bad that through ways of my own I provide them with exit visas?
For a price, Ugarte, for a price.
Oh, those poor wretches who cannot meet Renault's price, I get it for them at half. Is that so parasitic?
Well, I don't mind a parasite. I just object to a cut-rate one.
Well, after tonight, I'm through with the whole business. I'm leaving Casablanca. Rick, look.
What?
Look, Rick, look. Do you know what these papers are? Letters of transit signed by Marshal Weygand. With his signature, they cannot be rescinded or questioned. Not even by Renault.
So?
So I'm selling these for more money than I ever dreamed of. And then, goodbye.
What are you trying to say, Ugarte?
Rick, I have many friends in Casablanca. But because you despise me, you are the only one I trust. Would you keep these letters for me?
How long?
For an hour, perhaps, till my client arrives.
Okay. But I don't want them here overnight.
Oh, thank you. No fear of that. Now, Rick, I hope you are more impressed with me. I'll go to share my luck now with your roulette wheel.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
I heard a rumor that those Nazi couriers were carrying letters of transit.
No. Yes, poor devils. I heard that rumor, too.
You're right, Ugarte. I am a little more impressed with you. Good evening, Rick. Hello, Renault. Hear that plane, Ricky? It's going to Lisbon. You'd like to be on it? Why, what's in Lisbon? The Clipper that goes to America. Rick, I have often speculated on why you do not return to America. There's a roulette table inside for people who like to speculate. Yes. I noticed Ugarte just went in. Yes, he'll come out poor. What was it, Rick? Whatever brought you to Casablanca? Did you abscond with the church funds back home? Did you run off with somebody's wife? I should like to think that you killed a man. It's the romantic in me. Well, I'll tell you. It was a combination of all 3. Someday I'll find out. Oh, Rick, before you came, I took the liberty of escorting a visitor to your best table, a German, Major Strasser. I wanted him to be on hand for the excitement, because tonight we're making an arrest here. Again? This time a murderer. Please don't warn him, Rick. Now, look, I stick my neck out for nobody. And I'm staging the arrest here out of my high regard for you. It'll interest the customers. And perhaps Major Strasser. Perhaps. Cassell. Yes, Captain. You will find Franz Ugarte inside at the roulette table.
Yes?
Arrest him for the murder of the German couriers.
Yes, Captain.
Or he'll be carrying some letters of transit. Be sure you get them.
Yes.
Louis, there's more than Ugarte on your mind tonight. Oh, you're very observant, Rick. There are many exit visas sold in this cafe, but we know that you have never sold them. That is why I permit you to remain open.
No, I thought it was because I let you win at roulette.
Oh, that's another reason. Rick, a man arrived today in Casablanca on his way to America. Right now he's at the bar. He will offer a fortune to anyone who will furnish him with an exit visa.
What man?
Victor Laszlo. Why, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so interested.
Laszlo has succeeded in interesting half the world. I wonder how he'll manage it.
Manage what?
His escape.
He escaped from a concentration camp, and the Nazis have chased him all over Europe. But this is the end of the chase, Rick.
10,000 francs says it isn't.
Make it 5,000. I'm only a poor, corrupt official. No matter how clever he is, he still needs an exit visa. I should say 2. He's traveling with a lady.
He'll settle for 1.
Oh, I think not. I have seen the lady.
Now, where did you get the idea that I might help Laszlo?
Because I know all about you, Ricky. Enough at least to know you're more a sentimentalist than a cynic. I know that in 1935 you ran guns into Ethiopia. I know that in 1936 you risked your neck with the loyalists in Spain.
And got well paid on both occasions?
The winning side would have paid you much better.
Maybe. Louis, why do you want to keep Laszlo here? Gestapo stank?
You overestimate the influence of the Gestapo. In Casablanca, I'm the boss. I do not interfere with them, nor they. Cassell is a very noisy policeman. Mr. Laszlo, Mademoiselle Lund, welcome to Rick.
You welcomed us this afternoon at the airport, Captain.
I welcome everyone, everywhere. Oh, my profoundest apologies for the recent disturbance, most unfortunate.
Yes, for the poor man who was killed. Horrible.
Horrible, mademoiselle? But then may I ask, why did you remain?
Oh, permit me. Major Strasser, Mademoiselle Lund, Monsieur Laszlo.
We've heard of you, Major.
The Major asked, why did you remain after the regrettable shooting?
We were here to meet someone. He's not yet arrived. Ilza, I think perhaps we should leave now.
It might be wiser, monsieur. I do not think your friend will come. They just removed the body of Franz Ugarte to the morgue.
Franz Ugarte?
Your friend.
I'm sorry, Captain, but the name Franz Ugarte means absolutely nothing to me.
Oh, come now, monsieur. We know that
you... This is enough for tonight. Tomorrow at 10, Monsieur Laszlo, in the captain's office. With Mademoiselle.
We are not under your authority, Major. This is French soil. Captain Renault, is it your order that we come to your office?
Let us say it is my request.
Very well.
At 10 o'clock in the morning. Good night.
Sleep well, Major? Now, my friends, after all this unpleasantness, a little relaxation. Sit down, please. Waiter.
Yes, Captain.
A bottle of the best champagne. Put it on my bill.
Oh, now, please.
Oh, they put it on my bill. I tear the bill up. It's just a little game we play.
We shouldn't stay. We seem to be the only ones left.
I'm afraid Ricky will be very cross with me. Killing one customer and driving the others away. Oh, but that's no reason why you shouldn't be entertained. Sam.
Even, Captain.
Sing something nice for my guest, Sam.
Sure, boss.
Mademoiselle, I had been informed you were the most beautiful woman ever to visit Casablanca. That is a gross understatement.
Thank you. You're very kind. Captain, that man's singing.
He's been staring at you for the past 5 minutes, Ilza.
I've seen him before somewhere.
Oh, Sam? Oh, he came here from Paris with Rick.
Rick? Who is he?
Mademoiselle, you are in Rick's. And Rick is, well...
Is what?
Well, he is the kind of a man that... Well, if I were a woman and I were not around, I would be in love with Rick. No offense, monsieur.
If you both won't think me terribly rude, will you excuse me a moment? I want to talk to Sam.
Sam? Of course, my dear.
Hurry back, mademoiselle.
With all your faults, I love you still.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Ilsa. Never expected to see you again.
Been a long time.
Yes, miss.
Where is he, Sam?
Why, who, miss?
Rick.
I don't know. I ain't seen him all night.
Will he be back?
Not tonight no more. He ain't coming. He went home.
Does he always leave so early after a shooting? Oh, Sam, you used to be a much better liar.
Leave him alone, Miss Ilsa. You're bad luck to him.
Sam, play it once, for old time's sake.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Play, Sam, as time goes by.
I can't remember it, Miss Ilsa.
Please. Sing it, Sam.
Oh, Miss Ilsa. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers meet, they still say...
I thought I told you never to play that.
Now you've done it.
Well, Rick, come here. I want you to meet some charming people.
Well, hello, Elsa.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, you two know each other. Well, then you also know Monsieur Victor Laszlo?
No.
Oh. One hears a great deal about Rick in Casablanca.
And about you everywhere.
Won't you join us for a drink? This is the most interesting cafe, even without the gunplay. I congratulate you.
And I congratulate you.
What for?
For your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
Well, I can't get over you two knowing each other.
I wasn't sure you were the same. Let's see. The last time we met, wasn't it in Paris?
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to remember. It was the day the Germans marched in. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
Ilsa, I don't wish to be the one to say it, but it is late. Yes, so it is. Carl, the bill.
Forget it, Carl. It's my party.
Oh, it is. Well, all in all, a most unusual evening. We'll come again.
Do that.
Will you say goodnight to Sam for me?
Sure.
There's still nobody in the world who can sing as time goes by like Sam.
He hasn't done it in a long time. Good night.
Oh, I'd like just one word with Rick, Monsieur Laszlo, and then if you wish, I'd be delighted to drive you to your hotel. Thank you. We'll wait outside. A very puzzling fellow, this Rick. Just what sort is he?
I really can't say. I met him in Paris. We were once acquaintances.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille presents Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder in Act Two of Casablanca. And now, here are two young workers in a busy office getting ready to leave for the day.
Sue, if you look in that mirror any harder, you'll break it. Why the anxious expression? Oh, no letter from Jim today?
Yes, Jim wrote, and he may get a furlough next month. Say, Peggy.
Yes, Sue?
You know, everyone used to say what a swell complexion I had. Guess it was my best feature. But lately, it doesn't look like anything.
Lost the old sparkle, eh? And now you're worrying because Jim's coming home. You've been working all hours lately. Been neglecting your beauty care, I'll bet.
Well, it is easier not to bother sometimes, I'll admit.
Yes, and it's practically fatal to take that attitude about your looks. Now, listen to your Aunt Peggy, Susie. She's going to prescribe for you. Every day without fail, an active lather facial.
Active lather facial?
With Lux toilet soap. The soap screen stars use. And believe me, it works. I know, because Lux Soap Care helps my skin to look lots nicer. Now, here's what you do.
And this is the Lux Soap Beauty Facial Peggy told her friend to take.
Cover your face generously with that nice, creamy lather. Work it in gently, but thoroughly, too. Now, rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and dry with a soft towel. Easy, isn't it? Just try that every single day from now on.
And only a few weeks later, Sue said,
Oh, Peggy, I owe you and Lux Soap a world of thanks. What a thrill it was to have Jim tell me.
Sue, darling, you look lovely. Prettier than ever. Many a girl has found daily Lux toilet soap facials really make skin lovelier. Recent tests show that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with this care. Grew softer, smoother. Why not let this fine white soap give your skin protecting care it should have? Ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And if you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, be sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Casablanca, starring Alan Ladd as Rick, Hedy Lamarr as Ilsa, and John Loder as Victor, with Edgar Barrier as Renaud. It's hours later, and in Rick's cafe, a solitary lamp still burns. Rick sits at a table staring into an empty highball glass. And in the shadows, Sam fingers the keyboard quietly.
Boss, ain't you going to bed?
Not right now.
Well, ain't you planning on going to bed in the near future?
No. Go on, keep playing, will you?
Okay. Boss, let's get out of here. There ain't nothing but trouble for you here.
She's coming back. I know she's coming back.
Well, we could take the car, you and me, and drive till morning. We'll go fishing somewhere and stay until she leaves.
Ugarte dies and she walks in. One out, one in. Of all the joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Hey, what's that your plan?
Oh, just a little something of my own.
Well, stop it. You know what I want to hear.
No, I don't.
No, you played it for her, you can play it for me.
Yes, boss. Boss, listen.
What?
You got company.
I was counting on it.
Rick, may I talk to you?
So long, boss. Miss Ilse, you shouldn't have come.
One drink?
No.
Why did you have to come to Casablanca?
I wouldn't have come if I'd known you were here. Believe me, Rick, it's true.
Why about your voice? Still the same. Rick, dear, I'll go any place with you. We'll get on a train together and we'll never stop.
Don't, Rick. Please don't. I understand how you feel.
How long did I know you, honey?
Oh, I didn't count the days.
I did. Every one of them. Mostly I remember the last one. Paris. The wow finish. Guy waiting at a station in the rain with a marriage license in his pocket and a funny look on his kisser because a sledgehammer just hit him between the eyes.
Can I tell you a story, Rick?
There's a go. Wow finish?
I don't know the finish yet myself.
Okay. Maybe one will come to you as you go along.
It's about a girl who met a man she's heard about all her life. A great and courageous man. And soon, everything this girl knew or ever became was because of this man. She looked up to him and worshipped him with a feeling she thought was love.
There are better stories in my time. Tell me, was he the guy you left me for? Was it Laszlo? Or were there a few others in between?
Rick.
A lot of people ran away from Paris that day. I wonder if they all left notes. You left a note, didn't you? Sam brought it to me at the railroad station. I guess it was the love light in my eyes that helped him spot me and all that mob.
Yes, I wrote you a note. I know it was cowardly, but I just couldn't face you.
I cannot go with you or ever see you again. Remember? I must not ask why. You just believe that I love you, and God bless you. It's a literal translation, Elson.
I thought if I came here tonight and spoke to you, I could make you understand. I'm sorry, Rick.
Don't give up, honey. I'm just a slow study. Call again sometime and give it another whirl.
We have searched Ugarte's apartment again, Major. No luck. Someone else must have them.
And I strongly suspect that someone is Rick. I suggest you continue the search in the cafe.
If Rick has the letters of transit, he is much too smart to let you find them there.
You give him too much credit. Just another blundering American.
We must not underestimate American blundering, Major. I was with them when they blundered into Berlin in 1918.
As to Laszlo, we want him watched. 24 hours a day.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock, Major, and he and the girl are waiting now for us.
Send them in.
Send them in, Cassell. I do not think we're going to get very far with Laszlo this morning.
Nevertheless, there's no loss in making him the obvious offers.
Only a loss of time. Oh, good morning. I'm delighted to see you both.
Laszlo, mademoiselle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Laszlo, we will not mince words.
Good. Let's begin by saying that I'm an escaped prisoner of the Third Reich, from whom no one ever escaped.
I do not deny you are an exceptional man. Monsieur, you say Third Reich as if you expect there will be others.
I take what comes, Major.
So far, yes. You have been fortunate enough to elude us. You have reached Casablanca. I intend to make certain you stay here.
Whether or not you succeed, Major, is of course problematical.
Not quite. On all exit visas issued here in Casablanca, Captain Renault's signature is necessary. Captain, would you think it possible that Laszlo will receive a visa?
And I'm afraid not, monsieur.
Well, perhaps I'll like it here.
And you, mademoiselle?
You needn't be concerned about me.
As a matter of fact, you could both be on your way to Lisbon this very night.
But of course, under certain conditions. Well, Major, what are your terms?
As leader of the underground movement, you know who the other leaders are. In Paris, Athens, Prague, Amsterdam.
And Berlin?
Furnish me their names and exact whereabouts, and you will have your visa immediately.
And the honor of serving the Third Reich.
Major, what if he did give them to you? What if you did track them down and kill them? From every corner of Europe, hundreds, thousands would rise and take our places. Even Nazis can't kill that far.
You make only one mistake. In the event anything unfortunate should occur to Monsieur Laszlo, no one could take his place.
Thank you.
You wouldn't dare interfere with him here. This is still unoccupied France.
Any violation of neutrality will reflect on you, Captain.
Monsieur, so far as it is in my power, that neutrality will be respected.
Are you finished with us?
For the moment, yes.
Then good day. Come, Ilse.
Your next step toward securing a visa is what, monsieur?
I don't know.
Well, let me save you some time. Sooner or later, the man to see will be Senor Ferrari, and he operates the Blue Parrot Cafe across the street from your hotel. Good day, mademoiselle.
Hello, Ferrari. I saw the supply truck come in. I thought I'd stop by for the American cigarettes.
But why yourself? My boy will bring them over.
Every time he does, the order's a little bit short.
Carrying charges, my boy, carrying charges. I'm glad you're here, Rick. I want to talk to you. The news about Ugarte upset me very much.
Now, look, you don't feel any sorrier for Ugarte than I do.
Of course not. What upsets me is that no one knows where those letters of transit are.
Practically no one.
If I could lay my hands on them, I could make a fortune.
And so could I. And I'm a poor businessman.
I have a proposition for whoever has those letters. I'll handle the entire transaction, get rid of the letters, and take all the risk for a small percentage. That's the proposition I have for whoever has those letters.
Well, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Rick, I think you know where they are.
The Norton-Strasser thinks so, too. That's really why I came over here. To give them a good chance to tear my place apart.
Excuse me, Senor. Yes? There's a man who wishes to see you. Monsieur Laszlo. I was rather expecting him. Send him in.
Is he alone?
There is a lady also. She said she would wait outside. But she will not wait alone. Hey, Rick?
Well, suppose you just concentrate on Laszlo. Eh, Ferrari?
Send him in, Sasha. The back way. A little courtesy for Rick.
Good morning.
Hello, Rick.
I'm sorry about last night.
Doesn't matter.
The story had me a little confused, or maybe it was the bourbon.
Forget it.
You can repeat it now. I'm reasonably sober.
I don't think I will.
Why not? After all, I got stuck with a railway ticket.
All right. Victor Laszlo is my husband.
Well, what do you know?
And he was, even when I knew you in Paris.
I don't believe it.
There seems to be so much you don't believe.
What about it?
It happened almost a year before I met you. He loved me, and I thought I loved him. Soon after we were married, he had to leave France.
And this time he has to leave Casablanca.
Yes, he must. Oh, you have so changed, Rick. The Rick I knew in Paris, I could tell him, but not you. I'll be leaving Casablanca soon, and I hope we'll never meet again. If we leave it that way, maybe we'll remember those old days and forget last night.
Well, I'm not leaving Casablanca. I'm settled now. Above a saloon. You walk up one flight of stairs. I'll expect you.
It will take a miracle to get you out of Casablanca, Monsieur Laszlo. And the Germans have outlawed miracles.
I got tired of waiting, Victor. Do you mind?
Sit down, mademoiselle, please. You see, as leader of all illegal activities in Casablanca, I am an influential and respected man. But I am helpless to do anything for Monsieur Laszlo. You, however, are a different matter.
He thinks it might just be possible to get an exit visa for you.
To go alone?
Yes.
We're only interested in 2 visas, Senor.
Please, Ilse, you must get to America. And believe me, somehow, sometime, I'll join you.
What if things were different? What if I had to stay and there was only 1 visa? Would you take it?
Yes, I would.
Then why didn't you leave me in Lille? When I had trouble getting out of there, or in Marseille when I was ill, and you were in desperate danger every second. Why didn't you leave me then, Victor?
I meant to. but something always held me up.
I, too, am a very sensitive man, monsieur. I know.
I happen to love her very much.
So, for the present, senor, we'll go on looking for two visas. Thank you.
I am moved to make a suggestion. You are aware of Ugarte and the letters of transit?
Yes, slightly.
I'll venture to guess that Ugarte left those letters in Rick's cafe. He is a difficult customer, but it is worth the chance.
You've been very patient, senor. Good day.
Now, what's all this about?
A near riot in your own cafe. You don't even bother to get up and see for yourself?
I've got other things on my mind. What happened?
Some German officers started to sing the Watch on the Rhine. They wanted the customers to join in.
Well?
They did. Except what they sang sounded more like La Marseillaise. So with my usual tact, I handled the situation perfectly. Now, Rick. My men gave this place a rather thorough going over this morning.
Yeah, we just barely got it cleaned up in time to open.
As I told my men to be especially destructive, you know how that impresses Germans. Where are the letters, Rick?
You see, Captain, the situation is not as much under control as you believe. That song is verboten. How dare they sing it?
Now, my dear Major, we cooperate with your government, but we cannot control the feelings of these refugees.
Captain, are you entirely certain which side you are on?
Oh, I blow with the wind, Major. And right now, the prevailing breeze is from Vichy.
Well, I have been thinking. It is too dangerous for us to let Laszlo leave Casablanca, but it may also be too dangerous to let him stay. We know all of North Africa is honeycombed with traders just waiting for someone to lead them.
Yes, it poses an intricate problem.
There's one man who could solve it.
Who?
He just walked in. Victor Laszlo. I'm a very bright boy, Laszlo. I figured you came here to see me, and I figured you preferred seeing me in my office, alone.
You do nothing but bewilder me.
But you hope I may also be able to help you.
You told me once you knew of my activities. Then you must know how important it is that I get out of here to help continue the work of a very great movement.
The problems of the world are beyond me, Laszlo. I'm just a saloon keeper.
My friends in the underground have told me differently. They mentioned Spain and Ethiopia, and a strange tendency of yours to be always with the underdog.
Well, I found it a very expensive hobby. But then I never was much of a businessman.
Are you enough of a businessman to appreciate an offer of 100,000 francs?
I appreciate it, but I don't accept.
200,000?
Make it 1,000,000 francs or 10 francs. The answer's still no.
There must be some reason why you refuse to sell the letters.
There is. I suggest you ask your wife.
I beg your pardon?
I said ask your wife.
Are you leaving, Victor? Where are you going?
Oh, I thought I mentioned it. There's a meeting of the underground.
Oh, please don't go, Victor. I'm frightened. Look out the window.
I don't have to, darling. I'm used to being trailed.
What's going to happen, Victor?
Who knows, Ilse, dear? Strasser now threatens to find some excuse to put me quietly away in jail.
All the more reason why you must stay here tonight.
I'm frightened too, Ilse, but what can I do? Hide in a hotel room or carry on the best I can?
Whatever I'd say, you'd carry on. Victor, why didn't you tell me about Rick? You saw him, didn't you?
Apparently he has the letters.
Yes?
But no intention of selling them. You'd think that if sentiment wouldn't persuade him, that money would.
Did he give you any reason?
He suggested that I ask you.
Ask me?
Ilse, when I was in the concentration camp, were you lonely in Paris?
Yes, Victor, I was.
I know what it is to be lonely. Is there anything you wish to tell me?
No. No, there isn't.
My dear, I love you very much.
Yes, I know. Victor, whatever I do, will you believe me that I...
You don't even have to say it. I'll believe you. Good night, dear.
Good night, Victor. Please be careful.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars Alan Ladd, Hedy Lamarr, and John Loder will return in Act 3 of Casablanca. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Greetings, Libby. What's new?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Kennedy, my hat. What do you think of it?
Your hat, Libby? Why, it's nice. Very nice. Yes, I like it.
Oh, come on now. Stop hedging. What do you really think of it?
To tell the truth, Libby, I hardly noticed the hat. I was looking at you.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, that's a compliment. But just let me turn around. Now look.
Oh, I see. It's really quite a hat. Libby, that must be very new.
It is, but well, how would you know?
Well, it's so sort of simple. Not one of those dizzy numbers that looks as though it might fly off into space any minute.
Mr. Kennedy, you're an observant man. This is the newest thing. The profile cloche. It fits snugly on the head, and it's meant to frame the face, not take attention away from it.
I think I begin to see why you wore that little hat tonight, Libby.
Of course. To show that it's more important than ever for a woman to have nice, smooth skin.
Sure. Because with that kind of headgear, the emphasis is less on the hat than it is on the face underneath it. Well, Libby, I guess many a woman is going to be mighty happy about her Lux Soap complexion care then.
Yes, this hat seems designed to set off a lovely Lux complexion, and it's going to be a popular style this spring.
Then daily Lux Soap complexion care ought to be more popular than ever, too. Because gentle Lux toilet soap really makes skin softer, smoother. Recent tests showed that Lux Soap beauty facials improved actually 3 out of 4 complexions, you know.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, nearly every famous star in Hollywood is devoted to this fine white soap. Screen stars say the creamy Lux Soap lather is wonderfully kind to delicate skin.
And that's why, Libby, I'm going to urge every woman in our audience who hasn't tried Lux toilet soap to get some of Hollywood's beauty soap and use it every day. Here's a thrift tip, too. It's patriotic not to waste soap. And because Lux soap is hard-milled, you can use it down to the last thin sliver. It'll last even longer if you always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Moisten the thin leftover piece and press against your new cake of Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll report on the offstage doings of our stars after the play. But now here's the curtain for Act 3 of Casablanca, starring Hedy Lamarr, Alan Ladd, and John Loder, with Edgar Barrier. For nearly an hour after Victor Laszlo left for the meeting of the Underground, Ilsa sat motionless in the drab hotel room. Suddenly, her mind made up, she takes an object out of her husband's briefcase, walks through the dark, quiet night to Rick's Cafe, and up the outside stairs that lead to the second floor.
I told you this morning you'd come around. But this is a little ahead of schedule.
Rick, I had to see you.
That's what you said last night. All this has nothing to do with the letters of transit, has it? Seems as long as I have those letters, I'll never be lonely.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give them to me.
I went through all that with your husband. It's no deal.
I know how you feel about me, but I'm asking you to put your feelings aside for something more important.
Do I have to hear again what a great man your husband is, what an important cause he's fighting for?
It was your cause, too. In your own way, you fought for the same thing.
Well, I'm not fighting for anything anymore except myself.
Rick, once you loved me, if those days mean anything at all to you...
I would bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Listen to me, Rick. If you only knew the truth.
I wouldn't believe you no matter what you told me. You'd say anything now to get what you want.
You want to feel sorry for yourself, don't you? One woman has hurt you, and you take your revenge on the rest of the world. Rick, please help us. If you don't, Victor will die in Casablanca.
Well, I'm going to die in Casablanca, too. It's a good spot for it.
All right. I tried to reason with you, Rick. Now I want those letters.
A gun, Ilsa? Is that really a gun in your hand?
Where are the letters?
Right here in my pocket.
Put them on the table.
Uh-uh.
For the last time, put them on the table.
All right, go ahead and shoot, Ilsa. You'll be doing me a favor.
I can't. You know I can't. I've done nothing but make a fool of myself. Oh, I don't know what to do, what to say. I thought I would never see you again. The day you left Paris, if you knew what I went through, if you knew how much I loved you, how much I still love you.
All right, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, but I believe you. You win. Ilsa, what happened? What was it? I've imagined everything in the world and none of it very pretty.
I've tried to tell you. A few months after Victor left France, word came that he was in a concentration camp. And then, not long after, another message that he was dead, shot trying to escape. I had nothing, not even hope. Then I met you.
Why weren't you honest with me then? Why didn't you tell me you'd been married, that he was dead or something?
Victor wanted it that way. It was his way of protecting me. I knew too much about his work. If the Gestapo found out I was his wife, it would be dangerous for me and for those working with us.
When did you find out he was still alive?
Just before you and I were going to leave, his friends came. They were hiding in a freight car on the outskirts of Paris. He was almost dead. Well, that's it, Rick.
Still a story without an ending. What about now?
Now, I don't know. Except that I'll never have the strength again to run away from you.
And Laszlo?
You'll help him, won't you? You'll see that he gets out, and then he'll live at his work. All that he's been living for.
All except you.
Oh, I can't fight anymore. I don't know anymore what's right and what's wrong. You'll have to think for both of us. For all of us.
Okay. Okay, I will.
If only I didn't love you so.
How else Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Just get the door closed, quiet.
Hey, Sam. Is that you?
Yeah, boss.
What's the matter?
That Mr. Laszlo, I found him crawling through our cellar window.
Victor.
Come up here.
Does he know you're here?
No. There was a meeting of the underground tonight. They must have been following him. Ono's men. Strasser's men.
So he picks my place to hide. That's fine.
He got some iodine, boss. He cut his hand breaking the window and... Oh.
Hello, Sam.
Evening, Miss Ilsa.
Sam, I want you to take Miss Lund to a hotel.
What about Victor?
He cut his hand, didn't he? I don't like blood on my floor. I'll go down and patch him up. And Sam.
Yeah, boss.
Miss Lund will prefer going out the back stairs.
I'm sorry about this, Rick. I've had a little trouble.
I'll forget it. Well, I guess that ought to take care of your hand.
Thanks. If it's all right with you, I'd like to stay here a few minutes longer.
Yeah. Don't you sometimes wonder if it's worth all this, what you're fighting for?
We might as well question why we breathe. If we stop breathing, we'll die. If we stop fighting our enemies, the world will die.
What of it?
You know how you sound, Rick. Like a man who is trying to convince himself of something he doesn't at all believe. Each of us has a destiny, for good or evil.
I get the point.
I wonder if you do. I wonder if you know that you're trying to escape from yourself, and you'll never succeed.
You seem to know all about it.
I know a good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we should both be in love with her. No one's to blame, and I ask no explanation. I ask only one thing. You won't give me the letters of transit? All right. But I want Ilsa to be safe. I ask you as a favor to use the letters to take her away from Casablanca.
You love her that much?
Apparently you think of me only as the leader of a cause. Well, I'm also a human being. Yes, I love her that much.
You should not leave your back doors unlocked, Monsieur. Yeah, that's right, Cassell. No telling who might break in.
Monsieur Laszlo, you'll come with us. We have a warrant for your arrest.
Ricky, I advise you not to be too interested in what happens to Laszlo.
Oh, come on. Stop bluffing. All you can do is find him a few thousand francs. You might as well let him go now. Hey, what are you charging him with?
I haven't quite decided. Meanwhile, if by any chance you are thinking of helping him to escape...
And what makes you think I'd do that?
Because, one, you bet 5,000 francs that he would, and two, you've got the letters of transit. Don't bother to deny it.
All right, get ready for a shock, Louis. Yeah, I have the letters, but I intend to use them myself. I'm leaving Casablanca on the last plane tonight.
What?
And I'm taking a friend with me. One you'd appreciate.
What friend?
Ilsa Lund. And that ought to put your mind at rest about my wanting to help Laszlo escape. He's the last man I'd want to see get out of here.
You didn't come here to tell me this. Since you have the letters, you know very well you can fill in your names and leave any time you wish.
Yeah. We have a legal right to go, but people sometimes are held in Casablanca in spite of their legal rights. Laszlo, for instance.
What makes you think I'd want to hold you?
Ilsa's Laszlo's wife. She knows things that would interest Strasser tremendously. Louis, I'll make a deal with you.
Go on.
If you could get something really big against Laszlo, something that would chuck him in a concentration camp for years, that would be quite a haul for you, wouldn't it?
Yes. Germany, Vichy would be very grateful.
Mm-hmm. Then release Laszlo now. You'll be at my place half an hour before the plane leaves. I'll arrange to have Laszlo come there to pick up the letters of transit. That will give you criminal grounds to arrest him. You take him, and Ilsa and I get away.
There's something about this I don't quite understand. You were never before interested in any woman.
Well, she just isn't any woman.
I see. How do you know that I'll keep my end of the bargain, or that you'll keep your end of the bargain?
You've got Laszlo inside?
Yes.
Well, let me see him alone now. We'll make the arrangements. Open up your microphones and you'll hear every word. You would anyway.
Ricky, I'm really going to miss you. Apparently, you're the only one in Casablanca who has even less scruples than I. Well, Rick, 40 minutes and you'll be on your way to Lisbon.
Yep.
Rick's Cafe. Oh, this place will never be the same without you.
And I sold it to Ferrari. Oh, don't worry. He understands you're still the winner roulette.
Oh, thanks. You have the letters, Rick?
Yeah, right here.
Tell me, when we searched the place, where were they?
I dropped them in Sam's piano.
Serves me right for not being musical.
Oh, here they are. You better wait in my office.
Yes, a good idea.
Hello, Elsa. Where's Laszlo?
Oh, he'll be right in. He's just paying the driver. Rick.
What?
Haven't you told Victor yet that he's going alone? He thinks I'm leaving with him.
I'll tell him later.
But it's all right, isn't it? You were able to arrange everything.
Oh, sure.
But, Victor...
We'll tell him at the airport. The less time to think, the easier for all of us. Just trust me.
Yes.
I don't know how to thank you, Rick.
Save it. There's still lots of things to do.
I brought the money. It's in this briefcase.
Forget it. You'll need it in America.
But we made a deal.
Never mind that. Yeah, I got the letters here. They're made out in blank and signed by General Vagon. All you have to do is fill in the blanks.
I'm sorry, Laszlo. You're under arrest again. Accessory to the murder of the couriers from whom those letters were stolen. You're surprised about my friend Ricky. Well, the explanation is simple. Love, it seems, has triumphed over virtue.
Oh, now take it easy, Louis. Nobody's going to be arrested. Not for a while yet.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Yeah. Now sit down.
Oh, Ricky, put down that gun.
Now, look, I wouldn't like to shoot you, Louis, but I will if you don't behave.
Oh. Under the circumstances, then I will sit down.
Yeah, and keep your hands on the table.
I'm very unhappy, Ricky.
There's a telephone right next to you, Louis. I'll pick it up and dial the airport. We don't want any trouble out there either. Remember, Louis, this gun is pointed right at your heart.
Oh, that's my least vulnerable spot.
Hello?
Hello? Is this the airport?
What are you talking about? This is Major Strasser.
Captain Reno, I want to speak to the operations manager.
What? Oh, go ahead, Renault.
Oh, monsieur. A man and a woman will arrive shortly at the airport.
Huh?
They will go aboard the Lisbon plane. They carry 2 letters of transit. There is to be absolutely no trouble made for them. Understand?
Right, stay there, right away.
Thank you.
Lisbon plane taking off in 5 minutes. This is the last call for passengers to please board the plane. Lisbon plane, 5 minutes.
You gotta hurry now, Laszlo. Take care of your luggage. We'll wait here. Here's a fountain pen, Louis. I think it might look nicer if you filled in the names on the letters.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yeah. And the names are Mr. and Mrs. Victor Laszlo.
Rick, why my name?
Because you're getting on the plane.
I don't understand. What about you?
Yes, what about you?
I'm staying here.
No, Rick, what's happened? Last night you said...
Last night I said I'd do the thinking for the both of us. Well, I've done a lot of it since then. It all adds up to just one thing. You're getting on that plane with Laszlo.
I won't leave you again, Rick. I won't.
Listen to me. Do you have any idea what you would have to look forward to if you stay here? We'd both wind up in a concentration camp.
I'm afraid Major Strasser might insist.
You're saying this only to make me go.
I'm saying it because it's true. Inside of us, we both know that you belong to Victor.
And what happens to you?
Well, I've got a job to do, Ilse. And where I'm going, you can't follow. I'm sounding noble now. I'm not very good at it. But it doesn't take much to see that the problems of 2 little people, well, they just don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. Someday you'll understand that.
Everything's in order.
All except one thing. There's something you have to know before we leave.
Please, you don't have to explain anything.
But I'm going to, because it may make a difference to you later on. You know about Rick and me?
Yes?
But you didn't know I was with him last night at his place when you were there.
No.
She came to get the letters. She tried everything to get them and nothing worked. She did her best to convince me she was still in love with me. But that was over a long time ago. For your sake, she pretended it wasn't. Well, I let her pretend.
I understand.
Now, here are the letters. Good luck.
Welcome back to the fight, Rick. Are you ready, darling?
Yes, I am. Goodbye, Rick. bless you.
Come on, Dawn, you better hurry. You'll miss that plane.
Well, there they go, Rick. I was right. You are a sentimentalist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know I'll have to arrest you, of course.
Yeah, as soon as the plane takes off, Louis.
Captain Renault!
Oh, I may still win my bet, Rick.
Renault, what was the meaning of that phone call?
Victor Laszlo is on that plane.
No, stop him! Stop him! What are you standing here for?
Because Monsieur Rick has a gun in my stomach.
I was willing to shoot Captain Renault. I'm willing to shoot you, too, Major.
Are you crazy? Guards! Guards!
Don't call anyone, Major. I'll shoot.
I'll stop it myself. Wait! Wait! The plane must not take off! The plane... What's over here? Did someone shoot? What are you doing?
Oh, Captain Renault. Someone has just shot Major Strasser.
Oh!
Telephone Lieutenant Cassell immediately. And tell him to round up the usual suspects.
Yes, Captain.
Ricky, it might be a good idea for you to disappear from Casablanca for a while. There's a Free French garrison at Brazzaville. I could be induced to arrange your passage.
Hey, look, you still owe me 5,000 francs.
5,000 francs should just about pay our expenses.
Our expenses?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
In private life, Hedy Lamarr is Mrs. John Loder. And so, as we present our stars for a curtain call, I'll introduce them as Alan Ladd and Mr. and Mrs. John Loder. Although they've been married almost a year, it's our first chance to congratulate them.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, he beats me.
What do you
Take
mean?
off
Come
your
on,
coat,
take off your
Mr.
coat.
Loder.
At Gin Rummy.
You just saved me.
We want your expert opinion on something, Mr. DeMille.
For you, Hedy, anything.
When a husband and wife are in one of your plays, do you recommend a little extra rehearsing at home?
Oh, definitely, John. Offhand, I can't think of anything more pleasant than going over a love scene with Hedy.
If Mrs. DeMille is listening, he's only kidding.
We better drop this.
Well, I'll change the subject, CB, because there's something I want to say to Humphrey Bogart's fans. It was a privilege for me to play a part that he made famous, but, well, really, nobody could play it like Bogey. And I'd like to wish him... And I'd like to wish him all the luck in the world over there in the Mediterranean area, where he's entertaining American soldiers.
Now, luck and a safe return. I suppose Alan has shown you the photographs of his new daughter, Hedy.
Why, no.
Well, how'd I miss you? It seems I just have a dozen or so around here.
Pure accident, pure accident. But her beauty reminds me of something that I must ask John as man to man.
Straight answer?
Yes, John. I want to know if Hedy sees that you get the right kind of soap at home.
Why, Mr. DeMille?
I'll answer that, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little hurt you even asked. I have Lux soap in my dressing room at the studio, and naturally at home, too. I've used it for years.
And lucky Lux to be on such good terms with you, Hedy. Now let me tell you what we've planned for next week.
What's the show, CB?
One of the big dramatic prizes of the past year. The Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Random Harvest. And that isn't all, because our stars will be Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. They're the original stars of the picture. And next Monday night, we present them both in this powerful story of a soldier and the girl who loves him. A great drama made even greater by the artistry of Greer Garson and Ronald Colman.
It's a wonderful picture, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night. Good night. Good night. That applause goes from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a tiny island in the mid-Pacific called Tarawa. That pronunciation, incidentally, is from the National Geographic Society. That island will never be important economically. It is no rich source of raw materials. But the name of Tarawa has been written indelibly into American memory in the blood of American sons. Out of the first group of Marines who landed on Tarawa, more than half will never fight again. Is there anyone listening who can truthfully say, I can't afford to buy any more war bonds? That was just a tiny island. The continent of Europe is yet to come. The tempo of invasion is moving ever faster. That's why we have a fourth war loan drive. That's why every American who deserves that name will buy at least one extra war bond now. We must not only back the attack, we must help our boys to lead it. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Alan Ladd appeared through the cooperation of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Miracle of Morgan's Creek. John Loder is currently seen in the Warner Brothers picture Old Acquaintance and is now making the Jules Levy production The Hairy Ape. Edgar Barrier is now seen in the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest.
Have you heard about Spies?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with Spies.
Yep, Spies, the shortening by. Women everywhere are saying,
A jar of Spry, please.
A jar of Spry? A jar of Spry, please.
Spry,
Spry.
Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the exciting NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 4, Escape, a story until now, Top Secret.
As an Allied agent in a Europe at war, my job is to fight Nazism and fascism in any and every way I can. In Hitler's Berlin, this is a dangerous job. I have been many things. A singer, a nurse, a stenographer, a manicurist. Right now, I'm the private maid, really the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, wife of the Air Marshal himself. Assignment 4 began a week ago, last Thursday. I was spending my afternoon off in the Tear Garden, sitting on a bench and throwing crusts of bread to the fat, pompous pigeons. Here, Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey. Come on. Oh, don't be afraid. Well, are you hungry or aren't you? Are you? Then here. Oh, don't be so greedy. I have a whole bag full of crust. Come on, come on. Here's another. Here, Pidgey, 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 Pidgey. Oh, you scared them.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't look so sad about it. There isn't exactly a shortage in pigeons. Look at that one. A big fat crust, and you can't see it.
Fräulein.
Yes?
Would you mind if...
Would I mind what? Oh, would you like to feed them?
May I?
Well, of course. I have a whole bag full of crust. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, not a whole handful. Just a crust at a time. If you give them too much, they will... Oh, no. Are you that hungry? Wait, please, don't go. And don't be embarrassed. Being hungry is not a crime.
May I finish them?
Why didn't you say you were hungry? And you are sick, too, aren't you? You are, I can see you are sick.
You shouldn't be talking to me. I'll go now.
Have you no money?
No.
Please let me help you.
No. I can't. I'll go now.
Were you bombed out?
Yes. Yes, bombed out.
And now you have no place to go.
That's right.
Then please come home with me.
No. That's very kind of you, but I'd rather not.
Don't be proud. There are many like you. Come home with me, and I have something to give you to eat. I have a small apartment around the corner. Please come.
Why are you doing this?
Must there be a motive to everything? I will ask nothing of you, but that I be allowed to feed you, and you will ask nothing of me at all.
That was wonderful. I don't know how to thank you.
Then don't try. Don't even talk. How long since you have slept?
Oh, I don't know. 2 days, 3 days. I'm afraid I've lost track of time.
Would you like to sleep here?
No, I can't.
Why are you afraid of me?
No, I'm not.
You are. I can see it in your eyes. Look, my friend, I don't know who you are. I don't care. I do not use this apartment. You may stay here as long as you wish, or you may leave now. It's up to you.
Well, if... I'm so tired. Could I stretch out on your couch for an hour?
Of course you may. If you can sleep after that enormous meal, you must be very tired.
I was a bit of a pig, wasn't I?
I'm afraid the couch is too short.
Oh, no. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, demon reporting, sir. 9 o'clock. I'm fine. My hands are out. My hands are out. No.
You are all right.
My hands are out. My hands are out. I'm very out.
Wake up, wake up. You are all right. You are safe now.
How long have I slept?
About 5 hours. It is night.
Did I say anything in my sleep?
Oh, don't worry.
I have to go. I must get out of here.
If I were you, I would stay right where you are, Philip.
What do you mean?
I know who you are. You were clawing at your collar, your shirt opened. I saw your identification discs. You are Flight Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, RAF. The door is locked.
Look here, I don't want to hurt you. But if you don't give me that key, I'll have to take it.
But of course I'll give it to you. Here. Take it.
I just don't understand you.
The door was locked to keep people out, not to keep you in. Now, will you sit down and listen to me?
Go ahead.
I'm an Allied agent. I'm on the same side as you are.
But your accent, how
I was once the Baroness Karen Gaze of Vienna. Believe me, I hate the Germans as much as you do. Sleep here tonight. And keep away from the windows and don't answer the door. I will come back tomorrow and at noon. I think I can find a way to get you out of Berlin.
How?
Through my employer.
Someone important?
The wife of someone important.
Who?
Emmy Goering.
Emmy? Not the Emmy Goering?
Yes.
The Reichsmarshal's wife?
Mm-hmm.
You were working as a spy inside the Goering house?
Very successfully.
What's she like?
Well, sometimes she's kind, but sometimes she's a fiend.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Remember, don't answer the door, and don't go to the windows. And don't worry. I know how to get things from women, too.
Well, Karen, you asked for a week off. I've said you could have it. But now I want my hair set and a manicure. Then I want you to go to... What are you crying about?
You are so good, so kind. No other woman in Berlin has your heart. I admire you so much.
I believe in being fair. You're a good maid, you work hard. Now stop sniffling and start on my hair.
Yes, Frau Göring. I'm sorry.
Well, are you in some sort of trouble? Well, are you? Answer me, Karen, when I ask a question.
No, I'm not in trouble. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Ah, A man. I knew it.
I have not seen him for so long, Frau Göring. He's a flyer. He was wounded. Now he's better. In a week, he reports back to his base.
So, what do you expect me to do? I said you could have a week off.
I was wondering if you could possibly...
Well, say it. Don't be timid.
Oh, I suppose they wouldn't allow you to.
You suppose what?
I suppose they wouldn't allow you to loan me a car for a week.
Allow me?
Yes. Fritz at the motor pool said that, well, he hinted that you couldn't.
Oh, he did he? If you want a car, you may have it. My little Opel, with gas. Now type a note to Fritz and I will sign it. Allow me, indeed.
Philip, it's me.
I thought you'd never come.
I brought you a suit, a razor, some underwear, and a shirt. And best of all, I've got a car for a whole week.
A car where?
Frau Göring loaned me her Opel with a tank full of gas and extra tickets. I've got to go to the motor pool and get it. I'll be back in an hour. In the meantime, you can clean up.
Where did you get the money for all this?
Never mind. Be dressed and ready to leave when I get back.
Karen.
Yes.
While you were out, the paper came.
You didn't go to the door. I told you
No,
that.
I heard the girl deliver it, and I took it in after she'd left.
What's the matter?
The second column, there. Read it.
In consequence of increasing air raids upon German cities, the High Command has made the decision that all enemy Air Force personnel who land on German territory will henceforth not be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight.
If you're with me, they'll shoot you too, helping a prisoner to escape. You can't do it. I can manage somehow.
It's inhuman. Inhuman.
It's Germany.
We'll just have to risk it.
No, I'll risk it, not you.
It will be my way or not at all. I'll go for the car. Be ready to leave when I get back.
I can't get over you.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, not much to tell. Born in a little town called Brockenhurst, not far from Southampton. Took law at Oxford, then came the war and I enlisted.
How brief a story can one tell?
Talking about it makes me homesick. I say, what's that? There are flashlights ahead.
Lean back and keep quiet.
No, run them down. Run them down.
I said keep quiet. There is a better way. Please do as I say, and for goodness sake, don't open your mouth. That accent would give you away in a second. I've heard some bad German in my days, but nothing like yours.
Sorry, Fräulein. Past the curfew hour. There's no private traffic out of Berlin tonight.
Have you looked at the license plate, Sergeant?
I'm not interested, Fräulein. Turn back.
Perhaps you will be interested in the crest on the bonnet. Go ahead. Use your flashlight.
Right, Marshals. Forgive me, Fräulein. I did not notice.
Sergeant, just don't go too far. Here is an order signed by Frau Göring herself.
Thank you, Fräulein. I will raise the barrier. Proceed, Fräulein. Have a good journey. I hit now.
You see how easy it is when one knows the right people? Now we are out of Berlin.
You're wonderful. You didn't turn a hair, and I thought I'd shake right out of my clothes.
A man with courage is a man who controls his fear. If you were afraid, you didn't show it.
Now where?
You'll find a map in the glove compartment. Get it out, please.
All right, huh?
Find the central autobahn, the main highway. It's a heavy green line.
Which direction?
South.
South? We'll never get to England going south.
And which way would you suggest?
Why, west, of course.
Yes? Through the entire German army, through occupied France, through the Channel Coast fortifications, then swim across the Channel. Is that your idea of best way?
I'm overruled. What's your plan?
A diagonal across Germany. Follow me on the map. Berlin to Leipzig.
Right.
Leipzig to Plauen. Plauen to Nuremberg. Nuremberg to Ulm. Then we go across...
Hold it. Ulm. Right. Then?
Across to Friedrichshafen on the Bodensee. Then to Lake Constance. And there I'll drop you off. You can get a fishing boat across to Switzerland.
Switzerland, but I'd be holed up there for the rest of the war.
And what's wrong with that?
There are other names on this map, Karen. Belsen, Buchenwald, Dachau, Auschwitz. Rotten, horrible names like sores. I can't sit it out in Switzerland. What are you stopping for? Karen, why are you stopping?
Because I want to think.
Can't you get me back to England?
I am in this kind of work for one reason, the same reason you are, to fight. But, Philip, we are surrounded. Denmark occupied, Holland occupied, Belgium occupied, France occupied. There is no other way but Switzerland.
Please take me to Holland, please. I'll risk it for the Dutch. They'll pass me through the underground and I can get to the North Sea. Thousands of our boys have come back that way. I know that I'll be able... I've no right to endanger you. It's your decision. We'll go wherever you say.
We drove across Germany, from Brandenburg to Bielefeld. The Goering crest on the bonnet of the car opened every barrier. We drove by night, traveling the back roads. In the daytime, we slept. Wherever we could find a hidden place, on the bridges, in forests, in haystacks.
Karen, wake up.
What time is it?
It's dark enough to start. It's 8:30.
I never knew a haystack could feel so wonderful.
Most of it's in your hair at the moment.
From where we are, it's hard to imagine there is a war at all.
Look at the sunset, what's left of it. Pinks and the reds.
If only the whole world could be like this.
Someday, perhaps.
I wonder.
Oh, I believe in miracles now after having met you. We're halfway there.
Münster is more than halfway.
How far are we from the town itself?
Oh, about a mile. But we won't go through it. We'll go around it. Then west to Coesfield, to Wessel. If we are lucky, we can reach Wessel.
Karen, listen.
Where are they?
There. Over there. Hundreds of them. Look, Karen, those are Lancasters. Sterlings.
They are going to bomb Münster.
It's a saturation raid.
We'll have to go back.
No, we're safer here in the open country.
We are only a mile from the center of the town. Please, Philip, let's turn back.
Karen, you can't raise a Lancaster in a German car. We'll have to sit it out. Look, Karen, Canadians. Go ahead, boys. Give it to them. Give it to them. Blast them right off the earth.
Philip! Philip! Philip, speak to me. Philip, you can't die. I won't let you die.
It's no use, Karen.
Don't say that. Don't. You are going home. You are going home to England. Please, Philip, don't give up, please.
Leave me, Karen. Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Try to stand up, please, Philip.
No. It's no use.
Stop that. Stop it. We'll get you to a doctor. Somehow we'll get you to the doctor. Just a few steps more. Don't faint, please. Don't faint again. Don't be afraid. I've got my gun.
Kommen Sie rein.
Doctor, help us. My brother was hurt on the road to Münster.
Ja, come in.
Shrapnel in the shoulder.
On the couch, please, Fräulein. That's it. Easy. Lean on me. That's it there.
We were caught in the raid on Münster. He's lost so much blood.
Do not worry, Fräulein. You will expose the shoulder, please. I have no nurse.
Yes, doctor.
I will not be a moment.
You are safe now, Philip. You are safe.
There, his shirt, Fräulein. Well back.
Yes, doctor.
Oh! So good. He has fainted. That is an angry shoulder. What are those?
Identification tags.
RAF? You mean he's English?
Yes. Those are English dog tags.
Fräulein.
And this is a German pistol. You will remove the shrapnel.
Nein.
I've heard that doctors take an oath to help the sick, heal the wounded.
I'm a German. I cannot.
You're a doctor. You will. Well, doctor?
Very well. Scalpel, please, Fräulein. So, it is done.
Are you all right, Philip?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Doctor, we want food.
At the point of a gun, Fräulein?
Doctor, I am Viennese. I am different from your stolid German women. It would not cost me a thought to kill you. I've killed before. Now food, and quickly.
I have some bread, some fresh milk. That is all.
Get it.
Should have shot him, Karen.
We will be across the border station in 2 hours. He will keep until then locked in his cellar.
I have a feeling that something's...
Lie back. Try to get some sleep. In another 2 hours, it will be all over. There's a bridge at Newmagen, and from there you can follow the Wall River to the sea. I'll wake you up at the border station.
Grants Control, Newmagen, Colonel Dietz speaking. In my direction? What kind of a car? Opel. Yeah. Wounded man and a girl. Her brother. Oh, yeah. RAF. Doctor in Münster. Yeah, we will watch. I assure you they will not pass. Right. Auf Wiederhören. Sergeant!
Jawohl, Herr Colonel. What is it, sir?
A man and a woman in an Opel, headed this way from Münster. He is an English flyer, and they are posing as brother and sister. You know the law. They will be shot.
Yeah, Herr Colonel.
You will wait and see to it yourself. They will be here in an hour or two. Bring them to me instantly.
Sofort. At once.
And remember, Sergeant, you are on detention tonight and tomorrow.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
That's all. Watch for them. If there is any trouble, shoot on sight. Don't ask questions, don't argue, shoot. Now go.
Philip, wake up. We are coming to the border station. This is the most dangerous barrier yet, and the last. We are brother and sister, and we lost our papers in the Münster raid. Perhaps the Goering crest on the car will work once more.
What if they stop us? Shall we make a dash for it?
They won't stop us. Nobody stopped us yet. And for heaven's sake, don't speak. Pretend you're asleep.
Good evening, Fräulein. Your papers, please.
We lost them in the raid on Münster.
Turn off your motor.
Certainly.
Now, get out.
Sergeant, my brother is badly hurt. Shrapnel in the shoulder. He has lost so much blood.
Your brother?
Yes, I said that.
Get out of the car, Fräulein, and the man, too.
If you will look at the bonnet of the car, you will notice
I am not interested in the car. I am interested in you. Both of you. Get out, now. We are looking for a wounded brother. Herr Colonel, the prisoner, sir.
Bring them in, Sergeant.
March. I said march!
Anyone can strike a wounded man, Sergeant.
When I say march, you march. Now go on.
So, this is the wounded brother and his sister. How very interesting. And how very unconvincing. I would advise you to identify yourself, my young friend.
Don't say anything, Philip.
Fräulein, I will deal with you later. Now, Herr Lieutenant, who are you? Come, we know you are a British flyer. You will be shot in any case. If you identify yourself, you will have a cross on your grave. If you don't, you will be buried in a pit of lime. You have 3 seconds in which to choose.
I'm Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, 2727Z Royal Air Force. I was shot down over Berlin 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Herr Lieutenant. Sergeant, Colonel, you, Herr Lieutenant, will wait. Take the girl upstairs. I will deal with her personally.
All, Herr Colonel.
You may go, Fräulein.
Which way, Sergeant?
Fräulein, wait. Did he say you had come all the way from Berlin?
Yes, in 4 days.
You have perhaps friends in the underground in Holland, yes?
Why are you asking me this?
Fräulein, Germany is sick. With America in the war, we cannot win. I have tried many times to get out. I was a baker. I made bread. These Nazis, there is such a thing as a German who is not a monster.
What are you suggesting?
Take me with you.
You are not serious.
I'm partly Jewish. The colonel knows. He makes me do things that I do. Simply by a telephone call, he can finish me. That is why I struck you, brother. I must pretend to be brutal. I'm not naturally an animal, Fräulein.
You mean you will help us?
It is only 100 yards to the Dutch frontier. The underground will help a British flyer. If I get you out of this place, will you take me with you, yes?
But the colonel...
Will you take me with you?
Of course we'll take you.
Then I will deal with the colonel now. I've waited a long time for this.
If you refuse to talk, Lieutenant, what is it, Sergeant?
Goodbye, Herr Colonel.
Karen, come with me, please.
No.
Hurry, Herr Lieutenant, hurry!
We can get through Holland in the boat. Karen, I love you. There isn't much time to say it. I want you to marry me.
You would not sit out the war in Switzerland. My job is back in Berlin.
But you may not get back. This way is sure, please.
I'll get back. By the time they discover his body, I'll be at Münster. Don't talk anymore, Philip. Go.
Then after? Will you come to me afterwards?
Afterwards, perhaps.
If you want to.
I want to very much.
Lieutenant, please!
All right. Hope for it, Karen. Pray for it.
Pray for it, yes.
Every day.
Lieutenant!
I love you. Coming!
Goodbye, Philip. The little boat fled down the river into the darkness. He had gone, and something of me had gone with him. A week later, I was back in Berlin, in the private air raid shelter of the House of Göring. Just Frau Göring and myself.
You never told me, Karen, your friend, that you enjoyed the week together.
Very much, Frau Göring.
He has gone back to his base?
Yes.
But he will come back to Berlin.
Well, Yes. Yes, he will come back to Berlin. In fact, I have the feeling he is very close right now.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Here she is again to tell you about next week.
Next week, a woman in an armchair, a sable coat, and the forgery that fooled Berlin. The story of a cast and a broken leg, and a theft. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
Top Secret, in part transcribed, is produced by Harry W. Junkin. The script by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey was Lester Fletcher as Philip. Other players in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Bryna Rayburn, Carl Emery, and Earl Hammond. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Don't get me wrong, I love Budapest. From Budapest come goulashes and shardashes. Shardashes being something you dance and goulash being something you eat if you go for all that paprika. Me, I love it. So, when I got that telegram, I took the first train to Hungary. Maybe I'd better tell you about the telegram first. Dear Mr. Lime, it said, my bank is going to be robbed and I need your help. It was signed Fekete, evidently a man's name, nobody I knew. I knew all about bank robberies, however, and I was dying to help. Besides, as I say, I love paprika. So I started packing right away.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Before calling at the bank, I started a cute little flower shop I happened to notice across the way. Good morning. Would you give me something for my buttonhole? Why, Lily. Lily, what are you doing here?
We have some very pretty pink
Oh,
gardenias.
come on, Lily. Don't tell me you don't remember me. And how are all the Corellis?
The who?
Don't give me that, Lily.
My name is Lulu.
Well, it used to be Lily, and you used to be a blonde. And the Corellis, as you know perfectly well, because you used to work for them, are the best bank robbers in Central Europe. Well, what about it, honey?
Here are your gardenias, Harry. Now get out of here.
Okay, honey, okay. No need to get in a hassle.
I'm telling you, Harry, get out.
I never was one to argue, so I took my gardenia across the street and wore it into the bank.
Mr. Feckerty will see Mr. Harry Lyme. You can go in now, Mr. Lyme.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Feckerty will see you.
Yes, that's what I gathered.
This way, please. And,
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lyme,
Yes.
will you please extinguish your cigarette? Mr. Feckerty does not approve of smoking.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind.
Mr. Lyme.
Come in and shut the door. There's a draft.
Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Feckerty, or is there a rule against that?
Sit down. You're a very impertinent young man, but I don't mind that. I'm an impertinent older man. We ought to get along together very nicely.
What's your proposition, Mr. Feckerty?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Just what I said. What's your proposition?
Listen to me, Lyme. I don't make propositions. I consider them.
Have it your own way, Feckerty. I'm a big boy now, and I'm not so easily impressed.
What do you mean, impressed?
All this big desk, double secretary, Mr. Feckerty will see you now. Mr. Feckerty doesn't approve of smoking, busy executive hoopla. May go down very well with the bumpkins who give you their money to invest. It doesn't mean a thing to me. You sent for me, didn't you? I crossed 3 national borders to get here and lost a lot of time, so don't ask me what's my proposition. What's yours, Mr. Feckerty?
Very good indeed. You're just the man I hoped you were. Have a cigar.
Wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
I make the rules, Mr. Lyme, and I don't like cheap tobacco smoke. Nor do I enjoy being forced to distribute these very costly, custom-made Havanas to every, what is it you call them, bumpkin, who comes into my office. I think you'll enjoy these.
Thanks.
Right?
Thanks.
Good. Now that we're a little more at ease, suppose you tell me something about yourself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wish you'd stop asking me what I mean by everything I say, Feckerty. I said why, and I meant why. You put private detectives on my trail. You found me. You made me a very substantial down payment on services to be rendered. And now, when I get here, you want me to tell you about myself. That's just plain silly, old man. It's obvious that if you went to all that trouble and expense to get me here, you knew about me already. I'm the one to ask the questions, not you.
Better and better. Mr. Lyme, if you were just a little less notorious as a crook, I'd offer you a vice presidency in my bank.
I forgive the insult, Mr. Feckerty.
What do you mean, insult?
You go asking me what I mean again. I meant insult.
Now, don't you get pompous on me, Lyme. You are a crook, a world-famous one. You don't want to deny that?
What I don't want is very simple, Mr. Feckerty. I don't want to be a vice president of your bank.
Oh? Oh, I follow you now. Don't worry, Lyme.
Right.
I promised you $20,000.
That's right.
Or its equivalent in Hungarian pesos.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you'll get it without having to serve as an officer of this
You
bank.
promised me $20,000, old man. There weren't any gimmicks in the agreement about the joke money you folks pass off on each other locally. I know. I carry my own microscope for reading the fine type.
Very well. $20,000 it is. Don't you want to know what I expect you to do for it?
Mr. Feckerty, you keep making me repeat myself. I told you before that I'm a big boy now. If you're giving me $20,000, I can relax, not worry about asking you silly questions. You're going to get around eventually to telling me what you expect me to do for it.
Did you ever hear of a bank giving a reward?
Yes, but only after a bank robbery.
Exactly. Exactly. Only after a bank has been robbed. I'm reversing the procedure line. I'm giving the reward first.
Oh, so that's the little caper, is it? You want me to rob your bank for you?
Oh, not at all. A reward is usually given for apprehending the thieves who have robbed the bank. What I want you to do, Harry, I may call you Harry?
Certainly, old man. Call me Harry if it gives you any fun.
Well, Harry, what I want you to do is to apprehend the robbers before the robbery is committed. Very clever, don't you think so? Have another cigar.
In my business, I may get in the way of an awful lot of screwy deals, but I can tell you that never in a long career have I been offered in complete seriousness a loopier proposition than Mr. Feckerty's. It seems the key to the whole affair was Mr. Feckerty's junior officer in the bank, a certain Mr. Fodor.
Ladislaus Fodor is the full name, Harry. He's one of our vice presidents.
I see.
I tell you this right now, the man is an unprincipled criminal.
Oh?
And come here, and I'll show him to you. Come this way. You can see him through the glass panel.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, that one.
Second desk to the right. with all those silly hairs pasted over his bald head. That's the man.
He doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Fodor? Dangerous? He is the brain of a backward bird and the charm of a worm. Now that I look back on it, I can't imagine how I ever persuaded myself to be jealous of him.
Jealous? I don't follow you, old man.
If I have a fault, Harry, it is this. I do tend to be jealous. Lulu often chides me about it, and I have promised to curb the instinct, but there, it is a part of my character.
Lulu? You mean the girl in the flower shop across the way, that Lulu?
She is the only Lulu I know, Mr. Lyon. How does it happen that you are acquainted with her?
You see this carnation?
I see it, yes.
Lulu sold it to me, overcharged me, scandalously, as a matter of fact.
Well, Lulu is a working girl. She must live. How does it happen you know her?
What makes you think I do?
You know her name?
Oh, one of the other customers called her that while I was still in the shop. As it happens, it was this little fellow you just pointed out to me over there, the vice president, Fodor.
Third vice president.
I hate to keep harping on these commercial matters, faculty, old man, but just how does my $20,000 reward come into the picture?
Let us retire to my inner office, Harry. I never tell you.
Okay,
Come.
old man.
Sit down, please, Harry. Have another cigar.
My pockets are bulging with cigars now, old man. Let's concentrate on the 20,000.
Certainly. Oh, Miss Carver. Miss Carver.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty?
No matter who calls, don't disturb me. Not on any account. I'm having an important conference.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty.
Oh, jealousy, Harry. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Yes, certainly is. Now, about this reward.
Jealousy is the green-eyed monster who doth mock the meat it feeds on. That's how the poet Shakespeare expresses it.
The poet Shakespeare said a mouthful, and now...
But still, if it had not been for jealousy, I would never have followed this Fodor into Lulu's shop. And if I hadn't done that, I would never have discovered the digging.
Digging? What digging?
What would you say, Harry, if I were to tell you that running under the street from Lulu's flower shop to this bank, there is a tunnel?
A tunnel?
What would you say if I told you that?
Well, I'd say, well, what do you know? That's what I'd say.
That's what I said when I found out about it. And that's why I say now that I mustn't ever forget to be grateful to jealousy, particularly since I've discovered that there's nothing between Lolo and Fodor. Or nothing serious.
And do you know what I'd say to that?
No.
A couple of rude words.
Yeah, but why?
Why? You find them scrabbling away together like a couple of chubby moles, digging away in the general direction of your bank vault, and you say there's nothing serious between them?
There isn't, I'm sure of that. I have Lulu's word. And besides, what could she possibly see in a fat little nonentity like Fodor? No, the only one who thinks it's serious is Fodor. And that's the whole point. Fodor is a dupe, a mere cat's paw in the conspiracy.
Oh, yes? And who's the mastermind?
I am.
Uh-huh. And what does Fodor think about that?
He languishes in ignorance. He knows nothing. And to think that he aspires, he dares to aspire to my position in the bank.
And how does Lulu fit in?
I must tell you that Lulu has given me some reason to hope that she will someday make me the happiest man in the world.
And how would she do that? By giving up Fodor or sending you a big bouquet of roses? Let's get down to cases, old man. Wedding bells can ring out from Buda to Pest and back again, but I won't be there to throw any rice unless I get paid. What is it exactly you want from me? Lessons on how to help Fodor and Lulu rob your bank?
Fodor's going to do the robbing, and besides, it isn't my bank. I'm only a salary
officer. And then Fodor gives you the money to give to Lulu, is that it?
Certainly not. That would be silly.
That's just what I was thinking.
No. Every day, Fodor is supposed to take the paper money from the various cages and place it in the vault.
Yeah?
This is his responsibility.
Yeah?
Tonight, however, he will not do this. He will leave the money outside the vault, hidden in a large filing cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the entire plan has been carefully worked out, I can assure you.
All I can say is this Fodor of yours is a very cooperative type of cat's paw.
Don't call him this Fodor of yours. He isn't. He's no Fodor of mine.
Have it your own way, old man. What comes next? You, I suppose, huh? You come a half hour later with a dark lantern and a gunny sack. You wrap up the money, join Lulu, who's been waiting for you across the street in the flower shop, and the two of you, hand in hand, move off down the road into the sunrise and also into the very choicest Hungarian hoosegow.
What is a hoosegow?
A jail or prison, a place of forcible incarceration, a lockup for bad little bank robbers.
Not at all. It is Fodor who goes to prison.
Oh, yes? And how do you work that?
That is one of the things I want you to arrange.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to earn that $20,000. I think we'll start by having it deposited in my name and in somebody else's bank, old man.
Why now? And why another bank?
Well, every bank in Budapest isn't going to be robbed tonight, so I think I'd prefer one of the others. And I'll take it now because I know you wouldn't want me to go to the police with what is, after all, a fairly sordid little story.
Go to the police, but that's blackmail.
Oh, watch your language, old man. Blackmail's a nasty word. You know, all I want is protection for my poor little $20,000. I'll give you service for it, too, but I want to be absolutely positive that you're ready to meet your payroll.
Very well. You'll have your money, but you will help me.
I'm going to need a few more solid facts, old man.
Well, it all began with this insane jealousy of mine for Fodor.
Oh, yeah?
I took to following him. He used to go into Lulu's flower shop at night long after it was closed. And one time he left the shutter unfastened and I went in. There were no lights in the shop itself, but I could hear voices from the basement below. I opened the trapdoor very carefully so as not to be heard. And what do you think I saw?
You saw Lulu, Fodor, and 3 men all hard at work digging a tunnel.
Yeah. How did you know?
I didn't, I guess. After all, you told me there was a tunnel.
But the 3 men, how did you know about them?
Still guessing. It's pretty obvious that Mr. Fodor and Lulu couldn't dig much of a hole without getting some help. Tell me this, it was Lulu who persuaded you to call me in on this deal, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
Still just guessing, old man, just guessing. Now, let me guess on for a minute and stop me when I'm wrong. When you saw what Lulu and Fodor were doing, you went home and brooded for a while, and then a few days afterwards you confronted her.
It was the next day.
Oh, okay, it was the next day. And Lulu admitted she was planning to rob the bank, but said she was just using Fodor, and you were the only one she really cared about. And if you joined the party, it's you she'd run off with, leaving Mr. Fodor holding the bag. An empty bag. How am I doing?
Oh, you're a clever man.
Sure I am. That's why Lulu had you send for me.
You see, the idea is that Fodor will hide the money outside the vault and leave. Then, according to the arrangement, as he understands it, Lulu will come through the tunnel at night with her helpers and take the money back under the street through the tunnel.
Who did she tell Fodor these helpers were?
She said one of them is her brother and the other 2 are cousins.
And what did she tell you?
That's what she told me. Why?
Nothing, old man. Nothing at all. Just give me one more guess,
Oh, go ahead.
After Fodor leaves the money, what you do is crawl back through the tunnel with a sack of currency clenched in your teeth. But no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? You'd run into a couple of brothers crawling in the opposite direction.
I'm not to have anything to do with the tunnel. You see, Fodor leaves the money out just before closing time. That way, he's implicated, and we have a scapegoat. So there's nothing to stop me from letting myself in with my key at night and walking away with the money. Who could suspect me? It's a perfect crime, Harry. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, it's quite a crime if you look at it in one way. But tell me about the brothers. What are they supposed to think about all this?
Oh, they don't know about it. Lulu hasn't told them.
But the news will reach them eventually, and what then?
They must be implicated somehow, along with Fodor. But I must be protected, and Lulu. That's what you're here for, Harry. Have another cigar.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Naturally, the first thing I did after making my farewells to Mr. Feckerty was to go across the street and pay a call on Lulu.
Harry,
Yeah?
listen to me carefully.
I'm listening, honey.
There's a little cafe on the hill above the old city. You know the place? There's a gold rooster on the roof.
Well, what about it?
Go there and wait for me. You never can tell when Fodor or Feckerty will be bursting in here. They keep jumping across the street to check up on each other and buying geraniums. Go to the cafe, and I'll be with you as soon as I can close up
What
here.
about the boys below?
Oh, what do you mean?
The construction crew, the Corellis.
Oh, Feckerty told you about the Corellis?
I would have found out anyway, Lily.
Lulu.
Okay, what happens to them if you shut up the store? Isn't there a way out?
No, but they won't be finished work before I'm back. And besides, what they don't know won't hurt them.
Lily, or rather Lulu, it looks to me as though just about everybody around here is due to be hurt by what they don't know. I found the Gold Rooster and sat down on the terrace of the restaurant to wait for Mr. Feckerty's fiancée. Over a glass of Tokay, I tried to add up the situation as of then. As far as I could see, the whole setup was like a Picasso painting. No matter how you looked at it, it was cockeyed and upside down.
Hello, Harry. Don't order anything for
Hi.
me. I haven't time.
Don't worry, Lily. I'm not here to celebrate. We can have our party after I know who's going to pay the check.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Okay, Lulu. Now, here's all the sense I can make out of this little caper. You came here with a Corelli gang,
No,
right?
they came first. Then they sent for me to work in the flower shop for a front. The tunnel was their idea.
Then you sent for me. That was your idea.
Right.
Now, Fodor thinks he's going to divvy up with the Corellis and marry you on the proceeds.
Something like
And
that.
Feckerty thinks something like the same something. The president thinks he's going to put it over the vice president. What about the construction crew?
You mean Walter and the
Yes,
others?
the Corellis, the original burglars. What are they going to get out of this? According to Feckerty, it's going to be the old double cross. But if I know you, Feckerty's in for the same gentle treatment.
Harry, why should anybody get anything out of this except...
Okay, Lily, okay. Book a couple of spaces for us on the first milk train out of Budapest, but be sure to get reservations on the bulletproof car.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Time marches on. A lot of trusting Hungarian depositors line up at the bank, leave their hard-earned pengos at the impressive-looking gilt cages for what they fondly believe is safekeeping, and hurry home to have their evening plate of goulash. Closing time comes and goes. Fekete doesn't leave. He just pretends to, and stays skulking in his office. Meanwhile, Fodor takes the big packages of pengos, which, as you know, is Hungarian for money, dutifully to the door of the vault. He slams the vault loudly, this being for the benefit of the janitor, who is deaf anyway and doesn't hear, and quickly stows the loot in the empty filing cabinet which he has thoughtfully left nearby for just this purpose. He then goes home and passes a very restless night. The moon rises over the city and winks at its own reflection in the Danube. A lot of good Hungarians are in their beds. The others are all in a nightclub called the Arizona, dancing the Shardash. They do not come into this story, so we'll leave them dancing. Down onto the street, the Corellis, those adept bank robbers, continue to dig. They are putting the finishing touches on their tunnel, and we will not listen in on them because their conversation is very vulgar indeed. In his luxurious office, Mr. Fekete sits biting his nails and dreaming of a long West Indian cruise with Lulu in an adjoining deck chair. As the gang in the tunnel understand it, when the clock strikes 12, they are to open the secret trap door which they have previously prepared inside the bank, a section of tiling near the vault, go to the filing cabinet and take out the money which Fodor has left there, thus eliminating the noise and inconvenience of breaking into the vault, and, first closing the loose tile after themselves, scuttle back with the loot under the street into the flower shop, out into the night, and as far away from Hungary as possible. As I say, that's the way the gang in the tunnel understand it. This is also the arrangement as Mr. Fodor understands it, with a trifling difference that he expects Lulu to stop by for him with his share of the profits. Like Mr. Fekete, he is biting his nails and dreaming of tropical cruises. And what of Lulu? What of Lulu indeed? It is Lulu's little plan to foozle everybody, Corelli, Fodor, and Fekete. She's led them all on to just this point. It is the point of departure. Lulu's departure. Lulu and all those neatly wrapped packages of pengos. The trouble is, it's all just a little bit too much for one little girl to handle alone, so Harry Lime's been sent for. Harry is supposed to assist at the general foozling of one and all, and then, in due time, of course, he's to be foozled as well. Lulu will send Harry off to mail a postcard, and when he gets back, Lulu will have continued her travels alone, with nothing to keep her company but the loot. That, as I say, is the way Lulu understands it. The clock, high in the steeple of San Stefano, strikes 12. This is the signal. Mr. Corelli, that celebrated expert, with his two able assistants, starts toward the bank. The tunnel was not built for comfort, and the going on hands and feet is a trifle rough. There's a bit of genteel cursing, but hearts are high. At the sound of the clock, Mr. Fekete removes the bound bundles of money from their place of safety and checks once again the bolts and fastenings which keep the loose tile in its place. In the darkness, Mr. Fekete smiles. He is satisfied that, contrary to the Corelli's expectations, the bank end of the tunnel is firmly and irrevocably closed. Still smiling, he starts toting the money toward the side door for which he, Mr. Fekete, is the perfectly legal possessor of a key. On the outside, Lulu, with a high-speed car, is supposed to be waiting for him. Unfortunately, however, a moment earlier, Harry Lime, on the flower shop end of the tunnel, has persuaded Lulu to go down for a moment and tell the boys not to try lifting that trick tile for at least a half hour. Lulu hates herself now for not having analyzed the merits of this suggestion. She has plenty of time now to think this over because foxy old Harry in the flower shop has bolted down the trap door. The clock has stopped striking, of course, and Mr. Fekete pops out of his bank looking for all the world like a jolly Christmas shopper with his arms loaded with bundles. There is a high-speed car waiting for Mr. Feckerty, all right, but it is full of strange gentlemen, and they are all dressed in uniforms.
Put up your hands, Feckerty. Put up your hands. You're under arrest.
But there's some mistake.
Oh, not at all, old man. No mistake at all. You see, gentlemen, just as you were told, there he is, and there's the money.
Come along now, Feckerty. We are taking you in.
You, Harry, a police informant.
Not a bit of it, old man. I wouldn't dream of telling on you. No, the cops got the tip-off from an anonymous letter, and you know how you spell anonymous? L-U-L-U.
Lulu. She did it.
Lulu. That wouldn't be Lulu Hartz, would it? Alias Lily the Twister.
Yes, officer, I believe so. There's a reward offered for her capture, isn't there?
I should say there is.
And what about the Corelli gang?
They've got the biggest price on their heads in Central Europe.
Oh, that's lovely. It's all beginning to add up. When you throw in the generous reward Mr. Feckerty posted in the name of his bank this afternoon...
But you're not going to collect that, are you?
Why not, old man? After all, you put up the money for me to collect before the bank was robbed, didn't you? You also wanted me to thwart the Corellis, and if you yourself are foolish enough to go breaking the law, you'll just have to tell it to the judge.
I'll tell him plenty. I'll tell him about you.
Go ahead. I haven't broken any laws, remember, and you'll only help me collect my various rewards.
As a matter of fact, Lime, just what is your connection with this affair? What have you done?
Officer, all I did was turn a bolt on a trap door. Nothing at all, really, just a twist to the wrist. And now, if you've got some spare handcuffs ready, I think we better open it up again. The folks down below may be getting a little fretful, and I think they'll appreciate a change of scene. If you'll come with me, officer, I'll show you the place.
Really, Mr. Lime, I can't tell you how grateful...
Please, old man, don't mention it. Pleasure, I assure you. Won't you have a cigar?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, friends, I had thought of substituting those fat packages of pengos for the same weight of old newspapers. But the rate of exchange wasn't so good on the pengo just then, so I resisted the temptation. After all, as Mother always said, too many crooks spoil the goulash.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
For 9 years, I managed to live on a communist diet, a diet of indigestible ideals and poisonous philosophies. But even I was shocked to learn that red poison came in cans. This story may save you from a violent case of political ptomaine.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. as Matt Severik, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Treason Comes in Cans.
I should have been used to darkness by now. My life had become a series of grotesque shadow dances for the FBI, with the commies playing the music. But you never get used to darkness when the shadows are alive with treachery, when the mist is like the breath of disaster. The fog hung like a soggy veil over this tiny waterfront town. The buildings, the bleary street lights, everything seemed without shape or form, swimming in a limbo of mist and darkness. And what was I doing here, walking the wet pavements of this waterfront street? I was looking for one particular building, the home of the Oceanic Import Company, a food importing concern that no one ever heard of. That is, no one but me and the commies who'd sent me here. And then, almost too suddenly, the fog swirled with movement. A light appeared over a doorway just ahead, and the darkness spoke to me.
Betty.
Who's that?
Wagner.
Oh, I've been looking for you, comrade.
Never mind that. This way, in here.
I stepped out of the darkness into the lighted doorway. A door closed behind me. When it stopped blinking, I found myself facing the distinguished director of the Oceanic Import Company, Comrade Eric Wagner. He welcomed me with typical commie friendliness.
You're late, Svetic.
I know. That fog is...
Of course, the fog. Nevertheless, you're late, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am.
Aren't you?
All right, I'm late. Do you want a note from my mother?
I suppose your record for competence makes up for your lack of discipline.
Yeah.
Come along. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
You've been briefed on this project, I imagine?
No. I was told to report to the Oceanic Import Company. I was to find you there. It looks like you found me.
Yes. This is the Oceanic Import Company.
This? Well, it's practically a barren room.
All we need. Now, about your reason for being sent here. You know nothing about it?
Well, nothing.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a foreign freighter will dock at Pier 2.
A freighter? I didn't think this port had any overseas traffic.
Very little. It's primarily a fishing town. But as I say, tomorrow at 8
Pier
a.m.
2, okay.
In that freighter's cargo is a small crate of canned tuna. It's listed for delivery to the Oceanic Import Company.
Canned tuna?
That's right.
What in the world does the party want with
Everything in time, Svetic. Everything in time.
All right. Go on.
You will meet that freighter in the morning, comrade, as a representative of Oceanic Imports. You will check with the cargo inspectors to see that our crate is properly dispersed.
That's all?
That crate of canned goods must not go astray.
Why not?
Because, Svetic, in those cans are microfilm of top-secret documents from the Communist International.
Oh, I see. Oh, what sort of documents?
The new revised plan for Red action within the United States. The new timetable for the proletariat advance.
I see. Canned goods seem to be going up in value.
Yes. But if you should permit these canned goods to reach the open market, the price will be frightening.
Let's see here. Here we are. Oceanic Import Company. That it?
Yeah, that's it. Has the crate been checked through yet?
Not going to be checked through at all. Crate's gone.
Gone?
Yeah?
What are you talking
about? Here's a manifest straight from the ship. Says that the canned tuna was damaged in shipment. Started to spoil, went bad.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that.
There it is, black and white. Your crate of canned stuff went bad. Last night, the crew dumped the crate overboard.
It was there in black and white on the cargo report, all right. A crate of canned tuna had been tossed to the bottom of the murky harbor. Now the official red timetable had been put to sleep in the deep, out of reach of the eager commies. But I was still very much within reach of Comrade Wagner.
This report from the cargo inspector, Svetic. you're sure it's complete?
I'm afraid so, comrade.
Get your coat.
What?
Your coat. Put on your coat.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you for a boat ride.
Now, look, Wagner, it's not my fault that the crate
You
was
needn't
thrown.
try explaining anything, Svetic. Just get your coat and come along.
Now, just 1 minute.
Are you afraid of the water, Svetic?
All right. Let's go.
Just like the American bourgeoisie, eh, Svetic? Our own little yacht and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Why so glum, comrade? Don't you enjoy the sea air?
I'm a little fed up with this mystery routine you've been giving me. My stake in this project is as great as yours, Wagner, and I don't know...
Relax,
I
Svetic.
think I'm entitled...
Relax. I'm about to show you exactly where our crate was thrown.
Our crate is at the bottom of the
There's
harbor.
Point Frugas over there, the entrance to the harbor. Just beyond it, our diligent comrades tossed the crate off the freighter into the water.
Comrades? You mean we had party workers on the ship who...
Svetic, you really didn't think the party would let so valuable an item out of its hands for even a moment.
Well,
The crate was tossed overboard at a specified point by specially instructed comrades on the crew of the freighter. In this way, we avoided the risk of a possible cargo inspection on the dock. Understand now?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems like the hard way to do things, though.
Difficult, perhaps, but safe. Now, note this location carefully, Svetic. It will be up to you to get the crate with the microfilm out of the water.
Oh, I see.
You'll hire a diving crew, dredge the bottom. Oceanic Imports will secure the permit.
Hey! Hey, signore! Hey, you with the motor!
Who's that doing that hollering?
Go away with the motor, signore! Por favor, signore, go away! You scary fish!
One of those fool fishermen.
Better change your course, Wagner. You're heading toward his net.
Go the other way, signore! Go away with the motor, please!
Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?
Let him change his course. He's out to snare some measly fish. We're out to haul in the world.
Well, thank you, operator. Here you are.
Beaker.
Beaker, this is Red.
Oh, hi, man. Where are you?
Still sloshing around the waterfront. Listen, Beaker. My little chums have tucked away a crate of hot microfilm. The FBI can use it.
Yeah? Where is it?
At the bottom of the harbor.
At the bottom? Oh, fine. Can we reach it?
I'll give you the location. I've been ordered to dredge it out for the commies, but I'll stall it off till
We'll
you can...
put the Coast Guard right on it. Take it. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What about you? Won't your red playmates get wise?
Well, if you get the job done tonight, they'll...
Look, Matt, we don't want to be fishing you out of the drink, too, you know.
Get it done tonight. I'll keep Wagner away from the shore. Now, look, here's the location. Got a pencil?
Right. Let's have it.
The fog that night was thicker than ever. A sodden blanket that smothered all activity in the harbor. I kept Wagner away from the shore, all right, but the fog kept the Coast Guard away, too. When Wagner met me the next morning, the commie timetables were still asleep in the deep. Wagner, however, was very much awake.
The diver to get the crate, Svetic. All arranged?
Well, you know, the crews around here are pretty expensive. I've been shopping around for a decent price.
Price? Svetic, do you realize what the price will be if we lose those microfilms? No time for false economy now, idiot. Just get that job done.
It just couldn't be done last night, Matt. If you can figure a way to sweep the fog out of the harbor, we'll get that crate lifted. But
Beaker, I can't stall Wagner any longer. You've got to get that job done tonight, fog or no fog.
well, we'll try, Matt. We'll do it somehow.
Svetic, just why are you in the office now?
I just got in. Why?
This is the second day you postponed the diving job.
I know. That fog's been awful soupy out
At night, yes. But the days have been clear enough. If you can't handle a simple task like this, comrade...
I can handle it, Wagner. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worrying, steady. But I suggest you start worrying a little more. If the crate isn't out of the water and in our hands tomorrow...
Beaker?
Well, this is Red, Beaker.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call.
What's the matter?
Matt, are you sure you gave me the right location for that crate?
Sure. We checked it twice, didn't we?
Well, the Coast Guard had divers walking all over the harbor bottom. They combed every inch of it. No crate, no microfilm, nothing.
Nothing. Beaker, it's got to be there. I know it's there. Maybe the tide or the currents or something.
The Coast Guard knows enough to allow for that. The crate just isn't there, Matt. Somebody has picked it off the floor of the harbor, and it's not the FBI.
Great. Well, keep your boys around, Beaker. They may be picking me out of the harbor next.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Severik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The United States Coast Guard had spent the night scouring the bottom of that murky harbor, searching in vain for the creative communist microfilm. Now it was my turn. By early afternoon, I was on the barge with a diving crew and Comrade Eric Wagner, who had come along, evidently, to expose his nerve ending. We inched toward the area beyond Point Frugus, with Wagner becoming increasingly jumpy every bit of the way. I was wondering how he was going to react when he learned the bitter truth when one of the crew hopped from the deck of the tug to the barge.
Hey, which one of you is Mr. Svenik?
I am. What's up?
Well, I was up there checking these instructions with the pilot of the tug, and
They're all right, aren't they? Your crew can understand them, can't they? I mean, nothing is wrong.
No, everything's fine. You're sure you want the divers to go ahead with this job?
Well, yeah. That's what we hired them for.
Huh? Okay. You're the boss.
Now, just a moment. What's on your mind?
Well, this crate we're looking for, it's a crate of canned tuna fish, ain't it?
Yes, of course it is. Is there any doubt about that?
No, just that one of them Portuguese fishermen pulled in a whole crate of canned tuna the other day.
What? What's this? Where? Where was he fishing?
He'd spread his nets right out there where we're going. Leastwise, that's what I understand.
And you say he pulled in a case of canned tuna?
Yeah. I saw him tie up at the dock. He was one happy fisherman, that guy. No, I ain't sure it was your crate he hauled in, but...
Turn back. Tell the pilot to turn back.
Don't be foolish, Wagner. We've gone this far. We might as well
Turn back, I said. We can't let that fisherman... You. Who's the fisherman? What's his name?
How do I know his name? I just see him once in a while on the docks.
Who is he, man? For the love of heaven, who is he?
Quit yanking up my shirt.
Mike, we'd like to find that fisherman. What did he look like?
Well, like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, isn't there anything that... Well, you saw his boat. Did it have a name or anything?
Yeah. I come to think of it, in Spanish name, or maybe Portuguese. A pal, you know, like the song. Paloma, that's it, La Paloma.
Turn back. We have to find him. Turn back, I said.
Listen, will you quit clawing at me?
Tell that pilot to turn back immediately.
It'll be a pleasure. More ruckus about some crummy Kansas spoiled fish.
For the sake of that unsuspecting fisherman, I had to find him before Wagner did. If he'd opened those cans and found the secret commie microfilms, the Reds were licked. But if Wagner got to the fisherman first, he was in for trouble, bad trouble. Searching the harbor area, we found that most of the fishing boats were out at work on the water and wouldn't return until about sundown. As for the inevitable fog, it didn't help a bit. The only thing I could find with no trouble was Wagner. He stuck to my side like a barnacle with a complex.
Static, I hold you fully responsible for this mess.
Me? Why me?
If you hadn't postponed the diving for 2 days...
Oh, cut it out.
I intend to file a complete report of your laxity with the Control Commission as soon
Look,
as...
Wagner, we're wasting time this way. We ought to split up. Go in different directions.
Might be wise.
Look, you search the south end of the harbor, and I'll cover this bay area. We'll cut the time in half.
Good idea. And Static, don't stop looking till you find that boat, the La Paloma.
Don't worry, comrade. I'm as anxious to find that fisherman as you are. The murky waterfront was well covered that afternoon. I roamed the bustling piers, creaking docks. I studied the flocks of fishing boats huddled at anchor in the crescent of the shoreline. But La Paloma seemed to have flown from her nest. I walked along the edge of the seawall, trying to read the names on the boats that swayed at anchor below me. One boat swayed more than the others, as if to keep time with the loud singing that flowed from her deck. That boat bore the name La Paloma.
Hey, mister. You call me, senor?
Yeah, is that your boat?
Si, she's mine. My bonita.
Mind if I come aboard?
Come down, amigo. You can jump from the wall, all right?
Well, I can try.
Okay, amigo, take a chance, please.
There goes.
Buenos dias, senor. You know how to mend the net?
No, I'm sorry. I came to talk business.
Fishing's my business, senor. So we talk about mending nets, eh?
Well, I'm with the Oceanic Import Company.
Huh?
Yeah, we import foods, canned goods, tuna fish, that sort of thing.
Tuna fishing? I import, too. I catch a whole crate of canned tuna in my net. Big importer, that's me. I give you competition, eh?
Oh, that tuna you found. That's why I want to talk to you.
You want some? I sell you some pretty cheap.
No, I don't think you'll want any either. The fish in those cans is bad. It's spoiled.
Bad fish in cans?
Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten any. Spoiled tuna can poison you, you know.
Si, I know. You sure my tuna is bad, senor?
Look, I spent all day looking for you so I could warn you. I didn't do it because I needed the walk.
Si. Maybe I'd better tell my wife, eh?
Well, look, I'll do it for you if you like. After all, my company's responsible.
Si, you do it. You tell my wife I'm in the net.
Okay, where do you live?
Right down the bay shore. 221 Bay Shore. Over that way.
Okay. Oh, my name's Savetic. What's yours?
Tamorina. Pietro Tamorina. My wife, she's Marie. You see her. Make her give you up the canned fish.
I hope she won't mind my butting in.
Go on. You tell her. But, amigo, hey, you be quiet about it. Do not wake the baby.
Well, I was in the lead now. I'd found the fisherman, and I knew now where the crate was located. I was all set for the home stretch. I looked up to judge the distance for my little leap back to the seawall, and suddenly I knew my lead was gone. There on the seawall, looking down at Tamorina and me, was Comrade Wagner.
Come up here, Static.
Sure. Give me a hand.
You found the boat and the man, I see, Static.
Uh-huh.
Does he have the crate?
No.
He hasn't? Then who has it?
Well, I'm not sure. Come on, let's walk.
Hey, senores.
Oh, what is it, Tamorina?
You had put the wrong way, amigo. I told you my house is that way.
Losing your sense of direction, Static? Come on.
This is Tamorina?
What do you want?
I'm Matt Svetic. This is Mr. Wagner from the Oceanic Import Company.
No, nothing today.
It's imperative that we talk to you, madam.
My baby is sleeping.
We must talk to you now, right now.
Por favor, senor, not so loud, eh?
We just talked to your husband. It's about that crate of canned food he hauled in the other day.
So? It is his, no?
It belongs to our company, madam. We've come to claim it.
Oh, nobody claim it. Pietro hauled it from the water in his snare. What's not yours?
Well, let me explain, Mrs. Tamarina. That canned fish is bad. It's rotten, spoiled.
Bad? Why so bad?
Bad. No good. Can't you understand that?
Senor, if you wake my baby, I'll call a cop.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You.
There you see you wake my baby. Adios, senores. Go away, adios.
Mrs. Tamarina, please. This is important.
Adios. Go away, go.
Madam, you're a fool. If you eat that canned stuff, you may kill your whole family.
Kill, huh?
That tuna fish is no good. It's poison.
What?
That's why we threw it to the bottom of the harbor. Food like that is dangerous.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, my sister. I gave some of them to my sister.
Will we never see the end of this chase?
Where does your sister live?
Oh, come in. I must fix thee, baby. My sister, she lives down the street, right close to the bait shop. Por favor, senor, the baby.
Betty, stay here. I'll get the sister.
No, you stay with Mrs. Tamarino. I can make it faster.
You get along better with this woman.
Just stay put. I'll be back.
Betty, just a minute. Betty.
There was no time to argue now. I had to get away from Wagner in a hurry. I ran toward Mrs. Tamarina's sister's house, passed it, and kept right on running till I reached the bait shop. There was a payphone on the rear wall. I started dialing the local FBI office, but I realized that by the time they'd covered the distance, Wagner and the microfilms would be gone. Hello? Police headquarters? Oh, senor, a policeman to my house. Hurry. I live at 221 Bay Shore, senor. A man is trying to steal from my house. Hurry, please. A name? Or me? My name is Tamorina. You got that? Pietro Tamorina. I knew the local police would find Wagner there, all right. But to make sure the evidence was found, too, I called the FBI and told them to follow through on Wagner's arrest. Once those microfilms were linked to Wagner, one more red would be erased from the commie spectrum. In a matter of minutes, the police car zoomed by the bait shop and stopped at the Tamorina home. I walked away from the phone and turned inland, away from the shoreline. The fog was beginning to roll in from over the water. A soggy veil to hide the face of the waterfront. But this time, the fog was like a welcome friend. It gave me cover, obscurity, the security of darkness. But when you must wallow in treachery to defeat treachery, you learn to greet the gloom more readily. You walk more securely in darkness, as long as you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson who said, "We want a state of things which allows every man the largest liberty compatible with the liberty of every other man." We have that state of things in America today. 150 million definitions of the word liberty, one for every citizen of the United States, and room for every one of them to flourish. That in itself is the essence of liberty. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Severik, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
Take you back there and a razor. No, don't.
I told you not to touch me. Now it's all over. We've played our last performance together.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Secret of XR3. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Max Ehrlich is The Secret of XR3. The death house. A man sits in a tiny cell, his head bowed, waiting for the moment when he will pass from light to eternal shadow. The clock ticks on, but the time is not yet, not quite yet. Then footsteps sound in the corridor. The door opens. It's almost time, my son.
Yes, Father. I know.
Is there anything I can do?
No. Still, I'm glad you've come. Father, look at me. Look at me closely.
Yes?
I frighten you, don't I? I terrify you.
No. No, my son. Nothing frightens me except the evil in men's hearts.
And am I evil?
I don't know, my son.
Father, sit down. Let me tell you my story, and then when I've finished, perhaps you can tell me. They call me Gorgo. All my life I've been a little man, only 3 feet high. Perfectly normal in every way, you see, except for my height. Perhaps you saw me down at the Century Theater not so long ago, the vaudeville team of Petrov and Gorgo, acrobats supreme. Petrov was a huge, ape-like man who tossed me through the air like a rubber ball. The audience liked the act. The contrast between the big Petrov and the little Gorgo intrigued and amused them. And on the stage, I laughed and smiled and went through my tricks like a happy little fellow. But in the dressing room, it was different.
I did not like your performance tonight, Gorgo.
But what was wrong with it, Petrov?
You were slow. You landed too heavily. You did not smile enough.
Yeah, but they liked us, Petrov. You heard them. We got 3 curtain calls.
We should have gotten 5.
Petrov, I did my best, my very best, believe me.
Your best was not good enough, little one. Perhaps you will do better tomorrow if I lock you in your room tonight without supper.
That was Vladimir Petrov, a gorilla of a man and master of my body and soul. How I hated him. How many times I wept in the silence of my room. All my life I had walked in the shadows of bigger people. See, all my life I had looked up instead of straight ahead, endured the stares of the curious and sensed the pity that was in their hearts. And that was why I used to wait in the alley near the stage door between performances, because it was dark there. I loved the dark. It protected me and hid me from those who stared and mocked. One night...
I beg your pardon. You a Gorgo?
Yes?
My name is Dr. Meade. I saw your performance earlier tonight. I was just coming in to see you.
Yes? What about?
Oh, I happen to be an expert in glandular work, particularly in the function of the pituitary or growth gland. I think the results of my recent experiments will interest you.
I don't understand, Dr. Meade.
Did you ever hear of XR3?
XR3? No.
Well, it's an extract, a synthetic, I discovered about 2 years ago. In my experiments to date, whenever I injected it into stunted or dwarfed animals, they grew.
They grew?
Yes.
You mean to normal size?
Well, by using controlled doses, yes.
You mean if you could do this with animals, then you could...
I don't know, Gorgo. I think the time has come to try. Except for your size, you were perfectly formed, just what I've been looking for. I came to ask you if you'd volunteer.
Yes.
You understand, I can't guarantee a thing.
I understand, and that doesn't matter. Dr. Meade, you don't know what it means, even a chance to grow to normal size. Why,
One thing, though, I must have your written permission.
My permission? Yes, Dr. Meade, I'll give it to you gladly. I'll do anything.
You speak a little hastily, do you not, Gorgo?
Petrov.
Yes, little one. I'm sorry, Dr. Meade. I'm afraid you will have to find someone else for your experiments.
Someone else?
My little friend cannot act as your guinea pig without my consent. You see, I am Gorgo's legal guardian, and I have the papers to prove it.
No, Petrov, no, you've got to give me this chance.
Silence, little fool. As I said, I am sorry, Doctor, but...
But, my dear sir, if I can make Gorgo grow to normal size...
If you did, what would become of our act? It would be worthless. The people come to see Big Petrov and Little Gorgo.
Do you mean to say, Mr. Petrov, that you would let your vaudeville act stand in the way?
Yes. I spent years building the team of Petrov and Gorgo. Do you think I am going to let you ruin my investment now?
Petrov, please let him do it. You've got to.
Shut up, you little fool, and get inside.
Petrov!
As for you, Doctor, I wouldn't advise you to come around here again.
This was a blow I could not stand. Dr. Meade had opened a prison door for me, and Petrov had slammed it shut again. I resolved then that come what may, I would have my chance. The very idea of the XR3, of becoming a man like other men, made me drunk and gave me daring. One morning, while Petrov was away, I paid a visit to Dr. Meade at his office and begged him to try the experiment without Petrov's permission.
I'm sorry, Gorgo, but I cannot. The experiment would be very delicate if anything should happen without your guardian's legal permission.
No, I'll run the risk, Dr. Meade. I'll be glad to.
I'm sorry, but it can't be done.
I see. Dr. Meade.
Yes?
Just what does this XR3 look like?
Well, I made it up in capsule form. Here, I have a whole bottle of the capsules in my desk drawer. As you see, they're green in color.
So those are the magic capsules. Thank you for letting me see them, Doctor. Thank you very much. Late that night, I slipped out of my hotel room and down the fire escape. Keeping in the shadows, I went to Dr. Meade's office and climbed through the grilled bars in the window. It was easy for a man of my size, and when I left, I had the bottle of XR3 capsules in my pocket. Well, that was Saturday night. I took one capsule, and then another. They made me ill, lightheaded. Then I fell into a deep sleep. And then a knock on the door wakened me. Who is it?
Petrov, why are you sleeping so late?
I don't feel well.
Ah, my little one does not feel well. That's a pity.
Please, Petrov, I want to sleep.
Very well. Today is Sunday and there is no performance. But tomorrow, my little Gorgo, you had better be in the best of health, understand? Otherwise, I'll see that you really become sick.
After he left, I fell into the deep sleep again. And then something woke me. My muscles ached as though I had been stretched on a rack. It was daylight again. It was Monday. My pajamas seemed uncomfortably tight, and I looked down, and the sleeves only reached my elbows. I stared, and my heart stopped beating. Then I remembered the XR3. Like a drunken man, I staggered over to the mirror, looked. Yes, I had grown. I had grown. My pajamas were stretched to bursting. I was growing. I was at least 5 feet tall. 5 feet tall! It was almost time for the performance now. Petrov would be coming for me any minute, and I didn't want him to see me. Not yet. So I piled furniture against the door and waited.
All right, Gorgo. Time to go to the theater.
I can't go, Petrov. Not tonight. I'm still sick.
What? You little swine, do you think I'm going to postpone a performance because you're sick? Open the door.
No. Petrov, no. Don't come in. Don't come in.
You little fool, I'll break every bone in your body.
I had the key, and I heard it turning in the lock. The furniture against the door would only hold for a minute, and I ran to my valise, took out a straight razor, and then, like a frightened animal, I waited.
Barricade the door, will you? I'll show you what it means to be. Now, my little...
Gorgo. In the name of heaven, what... Yes, Petrov. I got it. I stole the XR3, and I took it. Now, you see...
You idiot. Do you realize what you've done? You've ruined the act. You've ruined it. Do you hear?
Yes, but I'm a man now. I'm a man, not a dwarf. They won't stare at me now. They won't...
No? That's what you think. If that doctor could make you grow, he can make you small again. Smaller than ever.
No, Petrov, no!
Yes, Gorgo. You've grown, but not so much that I can't handle you. We're going to see him right now.
Petrov, no! Let me alone, for heaven's sake!
Don't struggle, you... Razor! No, don't!
I told you to leave me alone. I told you. And now it's all over. We've played our last performance together, Petrov.
A doomed man sitting in the death house pauses in his story, recalling the first time the clock struck 12 for
Murder at midnight.
And now here is Gorgo again, continuing his story to the priest in the death house.
I stayed in my hotel room another day and took 2 more XR3 capsules. And when I looked into the mirror that night, I was over 6 feet tall. That was enough. That was all I wanted. Now I would leave the hotel. They'd never know who killed Petrov. They'd be looking for Gorgo, a 3-foot midget. Never suspect me. Yes, I was in the clear. I stripped Petrov, put on his clothes. They were a little tight, but they did well enough. Then I went through the lobby and into the night. The mere experience of walking was exciting, exhilarating, as though I were walking on a high fence. And nobody looked at me twice. The staring eyes were gone. I was normal. First, I had to find a place to live. I passed by a boarding house with a sign, room to let. I rang the bell.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, hello.
Hello. My name is Baker, John Baker. I saw your sign about a room.
Yeah. Oh, would you like to see it, big boy?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind a bit. Come in. Come in. It's a lovely room. We got a nice class of people. I'm sure you'll like it.
I'm sure I will. But first, Miss...
Devlin. Rhoda Devlin.
Yeah, Miss Devlin, I just wanted to say I've been living in hotels all my life, and I can't give you any references.
Forget it. My mother owns the place, and, well, we're not exactly formal. Besides, you look good to me.
I do?
Yeah. I always did go for big men.
Big?
Yeah.
Oh. And I've always liked pretty girls. This was a dream come true. I was a normal man, and a normal girl was attracted to me. She was blonde and blue-eyed, and her head came up to my shoulder. A week passed. A week that was beyond my wildest dreams. I took Rhoda out, and we went everywhere. I fell in love with her. Madly in love. She was so small, so delicate. I wanted to protect her always. She had opened up a new and magic world to me, a world of light and love and laughter. And then, one night it happened. I was taking Rhoda home from the movies, and we were passing a billiard parlor, and there were several idlers in front of the place. They began saying things.
Hey, look at the giant.
Yeah. How's the weather up there, big boy?
Hey, Charlie, what do you got there, Pike's Peak?
You wait here, Rhoda. I'll shut their mouths to them. All right. I crack the skull of the next man who opens his mouth.
Please, Johnny, don't bother with them.
Yeah, but they're saying...
I know, but don't mind them. Let's keep walking.
No, I want...
Please.
All right.
Well, what do you know? The big baboon trying to throw his weight around.
I wanted to smash their jeering faces, knock them down. But Rhoda and I walked on to her mother's boarding house, and she was strangely silent as we entered the dimly lit foyer. She hadn't said a single word since we had passed that billiard parlor. I was vaguely disturbed. I took her in my arms, but she pushed me away.
No, please don't.
What's the matter, baby? Is it what those men at the billiard parlor said?
I don't know. It seems to me you're growing bigger. Right before my eyes.
Growing bigger?
Yeah. I thought at first I was seeing things, but now I know it's true. I know it's crazy, but when we first met, the top of my head reached your shoulders. And now...
Yeah? What about now?
Now it doesn't reach your shoulders anymore. You've grown bigger.
Now, Rhoda, you don't know what you're saying. This is your imagination.
No, it's true. We'd better not see each other anymore. I'm afraid of you, John. You're too big now. Good night.
No, Rhoda, listen.
Don't
no,
touch
Rhoda,
me.
please.
Let go of my arm.
No, not until you hear what I have to say. Rhoda, I love you. Do you hear? I love you, and I'm not going to let you just toss me aside.
Let me go, you big slut. Let me
No, stop that. No, stop that screaming. You want to wake the whole street up.
go.
Stop it. Stop it. Hey. Stop that screaming. Stop, I say.
Let me go.
Yeah.
You're hurting me. I can't breathe. Help.
Hey, Rhoda. Rhoda! No. Her lifeless body sagged in my arms. I'd forgotten my own strength. And in my fury, I'd strangled her. Like a man in a dream, I lowered her body gently to the floor and then turned to look at my reflection in the full-length mirror in the foyer. Yes!
Yes, it was true. The pitiless mirror reflected a giant. I'd grown at least 6 inches. The XR3 had continued its work, was making me grow even now. Now I was a freak again. They stare at me again and pity me. The beautiful, normal world I had so briefly enjoyed came crashing down over my ears. I ran out of the house like a wild man and into the street. Dr. Meade. Yes, I had to see him. At once, I ran to his office, avoiding the well-lit streets, and the light was on, and I prayed that he was in. I knocked on the door.
Yes, what? Good Lord.
Hello, Dr. Meade. You remember me?
Why, no, I can't say that I do.
Look up into my face, Doctor. The features are the same you looked down upon not so long ago.
Gogo the midget.
No, Dr. Meade. It's Gogo the giant now.
So it was you who stole the bottle of XR3 capsules from my desk.
Yes.
And this is the result. This and Petrov's murder.
He deserved to die.
It does not alter the fact that it still was murder.
Dr. Meade! I'm not here to argue law with you. I want you to save me. You've got to stop this growing process.
But how? What can I do?
An antidote. You must have an antidote.
I'm sorry, but I haven't. There just isn't any.
What? No antidote? Oh, you're lying.
I assure you I'm telling the truth, Gogo. I was interested in making things grow, not making them smaller.
Yeah. Then I'm lost. There's no way out.
I'm sorry.
All my life I was a little man. I wanted to know what it was like to be a big man. Now I am big. Too big. Isn't that amusing, Doctor? Too little and then too big. Like the swing of a pendulum. I wish I were little again. As I knew what to expect then. I was used to that. Now they'll stare at me again. They'll laugh and jeer at me. Gogo the giant. Gogo the giant.
I think we'd better call the police, Gogo.
Well, Father, that's my story. See, that's why I'm here in the death house. Now, tell me, am I evil?
No, my son. You have been unfortunate, but not evil. You have sinned, yes. But you have been sinned against, too, and they're coming for you, Gogo.
I hear. And I'm glad.
Glad?
Yes, glad. I don't mind dying now. This world, Father, what has it ever meant to me? But there, in the next world, there no man will be strange, and all will be equal. And perhaps there I will find peace.
With firm and measured tread, the man who was first too small and then too big walks down the corridor. And the iron doors along the way rattle and clang like the chiming of the clock when it first struck 12 for
Murder at midnight.
remember to be with us again when death walks through the darkness with giant strides and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Gorgo was played by Carl Swenson. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Until now, this story has been Top Secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 1, Night Train to Berlin. A story until now, Top Secret.
Baroness, we have crossed the Swiss frontier. We are in Germany now.
Herr Garben, I will not talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before the treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk. How do I come to be locked in a compartment with a Gestapo man on the night express from Geneva to Berlin? It is very simple. A long time ago, a man, a very wonderful, brave man, offered me a job and I took it. Baroness, he said, remember this.
In espionage, you receive no credit in success, no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death. If you have to steal, steal. But if you are caught, you will go to jail as a thief. If you have to kill, kill. But if you are caught, you will hang. And always remember, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last.
I accepted the conditions. I became an intelligence agent, a spy. I forgot I was a baroness. I forgot my home in Vienna. I forgot everything except the fight against these animals. I got a job as a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. It is surprising how much one can pick up in a beauty parlor, and I do not mean tips. Your other hand now, Frau von Klug.
Oh, careful, Fräulein. Do not scratch my ring with your file. My husband sent it to me from Africa.
Oh. And that night, I would send a message. Colonel General Hans von Klug is in Africa.
For days I hear nothing. Then all he says in his letter is how cold it is.
Your husband is fighting a war, Frau Richter. He's busy.
Send me my fur-lined field coat, he says. So I wrote, send me a Russian saber.
And that night, my message would say,
3rd Panzer Division is on the Eastern Front in Russia. North sector, where it is cold. Day after day I manicured the hands of these fat German women. I was waiting for a message from a man called simply the farmer. His trademark was a plain white visiting card with a single grain of wheat glued in the center. I had been told that I would be contacted in a way that no German would ever speak. In a way that no German would ever speak. Last Friday, after the manicure shop closed, I went to sit in the Tiergarten to enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. As I sat in the lovely park watching the children and the birds, I took out a cigarette.
Good afternoon, Fraulein. Perhaps you'd like a match.
I'm quite capable of lighting my own cigarette.
You look capable of practically anything.
I beg your pardon?
Even of calling a flatfoot and turning me in.
Calling a what?
A flatfoot, you know, like Dick Tracy.
Do you know Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm. And Little Abner and Daisy May.
It's nice to meet someone who knows them.
I have a calling card right from Dogpatch, sort of farmerish.
May I see?
Perhaps you could describe it first?
Plain white.
Yes.
With a grain of wheat.
Glued in the center.
Across the street from the entrance to the park, there is a small tea room. Do you know it?
Yes.
Table in the corner behind the pillars. Can you be there in 15 minutes?
That's all I know, Fraulein. What I've told you. The farmer said you'd know what to do.
Were those his exact words?
I memorized them.
Repeat the message again.
He said, G left Lisbon by air yesterday, arrived at Hotel Metropole in Geneva tonight.
I see.
Has compartment 10 on car 806, Geneva-Berlin Express, leaving Geneva, midnight Saturday. Stop him. And that's all.
I see.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Yes. There's a flight on Swiss Air leaving Tempelhof in 2 hours. Get me a reservation. And can you get me some Swiss money?
Yes, Fraulein.
As much as you can. Then telephone Geneva and make a reservation for me at the Hotel Metropole in the name of Karen Gabor.
Yes, Fraulein.
I think that is all.
Perhaps I'm not supposed to ask questions, but who was meant by G?
His name is Garben. I've never seen him. I only know that at this moment, he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's smuggling something into Germany that,
Smuggling what, Fraulein?
Well, it is not necessary for you to know. Do not ask me any more questions. Get me as much money as you can and meet me at the airport in 2 hours. Later that night, I was flying over Switzerland. So peaceful, so rich. So convenient as a place where enemies can meet and dine and drink together. After I landed in Geneva, I took a taxi to a dark little shop in the Rue des Petits Cloches, the street of the Little Bell. All this had been planned for weeks. I knew exactly what we needed. I knew what would be ready. I knew that the shoemaker would be waiting.
Coming. Coming. Come in.
Are you alone?
Yes, come in. Were you followed?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes. Are my shoes ready?
Come with me, child, in the back. I have been expecting you for weeks.
I have been waiting for weeks.
So, our little German is in Geneva, eh?
He's catching the midnight express to Berlin tomorrow night.
But we are ready for him, are we not?
I do hope so.
Here are your shoes. Try them on. The instrument is in the heels.
Oh.
It is good. I am skilled in precision work. My years in the watch factory. Are they comfortable?
Yes, they're fine.
Now, bring the heels together.
Like this?
You feel something, no?
Yes. I feel a kind of tingling sensation.
Observe, child. I take off my watch. I place it on the floor. Stand with your heels on either side of the watch.
Like this?
Yes. Now listen. You hear?
It's amazing.
Now I take the watch away. Like this. The sound stops.
Oh, it's perfect.
In your right heel is a very high-frequency shortwave transmitter.
So small.
I have made them smaller than that to fit a wristwatch. In your other heel is a receiver hooked up to a circuit sensitive to radioactive substances. My watch has a radium dial. When you stand with the radium watch dial between your heels, the transmitter activates the receiver. You feel a small electrical impulse and hear the beep. You are a walking Geiger counter.
And you are a genius. And also my very dear friend.
Is there anything else?
Yes. I will go now to the Metropole Hotel. I have a reservation under the name of Karen Gabor.
Karen Gabor?
Yes. I want an operative, your best. Young enough to be strong and old enough to be wise.
I have the very man. 30, an Englishman, and speaks perfect German, resourceful, fearless.
Have him get me a ticket on the Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night. Our friend will be in compartment 10, car 806. If possible, I want compartment 9 or compartment 11.
And if that is impossible?
Well, then at least in the same car.
Car 806.
That is right.
Anything else?
Have him bring the tickets to the Hotel Metropole and tell him to use the service entrance.
I have something else for you, child. Wait a moment. I made these myself.
Sugar lumps?
Yes, individually wrapped, just like in America. Sugar with enough cyanide to kill in 30 seconds. I will give you 6 cubes. They may be handy, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Thank you, dear friend. And have your man bring my tickets to the hotel at once. Who is it? Come in.
Thank you.
Who sent you?
The shoemaker.
Can you identify yourself?
Here is my card, madame. Plain white, as you see, with a grain of wheat in the center.
Have you my ticket to Berlin?
Car 806, compartment 11. Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night at midnight.
Good. Sit down. There is much for you to do.
Thank you.
6 weeks ago, on our side of the ocean, 3 German agents stole a sample of a new atomic fuel made from uranium-235.
Yes, I know. The shoemaker told me.
They also obtained the only copy of a formula on how the fuel may be used and controlled. In some way, I do not know how, 2 ounces of this metal reached Lisbon.
But it must be incredibly difficult to transport. One can't just carry radioactive material in one's hand, can one?
It is being transported in a block of lead, 9 inches square. Yesterday it reached Geneva. I was told by the farmer that it is in a suitcase, a plain leather suitcase.
Go on.
The suitcase is in the possession of a Gestapo agent named Garben. He's staying here at the hotel, and tomorrow night he leaves for Berlin.
Are you sure he has the metal?
Naturally, we can't be positive. We only know that if the metal and that formula reaches Germany.
Our armies never will.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do?
Be on the train tomorrow night.
Basel on the Swiss border is the only stop the Geneva-Berlin Express makes, isn't it?
Right.
It's dangerous for me to be that near Germany.
Are you afraid?
I was involved in the assassination attempt on the life of Field Marshal Goering. Oh. My picture is posted in every railway station in Germany.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a Geiger counter built into the heels of my shoes. I will get on the train early, go directly to Garben's compartment, and when he arrives, I will pretend it is mine.
Uh-huh.
I will try to plant my heels next to his luggage. You will be on the station platform outside. If I get a reaction, I will signal you.
Well, how?
Let me think. What shall it be? Something you can see easily through the train window.
Will you be wearing a hat?
Yes.
If he hasn't the metal, take off your hat.
And if he has, I leave it on.
Right.
The hat is wide-brimmed gray felt. You'll see it easily.
So, no metal, take off your hat.
Mm-hmm.
And ride through to Berlin, having missed the boat completely.
Yes.
And then I won't get on the train.
Right.
Perhaps we should have another operative, someone to pose as a passenger and ride through to Berlin with you.
That's up to the shoemaker.
Anything else?
Just be standing outside the window of compartment 10, car 806, tomorrow night at 10 minutes to 12. I got a good look at Herr Garben the next day in the lobby of the hotel. He was carrying a small square suitcase. He sat quite near me with the suitcase beside him on the floor. When he left, the heavy wool carpet had a mark on it, a square mark in the nap. It was a small suitcase to be so heavy, unless it contained a piece of lead 9 inches square. At the station that night, I got on the train early and went to Garvin's compartment in car 806. Through the window, I could see my Englishman standing in the shadow of a pillar, his eyes watching my hat. It drew closer and closer to midnight, and still Garvin didn't arrive. I could hear the station master calling the departure.
Numéro 11, maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter. Numéro 11, maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter.
Oh, excuse me, Fräulein, but I think you have made a mistake. Apartment is mine.
Oh, but that is impossible. I know I'm number 10.
Perhaps I could see your ticket.
Oh, certainly. I have it in my purse. If I can ever find it. You know how much useless equipment a woman carries. It must be here somewhere.
There is no hurry, Fräulein.
Please sit down. I'll find it in a moment.
While you look, Fräulein, this compartment is stifling. May I open the window?
Please do.
I got warm running for the train. Excuse me. There. That's better.
I shall never find it if you stand and watch me. Please put your luggage on the floor beside mine and sit down.
Thank you, Fräulein. There.
I wonder if...
What's that?
What's what?
That noise.
I heard nothing.
I could have sworn I heard something like... Oh. I should not run for trains. The ringing comes in my ears. Oh, your hat! Watch out!
A sudden gust of wind swept in the open window. My hat had a wide brim. The wind caught it and blew it off my head. It rolled to Garvin's feet. This was supposed to have been our signal. If he hadn't the metal, I was to take off my hat. Outside on the station platform, I saw my English friend smile at me and then turn and walk quickly away. He thought I had signaled him that the metal was not there. In 2 seconds, our plan had been shattered. I was alone with Garvin and the uranium. The next stop was Basel and the German border.
Baroness, you are delightful. Completely enchanting.
Have you forgiven me for my stupid mistake about your compartment?
You have made the evening perfect. Of course I forgive you.
Oh, it is late. I must get some sleep.
Nonsense. It is not often I have such pleasure. A woman like you, beautiful, charming, witty, traveled. Please, stay.
Do you suppose we could get some coffee?
Of course. I'll ring.
Look. A friend of mine gave me a special treat today. Sugar, 6 whole lumps.
We shall have a feast. Oh, I haven't had sugar in coffee for weeks.
Will they have any cream?
We can hope for the best. Come in.
You rang, sir?
Yeah. We wish coffee for 2. And, have you chicken?
No, sir. Canned beef?
Then beef, but thin sandwiches. With coffee for 2.
Yes, sir.
What are you smiling at?
The coffee, sir. It is very bad. Ersatz. We make it from anything. Grain, wheat. We buy our coffee from farmers.
From farmers?
Yes, Fräulein. Would you prefer tea?
No, I'll try the coffee.
I do. Hurry, please.
Yes, sir, at once.
Before we have our coffee, will you excuse me? I will freshen up. My hands are filthy from the dust.
I shall miss you, Baroness. But I shall also look forward to your return.
Oh, I'm only going next door to my compartment.
Even that is too far.
I won't be a moment. Waiter.
Yes?
In my compartment, quickly, number 11. Inside, quickly.
Yes, Fräulein.
Who are you?
The farmer sent me.
How?
Through the shoemaker.
Have you a card?
White with a grain of wheat.
Do you know about this?
Yes. You want his suitcase?
Yes. Thank God you are here. I had a signal that went wrong. My head blew off.
Has he the metal?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
I have some of the shoemaker's sugar. I'll put it in his coffee.
Supposing he doesn't take sugar?
I asked him. He said he did.
I had better get out of here.
Bring us the coffee and come back in half an hour. We'll have to do something with his body. When do we get to customs?
Oh, less than that, about 20 minutes.
Then come back in 15. We'll have to get his body off the train before the customs man come aboard.
Oh, somebody is ringing for me. I have got to go.
All right.
Be careful.
Yes.
All right.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Come in here, please.
Someone is ringing, sir.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, I would shoot you. Come in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, shut the door behind you. I am not a fool, young man. I know about the farmer. I know about the wheat. I have not been in the Gestapo 8 years for nothing. Question? Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she with you?
No, I swear it. I have never seen her before in my life.
I think you are lying. Pull down the berth.
What?
The berth. The upper berth. Pull it down.
I don't understand.
Pull it down.
Yes, sir. It sticks.
Hurry. Good. My friend, I have a silencer on my gun. The train is noisy. I have not much time. The Baroness will be back in a moment. If you tell me the truth, you can go. If you don't, I will shoot you, shove your body into the berth, and close it. Now you have 2 seconds to decide.
I swear, I have never seen her, never.
You're lying.
No.
What on earth is that waiter doing with our coffee?
Oh, he's probably busy. He won't be long. Oh, they are coming into Basel. But doubtless he's waiting until after the customs men get on.
Are we at Basel already?
It is the company, Baroness, that gives wings to time.
Well, we have to get out?
No, the customs men get on the train.
Not even a breath of air?
They only stop for a moment.
Some fresh air would do me...
You seem very anxious to get off the train, Baroness. Are you nervous about something?
Nervous? Why should I be?
Smuggling something, perhaps?
Do I look like a smuggler?
Appearances are deceptive. What were you doing in Switzerland?
Skiing.
For long?
Couple of weeks. I had a wonderful vacation.
It must be nice to have a vacation. For years, I have not had the time.
Reise passe bitte.
The customs men, excuse me, Baroness.
Reise passe bitte. Dankeschön. Passport, please.
Certainly.
Ah, Herr Gaban, this is an honor. I trust you have a pleasant journey.
Stamp it, will you?
Certainly.
Dankeschön.
Now, madame, your passport, if you please. No, it will not be necessary to look at the luggage if you are with Herr Gaban. Just your passport.
Here it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite in order. And next time, Baroness, stay longer. And fly into our beautiful Switzerland on one night and leave the next reflects on our hospitality. Bonsoir. Guten Abend, Herr Gaben.
Guten Abend. Sit down, Baroness.
I think I should go to bed.
Sit down. You are on German soil now. I can have you locked in this compartment until we reach Berlin. Good. I am glad you're going to be reasonable. So cruelty we will not resort to. The arm I will not twist. Guns I shall not threaten with, but you will answer me quickly and truthfully.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking.
You fly in last night, take the train out tonight. You say you were skiing for 2 weeks. Why do you lie?
I'm merely traveling to Berlin. I want the rest of the night to sleep.
When did you ski? Then your passport says...
Give me that passport. You have no right to...
Then your passport says... Ah, yes. Exit Tempelhof Airport last night, re-entry Basel tonight. When did you ski, Baroness? I'm sure only a very special assignment would call for such haste. Is that assignment myself?
I refuse to talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before that treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk.
Baroness, the next stop is Berlin. And you are alone. Your friend Zaveda is dead. His body is shut in my upper berth.
No.
That startles you, doesn't it? Is there a tremor in those beautiful eyes, Baroness? Is it terror? Is it? There is no need of terror, Baroness. Everything can be avoided if you answer a few questions. Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? Who is the farmer?
Over and over and over. All the way to Berlin. All night long. I had lost. There was no escape. The Gestapo would break me. They can break anybody. I remembered what I had been told.
If you have to kill, kill.
But what weapon? I had no weapon. I could not kill him with my bare hands. And then, in the early morning, when we were slowing down to stop at Central Station in Berlin, the train jerked sharply. The car lurched. The weight of the body in the upper berth caused it to swing suddenly downwards. For perhaps 5 seconds, Gordon was dazed, but it was long enough. I found my weapon. So harmless, so simple. Something only a woman would carry. I held it in front of his eyes.
Baroness, I please, in the name of...
Don't say his holy name, Herr Garden. Say rather in the name of my husband, whom your troops hung head downwards outside our house in Vienna until the blood burst in his brain.
No!
No! I was suddenly very calm. I stepped over his body, took the heavy suitcase, and got off the train. The farmer himself met me. The metal and the formula are now on our side of the ocean. And I am back at my job as a manicurist in the Adlon Hotel.
When I need a manicure, Fräulein, I always come to you. You're so expert. No one else can shape my nails like this.
Well, it is the files, Frau von Blum. I get them specially made, very long and thin, and the best steel. They have many uses.
Many uses, Fräulein?
Yes. If a man molested you, a nail file in the eyes would be...
Fräulein.
Would you like to try this new polish? It's called Blood Red.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a theft by a dead man who never died, a seamstress who didn't talk, and a lichen begleiter, a corpse carrier. It is a story that has been until now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The program, in part transcribed, was purely fictional and was written by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey tonight was Carl Emery as Herr Garvin. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Francis Bethencourt, Paul Levitt, and Connie Lemke. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. This is Fred Collins speaking. Every Thursday night, radio listeners can hear for themselves a startling yet authentic dramatization of the step-by-step solution of an actual crime. Dragnet tells the story of your police force at work and in action. Dragnet is taken from police files of a great American city, and NBC is proud to present it to you for your pleasure. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Until now, this story has been Top Secret. Top Secret, the thrilling NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 7, Midnight for Danger.
When I began Assignment 7, I did not know that a watch, a thick, rather ordinary, quite cheap Swiss watch, could hold the secret not only of time, but of death. It is an axiom of spies that the best place to hide a needle is not in a haystack, but in a needle shop. In the city of Basel in Switzerland, a country famous for its watches, the equivalent of a needle shop is a clock store. A quaint, rather ordinary, quite cheap clock store. Could I be waited on, please?
Fräulein, excuse me. I did not hear you come in.
I'm interested in a watch in your window.
Certainly, Fräulein. Which one?
That one.
Ah, that is a beauty. Fräulein has excellent taste.
No, the one beside it.
This one?
Yes.
But, Fräulein, this is a man's watch.
I am aware of that.
May I ask why you fancy this particular watch?
Because of the time it tells.
Which is?
Exactly correct.
Where?
New York City. But it is exactly 1 o'clock.
So at last you have come.
Yes.
Who are you?
I am the Baroness Karen Gazer, formerly of Vienna.
My name is Jura, Erich Jura.
Before we talk, can we get this signal business straight?
That white clock will always be in my window.
Yes.
When it is set at 5 o'clock, you may come in. 12 o'clock means danger. Break contact.
5 o'clock, all clear. 12 o'clock, danger.
And break contact.
If I break contact with you, is there anyone else I can call?
Yes, a man named Paul Hammerlein. Yes. He's young, strong, speaks perfect German. I'll write down the telephone number.
Oh, never write anything down. Tell it to me.
2007.
Again, please.
2007. Oh, Fräulein, for weeks now I have been waiting for...
Wait, can you recommend a safe place for me to stay? The hotel is too public.
At the house of my cousin. Her name is Meltzner.
Meltzner?
73 Missionsstraße.
Can she be trusted?
Yes, all she cares about is pig's knuckles and waltzes.
Does she know about you?
She knows nothing about anything except cooking.
And she has a room to rent?
You may go there from here. I will say that you are a customer on a vacation and that you inquired about a room.
Good. Now about Operation Dust.
Gottes Willen, not so loud, Fräulein, please.
Aren't we alone?
We are alone, but the very walls have ears.
Herr Jura, a spy without courage is useless.
Fräulein, I am no longer young. I have arthritis. My hearing is bad. Spying is for men who are strong. After all, your country is at war with Germany. What you do for patriotism. I'm tired. I'm sick. When one is sitting on a secret like Operation Das, it is like living with a time bomb that will blow up any minute.
Well, what is Operation Das?
You mean you don't know?
Oh, look, I was told to look for a clock shop in Basel that had in the window a man's watch set at New York time. I was told I would be given Operation Das, and that I was to transmit it by code to London at once.
In the German language, Das is the neuter pronoun.
Meaning?
Neuter or neutral.
I do not understand.
Operation Das is the deliberate plan of Germany to brutally and without conscience...
There's someone at the door.
Fräulein, I guarantee this watch will keep perfect time. Perfect.
I'm sure it will.
Let me set it for you. 3 minutes after 6. There. I'm sure it will be satisfactory.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Herr Jura?
Yes.
My identification, State Security Police. You will come with me, please.
Why? I have done nothing.
It is only a routine examination concerning your foreign exchange license.
But I am alone here. There is no one to watch the shop.
You will come now, Herr Jura. Now.
For an instant, I thought Herr Jura would faint with terror. His hands, swollen with arthritis, shook uncontrollably. He looked at me, a long, pleading look, as though he was trying to tell me something. Then he turned and followed the policeman out of the shop. When I finally looked at the watch he had given me, I saw it was set at 12. 12 o'clock. Danger.
This is the room here, Fräulein.
Thank you, Frau Melzer. It looks very pleasant. I'm grateful to Herr Jura for recommending you.
Ah, that cousin of mine. All he does is worry. Eat and laugh. That is my recipe.
It's a good one.
Ah, you are thin, my child. I'll fatten you up. You wait. None of these foolish French breakfasts. Hot pfannkuchen, jam, cheese, eggs. Something to start the day right. I don't say everybody should weigh 200 pounds like me, but young girls should
Frau
have...
Meltner, I'm tired. I like to lie down a moment.
Oh, forgive me. Talking is my hobby. And, Fräulein, if you do use the telephone, make a note, please.
A note?
For the bill. Oh, I know you young girls, always calling up men. Now, when I was a girl, well...
The men called you.
They besieged me, and there was always enough of me to go around. Fräulein, you see, I have no daughters. If there is anything I can do for you, just ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have your nap. I will see you later.
All right.
So, did you get her to take the room?
Of course. She's resting now.
What did you find out?
Nothing yet.
Who is she?
Her name is Geza, Baroness Karen Geza. She is traveling on a stateless person permit.
Why?
Give me time, will you? Don't I always get what you want?
We picked up Jura.
Good. Where did you take him?
Across the border. He's in Germany now.
Does he know about Operation Das?
I'll beat it out of him if he does. He has arthritis. The least touch and he screams. What's that?
Telephone. She's phoning. Pick up the receiver, quickly. Hold it so we can both hear.
Silence.
Keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
Hello?
Paul Hammerlein, please.
Speaking.
My name is Geza. Karen Geza. Herr Jura, the watchmaker, gave me your name. He gave me a watch, too. Set at danger.
12 o'clock?
Yes.
Meet me in an hour at the Schiefenecker Café. It's in Little Basel at the head of the Greifengasse.
How will I know you?
I am tall and blond. I will hold the white handkerchief in my left hand, and I wear horn-rimmed glasses. Have you got that?
Horn-rimmed glasses?
Yeah.
A white handkerchief in your left hand. Yes.
In an hour, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
They've hung up.
An ingenious device, Frau Melzner. My compliment.
Thank you.
Who is Paul Hamelin?
A friend of old Jura's. For weeks I have suspected him of working for the British. He's... wait a minute.
Yes?
She has never seen him. He is tall and blond. Except for the glasses, the description could fit you, Fritz.
You mean?
Why not? She doesn't know Hamelin. She doesn't know you.
So I trade places with him?
Yeah. He lives at 11 Freisterstrasse. If you want to stop him, you'd better hurry. They set in an hour at the Schiffenecke Cafe.
Oh, it's risky.
With one blow, I could finish Hamelin myself. Now, you pick her up at the cafe and across the border to Germany. And remember, a white handkerchief in your left hand.
Hamelin wears glasses. Where can I get horn-trimmed glasses at this hour?
Take his.
That is all I know, Herr Hamelin. The state security police came into the clock shop and took you away.
Oh, they will probably let him go in the morning.
What do you know about Operation Dust?
Fräulein, please. Even to say the words is dangerous. Oh. We can talk in my car. Let me drive you home.
You have a car?
Parked right outside.
Weren't we supposed to turn left back there?
Left?
Yes. Frau Melzner lives on Missionsstraße. I thought...
Fräulein, I have lived in Basel all my life.
But this road leads to the border station.
Believe me, Fräulein, I know Basel like the palm of my hand.
But we are coming to the river, to the bridge.
Shortcut, that's all.
We do not cross a bridge to go to Frau Melzner's house.
We cross this one.
I see.
What are you doing?
I dropped my gloves.
Then pick them up. What up? Give me the key. Get away from that door. Fräulein, come back. Come back or I shoot. Herrgott, she jumped.
Idiot, bungler, verfluchte Esel.
Before I could stop her, she was out of the car.
You should have shot her.
Oh, she pretended she dropped her gloves. Before I realized it, she turned off the ignition and taken the key. I was wearing Hamelin's glasses and I couldn't see. Besides, a 20-foot fall into the Rhine from that bridge is better than a bullet.
You should have searched. You should have found her.
She jumped from the middle of the bridge. She's dead, I tell you. She is dead.
How long has she been in the respirator, Charlie?
Almost 2 hours, Doc.
Who found her?
The police. They saw her jump from the bridge, sir.
Suicide?
Could be.
I wonder why.
Dames.
Well, she's coming round now. Turn off the respirator.
Yeah, sure thing, Doc.
Where am I?
You're safe.
Where am I?
It's all right. You're in the hospital.
In Switzerland.
Where else?
Oh, thank God.
Shh, that won't do any good.
Please, you've got to...
Take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
You don't understand.
You're all right now. You're safe.
Please, telephone. 2007. A man named Paul Hamelin. If he answers, tell him where I am.
2007.
Yes.
Paul Hamelin. All right.
And my landlady, Frau Melzner. 73 Missionsstraße.
I'll phone immediately.
Tell her I'm safe. Tell her not to worry.
I don't believe it. To jump 20 feet into the middle of the Rhine and live?
Believe what you like. They brought her home from the hospital this morning. Some English doctor phoned last night. She was afraid I'd worry.
Is she still in bed?
Yes, and eating a hearty lunch.
Does she suspect you?
No.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. How about Yura?
Every time we touch him, he faints. We have learned nothing.
Then break him. You've done this before.
You cannot make an unconscious man talk.
You fool! A half-crippled old man. A slip of a girl.
She's in your house.
Keep your voice down. She'll hear you. We mustn't panic. But please, get it out of Yura. Has he told her? Where is it? We've got to know quickly.
Frau Melzer?
Doctor is coming any minute. Go out the back way.
Yes.
I'll keep her in bed as long as I can.
I'll go back and work on Yura.
Frau Melzer? Coming. Just a minute. That was a delicious lunch, Frau Melzer. You're feeding me like a truck driver.
Poor Karen. You look so pale. Here, let me take the tray. There. Now, how do you feel?
Just wonderful. I should like to get up.
Tomorrow.
Oh, but I feel fine, honestly.
Tomorrow you will feel finer. You have had a bad shock.
But I'm so much trouble to you.
My dear child, having you in the house is... Well, it is nice for me to have a young girl to fuss over.
Why are you so good to me?
Oh, it is nothing. I love to cook, and when there is only me to eat it, I get fat. And when I get fat... Oh, that must be the doctor.
Oh, Frau Melzer, my bed jacket, quick, the blue one.
Yeah.
And my comb and the perfume, please.
Oh, he's only a doctor. Besides, Karen, you look delicious.
So that's my story. Battalion surgeon, 5th Lancashire Regiment. Charlie and I escaped out of Germany. The Swiss police interned us for the duration.
You are a prisoner?
On parole. The Swiss are very jealous of their neutrality. I'm free to move around. Glad to work at the hospital. It's better than sitting in a cell somewhere.
It should be easy to get out of Basel.
In return for being allowed to move around and work, I promised I wouldn't try.
I see.
May I ask you a personal question?
What kind of a question?
Did you, well, why would a woman like you jump off a bridge?
Dr. St. George, I have known sadness, yes. My husband was murdered by the Nazis. Our palace in Vienna was sacked. But I still believe in the future. Believe me, I did not try to commit suicide. And that is all I will tell you.
I'm very glad. Now I have a prescription.
Oh, no. Not more medicine, please.
No, dinner with me tonight at the casino.
Doctor's orders?
Correct.
Then I shall be obedient.
I'll call for you at 7. Sure you feel strong enough?
I feel wonderful, and I'll be ready.
Till 7, then.
Goodbye, Doctor. Two, 0, 0, 7. Please, God, let him answer. Let him be in this time. Please.
Aren't you enjoying yourself?
Well, of course I am.
You seem so preoccupied.
I'm sorry.
More champagne.
Thank you.
I have a toast. To you for jumping into my life.
May I change it?
Of course.
To a brave old man who was afraid.
Who?
He ran a watch shop.
Did he give you that watch?
Yes. And every time I look at it, I wonder what happened to him.
Herr Jura, this is so foolish. We know a microfilm on Operation DAS was in your possession until 3 days ago. Now, where is it?
I don't...
All right, since you insist.
No, please, don't touch me again.
Where is it?
No. I'll tell.
Where is it?
It's in her watch. It's concealed in the case of a watch I gave her in the shop when you picked me up. Now leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
What kind of a watch?
A wristwatch. A man's wristwatch.
Good. Now one more question, Herr Jura.
No.
Hamelin, the man in the cell with you. Did you help him to escape? Where would he go?
Oh, no, I...
Did you tell him about the watch? Oh, be quiet, I said. Frau Melzner? Jura talked. Yes. A microfilm on Operation DAS is concealed in the wristwatch the girl is wearing. A man's wristwatch, get it? She's out. Where? The casino. Listen, get Otto and Hans. Meet me at the casino in 30 minutes.
Doctor, it's getting late.
Would you like to leave?
I'm afraid I am not in the mood for dancing and champagne.
I wish you'd tell me what's bothering you.
I wish I could. Believe me, I wish I could.
What is it?
That man. The tall, fair one. He's the one who tried to kidnap me.
Kidnap you?
Yes. The Gestapo.
Karen.
And the one with him is the man who arrested Herr Jura in the watchmaker shop.
Are they after you?
Yes.
Can I help?
If only we had a car. If only we could make a dash for it.
Waitress, will you bring me the telephone, please?
What are you going to do?
Oh, trust me, will you?
You don't understand. These men are insane. They are desperate. They kill and they murder. They stop at nothing.
Steady.
Here is your telephone, sir. Just a moment, sir, till I plug it in. Go ahead, sir.
Not the police.
No.
Then who?
You want a car, don't you? Hello? Dr. St. George here. I'm at the casino. Yes. I want an ambulance in a hurry. Send Charlie with it. Yes. Tell him the bases are loaded. Oh, never mind. Just tell him to hurry.
How long will it take?
About 10 minutes. I say, Karen, is that Frau Melzner?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Frau Melzner isn't the casino type. What do we do when the ambulance arrives?
First, we have some more champagne. Nobody can hurt you in a crowded nightclub. When the ambulance arrives, believe me, with Charlie on the side, and we'll know when it arrives. We get up and very casually walk to the door.
Then what?
Wherever you want to go.
Home.
Is that best?
Frau Melzner is completely trustworthy.
You have your key?
Yes. Good night, Doctor, and thank you. Thank you more than I can say.
I'll telephone in the morning.
And say good night to Charlie for me.
I will.
And thank you again for everything.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all. Good night.
Frau Melzner, are you asleep? Frau Melzner, are you asleep? Hello?
Is there a Baroness Karen Gazer there?
Speaking.
This is Paul Hammerlein.
What?
Listen, I've been hurt. They captured me, but I got away. I've been trying to call you for half an hour. Listen, Operation DAS is in the watch. In the watch Herr Jura gave you in the shop.
The watch?
I found out that Frau Melzner, that she...
Hello. 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 I hurried to my room.
With trembling fingers, I opened the watch. It was all there, on microfilm. All of Operation Dust. I had won. I had found it. In the morning, I would send it to London. I hid the watch under my mattress and tried to sleep. My mind was in turmoil. Herr Euro was dead. Paul Hameline was... where? I didn't know. Finally, I fell asleep. Tortured, restless sleep. It was 3 in the morning when I awoke with a start. Is somebody there? Who is it? Frau Melzer? Who is it? Who is it?
He's in here, Fritz. In bed.
Frau Melsner, are you deliberately trying to frighten me?
Keep quiet. What, Fritz?
So they didn't take her out to the hospital.
The watch, Baroness. Give it to me. I know you've got it. Now, where is it?
This man is...
But this time without Paul Hameline's glasses, and I shoot very straight, Baroness. Please keep still.
No, Fritz, let me. Curling irons. They get hot very quickly. Now, listen, you little fool. We're in a hurry. Where is it?
I should have known when you said that the Nordic blood overwhelmed...
Shut your mouth! I have wanted to do that for 5 days. Keep her covered, Fritz. These curling irons get hot, Baroness. Very hot. They will bring welts on that lovely skin like rats in a dirt road. Hold her, Fritz.
Yes, now, Miss.
Keep your hands off me. Let go.
Where is it, Baroness? No? The curling irons are very hot.
It's in the drawer. In the bottom drawer under my clothes.
Get it, Fritz. Don't worry, she won't move.
Yes. She's lying.
Under the clothes.
No. I believe the Baroness wishes to play games.
Hold her. I'm not fooling, Baroness. I want that watch. I want it now, this second.
My purse. Under the bed. I swear it's in my purse.
If you are lying this time, Baroness.
No. I swear it's in my purse.
Look under the bed, Fritz.
Yes. Let's everybody stand nice and still. You or Fritzy make a move, Frau Meltzner.
Charlie, thank God.
Don't Americana.
The curling irons, Frau Meltzner, put them down. You want it in the stomach or the head? Now, get up, Karen, and get a coat. I got the ambulance outside.
Yes.
We picked up a guy named Hameline tonight, Fritzy. I found him in a phone booth, just about dead. He told me some of the things you'd done to him. Come here.
Well, after all, we are at war. Your country and mine.
Yeah, that's right. Now stand right in front of me. Hurry, Karen.
Yes.
Remember this, will you, Fritzy?
I can't get over this apartment. 300 francs a month.
Ask Charlie. He got it for me.
Well, this girl said she's, what's the matter? You don't like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. And so are you, both of you.
Karen, what about Operation Das?
I transmitted the complete plans by code to Allied intelligence in London. Then I presented the microfilm to the Swiss government.
I don't get it. Well, what's das mean?
Das means neuter.
Neither masculine nor feminine. Neuter.
In the middle.
Or neutral, like Switzerland. Operation Das was the complete and detailed plans for a German attack on Switzerland. Invasion, everything.
But everybody knows that Switzerland is neutral.
Charlie, you are a very naive man.
You know, I wonder when folks are going to figure Americans right.
Oh, what do you mean, Charlie?
Americans hate war, Doc. They hate killing people. But whoever pulls Uncle Sam's beard once too often gets the hell beat out of him.
You have just heard Ilona Massey in Top Secret, a transcribed series brought to you each week at this time by NBC. Here is Miss Massey to give you a clue to next week's assignment.
Next week, the story of a mission and the poisoned pin. A corsage that meant death. A baron who played polo and a Marcati 22 whose 4 wheels spun for fortune. It is a story that has been until now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Tonight's script was by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey were Ronald Long as the doctor and Ruth York as Frau Meltzner. Other players were Theo Gertz, Peter Capel, Earl Hammond, and Andrew Dugan. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. One of the best ways to ensure your own future and to ensure a more secure future for America is through the purchase of United States savings bonds. Take It or Leave It provides gay entertainment for you next on NBC.
Next Sunday at this time, the American album of familiar music returns to the air, bringing you the finest in light classical music. It's tops for refreshing Sunday evening entertainment. Your favorite soloists return with the orchestra on the American album of familiar music, Sunday, August 27th, over most of these NBC stations.
Beginning September 1st, Top Secret will be heard Friday evenings. Top Secret, starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza, in transcribed stories of a woman who pitted beauty, brains, and courage against the forces of evil. Tonight, as Assignment 11, The Church Without a Cross.
Assignment 11 was a fight against death. Death that came silently, without warning. I had to find a place, a pinpoint on the coast of Europe. It was in Belgium, north of Brussels, and was known as Location RX. Many men had looked for it, suffered for it, died for it. An old friend had warned me, told me what to expect.
Baroness, you are young, beautiful, full of life. I am old, and I know to find Location RX is to die.
But Location RX had to be found, and found quickly. Otherwise, London would perish. Accordingly, I asked permission to enter Belgium by parachute. I made my request to Sir Eric Hamilton, head of London's Department of Civilian Defense.
My dear Baroness, what you ask is impossible, quite impossible.
Please, Sir Eric, let me try.
No.
Please.
It's too dangerous, Baroness.
I am used to danger. And besides, if I should die, there is no one who would...
Shh, listen. Windows rattling. One of them's hit.
I don't see it.
No one ever does. Oh, there it is, that cloud of dust. Get away from the window, Baroness. Get away from the window.
Oh, you're hurt.
No, a bit of glass. It's all right.
Your cheek is bleeding.
No, I'm all right. Really, Baroness.
Please let me find out where they are coming from. If they ever learn to aim them accurately, London is finished.
Yes, I know.
Then please, Sir Eric, please.
All right, Baroness, you win. That's the third V2 in 24 hours. This week, 400 dead. Over 2,000 injured. If it goes on much longer, the city will panic. Nerves are like watch springs, coiled, ready to snap at any moment. We'll send you into Belgium by parachute tonight.
Thank you, Sir Eric.
We think they're coming from a location called RX, somewhere east of Ostend. We know that the key man is a Colonel von Karsch, with an office in the Hall of Liberty in Brussels.
Yes.
Your contact in Brussels is a Frenchman, if he's still aloof for 10 days.
What is his name, and how shall I know him?
His name is Lebrun. Pierre Lebrun. His lost address was 145 Rue des Petites Cloches.
Street of the Little Bells.
145. You'll know him by coin, an old penny minted in 1920. This is the last one I have. 12 others have gone before you, Baroness, and vanished.
You mean that?
Yes, Baroness. 12 other operatives have searched for location RX and vanished. You are the 13th.
As I left his office, I passed the place where the V2 had fallen. There had been no warning, no sound, only a sudden vibration, and then the explosion, crumbling a block of houses to rubble. In the ruins, I saw a doll, a tiny doll with golden hair clutched in the hand of a child. At the end of the hand, an arm. At the end of the arm, nothing. I hurried on, sick and horrified. I reported to the airfield. It was dark when I took off in a small single-engine plane. As we headed out over the channel, the dim gray shape of London disappeared. A few minutes later, we were over Belgium. I checked my parachute, my compass, then my position with the pilot. With 30 seconds to go, I opened the hatch.
26, 27, 28, 29.
The wind was soft to my face and warm. The earth came up to meet me in slow motion. My search for location RX had begun. When I landed, I threw my parachute down an old well and made my way to Brussels on foot. The city was quiet. There was no traffic, no people, and seemingly no life. There were shadows in every doorway, and the whole thing seemed unreal, as if I were walking in a dream. I found the Rue des Petites Cloches, and in an alley beside a cafe, I found the Frenchman's house.
Who is it?
A friend, with a penny, an old English penny.
A penny?
Yes, an English penny, made in 1920.
Come in. Show it to me.
Certainly.
They come, they vanish, they die. But still they come again. Here, mademoiselle, here is mine. I am Pierre Lebrun.
Thank you.
You have papers?
Yes, of course. I am Baroness Karen Geyser, formerly of Vienna, now of London.
From Sir Eric Hamilton, you obtained the penny?
Yes.
I will tell you what I know.
Yes.
The V2 is a rocket bomb.
Yes.
As yet they control, well, c'est inferior. They do not aim with accuracy. And Brussels 2 or 3 times have gone wrong and fallen. The people call them la mort silencieuse.
The silent death.
That comes from hell. Where they are manufactured, I do not know. From a place known as Location RX, they are launched. Exactly this spot is unknown, except that it is by the sea. In charge is a man of the devil, Fräulein, a Colonel Hans von Karsch.
Von Karsch?
Oui. Half the chemist, half the soldier, all the Nazi. He is in charge of Location RX.
Where can I find him?
He has an office in the Hall of Liberty here in Brussels. I will write down the address. Voila.
Merci. And now, can you suggest any way in which I might be able to find him?
I can suggest nothing, Fräulein. From me, these suggestions are bad. 12 men have come. 12 men of honor and courage. I suggest, and they vanish. I have now the fear. Soon I will also have the blame.
Oh, Sir Eric knows it isn't your fault.
He has said?
He knows it can't be helped.
You are sure?
Yes, positive.
Bon, I'm glad. Just the same, Fräulein, it is important that you go. If we meet, do not speak. If you must come to this house, come at night, alone.
But I thought I would stay here.
No, c'est impossible. You can obtain a room in Brussels.
I am small. I could sleep on that couch.
That, Fräulein, is the bed of my son.
Your son? Is he one of us?
No. Go, Fräulein, please. He, my friend, is dangerous.
Do you think working alone is the best way?
Working alone is the only way. Bonsoir et bonne chance.
Thank you, and good luck to you.
The 13th penny. Monsieur, will they never stop?
Von Karsch?
Colonel Van Karsch?
Yes. Who is it?
Your friend, Colonel, with something to sell.
Ah, another penny?
The 13th.
How much?
Colonel, I am old and tired.
How much?
They are now over here at the Colonel. This one will be expensive.
What does he look like?
It is not a man, Colonel Van Karsch, but it is not a man who will be easily caught.
Has it occurred to you, Monsieur Lebrun, that my Gestapo could get the information out of you in other ways?
And have me tell the secret of location RX? No, Colonel, I think not. The price is $5,000 American dollars. Think it over. Good night.
As I left the old man's house, despair swept over me. I could expect no help from a gentle old Frenchman who felt responsible for the death of 12 men and was now without courage to go on. To connect with Von Karsch seemed impossible. And yet, with Von Karsch was the secret of location RX. I walked down the crooked, deserted little street. It was dark. There was no sound except my footsteps on the stones. I went past doorways where shadows lurked. I was tired. I had no place to sleep. I was a spy without contact, alone in the midst of the enemy.
Mademoiselle, wait. Please do not be alarmed. Did you come just now from the house of Pierre Lebrun?
Who are you?
Mademoiselle, I beg you to tell me.
Let go of my arm.
145 Rue des Petites Cloches. Were you there?
Let me go or I'll scream.
And bring the police, perhaps? Not, mademoiselle. They would arrest you.
Arrest me?
As an allied spy.
Let me go.
Please, mademoiselle. I am lame. I cannot run. Please, come back. Come back.
Out of the Brussels night, a stranger who knew. Someone knew who I was and where I had been. I ran until I could go no further. That night, I slept in the streets. The next day, I got a room and began working on Colonel Von Karsch. At the end of 4 weeks, I got an interview with him. At the end of 4 more, I got a job as one of his 3 secretaries. It took bribe money and a lot of it, but at last, I had established a contact that was fairly close and reasonably safe. His headquarters occupied an entire floor in the Hall of Liberty in Brussels.
Have you been to lunch, Fräulein Keller?
No, sir.
Then go now.
Thank
When you come back, make 6 copies of that letter and put the one for location RX in my basket. I'm going up tonight.
Oh, Colonel Von Karsch, you look so tired, and it's such a long drive.
Who said it is a long drive?
Well, no one, sir. Just that you look...
Are you trying to find out where it is?
Oh, no, why, of course not. I only thought that you seemed to...
You are not here to think, you are here to work. You do not ask questions, you obey. Go to lunch. When I want an opinion on my health, I will... Von Karsch? No. He asked me for $5,000 American dollars and disappeared. You have been looking for him for 2 months. I want some action. There's an Allied spy somewhere in Brussels who must be caught. I want results, and I want them fast. Fräulein Keller, I told you to go to lunch. Go.
I went to lunch. It was late, nearly 1:30. When I returned, it was 2:45. Quite without design, I got into the elevator, third from the end. There were 4 people in it, including the operator. I had noticed him before. There was a flavor in his accent that reminded me of Dublin. The other passengers got out on the second floor, leaving the operator and me alone. Between the 3rd and the 4th floors, he stopped the car.
Speak to you.
Why are you stopping? What does this mean?
I would like to speak to you about a penny.
A penny?
Yes, an old 20. This one.
Who are you?
Perhaps you have one to match it.
Yes, I have. In my purse. Here.
At last, someone else.
Who are you?
12 agents have come over, mademoiselle. I was the 7th.
I am the 13th.
Who was your contact?
Monsieur Lebrun. He has disappeared.
Mine was the son, Jacques. He too has disappeared.
Are you after location RX?
Yes. Are you?
Yes. Why haven't you gotten a message through to London?
Because 11 other men have died. Oh, I have to go.
I am working for one Karsh. I'll get to you if I learn anything.
Thank God I found you. I just had a feeling that you were different.
Can you get an automobile?
I think so, with some notice.
We may need it soon.
Here we are.
Fräulein Keller, in here, please, at once.
Coming.
And bring your book.
Yes, sir.
I am telephoning Herr Leopold Schalk of the Schalk Steel Mills. He's a very important man. You will listen on the extension and take down every word of our conversation. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Well, we have had great news, Fräulein Keller.
Really?
Great news. By Sunday, the aiming device will be ready. We will be able to aim the rockets with the accuracy of a rifle. Pinpoint actual buildings. Quick, lift the extension. This is his private line.
Yes, sir.
Write down everything he says. Everything.
Right.
Herr Schalk?
Herr Schalk, this is Colonel von Karsh. I have great news. We have perfected the aiming device.
Congratulations, Herr Oberst.
I would like you to come to location RX on Sunday.
Sunday?
Yes, I will drive you up myself. I wish to know how many rockets your plants in Belgium can produce in the next 6 weeks.
I do not have to go to location RX to tell you that.
Oh, but Sunday night is important, Herr Schalk. The first rocket with the aiming device will be fired at midnight. If possible, we wish to hit Buckingham Palace. The death of the King and the Queen would be a tremendous blow to civilian morale in London.
I see. Very well, I will come.
Good. I will have your pass made out and drive you up myself.
I will be in Ostend anyway on Sunday at my country place. It's only an 8-mile drive to the peninsula.
Herr Schalk, please, do not mention the location.
You're not alone?
Yes, but...
So am I. No one can hear us. Send me the pass in the mail. I'll drive over to the church myself. Heil Hitler.
Hang up, Fräulein Keller.
Yes, Colonel von Karsh.
Make out the pass for Herr Schalk. I will sign it and seal it. You will deliver it personally into his hands. Send it through the mail. The man is a fool. And, Fräulein?
Yes, Colonel von Karsh?
By accident, you have learned something. I have decided to trust you. But you will forget what you heard about location RX.
At last, a clue to location RX. I made out the pass. He signed it and stamped it with his special seal. He closed the envelope with sealing wax and addressed it himself. I was to deliver it by hand that very moment. I was trembling with excitement as I rang for the elevator. The special elevator, third from the left.
Centimeters.
I've got it. Can you stop the elevator?
Yes, it's quiet now.
I've got a pass to get into location RX. It's made out to a Leopold Schalk. I know that the rockets are launched from the place 8 miles from Ostend on Peninsula, near a church.
How do you know all this?
Never mind. You and I are driving to Ostend tonight. Can you get a car?
Yes, in a couple of hours.
Make it 1.
All right, 1 hour. Anything else?
We should each have a gun.
I'll see to that, too.
Pick me up in front of the Opera House in an hour.
Right. But how can you know all this? How can you be sure?
I'll explain it later. First, I have a call to make. I'm going back once more to the Rue de Petit Cloche.
Mr. Lebrun?
Yes.
But he isn't there. You've been back.
I want to try again.
Why?
If something happened to us, left with someone we can trust, then perhaps the next person can start where we left off.
If the old man isn't there, you can trust the son. You can't mistake him. He limps, and he has no hair.
No hair?
He was a pilot in the French Air Force.
Oh.
He crashed and was terribly injured. His head was badly burned. His name is Jacques.
All right. And now take me down.
I'll be in front of the Opera House in an hour.
Good. But first I must see Monsieur Lebrun. Even though he's afraid, he's at least on our side.
Jacques, please, in the name of heaven, will you stop it? I do not know anything.
Then go back to the cellar, Father.
But I tell you, I do not know. I swear I do not know. I cannot stay down there forever. For 3 months now, as if...
You will stay until you tell. 3 months, 3 years, I have time.
I am sick, Jacques. It is cold. There are rats. Please, please.
Father, if I had more proof, I would kill you.
No, Jacques, please.
12 men have come to this house, fighting for the same things I fought. Their identification was a penny.
They left them here. They left them.
They would never leave them. Never. Where did you get them? One of the pennies was your identification. Where did you get the others? Where? And the girl? Where has she gone? Where did you send her?
There was not a girl. There was never a girl. You made a mistake that night, Jacques. She departed from another house, not this one.
I have the rest of my life to make you talk.
Oh.
Downstairs, Father.
No.
I will count 3. And then I will throw you down. 1.
Jacques, please.
2.
The door, Jacques. There was someone at the door.
Don't move. I will answer it. I am ugly, Fräulein, but I am not dangerous. What do you want?
Oh, forgive me. I did not mean to. I wish to see Monsieur Lebrun.
You are the girl who... Yes. Come in.
What are you doing to him?
She knows your father by name.
She lies. I never saw her before in my life. She lies, I tell you, Jacques.
There is nothing left for you, Father, but silence.
No.
Mademoiselle, I am Jacques Lebrun. I'm a French pilot. I'm with the Croix de Guerre. For weeks now, I've suspected my father of collaboration. It is very important that you tell me the truth. Are you a British agent from Sir Eric Hamilton?
Yes. I came to Belgium by parachute from London. I had as identification a penny, an English penny dated 1920. I talked to your father the night I landed, 2 months.
It is a lie. She is lying. I swear she is lying. Jacques, do not listen to her. I am your father. Your father, Jacques. This girl is a...
Go on, mademoiselle.
Your father was my contact.
Have you proof of this?
Why, no, I haven't.
You see, Jacques? You see?
Wait. Yes, I have. In my purse, I think. He gave me the address of Colonel von Karsch. He wrote it down. And this. If you are his son, you will recognize his writing. Here.
No.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Jacques, no. No, please. In the name of heaven, no. I am your father. Do not shoot, please. Please. No. Oh.
Mademoiselle, my father was a Nazi. Shall we go now?
I know location RX. I have a car. Perhaps you may be able to help us.
Tonight, mademoiselle, I could do anything.
Let me speak to Colonel von Karsch quickly.
The car was waiting at the Opera House. I drove. In the back seat was a British agent from Dublin named Roger. Beside me, a French pilot from Paris named Jacques. We had maps and we searched. 8 miles from Ostend, on a peninsula, a white church. Suddenly, we were challenged by a German guard.
Your papers, please. Your pass.
When he asked for a pass, we knew we were on the right track. Roger hid on the floor behind the front seat with a motor rug over him. Jacques posed as Herr Schalk. With the help of the pass, in the darkness, we got through. 5 minutes later, we saw it. On a tiny point of land jutting out into the North Sea, a white country church with a steeple. We parked the car off the road in the shadows. We had to be sure we were right. So we made our way through the woods on foot.
Karen! Roger! Wait! There. Behind the church. The launching ramp.
We have found it.
Then let's get out.
If only it was light.
Be very quiet. We'll go a little closer.
Why isn't it more heavily guarded?
Heavy guards around a country church would be suspicious.
Something's wrong, Jacques. I can feel it.
Shh. Very quiet. I'm caught!
Jacques, what is it?
A trap! I'm caught! That's why there aren't any guards. Get out, both of you, please.
We'll help you.
Don't touch it. It's wired. Don't touch
Wired?
it. The trap is electrified. If you touch it, you'll get a shock.
Then why don't we
Will
stop?
you go, both of you? Get this back to London, please. At the hotel in Ostend, the underground has the radio transmitter. Roger, make her go.
We'll get you out.
You fools, leave me. Roger, don't touch that trap. You'll be electrocuted.
Wait one end, Roger. We can free him.
You'll be killed, don't you understand? My leg is artificial. Otherwise, I'd be burned to a crisp. Now go! Go!
We stood there in an agony of indecision. Searchlight began to poke curious white fingers into the woods, and we realized we had to leave him. We hurried back to the car. And in 20 minutes, we were safe in Ostend. In an hour, underground headquarters, and the exact details of location RX had been radioed to London. Roger and I waited the rest of that night. Our hearts heavy with the memory of the strange, fiery Frenchman with the magnificent face and the ugly scarred head. Then, in the gray first light of the dawn, they came. The medium bombers with their swift fighter escort like angry swallows. Then the bombs began to fall on the white country church, on the steeple without a cross. One for London.
One for France.
And our Father which art in heaven, one for Jacques Lebrun.
You have just heard Top Secret, brought to you transcribed by NBC, and starring gorgeous Ilona Massey, who comes to you now with a special message.
Next Sunday evening, that wonderful program, the album of familiar music, will be heard in place of Top Secret over most of these NBC stations. On Friday, September 1st, we will all be back with a new series of Top Secret programs which we think you will find especially fascinating. Remember the date, a week from next Friday, September 1st, over most of these NBC stations. And good night, everybody.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Tonight's script was by Charles Lee Hutchings. Members of the cast included Guy Repp as Lebrun, Theo Goetz as Von Kosch, David McKay as Jacques, Roy Irving as Roger, and Louis Van Ruten as Sir Eric Hamilton. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. This is Fred Collins speaking. This program came to you from Radio City, New York. Listen for the American Album of Familiar Music next week on NBC.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to freedom of thought under a communist regime. Mercedes McCambridge stars as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop.
Where are you at?
Out in the garden, Father.
An old friend of ours is here to see us.
Oh, Dean Maxwell.
Hello, Anne.
How nice to see you again.
And you. Sit down, Tom. Will you have a drink? No, nothing, thanks.
And how is my favorite educator?
Oh, a little grayer, a little older. That's about all. Anne, Dean Maxwell has some interesting news for you.
Yes, Anne, and I won't keep you in suspense about it. I put in the request for you to join our teaching staff at Midwestern, and it's been approved.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's your certificate and the note of approval from the communist leaders in charge of education.
Oh, when do I begin?
3 weeks. The start of the fall term.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, Dad doesn't have much confidence in my ability as a teacher. But I have to be doing something.
Oh, no, it's not that. You know it isn't. But
what?
Anne, honey, I've tried to protect you from what's going on. I've been pretty well able to do that up until now. But now, for almost the first time in your life, you're going to be on your own. You'll see things and you'll find out about things that...
Henry, I'll give our girl all the help I can. You know that.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for you being there, I'd be a lot more frightened.
Well, I, for one, don't understand what all the fuss is about. I speak 5 languages and speak them well, thanks to you, Father. I can certainly teach them to others. So stop pulling those long faces, you two.
All right.
And now I have 1,001 things to do to get ready. So if you'll excuse me, Dean Maxwell.
Certainly.
I'll be upstairs if you want me for anything, Dad.
All right, dear. Tom, please take care of her. Promise me you will.
Yes, Henry. I promise.
Yes? What is it? Good morning. I'm Anne Bishop. I believe that I...
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. Dean Maxwell is expecting you. My name is Anderson.
How do you do?
Now, there are a few questions I want to ask Miss Bishop.
Oh, but my appointment
These questions come first. Your full name, please.
Anne Marie Bishop.
Other names by which you are known?
I beg your pardon?
Other names, aliases, names used in party work, etc.
No. None.
Uh-huh. Now, your party number.
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
Really? Well, this is most surprising. You have your certificate, do you?
Oh, yes, everything's in order.
But I don't understand. We've never permitted a non-party member to teach here. Does Dean Maxwell know about this?
Yes.
Did he have anything to do with securing your appointment here?
I believe he put in the initial request.
I see.
My language experience has been entirely practical. My father and I traveled a great deal before the communists. That is, before travel was restricted.
Your father? Miss Bishop, are you related to Commissar of Culture for this district? Henry Bishop?
He's my father.
Oh, well. Well, of course, that explains a great deal. Please go right in, Miss Bishop. I'm very sorry that this took so long, but you know how it is. Rules and regulations and everything.
Yes, I know how it is. Thank you, Miss Anderson.
Miss Bishop to see you, Dr. Maxwell.
Come in, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
Please take a chair there. There are several things that are required of me in meeting a new teacher at Midwestern People's University. First, in the name of the people and of the Communist Party, may I welcome you to this school of learning. Second, I have a statement to read. Here it is. Every teacher in this institution must study thoroughly the broad, many-sided, and extremely significant science of society, which is communism, in order to work with maximum consciousness and clear purposefulness for the cause of communism. This is the society of the laws of the development of society, of the laws of the development of the proletarian revolution, of the victory of communism. Above all, remember, political orientation and loyalty to the work of communism are the principal traits of the good teacher. Now, Miss Bishop, do you understand everything I have said so far?
Well, not quite, Doctor. You see, I thought that I was...
Miss Bishop, I will repeat the question. Do you understand everything I have said? And answer yes.
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand.
Very well. And now, Miss Bishop, this concludes our initial interview. If you will come with me, please, I shall show you your office and classroom.
All right.
Miss Anderson?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I'm taking our new teacher on a personally conducted tour. I'll be back within an hour.
Oh, but have you forgotten
I'm
about...
sure that rules and regulations would require this action for the daughter of Henry Bishop. Don't you agree?
Of course.
I thought you would. Come along, Anne. Let's get some fresh air.
I'm all confused with what's going on. I don't make head or tails of it.
Confusion is the order of the day, Anne. That's why I wanted to talk to you out here. It's the only way I can straighten you out before you make a mistake.
Mistake?
Any little error, any departure from the prescribed methods could mean your ruin here. I've known for quite some time that my secretary is a member of the secret police. Every word spoken in my office goes down in the records. Oh, yes, Miss Anderson is very efficient.
Oh, that's terrible.
You'll learn to live with such things, to make the best of them. Like I have, and like your father.
Could we sit down here for a minute?
Certainly. Right over here.
So, what did you mean by like my father?
I went to school with Henry Bishop, roomed with him for 4 years. I guess I know him about as well as anyone could. We're a great deal alike in many ways. We're both old men now with not much to look forward to except death.
That's not true.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about. Your father had the same reasons for joining the Communist Party that I did. It was the easiest way to keep living. He follows directions just as I do, for the same motive. Certainly he can do some good as Commissar of Culture. I can do some good as the Dean of the Language Department. But we're still afraid. Afraid to show any independence of thought because that's dangerous. We obey blindly in constant fear of being called down for deviations. And you must learn to do the same, my dear.
I'll try, Doctor. I'll try very hard.
I'm sure you will. Now, let me tell you about a few institutions we have here at the school. There's what we refer to as the triangle. It consists of 3 people who spy on teachers and students alike in every department. They're the ones to watch out for. First, there's Frederick Lodge. He's the organizer for the Communist Party. Second, Stanley Tortel, organizer of the Communist Youth. And third is our own Miss Anderson, my secretary.
I'm beginning to understand what you're up against.
Yes, it makes it all very cozy. Various triangles in the campus are joined together in the PTA.
You mean the parents are involved?
No, I forgot to tell you. The PTA exists, but not as the Parent Teachers Association. Now it is the People's Triangle Alliance. Clever, don't you think?
Yes, very clever. It's frightening, too.
Yes. And just one more thing to say, Anne. I know how much you think of your father.
Oh, yes, we're very close. We have been ever since my mother died.
I know that. But remember this. Your father is a big man as far as the communists are concerned. A man with an important position. They need him because the people respect him. His name alone will help you a lot. But anything that you do will reflect on him also, for good or bad. If you make a mistake, he'll have to answer for it along with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand a lot more now than I ever did before. And thank you.
Well, then, let's show you to your classrooms now.
You have the report of Miss Ann Bishop to tell.
Yes, I do.
Read it, please.
Subject teacher does not display proper political orientation. On 4 September, she made the statement in front of the class that the French textbook was outmoded, backward, and ridiculous. On 27 September, she claimed to find an error in the German grammar, and with complete lack of discipline, substituted what she claimed was the correct facts. That's the end of it.
You've been very thorough, Miss Anderson.
I have one more thing to report. One day in Dean Maxwell's office, the subject made this statement. I have the recording, too, if you want it.
No, just read it, please.
She said, I know these textbooks are prescribed, but does that mean that they have to be adhered to as rigidly as if they are government edicts?
Yeah. Very inflammatory. What did Cromwell answer?
I didn't get the answer. They left right after that.
Together?
Yes.
Obviously working together. I think we'd better be careful about this one. Her father, you know.
Yes, by all means.
I'm going to have Miss Bishop meet with this triangle and see if we can straighten her out. You have a chair, please, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Tuttle. I'm Frederick Lodge, and I believe you know Miss Anderson.
Yes, I do.
Out of consideration for your father, we've decided to permit you to appear in person to answer certain grievances which are held against you.
So may I ask exactly what these grievances are?
We're informed that in some of your classes you no longer use the textbooks that are recommended, that instead you're using your own methods of teaching.
That's true.
Can you explain this?
When I find a mistake in a grammar, it's a mistake, no matter who wrote the book.
Miss Bishop, whatever the leaders say is correct. That goes for even a rule of grammar.
And if tomorrow some other rule is prescribed?
Then that will become correct.
I think that we'd have to...
When will you finally grasp this simple proposition?
But isn't there such a thing as truth?
No. Truth is a metaphysical abstraction.
Miss Anderson,
But isn't communism a truth, then?
Only as long as it is ordered. If tomorrow the leaders disown communism and adopt something else, then that will become the only truth.
Now, wait just a minute. This is getting entirely out of hand. Miss Bishop, we want to give you every consideration, as long as you contain yourself within the borders of considered judgment. We're bending over backwards to be reasonable. Perhaps you've forgotten both your responsibility to your leaders and to your father?
I'm sorry. I apologize if I have been reactionary. I shall try to conform in the future.
No, that's more like it. Your remark just now shows an entirely different spirit. We'll be examining your future work with interest, Miss Bishop.
You are listening to Tears for Miss Bishop, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Traduisez l'exercice, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Martin.
Oui, mademoiselle. L'histoire américaine.
La traduction, je vous prie.
Pardonnez-moi. The American history. The colonies were settled as an outthrust of capital, of British capitalism. During the colonial period, 2 exporting classes.
C'est correct?
2 exporting classes appeared in the new land. The capitalists of the North and the slaveholders of the South. Thus, at the time of the War for the Independence, the War of Independence, the people were subjected to a triple exploitation by the English bourgeoisie, by the northern capitalists, and by the southern slaveholders.
Très bien. La fois suivante, mademoiselle Turner, s'il vous plaît.
En anglais ou en français?
En anglais, comme Monsieur Martin.
The slave system was deteriorated.
Classe? C'est bien, encore, mademoiselle.
The slave system was destroyed, but the people did not win freedom. Following the death of Mr. Lincoln, or following the death of Lincoln, who was killed by an assassin, bribed by capitalists and slaveholders, the northern bourgeoisie established a dictatorship, which was continued until it was overthrown by the Communist People's Government.
C'est bien. Enfants, mes élèves.
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Oui, monsieur.
Puis-je parler en anglais?
Yes, go ahead. You have a question.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, not about the translation, but about what it says. I have some books at home that cover the same material, and there's nothing in there about a dictatorship of the northern bourgeoisie. It talks about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and several other things.
Please, sir, s'il vous plaît. Mr. Martin, I believe that you should check with the authorities to see if your books are on the approved list. As you know, times change, circumstances change, things, viewpoints change from time to time. And what we think is right today may prove wrong tomorrow. I know that you have asked these questions because of an honest desire to find the truth. All I have to say is that this quotation on American history is taken directly from an approved book. And I wouldn't think too much about it. After all, it's only an exercise in grammar. And now back to the French. Enfin, à 75, nous trouverons un promenade dans les rues. Si vous avez souvent visité une ville...
Well, it's about time you came to see your father.
Hello, Dad.
Give me a kiss, huh?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
And come, kiss me again, sweet and 20. 10 kisses short as one long as 20. Shakespeare.
Oh, from what?
12th night, Act 2, Scene 3.
Ah, you old faker. You'd have said anything just to show off.
Oh, no. Can't fool me on my Shakespeare. In fact, you can't fool me at all. What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing?
Yes, there is. Come on, tell me about it.
I feel so helpless. Month after month, watching those students say the words of communist propaganda. Not even knowing that their minds aren't being taught, they're just being trained.
I know.
It isn't a system of education, it's a mass training along the party line. Here, look at these. These are orders for the teachers. Listen to this one. Mathematics teachers will choose or devise problems which involve the application of mathematical knowledge to military affairs. That is an order. Here's another one. Physical education in our school is most intimately related to the cultivation of communist morality and the traits of Bolshevik character in the students. And they have that same sort of thing for every class in the college.
Anne, you can't fight it. There's nothing that can be done. That's the way things are. That's all there is to it.
But there's not even any pretense at real education or freedom of thought or any development of those good young minds. It's a case of teach these things because we say they are true.
And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm very proud of you for realizing what we have lost, what we may never be able to regain. I've been so wrong trying to live with them, trying to compromise with myself just to keep on living.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes, it is. The fault of every one of us who lets this sort of thing go on. They came here last week. There were 16 of them. With a truck. They went into my library and took nearly every book. All except a few that were on the approved list. All my beautiful books. All my life went out of that door with them. You see, Anne, they were afraid of the truth those books contained.
Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I am. I'm so very sorry.
I've made my decision, Anne. Tomorrow I'm resigning my position, resigning from the party. I have only one thing left to do. That's to die as an honest man.
Come in. Come in, Miss Bishop. Close the door, please.
I have a note here, Miss Anderson. Does Dean Maxwell
Dean
want
Maxwell will see you in a few minutes. First, I want to see you.
Very well, but I have only a few minutes.
Everything going well in your classes?
I think so.
No complaints about our methods of instruction or what you have to teach?
No.
It will be interesting to see if your replacement likes them, too.
My replacement? I don't understand.
I never liked you, Miss Bishop. Right from the start, I knew you were a troublemaker.
But I've been doing everything...
Every time I tried to get rid of you, the others would talk me out of it because of your dear father, the great Henry Bishop, Commissar of Culture, world traveler and lecturer, and a member of the party.
Miss Anderson, I'm only trying to...
Shut up and sit down. I've sent in 100 reports on you. Every little slip you made was grist for my mill. Every time you tried to put in your own ideas, I reported it. I didn't like you when you first walked in the door. Oh, the others kowtowed to you because you were Bishop's daughter, but that didn't mean anything to me. And now it's paying off. Now I'm getting rid of you, and I'll see to it that you never work again at teaching or anything else. I'll have you followed by the police every hour for the rest of your life. The great Henry Bishop's daughter, all the advantages, money, beautiful homes, traveled all over the world. And now, Miss High and Mighty, little Judy Anderson is going to give you your comeuppance. You're through. Finished. Washed.
I think I've heard enough.
You haven't heard half enough.
I demand that you let me see Dean
You
Maxwell
demand. Oh, that's a good one. That's right.
Yes, I demand it. And I'm sure that when my father hears about this...
Oh, your father. Did I forget to tell you? Your father's dead.
No. No, he can't be.
No. No, he can't be. But he is. He's dead since this morning.
Oh, no.
And with him goes all your protection, little Miss Bishop. You're a nonconformist, a troublemaker, and no good for the party. For you're not even a party member. And what's more, Dr. Maxwell! Dr. Maxwell!
Miss Henderson, did you tell her?
Yes, I did.
Get out of here.
This is my job, and I intend to do it.
Get out of here now. I am an old man. But if you don't leave, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Well, I'll certainly see that the leaders hear about this.
There. Try it out, Anne. Go ahead. Try it out.
It's true. My father...
Yes, Anne, it's true. Henry died this morning. They sent word to me, and I wanted to tell you myself. I didn't know that...
But I saw him just last night, and he was...
How anyone could be so low.
No, that's right, Dean Maxwell. Don't... How did it happen?
There weren't any details. The state is taking care of his funeral.
Oh, they should. They ran his life for him. They killed him. He was going to resign, and so they killed him.
I don't know what to say, Anne. I can't think straight anymore. If there were only some...
Maxwell, for the first time in months, I am able to think straight. Maybe you'll understand this, maybe you won't, but I feel as if a heavy weight had been taken off my brain. My father is gone. But he's where no one will ever be able to hurt him again. Or make him do things that he knows are wrong. I almost envy him.
Yes, Anne. I do understand. But what will you do now?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Tell my class the truth. Class, I beg you to listen carefully to what I have to say, and to remember it well, because I have only a few minutes to talk to you, and then you'll never hear my voice again. This is my last lesson with you. During the months that I have sat in this chair and watched you progress in your studies, some of you have become my friends, and others of you are my enemies. You are spies in a police state that is ruled by fear and treachery.
Miss Bishop, that's treason that you're talking.
Anyone who wishes...
Are you out of your mind?
Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now.
You'll get us all in trouble. I'm going after the authorities, and the rest of you had better leave, too.
Please. If you want to leave, if you're afraid of hearing what I have to say, I'll understand that. Good. Then listen to me carefully. The hope of the future is in the same place it always has been. In the minds of young people like you. In the students of today. But today you are not students. You are only workers in a school. Your books are filled with lies. You know that. Or you've suspected it. And you've seen how simple truths have been twisted into immense lies through communist propaganda. Your parents may have told you some of the truth, and you yourselves have noticed other examples of contradiction. You have seen how every class is filled with what they call Marxist morals. Now, this is all I have to say to you. It's a simple thing. If you are students, then study what is going on. Study life as you are living it. See how communism has brought fear and mistrust and deceit and corruption to every part of this life. Study what they have done to our proud American history. Talk about it among yourselves and with others. Our most priceless possession was freedom of thought. Without that, we're nothing but animals obeying orders of our masters and cringing beneath their whips. But they are afraid, too. Afraid of the truth. Truth is a powerful weapon. They know that. They know that their lives can no longer exist if the truth is told. And you, as students, must search out that truth and let it be known. Only then will the world regain its freedom.
There she is.
Miss Bishop, come with us, please.
Yes, Mr. Light.
Everybody keep quiet and remain in your seats. Well, Miss Bishop?
Yes. I'm coming.
You have just heard a story of what happens to freedom of thought, to the democratic system of education under a communist regime. This is what would happen to our American system if communism ever gained control. You think this could not happen? It is happening right now today in every country dominated by communism. It did happen to Dr. H.C. Burckhardt in Soviet Russia. After living the events you have just heard, Dr. Burckhardt disappeared from Russia as an enemy of the state. You have been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mercedes McCambridge as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop. Raymond Burr was Dean Maxwell, Lou Krugman was Henry Bishop, and Isabel Jewell was Miss Anderson. Completing the cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Tears for Miss Bishop was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
HTV in DeSoto.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And once again, I invite you to join me as we journey through a strange and mysterious landscape filled with the terror of the unknown. Come as you are. You already own all the necessary equipment. All you need is your imagination. You've heard it said, there is no such thing as the perfect crime, but don't you believe it. History is filled with perfect crimes. After all, isn't every unsolved murder a perfect crime? We have a perfect crime for you to consider. And the ironic part of it is the fact that the murderer had no intention of killing his victim. Indeed, he was completely unaware of his existence.
I saw this guy, Katie.
Yeah?
He had the pistol in his hand. It was still smoking. I knew he did it. I had him dead to rights.
Well, Stash, why didn't you make the arrest?
Because I couldn't.
You see a guy kill somebody, you're a cop, and you don't move in to make the arrest?
I was scared.
Scared, okay, but you could have called for help.
No, they'd never believe me.
Why?
Because this guy's name is Aaron Burr.
Oh, I don't care if his name is King Tut.
Well, he's as dead as King Tut. Aaron Burr died in 1836.
Then how could he have killed somebody this morning?
He did, Katie. Believe me. He did.
Our mystery drama, The Aaron Burr Murder Case, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Jack Grimes and George Petrie. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Time pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
For some people, falling asleep at night is just as hard as waking up in the morning. If a noisy bedroom clock is keeping you awake, here's good news. True Value hardware stores have something to make falling asleep a little easier. Frank Lieber here to tell you that they have a General Electric Chronotle digital alarm clock. Its large digital numbers rotate smoothly and quietly. They don't flip, so there's no noise to keep you awake. Comes in a compact case, just 7 inches wide, so it'll fit most anywhere. It's just $9.88. And True Value hardware stores have something to make waking up in the morning a little more pleasant. The GE lighted snooze alarm clock wakes you, lets you snooze a few minutes, then wakes you again. Has an easy-to-read lighted dial, a sweep second hand, and comes in a smartly styled case. It's just $5.88. Get a GE alarm clock for yourself or someone on your Christmas list. They're just a few of the values you'll find at the participating True Value hardware store nearest your home. Our tale takes place in the Garden State of New Jersey, in the town of Weehawken. Famous at one time for its ferry to Manhattan. But before that, long before that,
Weehawken was notorious for a different activity. A dark, dangerous, deadly, indeed illegal activity. An activity we're about to witness. It is a misty morning. We're on a rocky ledge of the noble palisade that overlooks the majestic Hudson River. Two men, each dressed in dark and somber gray, face one another at a distance of 20 paces. Each man holds a slim but lethal-looking pistol, and each pistol barrel is exactly 11 inches long, as prescribed by the Code of Honor. Nearby, a small knot of quiet, darkly dressed spectators. And now, one of the spectators steps forward. He's an imposing, white-haired military officer.
Gentlemen, it is my duty to remind you, indeed to implore you, even at this final moment, to attempt to settle your differences peaceably. Then are you both agreed that honor can only be satisfied by an exchange of fire? So be it. You will hold your pistols at your sides, muzzles pointing to the ground. When I say, present, you will raise your weapon to aim. When I say fire, each of you has 5 seconds in which to make his shot. Are you ready, Colonel Burr? Are you ready, Major Hamilton? Very well. Present. Fire!
Cut! Print it! Marvelous, marvelous. And now let us do it again. Honestly, George, must you drop plop like a wet lamp glued in a sack?
Are we going to play the damn scene again, Mr. Paradis?
I believe so, Mr. Daly. Do you know why?
Please.
Because you didn't play it the first time. The word play, gentlemen, must suggest lightness, imagination, spirit, a quality
I
of...
should have listened to my agent. All right, get up, George. It's method actor time.
Leopold, I want the same
Come on,
setup.
George. Now quit clowning around.
Put
Get
a
up.
bush with snow white roses at the very spot where he falls. And we can show his wounds bleeding on the
Come
flowers.
on, George. Don't go to sleep on us. There's no rest for the virtuous kid.
Oh, yes, George. The next time you are shot, you must not sprawl to the ground like some pregnant hippopotamus. You are Alexander Hamilton.
George?
Financial wizard, soldier, statesman.
George, is something the matter?
Philosopher, aristocrat. You must die as you have lived, delicately.
Max, wait, Max. Something's wrong with George.
Elegantly, gracefully.
Max, he's sick.
Sick? Oh, no, he can't be sick. He'll destroy my whole schedule.
Something's wrong, Max. Something's wrong.
George.
He's got a funny look on his face.
George, say you're all right. Say you're all right.
He's unconscious. Look, blood.
Blood?
That's blood oozing out of his chest. Max, he's dead.
He can't be dead. We haven't shot the love scenes yet.
We need the police. Get one of those cops standing by the fence, officer.
George, you're not dead. You're not dead. You can't do this to me, George.
Okay. Just stand back. Everybody.
Officer, this man is dead.
All right, then, what's the trouble? Everybody has to stand back, huh? Hey, Chuck, call the ambulance. And nobody leave here, and don't anybody touch nothing.
Lieutenant, he was lying on the ground. I didn't think anything of it until I looked very closely, and he was dead.
Thank you, Mr. Daly.
Is that all?
For now.
Am I, free to leave, Lieutenant?
You're free to go, but you're not free to leave the location, I believe you movie people call it. Thank you.
Yes.
Swoboda.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Who's this actor who played the other part?
Baron Burr.
You seem to be an expert on this picture, Officer Swoboda.
Well, I tell you, Lieutenant, I've been watching so much, I think I know everybody's lines.
Well, maybe this is your big chance to get into the movies.
No, not me, Lieutenant. You know, when the precinct gave me this special duty, I thought it'd be a piece of cake. These guys work too hard. They shape up before it even gets light.
Well, Hollywood's loss, Weehawken's gain. Now, who did play Aaron Burr?
Well, everybody heard of him, Tony Bellows.
Yeah, we'll see him. But first, send in that one who's doing the St. Vitus dance outside.
Oh, Mr. Maximilian Paradis. He's the big wheel.
Yeah, well, let's start him spinning and see what we get.
Okay, Lieutenant. Mr. Paradis?
Yes?
My name is Lieutenant Bauman. Sit down, please.
Thank you indeed. Thank you for extending me hospitality in my own office.
Oh, well, I'm sorry we took over your trailer, sir, but we needed a headquarters for this investigation. Your name is Maximilian Paradine?
Everyone knows that.
Now, sir, at approximately 7 a.m. this morning, you staged a duel between two actors, a Mr. George Rivers and a Mr. Tony Bellows. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I staged a duel between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. In that time and in that place, for me, they were real people.
Well, can we say that you staged the duel between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr as they were portrayed by George Rivers and Tony Bellows?
Yes, we can say that.
And somehow, in a manner yet to be determined, Mr. George Rivers was killed.
Arrest me, Lieutenant.
Arrest you? Why?
I am guilty.
Of what?
Murder.
Murder?
Yes. I killed George Rivers.
Mr. Paradine, at this point, I must advise you of your rights under the law.
Lieutenant, I committed the deed. I shall pay the price.
How did you murder George Rivers?
In drama as in life, there is the inevitable, and so my artistry, my creativity could produce only the inevitable result. The death of Hamilton.
Now, my concern is the death of George Rivers.
I know. But at that time and in that place, they were one and the same.
How did you murder George Rivers?
I told you.
What did you tell me?
He died as a testimony to the truth of my genius.
Now, look, I'm only asking how this happened.
Very well. The average producer, writer, director, how would he make this picture? He would get the best box office names his budget could afford. He would shoot on some back lot in Hollywood. And as a result...
But, sir...
as a result, his alleged picture would have nothing of the mood, the spirit, the sense of being of Hamilton and Burr. What did I do?
Look, all you really have to tell me...
I know what I have to tell you. Hamilton and Burr... Bitter rivals for power in the infant republic. Who do I cast? George Rivers and Tony Bellows, rivals for preeminence as the leading men in the American theater. And just as Hamilton and Burr vied for the affections of Miss Eliza Croy, I cast for that role Julia Starrett, who has just divorced Tony Bellows in order to live with George Rivers. Do you follow this?
Yes, sir, but what I must ask you is...
Do you understand how my actors now are under the same human tensions that tormented the people whom they portrayed?
Sir, I only have a very...
Hear me out. Now then, where do I stage the final fatal act of the tragedy? I go to the exact spot Hamilton and Burr chose for the denouement to their drama. The favorite dueling ground of the day. A field at the edge of the Palisades in Weehawken, New Jersey.
Mr. Paradine.
I not only place each of them in the precise positions they occupied on that fatal morning, I actually chose the morning itself. Wednesday, July 11th, 7 a.m. So, you see... Everything is exactly as it was. The hatred, the tension, the time, the place, and therefore the absolutely inevitable result. Well,
what?
What is the procedure? I have just confessed to murder.
What I'm waiting for you to tell me is how you killed him.
How I killed him.
He died because a pistol ball pierced his heart. Now, someone inserted that ball into the pistol that was fired by Mr. Tony Bellows. That someone is the murderer. Now, sir, is that someone you?
No.
Then you are not the killer.
No one could have placed a ball into that pistol.
Why do you say that?
Because there is no place to put a ball and no way to fire it.
How can you say...
how can I say that simple? I provided these pistols myself. For all that they look authentic, they are only cap pistols.
Now, this is the pistol that fired the shot. Are you telling me it's not real?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paradine. This is an authentic pistol, and it has been fired.
That's impossible, Lieutenant. Here, look. Let me show you why it...
Yes?
Lieutenant, this isn't the pistol that I gave it. It isn't the same pistol. It isn't the pistol I had the prop department make.
Sort of.
Yep, yes, Lieutenant.
Where'd you get this pistol?
Well, it was lying on the ground, Lieutenant.
Where?
Well, near where Aaron Burr, Tony Bellows dropped it. It was laying there along with his cloak.
This cloak?
Yep.
On the table?
Yes, sir.
I tell you, it was not the pistol that was used in the scene.
Well, I don't know, Lieutenant. That's the one I found near where Tony Bellows was standing, and this one here is the one George Rivers had.
Now you can see. That's the make-believe pistol. There were two of them.
If there are two of them, where's the other one?
Well, I don't know.
Kubota?
Well, this fake one and this real one, those were the only two.
Get this Tony Bellows in here.
All right. Mr. Bellows? Mr. Bellows? He's not out there, Lieutenant.
That's a real pistol.
Look, maybe he's in his trailer, Lieutenant.
Well, find him and bring him in here.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant.
What is it, Mr. Faraday?
I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to say.
About what?
This pistol. The name. Here, look. Read what's engraved.
Where?
Just under the lock. Read it. It says...
Aaron Burr.
That's what it says. Aaron Burr. Well, you might say, if this is the exact spot, Aaron Burr might have dropped it there or lost it there many years ago, and that's what... But no. This is no rusted, rotted relic. Indeed not. It is a well-oiled, well-kept, well-used weapon. And it has just been fired. But who fired it? Well, we still have 2 acts to go. Maybe we'll find out when I return with Act 2 in just a few moments.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
For some people, falling asleep at night is just as hard as waking up in the morning. If a noisy bedroom clock is keeping you awake, here's good news. True Value hardware stores have something to make falling asleep a little easier. Frank Lieber here to tell you that they have a General Electric Chronotle digital alarm clock. Its large digital numbers rotate smoothly and quietly. They don't flip, so there's no noise to keep you awake. Comes in a compact case, just 7 inches wide, so it'll fit most anywhere. It's just $9.88. And True Value hardware stores have something to make waking up in the morning a little more pleasant. The GE lighted snooze alarm clock wakes you, lets you snooze a few minutes, then wakes you again. Has an easy-to-read lighted dial, a sweep second hand, and comes in a smartly styled case. It's just $5.88. Get a GE alarm clock for yourself or someone on your Christmas list. They're just a few of the values you'll find at the participating True Value hardware store nearest your home.
Mr. Maximilian Paradine, an authentic genius of the films, is shooting a motion picture on the duel between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. And shooting seems to be the literal word for it, since George Rivers, who plays Alexander Hamilton, fell to the ground dead. He is dead because Tony Bellows, who plays Aaron Burr, evidently did not fire the prop pistol, which is a harmless replica, but a real lethal weapon. To complicate the situation, there is a name inscribed on this real pistol. And what is the name? Yes, you're staying with us. It's Aaron Burr.
You say, you've never seen this pistol before, Mr. Paradine?
How, Lieutenant? How could
I'd like an answer, yes or no.
Yes or no is an answer for small minds.
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Paradine, have you ever seen this pistol?
No, never. This is Aaron Burr's pistol.
How do we know?
It says so. His name is on it.
How did it get here?
You would have to ask Aaron Burr.
Lieutenant?
What is this, Svoboda?
Tony Bellows, the guy who plays Burr, he's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
Well, he's nowhere around.
Impossible. He has a contract. This is a shooting
Now,
day.
just hold it, Mr. Paradine. When was the last time you saw Mr. Bellows?
When?
Yes, when?
When? We were doing the scene. The camera establishes Mr. Burr.
That's Bellows.
You must not destroy my concentration. Now, the camera pans to Mr. Hamilton, George Rivers, back to Mr. Burr, on Daly's command, present. He raises the pistol, camera to Mr. Hamilton. On him, the word fire. He falls, discharging the pistol.
And where did Mr. Bellows go?
Where?
Yes, where?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I wasn't concerned with him. I was watching Mr. Hamilton. George played the scene badly. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say about an actor. And if you quote me, I shall deny it. But the last scene he ever played, he played badly.
This is Bauman. Give me the chief.
Terrible way for an actor to die.
Yeah, Bauman at the movie thing here. We wanted Tony Bellows. Material witness, at least. Disappeared. Ask the New York cops if they can pick him up for us. He's got an awful lot of questions to answer. Now, Mr. Daly, you were the closest person to both parties during the dueling scene.
Yes.
What happened after the exchange of shots?
Well, George Rivers fell to the ground.
Yeah, we know that. Now, what about Aaron Burr? Well, Tony Bellows.
I don't know. I wasn't looking at him.
How does it happen that nobody was looking at him?
Well, you see, the scene belongs to Hamilton. George Rivers.
So nobody can tell me what happened to Tony Bellows. Did he say or do anything at all this morning that might have seemed unusual in any way?
Well, I don't know. Oh, now that you mention it, I didn't see him until he was in place for the scene.
Mr. Paradine, do your people have to report in or check in or shape up in any way?
Well, there's a makeup call, but...
But what?
The camera wasn't going to be on his face today, so all that Tony had to do was be in costume and in place at 7 a.m.
And this cloak was his costume?
Yes. I, of course, designed it myself. It is known that I attend to every single detail. I permit others to take certain credits. But this is not the cloak.
What do you mean it's not the cloak?
This is not the cloak that was made for Aaron Burr to wear in the scene.
Svoboda, where did
Lieutenant, this is the cloak that was laying on the ground near where Tony Bellows was. The cloak and the pistol. Where else would it come from?
Gentlemen, please pay attention. This cloak is made from a heavy wool material. I have never seen a material like this. Mine was a cotton because I wanted
But, Mr. Paradine...
let me... Oh, no. Here it is. Inscribed below the collar. Look, read.
Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr. Lieutenant, I am frightened.
Miss Paradine, are you positive this is not the cloak?
Lieutenant, may I show you something? Look, these stitches.
What about the stitches?
Look at the stitches along every seam. Well, not a single one of these stitches was sewn by machine. This is not the cloak that was worn by Aaron Burr this morning.
Svoboda?
Yeah, but it's the one I found. If it wasn't lying there, where would I get it?
Lieutenant Bauman. Yeah. Where? Yeah, right now. Svoboda, you got a squad car out there?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We're going across the river. The New York cops are holding Aaron Burr. Tony Bellows.
was here all the time, Lieutenant.
Here?
Here, in my apartment.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Bellows. Are you telling me you were not on the set earlier this morning?
That is exactly what I'm telling you.
You better tell it from the beginning.
All right. I got to bed late last night. We'd been, okay, I had a few. And the truth is, I did something for the first time in my whole career. I just overslept. I missed my assignment.
And?
Well, I was awakened by a persistent ringing of the doorbell. I kind of staggered out of bed. I mean, I was hungover, you know, and I opened it, and there was a cop, and he said, "I'm wanted for questioning by New Jersey police in connection with the killing of George Rivers." I didn't even know he was dead. How would I know?
You deny that you were on the set this morning?
Oh, yes.
You deny you fired the shot?
How could I fire the shot if I wasn't there?
But you were seen there, Mr. Bellows.
Was I? Who saw me?
The cast, the director, the crew, and this officer here, Patrolman Svoboda.
Now, wait a minute. Officer, did you see me on the set this morning?
Yes, Mr. Bellows, I did.
Are you sure, officer?
Yes, sir.
Now, look at it this way, officer. You saw somebody in costume. You knew I was playing the part. Now, officer, realizing that my life could depend on your answer, just think. Did you actually see me, or did you naturally and automatically assume it was me?
Well, Svoboda?
Well, Lieutenant, now that it's put that way, I don't know.
What don't you know?
Well, I don't know if it really was him. I mean, sure, I thought it was him, but I couldn't put my hand on the Bible and swear.
But if it wasn't him, who was it?
I don't know.
Mr. Bellows, have you any objection to coming back with us?
No, Lieutenant. None at all. Will you excuse me while I change clothes? I'll just be a minute.
Go ahead.
Well, Lieutenant?
All I know is somebody killed Alexander Hamilton. Now, listen to me. I'm talking like that flaky director. I mean, somebody killed George Rivers.
Yeah, but who?
Svoboda, you were there. You're a cop, a trained observer. Now, tell me, what did you see?
Okay, I'm standing just inside the fence by the gate. I'm with Chuck and Smitty. They're not watching. I am. Okay, it's just about 7 a.m., so there's Hamilton, Rivers, and there's Tony Bellows, and they're ready to shoot.
When was the first time you saw Tony Bellows?
Yeah, well, that's just it. Now I can't be sure it was Tony Bellows.
Okay, when was the first time you saw someone that looked like him?
When? Well, just then.
You mean you didn't see him on the set before? You didn't see him come out of the dressing room trailer?
No, Lieutenant.
Okay. They play the thing. They shoot. Now what?
Well, I'm watching Hamilton. Rivers. I say to Smitty, I bet she makes him play it again.
But Bellows, Tony Bellows, what about him?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking at him. Then there's all the noise and the commotion, and I run over there. George Rivers is dead.
And all through this, you don't see Bellows?
No, sir. We put in a call for the ambulance.
And there's no sign of Bellows?
Well, I don't see him, but I'm not looking for him.
So you bring in the pistol and the cloak?
The cloak. Now that you say it, something's bothering me. Before the shots, he's wearing a cloak, but after the shots, right after, I think, he's not wearing it. Now, why would he take it off?
Svoboda, how would you know? You said you weren't looking at him. You were looking at Hamilton.
Yeah, Lieutenant, but you don't have to look at somebody to be aware of him. You know what I mean? And I'm aware of the fact that he's not wearing the cloak. And I see him toss away the pistol, and I think there's another guy.
What other guy? Who?
I don't know.
Another actor?
I don't know. It don't look like any of the other actors.
Who did it look like?
It was something red.
What are you talking about?
Red? Why should I be thinking of the color red?
Svoboda, this other guy, who?
If there really was another guy.
Svoboda, don't you go kooky on me now.
I'm trying to think, Lieutenant. I'm trying to remember.
So, you kept your promise, Tony.
What promise, Julia?
When I decided to leave you, you swore you'd kill George.
How about it, Mr. Bellows? Did you?
I didn't swear. I merely threatened.
And obviously he's kept his word.
Oh, Lieutenant, did you ever say things in anger that could come back to haunt you?
Did you threaten to kill him?
Yes, I suppose I did.
He killed George because it was the only way.
What only way?
The only way to get rid of him.
Why would I want to get rid of George Rivers?
Because it had become obvious to anyone with even the slightest knowledge of theater that George was the more accomplished, the more versatile, the better actor.
That is not true. To call the silly, mannered posturings of George Rivers acting is the height of stupidity.
And then, of course, there's me. I walked out on you and chose him.
Do you think I'd commit murder for a little date?
Okay, you folks have your fight some other time. Miss Tarrant, did you or did you not see Tony Bellows on the set this morning?
No.
And I have no further questions to ask you.
But I have something to tell you, Lieutenant. Tony Bellows killed George Rivers.
How could I kill him if I wasn't here?
You were here, even if I didn't see you.
Who says so?
I really don't know why we're having this kind of argument. There's a very simple way to find out. Hold it right there. No, it's no good, Mr. Paradine. You can't see his face.
Ah, but you can see the cloak and the pistols so clearly.
But I want his face. Keep the projector going. Is there any more film?
Yes, Lieutenant, plenty of film, but nothing that will show you the face.
How could you shoot a duel and not show the face of
Are
one
you
of the...
telling me how to stage a dramatic scene?
Well, it would seem to me that simple. Common sense would dictate.
Everybody is a director.
Now, look, there are two people in the duel. Why show only one face?
Because you do not dilute the drama. If you were to show both, the concentration of the audience...
If you'd have shot both faces, I'd have been able to prove that Tony Bellows was or wasn't here.
I cannot be expected to destroy a dramatic scene for the benefit of the Weehawken, New Jersey Police Department.
Now, look. Somebody played that scene with George Rivers this morning. Now, if it wasn't Tony Bellows, who was it? Who played the part of Aaron Burr?
All right. Who? Let us be completely objective. Let us, as they say, review our options. First, despite what he says, it was Tony Bellows. Second, it was Aaron Burr. Yes, Aaron Burr, dead and gone these many years, but Aaron Burr all the same. Third, oh, well, see if you can figure it. And I'll be back in a few moments with the third act to check you out.
Been all over town and you can't find what you're looking for. Stop all that chasing around. What you're looking for is gonna get found. At Gabbard's, you'll find your home at Gabbard's. You'll find a world of wonderful things waiting for you at Gabbard's.
We'll let you in on a secret Christmas place. It's at Gabbard's. Gabbard's exciting accessory department, where every item is an exciting gift idea. Thousands of gift ideas in every price range. But help us keep Gabbard's accessory department a secret. See, that way, we can always park easily and shop without pushing. Because if everybody knew about Gabbard's accessory department, well, everybody would want to shop there.
Gabbard's. You'll find your home at Gabbard's. Gabbard's.
Gabbard's first ever sale now through Saturday, November 30th. Up to 50% savings. Midway Road north of LBJ 635.
If you take a look at the new 1975 cars, it doesn't take long to notice the European influence is strong. And to be sure, there are some new American cars that rival the Europeans, one being Buick's new Skylark SR. But don't consider a Skylark SR because of its touring car interior or its rather rakish profile. Consider it because it's a Buick, possessing many of Buick's nicer innovations, like the new Buick V6, a peppery little engine that spits out a plentiful amount of torque while sipping a surprisingly small amount of gasoline. And if you wish, Skylark SR can abound with creature comforts seldom found on cars this size, with available items like Cruise Master speed control, AM/FM stereo. But you've heard enough. Now you need to see and drive a Skylark SR. And try to remember, it's not a European touring car. It's a Buick.
There's a new plan in town for personal banking, and it's a grand plan. In fact, that's the name of it. The Grand Plan from Lakewood Bank and Trust. It's a special plan to reward you for keeping $1,000 or more in your regular savings account. As a member of Lakewood's Grand Plan, you will get 6 free banking services, including no service charge checking, as many free personalized checks as you need, and free emergency overdraft protection. The Grand Plan doesn't cost you money. It makes you money. It really is free. There's no monthly fee, and you don't have to apply for a bank credit card. On top of all the free services, you naturally receive the maximum interest on your savings. And at Lakewood, the interest is compounded every day. So find out all about Lakewood's Grand Plan for personal banking. Call or come by and see your accommodating banker at Lakewood Bank and Trust, Gaston at La Vista, member FDIC.
George Rivers and Tony Bellows, 2 actors who hate each other in real life, are playing the parts of Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, 2 people who also hated each other in real life. Comes the duel scene, and George, who plays Hamilton, is shot dead. Tony insists he wasn't there. But somebody played the part of Aaron Burr and played it for keeps. The question, who?
I wasn't here, and that's why no one can say they saw me.
All right. No one saw. No one remembers getting a good look at Aaron Burr this morning. Now, if it wasn't you, Mr. Bellows, then somebody wore that cloak and used that pistol.
Lieutenant, I can suggest a way out of the difficulty. The pistol. Whose fingerprints are on it?
Things don't work out as conveniently for the police as they do for the movies, Mr. Paradine. There are no fingerprints on it.
Lieutenant?
Yes, Swoboda?
Red hair. Why do I remember a guy with red hair? Bright red hair.
Mr. Paradine? Anybody with red hair in the company?
Red hair?
Yeah.
No. My philosophy is to use a redhead only as a lead. You see, if anyone else had red hair, it would...
Yeah, I know. It would detract. What about this guy with red hair, Swoboda?
I don't know. I'm just trying to put it together in my own mind.
Well, thank you for the lift back to Manhattan, Lieutenant.
We brought you over. We bring you back.
Will I be wanted again for,
Just keep yourself available.
I see. Anything else you have to ask me?
No.
Well, thanks again for the lift.
Yeah. How have you been getting back and forth from here to Jersey?
Oh, there's nothing to it. By car, get onto the West Side Highway, into the Lincoln Tunnel, and there I am in Weehawken.
And, how long does it take you?
Oh, early in the morning, no traffic, 20 minutes. Oh, I think I see what you're driving at.
Oh, I'm not driving at anything. Where do you keep your car?
They have a garage in the basement of the apartment house.
Well, see you around, Mr. Bellows.
Yeah. Once again, thanks for the lift.
Well, while we're here, we'll ask. You in charge of this garage?
Oh, I ain't in charge of nothing. I just work here.
Police?
Yeah, I know. I can always tell a cop.
What time did you come on in the morning?
8 o'clock.
Who's on before you get here?
Nobody. The night man quits after he washes the cars.
And what time is that?
Well, I guess it's all done by 3:30, 4 o'clock.
So if someone picks up his car between 4 and 8 in the morning, there's no one here.
That's the way it goes.
When you got here at 8 o'clock, was Tony Bellows' car in the garage?
Yes, sir, it was. And talking about Tony Bellows' car, I'm washing it now.
I see.
Anything else?
Yeah, I noticed on the blackboard there you got some names. Mr. Bellows is one of them. What does that mean?
Oh, those are the full-service customers. You see, each one is supposed to have their car washed every night in the week.
Okay, thanks.
You know what I always say, support the local cops.
Hold it. You're washing Mr. Bellows' car now? Why?
You can see why. It's filthy. Full of that Jersey mud and dirt.
Was it that way when you came in at 8 this morning?
It's been that way all day. It's the first chance I had to get at it.
But if the night man washed it last night and it hasn't been used since, then how did it get so muddy? Could he have forgotten to wash it?
Who, Jerry? We call him Jerry the Elephant. He never forgets.
And so, in the confusion after the shooting, you sneaked off the set.
I did not.
You got into your car.
No.
You drove back across the tunnel and into your garage, and you were upstairs before the day man showed up.
It isn't true.
But you forgot one thing. A car is washed every night. You got it dirty when you took it out.
I didn't take it out.
Then how did it get full of mud?
I don't know. Yes, I do. The night man didn't wash it.
He swears he did.
Oh, he's lying. Plenty of times he forgets or he's too lazy. And I pay good money for that service.
You're not getting your money's worth. Why didn't you complain?
Well, I did.
To whom?
To his boss, naturally.
If we asked his boss, would he remember your complaining? If the night man makes a habit of forgetting to wash your car, wouldn't the day man notice? Should we ask him? What would he say?
Let me alone. Just let me alone. I didn't kill him. I did not kill him.
Yes, we'd better let you alone for a while. Have something to drink. Relax. Think about it.
Mr. Svoboda?
Huh? Oh, what is it, Mrs. Swoboda?
Well, how does it happen you're not in bed? I wake up and there I am all by myself.
Katie, I'm scared.
Oh, what's the matter?
I can't explain it.
Well, try. Should I make coffee?
No, love. Just sit here. I'm really scared.
Oh, honey, you scared? Stash, you don't even know what that word means.
I've been reading something in these books.
Let me see those. The Life and Death of Alexander Hamilton. Hey, I thought you got out some books so you could finally study for the sergeant's exam. What's this all about?
How did I know, Katie? How did I know?
How did you know what?
Exactly how it happened.
How what happened?
How Burr killed Hamilton. I've been reading these books all about that duel, the reports, the eyewitness accounts, and they all agree on what I saw.
Well, what do you think you saw?
I saw Burr, Aaron Burr, just before the duel, while he was waiting, slip off his cloak. And then I remember the look on his face after he fired his pistol.
No, Stash.
No, shush. He was scared. I guess he really didn't mean to kill Hamilton, and he just threw away the pistol. And he was about to rush over to where Hamilton fell, and this red-haired man stopped him.
Stopped him?
Just held him. And he then started walking Burr away.
And?
And that's all I saw. Nobody else saw a red-haired guy, but I did. And you know who he was?
Who?
All right, Burr has a second. You know, a guy to back him up, huh?
Uh-huh.
And this guy's name was Van Ness. And he had red hair.
So? Well, what does that mean?
Do you realize what I saw? I saw it exactly as it happened, as it took place on Wednesday morning at 7 o'clock on July 11th, 1804. Well, I saw the real duel. And somehow the real Aaron Burr fired, and the bullet hit George Rivers, the actor.
Oh.
Katie, I saw it.
Well, I'm not saying you
It's
didn't.
the only way to explain it. The only way it could have happened.
Sash, if the duel took place in 1804, how
Look,
could...
Katie, it's like if you can duplicate all the exact conditions, you can maybe...
Okay, Stash.
Look, they're going to hang it on this Tony Bellows.
But, darling, he did it.
No, Katie. Aaron Burr did it. That's what happened. That's the crazy thing that happened.
But what can you do about it?
I got to tell Bauman.
No, Stash, don't.
But Tony Bellows is innocent.
You tell that kind of story to Bauman. You know what they'll do?
It doesn't matter. If you know the truth, you got to tell it.
But you don't know it's the truth.
All right, look, here in this book. You see what the guy writes? And when Burr saw that he had killed the precious enemy, he threw his pistol away as if it were a thing unclean and started to rush toward his fallen friend and foe. And only the red-haired Van Ness, who, fearing for Burr's safety, managed to spirit him away.
So?
That's what I saw. That's what I saw. How he threw away the pistol, how he wanted to run to Hamilton. That's what the man's writing about.
And And you say you actually saw Aaron Burr?
It's the only thing that makes sense, Lieutenant.
And somehow they were back in 1804.
Yes, Lieutenant.
And as the bullet flew from the real Aaron Burr's pistol, it somehow killed George Rivers.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, what do you suggest we do?
We have to do something to help Tony Bellows.
No, I mean, what do we do about you, Svoboda?
Me?
I can forget it.
Forget it?
You're a good cop.
Lieutenant, do you think maybe
Look, cops are human like everybody else. We're not supermen.
But I'm not nuts. I saw it. I saw Aaron Burr.
How are things at home, Svoboda?
Oh, look, Lieutenant.
It's tough to be a cop's wife, so sometimes a guy feels a lot of pressure.
Lieutenant, everything is just great at home.
And you take a lot of flack. People make remarks. A cop is everybody's favorite target. You know, they used to call us flat-feet and bulls. Today, we're pigs and fuzz. It can get to a guy.
Lieutenant, all that rolls off my back. I know what I saw.
You want to go on sick leave?
Oh, is that how it is?
How else can it be?
Oh, okay. Say that Bellows did kill him. How can he expect to get away with it? I'll let you know when I'm ready to leave, guard.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
Mr. Bellows, my name is Swoboda.
You look familiar. Oh, you're the cop who was on the set. Huh. Why are you here?
I heard the verdict. I'm sorry.
20 years. 20, and I'm innocent. Believe me, I'm innocent. Why didn't anyone believe me?
I believe you.
You do? Oh, that's great.
I want to help you.
How?
Maybe I can catch the real killer.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah.
Who?
Nobody wants to believe it.
Well, listen, who is it?
It's Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr?
Yes.
Oh. Well, thanks a lot for dropping by, officer. I really appreciate it.
It's true.
Oh, sure.
I can't tell my superiors about it because they'd never buy it.
Well, no, of course not.
But I'm going to work on it independently.
Yeah, you do that.
I just came by here to tell you that you still have a chance. Not much of a chance, but it's all there is.
Oh, that's great. What is it?
Well, the next time that July 11th falls on a Wednesday, I'll be there. At that field at 7 a.m. And when Burr shows up for the duel, I'll try to arrest him for the murder of George Rivers.
That will be 7 years from now. At that time, hopefully, we will bring you the story. After all, what is time? As the philosopher says, 'tis but a wheel that turns round and round, and it always moves backward in order to go forward. What we have seen, we shall see again. I'll be back shortly.
From 17 to 25, young minds are so alive. They see things that others may not see. College is the place they learn the things they'll need when it's their turn to show the way to you and me.
College is a place where the future of America is being built right now. But colleges are in financial trouble, and they need all the help that you and I can give them. The dollars you give to the college of your choice are an investment in America's most important asset, the minds of her children. So please, give to the college of your choice now.
From 17 to 25, young minds are so alive.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Was Was Mr. Tony Bellows really home asleep during the duel? Did Officer Svoboda really see Aaron Burr and his second, Mr. Van Ness? We never take sides around here. We serve the feast and let each help himself to those dishes that please him best. Certainly there is nourishment enough to sustain both points of view. Our cast included Jack Grimes, George Petrie, Joan Shea, William Redfield, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I knew there was something mysterious going on in this house. Something was wrong. Maybe it wasn't as deadly as Mayette had claimed. But I felt certain it wasn't as innocent as her father had asserted. And I also knew that I wasn't going to rest until I found out. I got out of bed and dressed myself. And I walked quietly to the door. And I turned the handle. And that's when I discovered that it was locked. Locked from the outside. I walked to the window. And I discovered that I couldn't open it. And now I knew with crystal clarity I was a prisoner.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
We're lowering a brand new 75 Toyota Corolla two-door standard sedan, Toyota's lowest priced car, to the bottom of one of the lowest points in the Western Hemisphere, the floor of the Barranca de Cobre Canyon. Easy does it. Beautiful. Now, we've done this to dramatize that the new Toyota Corolla two-door standard sedan is Toyota's lowest priced car, even though it's completely restyled with a fresh new look on the outside and roomier inside, with reclining bucket seats and power front disc brakes, all standard equipment.
That's right, Dave. Price-wise, this is about as low as you can get.
And with us, Max Larynx, a man who is famous for...
My low voice, Dave.
And to further dramatize the Corolla two-door standard sedan's low price, Max is going to sing the Toyota jingle in his low voice.
Right, Dave. See how much car...
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Casablanca. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Ingrid Bergman.
And this is Paul Henry.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' exciting story of romance and intrigue in wartime Africa, Casablanca, with the original stars of the picture, Paul Henry as Victor Laszlo, Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund, and Humphrey Bogart as Rick Blaine. Barely escaping the conquering Germans' entrance into Paris, Rick Blaine fled to Casablanca. There, months before the American troops landed, he was operating Rick's American Cafe. Casablanca swarmed with refugees, and Casablanca's more permanent foreign residents did a land office business in exit visas and letters of transit. Rick, however, avoided involvement in that dangerous business until the night our story began. He was in his office above the cafe, where he could watch and hear the crowd below when his head waiter called to him.
Yes, Carl? The prefect of police, Captain Renault, would like to speak to you.
I'll send him in.
Yes. Rick will see you, Captain Renault.
Thank you, Carl. Hello, Rick. Hello, Louis. Why the formality?
Well, I have some unpleasant news for you, Ricky.
I mean, you're looking for more graft.
Oh, no. At least not right now. My men arrested Ugarte on his way to your roulette wheel, Ricky.
Well, except to Ugarte, what's so unpleasant about that?
Well, in itself, nothing, but we arrested Ugarte for murdering 2 German couriers and stealing their letters of transit. Ugarte did not have those letters of transit when he was arrested, and he's seen no one but you, Ricky, since the murder.
What are you building up to, Louis? Arresting me?
No, not immediately at any rate. I just want to give you a word of advice. Ugarte was going to sell those letters tonight to Victor Laszlo.
Laszlo? Here in Casablanca?
Yeah. Well, you know, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so impressed.
As head of the underground movement, Laszlo's impressed half the world.
Yes, it's my duty to see that he does not impress the other half. Rick, Laszlo does never reach America. He stays in Casablanca.
20,000 francs says he doesn't.
I'll make it 10,000. After all, I'm only a poor, corrupt official.
All right, it's a bet.
Well, no one else would dare supply Laszlo with exit visas, Ricky, and since he can't leave Casablanca without them, make certain that you don't give him those letters of transit.
But I...
Oh, you needn't deny it, Rick. I'm certain you have the letters.
Even if I had those letters, Louis, you know I stick my neck out for nobody.
Yes, to date. But I suspect, Ricky, under that cynical shell, you're a sentimentalist. Now, if you'll come downstairs with me, I'll introduce you to Major Strasser and Victor Laszlo and his charming companion, the most beautiful woman who has ever come to Casablanca.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
Sam!
Yes, boss?
I thought I told you never to play that song again.
Well, boss, you see, I didn't really...
Sam's not to blame, Rick. I asked him to play it.
You? Ilse?
Yes, Rick. Ilse.
What are you doing in Casablanca?
Just traveling through with Victor Laszlo.
Where is he?
He'll be right back. He's looking for someone.
Well, I found your wandering escort, Mademoiselle Lund. Ricky, I have the honor of introducing...
We're old acquaintances, Captain Renault.
Oh, you know each other? Well, then, Ricky, do you also know...
This is Mr. Victor Laszlo.
Well, here's a great deal about Rick in Casablanca. And about Victor Laszlo everywhere. I congratulate you.
What for?
Oh, your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
I can't get over you and Mademoiselle Lund knowing each other, Ricky. Under the circumstances, it worries me.
Well, it needn't.
Let's see, Rick. The last time we met...
Was it La Belle Aurore?
Oh, nice. You remembered. But, of course, that was the day the Germans marched into Paris.
I remember every detail. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
I don't wish to be the one to say, dear sir, but it's late. We'll come again, Monsieur Blaine.
Anytime.
Will you say good night to Sam for me, Rick?
I will.
There's still nobody in the world who can play as time goes by like Sam.
I'll tell him. That's what she said, Sam. Nobody can play as time goes by like you.
Aren't you going to stop drinking and go to bed, boss?
No. Play as time goes by, Sam.
Oh, I don't think I can remember it, boss.
If she can stand it, I can. Play it. I got a date with a memory in Paris.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time.
Now I really know the meaning of happiness, Richard. It's being here in Paris with you.
And the German army 50 miles away. Who are you really, Ilse? What were you before you came to Paris?
At the beginning, we said no questions, Richard.
You know, I can't help wondering why I should be so lucky. Why I should find you waiting for me to come along.
Why there is no other man in my life? Well, that's easy. There was. He's dead.
I'm sorry. I know we said no questions. I'll never ask another.
Richard, you must leave Paris before the Germans arrive. You're on their blacklist.
Their roll of honor.
Oh, don't joke, Richard. You must leave.
Oh, no. We must leave.
Yes, of course.
Oh, now, the train for Marseille leaves at 5. Hey, why don't we get married in Marseille?
No. Oh, that's too far ahead to plan.
Ilsa, what's the matter?
Nothing, darling. Nothing. It's just that I love you so much. Oh, it's a crazy world. Anything can happen. If you shouldn't get away, if something should keep us apart, wherever you are, wherever I'll be, I want you to know. Richard. Kiss me as if it were the last time.
A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply.
Boss, wake up. Boss, you gotta wake up. That lady's here. And this ain't no memory in Paris. She's right here.
You're as drunk as I am, Sam.
No, he's not, Rick. I'm here. I left Victor at the hotel and came back. I have to talk to you.
Funny about your voice, how it hasn't changed. I can still hear it. Richard, dear, I'll go with you any place. We'll get on a train together. We'll never stop.
No, please. I can understand how you feel.
You understand how I feel. How long was it we had?
I didn't count the days.
Well, I did. Every one of them. Mostly I remember the last one. You and I were going to run away from Paris together.
Oh.
But you didn't meet me at the station, did you?
Please, Rick.
That was a wild finish, me standing on the platform. The last train about to pull out. But you didn't show up, and Sam had to push me on the train.
The Rick I loved in Paris would let me explain, but this Rick, looking at me with hatred. I'll be leaving Casablanca soon. We'll never see each other again.
You'll see me before you go.
No, Rick.
Oh, yes, you will. Some night you'll lie to Laszlo and come to me.
No, you see, Victor Laszlo is my husband. And was, even when I knew you in Paris.
Well, Laszlo, I wondered when you'd come to see me.
Captain Reno and Major Strasser kept me busy for the past 24 hours.
Well, there's no use fencing around. You've come about those letters of transit, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You and Strasser and Reno. Seems to be the general impression in Casablanca that I have those letters.
Suppose we assume that you have them.
All right, go ahead.
You must know it's very important I get out of Casablanca.
Why you? More than any of the others stuck here?
It's my privilege to be one of the leaders of a great movement. You know what I've been doing. You know what it means to the work, to the lives of thousands and thousands of people. If I reach America and...
Don't you ever wonder if what you're fighting for is worth all this?
We might as well question why we breathe. If we stop breathing, we die. If we stop fighting today's enemies, the world will die.
What of it? It'll be out of its misery.
You know, Monsieur Blaine, you sound like a man trying to convince himself of something he doesn't believe in his heart. That wasn't always your attitude. You ran guns to Ethiopia. You fought against the fascists in Spain.
I was well paid on both occasions.
A winning side would have paid you better. Isn't it strange that you always happen to be fighting on the side of the underdog?
Well, let's say that I'm a poor businessman.
Are you businessmen enough to appreciate an offer of 100,000 francs for those letters?
Oh, I appreciate it. But if you offered me 1,000,000 francs, I wouldn't accept it.
Very well, then. You have the letters of transit. You won't give them to me. But I want Ilsa to be safe. Monsieur Blaine, I ask you as a favor to use the letters to take her away from Casablanca.
You love her that much?
Yes, I love her that much.
Oh, sorry, but it's no deal.
But why?
I suggest that you ask your wife.
My wife?
Yes. Who's singing that song?
Oh, Miss Strasser and his Gestapo agents. They followed me here.
Now, don't start anything. I don't want any trouble in here that'll force Reno to close my joint.
You have no objections to your band accompanying me while I sing, do you?
No, go ahead. I'm neutral. One customer can sing, they can all sing.
They all will sing. Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready, Mr. Laszlo.
Then play it.
Casablanca, starring Ingrid Bergman, Humphrey Bogart, and Paul Henreid. In just a moment, we will hear Act Two. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Don't you just love this time of the year when everything seems to be taking on new life, new beauty? You know, your skin is changing too these days. From the winter-weary dryness of February and March to the lovely spring-like freshness of April. And what a pity it is for anyone to hide that fresh, young look of the skin, that lively, awakening April look of the skin, with a mask-like face powder. Does the powder you use accent the fresh, delicate tones April brings to your skin? Or does it hide them, cruelly cover them up, make your skin look a little pasty and drab? Now, if you want to keep that springtime look to your skin, if you want your skin to look fresh as a daisy all day long, and young and lovely as all awakening nature around you, try Lady Esther face powder. I know your heart will miss a beat when you look in your mirror. For Lady Esther face powder brings out all the subtle, delicate charm that nature gives your skin this time of the year. Women say it's by far the most flattering face powder they've ever used. You see, Lady Esther face powder isn't just mixed in the usual way. It's blown by hurricanes. Color and powder particles whirl together with the force and speed of hurricanes. The result is a powder so smooth and fine in texture, it hides little lines and blemishes. So rich and exciting in shade, it adds instant life and beauty to your appearance. So, if you want to see the miracle of springtime take place right on your own skin, before your own mirror, treat yourself to Lady Esther face powder.
Rises on the second act of Casablanca, starring Humphrey Bogart as Rick Blaine, Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund, and Paul Henreid as Victor Laszlo. Angered by the manner in which the patrons of Rick's Cafe joined Victor Laszlo in singing the Marseillaise, Major Strasser forced Captain Renault to close Rick's place and ordered Victor Laszlo and Ilsa Lund to remain in their hotel.
Victor, I'm frightened. Please don't go to the underground meeting tonight.
To tell you the truth, my dear, I'm frightened too. So shall I hide here in a hotel room, or shall I carry on the best I can?
Whatever I would say, you would carry on.
Since our friend Rick has refused to part with those letters of transit, what else am I to do?
Did Rick give you any reason?
He suggested I ask you.
Ask me?
Yes. Ilsa, when I was in the concentration camp, were you lonely in Paris?
Yes, Victor, I was.
I know how it is to be lonely. I love you very much, my dear.
Yes. Yes, I know. Victor, whatever I do, will you believe that...
You don't even have to say it. I'll believe. I must get to the underground meeting now. Good night, my dear.
Good night. Hello, Rick.
Well, I told you you'd be around to see me, but this is a little ahead of schedule.
Richard, I had to see you.
Oh, so I'm Richard again. We're back in Paris.
Please.
Your unexpected visit isn't connected by any chance with the letters of transit, is it?
Richard, you can ask any price, but you must give me those letters.
I went all through that with your husband. It's no deal.
Richard, we loved each other once. If those days meant anything at all to
I wouldn't bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Please listen to me. If you knew what really happened...
I wouldn't believe you no matter what you told me. You'll say anything now to get what you want.
Richard, don't you understand? You are our last hope. If you don't help us, Victor Laszlo will die in Casablanca.
What of it? I'm going to die in Casablanca. It's just the spot for it. Now, if you... Well, I see you come prepared for anything. Give me that gun.
No. I tried to reason with you. I tried everything. Now, if you don't give me those letters, I'll shoot.
Go ahead.
Get me those letters.
No, they're right here in my pocket. I don't have to. If you want them, you'll have to kill me to get them. If Laszlo, if the underground means so much, you won't stop at anything. And if you don't shoot fast, I'm going to take that gun away from you. Now give it to me.
Oh, Richard. I tried to stay away. I thought I would never see you again, that you were out of my life. If you knew what I went through the day you left Paris, how much I loved you, how much I still love you. We had been married only 3 weeks when Victor got word that they needed him in Prague. He was captured almost immediately and sent to a concentration camp. Then came word he was dead. I was lonely before, but then I had nothing left, not even hope, until I met you.
But why didn't you tell me all this in Paris?
Victor made me promise to keep our marriage a secret. He was afraid that if the Gestapo found out I was his wife, it would be dangerous for me and for those working with us. I kept my promise.
And then you got word he'd escaped?
Yes, a friend called, telling me that he was ill and hiding in a freight car near Paris. I didn't tell you because you wouldn't have left Paris and they would have caught you. Well, you know the rest.
It's still a story without an ending. What about now?
Well, I'll never have the strength to go away from you again.
And Laszlo?
Well, you'll help him now, won't you, Richard?
Yes.
He'll have his work, all the things he's been living
All
for.
except you.
I can't fight it anymore. I don't know what's right any longer. You'll have to think for both of us, Richard. For all of us.
I've already made up our minds, and I think I can arrange everything with Renault. Here's the setup, Louis. I'm selling out my place and leaving Casablanca on tonight's plane, the last plane.
What?
And I'm taking Ilsa Lund with me. Ilsa's Victor Laszlo's wife. Louis, I'll make a deal with you.
What is it?
I want to be sure that Laszlo doesn't escape this time. Now, if you could get him on a real criminal charge, would that be a feather in your cap?
It most certainly would. Germany, the chief would be grateful.
Then be at my place a half hour before the plane leaves. I'll arrange for Laszlo to be there, thinking I'll sell him the letters of transit. When I hand them to him, that'll give you the criminal grounds for making the arrest.
Ricky, I'll miss you. Apparently, the only one in Casablanca that has even less scruples than I.
Thanks. Oh, and by the way, Louis, come for Laszlo alone. See, I'm taking no chances on a double cross, even from you.
Double cross? Why, Ricky?
You might get ideas about slapping me in the jug for selling those letters, you know. Well, don't forget, a half hour before plane time, alone.
Don't worry, Ricky. This is an honor I'll share with no one.
Monsieur Blaine, I don't know how to thank you.
There's no time for that. You won't have any trouble in Lisbon, will you?
No, that's all arranged.
Good. Well, here are the letters.
Monsieur Blaine,
Victor Laszlo, you're under arrest on the charge of accessory to the murder of the couriers from whom those letters were stolen.
Now, just a minute. Nobody's going to be arrested, Louis. Not for a while yet.
What? Rick, put that gun down. Have you lost your mind?
Stay where you are, Louis. I wouldn't like to shoot you. But I will if you take one more step toward me. Keep your hands away from your pistol.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing, but I wonder if you realize what this means, Rick.
Perfectly. In fact, Captain Renault will take you along as our hostage, so there won't be any trouble at the airport. There's only 10 minutes till the plane leaves. We have to hurry.
I'll go get the luggage aboard. Coming, Ilsa?
No, I'll wait here with Rick and the captain.
I'll be right back.
Well, those letters of transit are in blank, Louis. You fill in the names. That'll make it even more official.
Oh, you think of everything, Ricky.
The names to fill in are Mr. and Mrs. Victor Laszlo.
Mr. But why my name, Richard?
You're sure getting on that plane.
But what about you?
I'm staying here to keep Captain Renault company till the plane leaves.
No, Rich. What has happened to you last night?
Last night we said a great many things. Did you mean everything you said?
You know I did.
You said I'd have to do the thinking for all of us. Well, my thinking adds up to you getting on that plane with Victor.
No, but Rich...
I know what you're going to say, that you belong here with me.
Yes.
But if you stayed here, we'd both land in a concentration camp. Isn't that right, Louis?
I'm afraid that Major Strasser would insist.
You're only saying this to make me go.
I'm no good at being noble, Ilsa. I'm saying it because it's right.
But what about us?
We'll always have Paris. We didn't have it. We lost it till you came to Casablanca. We got it back last night.
When I said that I would never leave you.
Everything is in order. Are you ready, Ilsa?
Laszlo, there's something I'd like you to know before you leave.
I know, Monsieur Rick. Ilsa has told me all I need to know about you and herself. I don't ask you to explain anything.
Well, I'm going to anyway. Might make a difference to you later. Last night, Ilsa tried everything to get those letters. When nothing else worked, she did her best to pretend that she was still in love with me. That was all over long ago. For your sake, she tried to pretend it wasn't. And I tried to let her pretend. We couldn't even fool ourselves.
Rich.
Monsieur Blaine, welcome back in the fight. This time our side will win. Shall we board a plane, Ilsa?
Yes, Victor, I'm ready. God bless you, Richard.
Goodbye.
Well, I suppose you know this isn't going to be pleasant for either of us, Ricky. I have to arrest you, of course.
When the plane leaves, Louis.
Sooner, I'm afraid, Ricky. Here comes Major Strasser.
You better keep quiet, Louis. I'd hate to have to shoot you now.
Why did you ask me to come to the airport, Captain?
Well, I was afraid Victor Laszlo might be leaving on this plane.
Sort of a double cross, eh, Louis?
Of all the ridiculous ideas, Captain.
Possibly. Nevertheless, he's on the plane.
Well, why do you stand there? Why don't you stop him?
Ask Monsieur Rick.
Stay where you are, Strasser.
Herr Blaine, I would advise you not to interfere with an officer of the Third Reich.
I'm a true neutral, Strasser. I was willing to shoot Captain Renault, and I'm willing to shoot you.
But you'll shoot too late.
Oh. Nice shooting, Ricky. But I'm afraid my gendarmes heard those shots. Well, till after this affair dies down, Ricky, I think you'd better disappear from Casablanca. I can arrange your transportation to a fighting French garrison in Brazzaville.
All right, Louis. I could use a trip, but don't forget, you still owe me 10,000 francs for our bet on Laszlo's escape.
Oh, well, we'll need that to get to Brazzaville.
We'll need it?
Certainly. I can be as silly a sentimentalist as you.
You know, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Thanks to Warner Brothers for Casablanca. And our sincere appreciation to Ingrid Bergman, Paul Henreid, and Humphrey Bogart for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We know how these programs benefit the Motion Picture Relief Fund,
And we know, too, how important the relief fund is to our profession. We're happy to give our services. Now, before you hear about the next week's program, please listen to a word from one of our best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Bergman. When you hear a woman say in delight, why, that's sheer flattery, you can be sure she's received a compliment that delights her very soul. Now, it's not only sheer flattery when a person pays you a wonderful compliment, but it's flattery, too, when a new hat makes you look smarter and more intriguing, or when a face powder makes you seem a lot younger, a lot more interesting and attractive. You know, surveys show that women have found Lady Esther face powder to be the utmost in sheer flattery for their skin. Many of them say they prefer Lady Esther face powder because of the delicate smoothness of its texture. Others speak of the warmth and liveliness of the Lady Esther shades. But the smoothness of texture and the beauty of shades are both the result of one thing, the Lady Esther Twin Hurricane method. By this method, the color and powder particles are blown together with the fury and speed of hurricanes into a finer, smoother blend than ever was known before. A powder of such delicate texture, it clings to your skin like soft mist. A powder so truly blended that the shade looks clear, fresh, and alive on your skin. Try Lady Esther face powder, and when you look in your mirror, I know you'll exclaim with delight, why, this is sheer flattery.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present that great farce comedy, Nothing But the Truth, starring lovely Lucille Ball and that great protector of the truth, the man who never tells lies, Frank Morgan. Humphrey Bogart will soon be seen in Warner Brothers' production, Action in the North Atlantic. Ingrid Bergman, Humphrey Bogart, and Paul Henreid can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Casablanca. We wish to thank the 200 members of the Fighting French in our audience tonight who sang the Marseillaise. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. During the course of tonight's opening broadcast, you will hear from Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight, the story of a crime against the nation. Espionage.
Spying is just like any other business. A spy gets paid so much a week to do so much work. And in most cases, that salary is small because most spies gather only small bits of information. But when these bits are pieced together in Berlin or Tokyo, the result is a stolen invention or a sunken concept. That's why spies are ordinary people working in ordinary places. Places like a waterfront where ships can be watched. Places like a factory where parts for a new plane can be copied. Places like a bar where people talk, and talk too much.
Oh, brother, you should have seen it. Yeah? She was steaming right into that bay when, zoom, out from no place come a zero. Zero? Bang.
Oh. Bang is right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get any on you?
No, but it's all over you, Junior.
Willie. Gee, I'm sorry. 1,000 apologies, fair lady. 1,000,000.
Oh, look at that.
Will you wipe it up, Willie, and get him another drink?
Sure. Excuse me, young man.
You're awfully cute, Junior, but you're getting a little messy.
Poor battle wagon. She's sunk now.
Sunk off Guam?
Yeah, but they got a new one. The biggest, best. Well, it's a heck of a battle wagon.
It must be, Junior.
You're pretty.
You hear that, George?
Shit. Where's my drink?
I'll get it right away, sir.
Where was I?
You were talking about that battle wagon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see. Say, I'll tell you what. Friday morning, you walk up to the top of the street here, and you'll see the newest battle wagon and the best maybe in the world come steaming down the bay. She's just been commissioned.
Excuse me, sir. It's still dripping on you.
Yes. Then you'll see a real ship.
Well, then let's drink to her.
No. Let's drink to you. To the most beautiful girl. Oh.
What's the matter, baby?
I don't feel so good.
Junior, now you've got
I
done
think
it.
I'd better...
Here you are, son. You go right back there.
Thanks. Excuse me. Be right back.
Poor Junior.
Oh, it's a shame.
What is, Willie?
Those kids, they want to enjoy themselves, so they sit with people and drink too much. They talk too much.
Talk too much.
Say, do you think I don't say you did anything. I just think it's a shame, that's all.
Let's get out of here, George. I'm sick of this stuff.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. What about your friend?
Tell him we'll wait for him outside.
That was in January 1943. Early in February, 3 letters were brought to the attention of the FBI. 3 pleasant letters typewritten in English. 3 innocent letters intercepted on their way to Switzerland. 3 friendly letters containing, among other bits of information, a report and description of the newest battleship launched by our Navy.
Come in. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
I've been waiting for you. Pull up a chair.
Thanks, Ross.
You look bushed.
Yeah, I am, kind of.
Why don't you try hitting the hay early?
Are you kidding? I was in bed at 11:30 last night. But starting at midnight, the phone rang every hour on the hour. My wife says she wishes she'd married a doctor instead of an FBI agent.
My wife's been wishing that for 15 years. Did you read those letters from Switzerland, Danny?
Yes. Very dull if you don't happen to catch the parts printed in secret ink on the back. Have they been sent to the laboratory yet?
No, they just got here.
Oh, we'll send them through. Check the printing on the back. It's in German, isn't it?
Yes. Not in code, though.
That's a help. Let's see. We'll have the ink checked, typewriter, paper. They're all signed Henry Brown.
Yes, and all postmarked New York City.
Why, there must be a slew of Henry Browns in a small town like New York. And it's probably an alias anyway.
That's my guess, too.
We'll check up on him anyway and see what the laboratory has to say.
A spy doesn't usually know exactly how much information he'll be able to pick up or exactly when or where he will get it. He knows, of course, that convoy movements in general are valuable, and he knows, too, that he may get this information from Navy or waterfront personnel. He knows he may be able to pick it up around the docks, but he's never sure just how much information will fall into his eager lap, just when, and from just whom. Sometimes it may come accidentally at an odd moment, such as during a practice air raid, a blackout, say, near the harbor in New York City.
Lights out, all lights out! Mrs. Johnson, turn out that bathroom light!
Quiet, Blitzen. This is a blackout.
Mrs. Johnson! Turn out that bathroom light. Lights out, all lights out! That's you, Mr. Seaman?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Gordon.
Having trouble?
Just with Mrs. Johnson, as usual.
She's dark now.
Yeah, now, but I always have to yell my head off. She's a fine one. And my wife tells me she's always complaining about Rachel, too, and how she can't get enough coal. Quiet, Blitzen, quiet.
Is Blitzen sick?
He just had distemper. People like Mrs. Johnson ought to wake up and learn there's a war going on. Blackouts are very important.
If I weren't a warden, you wouldn't find me out tonight.
Aren't you feeling too good, Mr. Gordon?
My kid's home on liberty, and this is his last night.
Well, he'll be back soon.
Not this time. He says he's going on a convoy run to Russia.
Russia? Quite a trip.
Yeah.
And he's leaving tomorrow?
Or the day after.
Can you imagine? Just came back, too, from... Where was it?
Italy. But that was a short run. They just dumped some machinery there.
Airplane parts, probably.
No. For tanks, I think he said it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, how's business at the bar, Mr. Seaburn?
Well, it's pretty good, thanks. Well, I think this will be a short blackout tonight.
I hope so.
Me, too. I got to write a letter before I go to bed.
Business?
No, it's to a friend in Switzerland.
Oh, you were over there in 41, weren't you?
Yeah. Fine country. Well, good night, Mr. Gordon.
Good night, Mr. Seaburn.
A spy, you see, can be a very ordinary man. He doesn't have to live in a penthouse and drive a low-slung car. He doesn't have to work with a bulging wallet and an exotic woman. He doesn't have to employ gunmen disguised as chauffeurs or secretaries or waiters. He can be a waiter himself. A waiter in a sick dog. A waiter named Willie Seabright. As a matter of fact, it's better for the enemy if he is, because ordinary men like Willie Seabright are hard to track down.
Well, Ross, we know what kind of a typewriter our friend used, and we've had every agent in New York checking on them.
What angle are you working on?
We're taking the chance that a good percentage of the drivel he writes in English to his Swiss friend is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So we've drawn up a list of what the man's like, and we're checking that. Want to see it?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks. Can speak and write both English and German fluently.
You can get that, of course, just from the languages used in the letters.
He's married, has a dog that had distemper recently, and lives near the New York harbor.
That's just a guess.
This is a good one. He probably poses as a great patriot, inasmuch as he is an air raid warden. He asked his friend in Switzerland to address him as Dear Willie in his letter. He came back from Europe in the spring of 1941. He was...
Wait a minute.
Get something?
I don't know. I'm looking over this letter you just brought in. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to wander through Lisbon again, particularly at this time of the year.
Lisbon, eh?
Yes. He came back from Lisbon in the spring of 41, Ross.
If he's writing the truth.
Well, we've got to take a chance on that.
What are you going to do?
Check on everybody who came into this country from Lisbon in the spring of 41.
We don't even know the name he came in under.
No, but we know what his handwriting's like. And if he came in from Lisbon, he had baggage. And if he had baggage, he had to declare it in his real name. And if he declared it, he had to declare it in handwriting.
Sure, but there must be hundreds of those baggage declarations.
There are thousands of air raid wardens, and with dogs.
Okay. Ever look for a needle in a haystack before?
Yep, I have. But this time, we're going to find it.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the case of Willie Sebring. We will return to this case in just a moment. It is now my privilege to present the President of the Equitable Society of the United States, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You deserve a clear and forthright statement of the reason why the Equitable has undertaken the sponsorship of these radio broadcasts. For 86 years, this mutual society has shielded the financial welfare of millions of American families. And whenever there has been an opportunity for the Equitable to serve the public interest, we have gladly undertaken that privilege. We believe that no medium more vital than this official FBI broadcast could be used to bring the society closer to its members and those who may become members in the future. Our business, too, is the business of safeguarding the security of the American family. Whether it be through the provision of life insurance protection for your loved ones, or the protection of your homes and property, or the financing of industry to make more and better jobs, or the benefits of savings in this generation. Public service and human relationships, the preservation of homes for widows and children, the education of sons and daughters, the security and comfort of thousands of elderly men and women living in retirement, and finally, the peace of mind of the American citizen is the mission of our society. And after all, there could be no closer parallel to the objectives of your Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. And now we continue with the file on the case of Willie Sebring, spy.
Being a special agent of the FBI is a business, too, but a business unlike any other. An FBI agent, for example, must be a college graduate or have a degree in law or accounting. He must go to school all over again when he enters the Bureau. He must be intelligent, observant, and thorough. So thorough that the notion of examining hundreds and hundreds of baggage declarations will not faze him. Actually, special agents of the FBI discovered that from February 1st to May 5th, 1941, boats sailing from Lisbon brought 3,095 aliens and 1,786 citizens to the port of New York. Approximately 5,000 people. Approximately 5,000 baggage declarations to check. Approximately 5,000 samples of handwriting to check against the handwriting on the letters to Switzerland. To match, to examine, to scrutinize, to sweat over, pore over, work over.
Wait a minute. I think we've got it. Here. Here, look. You see that M? See that German F? Get the slant of the print here. Here. I think we've got it. I think the laboratory will back us up that Mr. William Sebring is our boy.
William Sebring, eh?
I'd almost swear to it, Ross.
What's the report on him?
He was born in Germany, but he became a citizen here in 1925.
That takes in the languages.
He's married, and he's an air raid warden.
Has he got a dog?
Well, the ASPCA has 3 dogs registered in his wife's name.
I see.
It follows all the way down the line, Ross. He lives near the harbor. He works in a bar near the harbor.
Come in.
This just came over the teletype.
Thanks.
Ross, if Willie Sebring isn't the man, no one is.
Sit down, Dan.
Huh? What's the matter?
Sit down. Mr. Hoover sent this over the teletype exactly 7 minutes ago. Concluded question script writing on intercepts this case, written by William Sebring. Baggage declaration and letter to bank written by Sebring. However,
insufficient samples to ascertain whether Sebring hand-printed German messages in secret ink. Also, no typewriting specimens available for comparison.
Not enough proof.
I'm afraid not, Dan.
Okay. Now what?
I think Sebring's the man. I think Mr. Hoover does, too.
So we need more proof.
Yes. More samples of his handwriting. And his printing, if we can get it.
And typewriter specimens.
That's right. Get them, and we get Sebring.
I'm going to pay a call on Mr. Willie Sebring.
You may scare him.
Not this way. His wife rents rooms in their house. I've been instructed to be a roomer. I'll be a welder working in the Navy Yard. That ought to interest Willie.
Quiet, Preston. Quiet.
Hello.
Hello. Well?
Can I rent a room here?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. My wife takes care of that, and she's out now.
Oh, gee, that's tough. I wanted to get a room right away.
Why don't you try across the street? They've got a room there.
Oh, thanks. I guess it doesn't matter. Same distance from the Navy Yard.
Be quiet, Piston, quiet.
Well, hello there, old sport.
Oh, do you like dogs?
Sure.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. My wife will probably bite my head off, but we have a room on the top floor.
Oh, thanks. I don't want to get you and your wife.
No, it's all right. Come on in.
Well, thanks, Mr.
Sebring. Willie Sebring.
Dan Braddock.
Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
You know why I'm really giving you this room?
No, why?
The Navy Yard.
I don't get you.
Any man who works for the war effort, I do what I can for.
Say, you're a real patriot, Mr. Sebring.
100%. Fight this way. For $6 a week, the special agent, posing as Dan Braddock, welder, rented a room from Willie Sebring, spy. And at the end of the week, that room was worth exactly $6 and no more. The agent found that Sebring left the house each day at 3 p.m., went to the bar, came home for supper at 8:30, and went to the bar until midnight. He found that there were 2 roomers in the house beside himself. He found that Sebring spent most of his time in the attic, which had a view of the harbor. Beyond that, he found nothing. And the letters to Switzerland had stopped. So on the afternoon of the 21st of May, Mr. Willie Sebring's hand was forced. No, Blitzen, no. No, I said no. If you eat too much, you'll get sick again. Now, be quiet.
Excuse me, Mr. Sebring.
Oh, hello, Mr. Braddock. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, still on the night shift, huh?
Yeah.
Well, those new ships probably need very careful work.
Oh, they do, but they're honeys.
Oh, I'm sure.
I sneaked a picture of one I wanted to send to my kid brother. He's in the Pacific.
A picture, huh?
Yeah. Say, Mr. Sebring, I wonder, could you do me a favor?
Well, I'd be only too glad to, sure.
I want to send this package to the kid, but I can't address it. Well, you see, I burnt my hand last night.
Oh, Ma, that's a shame.
Oh, it's not too bad. It doesn't bother me, except I can't hold a pen in it.
That's tough.
I was wondering if you had a typewriter in the house. You know, I could type up a label.
A typewriter?
Yeah.
No, there's no typewriter here. I'll tell you what, though, my handwriting isn't so good, but I could print the address for you in ink.
Swell. I'd appreciate
Well,
that.
there's no trouble at all. Listen, be quiet. That dog will be the death of me one of these days. Now, who does this go to?
Sergeant Fred Braddock.
S-E-R-G. Once again, a handwriting specimen comes to the FBI laboratory. In all, 5,376 specimens were checked in this one case. But this is the last. This is it. This is proof, neatly signed by Willie Sebring himself. Only one thing more remains. One missing piece of evidence. One last final proof. a typewriter.
Hiya, Blitzen, old boy. What's the matter with you tonight, huh? Lonely for your master? Well, he'll be back later. But in the meantime, we'll have a little look around without him, huh? We'll see where it... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't scare me out of my wits.
I really am sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. My name is...
I know. You're Mr. Braddock.
How do you know?
Mrs. Sebring told me.
Well, I didn't know you lived here.
Well, I board here, but I've been away on a 2-week vacation.
Oh. Did you take your typewriter with you?
Why, yes. Why?
Oh, I was looking for one the other day.
Well, you can borrow this anytime you want. Everybody else in the house does.
From Mr. Sebring down, huh?
Mainly Mr. Sebring.
At 2:30 p.m. on the 5th of May, Willie Sebring left his house, walked to the corner, and waited for a bus. He never caught that bus because 2 special agents of the FBI came up, identified themselves, and asked him to go with them to their New York office to answer some questions. Willie Sebring smiled. He was a patriot, so he went willingly. At 3:15 that afternoon, he sat in conference room C on the 6th floor of the FBI office in New York.
Mr. Sebring, I want to tell you frankly that you don't have to answer any questions if you don't want to.
Oh, I consider it my duty as a citizen to answer questions. Don't you, Mr. Braddock?
We all do. But you understand, Mr. Sebring, that anything you say can be used against you later on.
Against me? Sure, of course I understand that, but if anything I've done, it certainly was done innocently.
Okay. Mr. Sebring, were you in Lisbon in the spring of 1941?
Why, yes, as a tourist.
Where were you born?
In Europe?
Germany?
Yes, but now I'm a citizen of the United States, of course. And I'm an air raid warden.
I know that.
Mr. Sebring, look at this baggage declaration. Did you write it?
Yes, when I came back from Lisbon.
Okay. Look at this package. Did you address it?
Well, yes. Mr. Braddock said it was for his brother. But I guess...
Mr. Sebring, look at this letter, please. No. Look at the back, where the secret ink has been developed. Did you write that?
Yeah. Could I have a cigarette?
Spying is just like any other business. Its market is the enemy. Its merchandise is talk, gossip, conversation in a bar, on a street, on a train. In times like this, in wartime, the FBI is more alert, more watchful than ever. It has a tremendous job to perform. In this country, espionage is under control. But remember, talk is the merchandise of spying, and its market is the enemy. What you talk about in a public place may seem unimportant to you. But if it's anything connected with the war, you may be helping spies. You may be writing a letter to Tokyo or Berlin.
Before we close tonight's file, it is our special privilege and pleasure to introduce the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is in Washington, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your FBI hopes that these broadcasts will help you to know more about the organization which is dedicated to the safeguarding of your welfare and that of your family. Perhaps through these radio broadcasts, you will not only be entertained by the stories of your FBI in action, but you may also gain a better appreciation of your own personal responsibility to your family and to the community in which you live. And I want both you and Mr. Parkinson to know that speaking for myself and for the whole Bureau, I am especially pleased that these messages are being brought to you under the sponsorship of another institution which likewise is dedicated to the security of the family, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Every man, woman, and child in this nation should be alert and ever watchful for the slightest information which might lead to prevention of a crime by our enemies within and without the United States. While our fighting men all over the world are tonight meeting the enemy on land, in the air, and on the sea, it is a duty of every one of us to protect them by guarding the homeland they have left in our trust. It is my sincere hope that these broadcasts will enable you to know more about how to cooperate with your local police officials and every branch of law enforcement in your community. I also hope that you will come to know your FBI as a group of men and women who seek no personal glory and who are part of a great team serving you, your family, and the nation.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, the part of Sebring was played by James Van Dyke, Dan by Carl Swenson, and Ross by Jeffrey Bryant. Others in the cast were Francis Cheney, Helen Lewis, Will Hare, Chuck Webster, Jack McBride, and Brad Barker. The music for tonight's performance was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the home. Kidnapping.
Just as it takes a special type of criminal to become a Hitler, so it takes a special type to become a kidnapper. Someone who refuses to face the fact that eventually all kidnappers and those who aid them will be hunted down by the FBI until they are dead or brought to justice. Such criminals aren't born, they're made. Created by environment, by society, by circumstance. And in one case, the kidnapper was created by something else, too. by his wife.
Sally,
Hmm?
ain't that enough for today?
No.
That last round was
No, Frank.
I'm tired.
Then rest for a minute.
It's dragging me out here every day for 2 weeks. I'm a good enough shot.
For small-time holdups, maybe.
That bank job was no...
You don't have to tell me about that bank job, Frank. That was my idea. Just like everything's been my idea.
Okay. It's all yours. Take the gun, too.
Darling. You know I didn't mean it that way.
Mm.
You know I plan everything just for you. Besides, I couldn't do it all myself.
If you could, you would.
Don't be silly.
I don't know what the point of all this target practice is anyway.
It's going to give you a reputation.
With 2 stretches behind me, I've got one.
Like 100 others. But you're going to be bigger. Bigger than all of them.
Bigger?
Yes. What's the point of being anything if you can't be the biggest, the best, if you can't be number one? And that's what we're going to be, Frank. Number one.
You're crazy.
Wait and see.
Look, a couple more bank jobs and we can be driving on gasoline for the rest of our lives.
That's what my father must have said to my mother. And what were they? Petty crooks. Now they have to live on what I hand out to them. No, darling. We're going to do it right. One real job. And then we quit.
What one real job?
Never mind.
Come on.
When we're ready, I'll tell you.
Sally.
Darling, have I ever given you a bum steer?
Well...
Have I?
No, but...
Now empty both barrels like a good boy, and we'll call it quits for today.
Professional criminals don't work alone. They help each other. The most successful are those who get the most help, and they get it through their reputations in the crime world. Sally Hadley learned this the way most people learn things, through experience. She made her husband an expert with a sawed-off shotgun, and then she made herself his press agent. She gave him a name, Shotgun Hadley. She passed out shells as souvenirs. She planned robberies and holdups, saw that he carried them out perfectly. She built up his reputation, and then she was ready. Ready for really big game. Ready for that hot Saturday night in July when an Oklahoma millionaire named Walter Montgomery was playing cards on the screen porch of his home with his wife and his best friend.
Oh, there's no point in playing with you, Henry. You always win.
You and Walter just let me win because I'm your guest, right, Walter?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Henry?
Oh, Walt.
I thought I heard a car stop down below.
You always think you hear something nobody else does.
How about another hand?
Well, not for me.
Me either. I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, why don't you...
Sit down and keep quiet.
What are you...
Sit down. The shotgun works. Which one of you is Walter Montgomery?
What do you want to know?
Never mind. Which one of you is Montgomery? Which one of them's your husband, lady? Okay, I'll take both of them.
But you can't...
Shut up. Come on your feet, boys. We're going for a little drive. If you ever want to see your husband again, stay away from the phone, Mrs. Montgomery. I told you the shotgun works.
1 hour later, a blue sedan stopped at an intersection 12 miles from Oklahoma City. A man was shoved out and his empty wallet thrown after him. Then the car continued on its way with Walter Montgomery blindfolded on the back seat. Just about that time, Mrs. Montgomery was putting through a long-distance call. She knew kidnapping was a federal offense, and following the Attorney General's advice to the public, she telephoned Mr. J. Edgar Hoover in Washington. In less than 45 minutes, special agents assigned by Mr. Hoover were on their way. They took no immediate action. Not even 4 days later, when Mrs. Montgomery received a typewritten letter, the first of a series of letters, the first of a series of ransom notes.
There was this note from my husband enclosed in the letter.
Are you sure that's his handwriting, Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes. He said to give them the $200,000.
Well, he certainly set a high price. Did they give you instructions how to pay?
Well, the letter says to watch for an ad in the paper.
And then take an ad yourself.
Yes.
Then it told you not to notify the police.
Yes.
Not to take down the serial number of the bills, and to have only, used $20 notes.
How did you know?
We haven't been reading your mail. It's just that kidnapping notes always follow the same pattern. Who do they want as the intermediary to deliver the money?
Henry, Mr. Carroll. He's my husband's best friend.
Well, if they put that ad in the paper tomorrow and you answer immediately, your husband should be back on the 1st of next week.
Unless something happens.
What do you mean?
Mr. Schuyler.
Yes.
I want to cooperate with the government. I know kidnappers are the worst kind of criminals. But you see, I want my husband back. Please don't do anything.
Mrs. Montgomery, there's no need for you to worry. The first concern of the FBI in any kidnapping case is to get the victim home safely. We want to see your husband back here as much as you do. And we won't make one single move that will stand in the way of his coming back.
Thank you.
3 days later, arrangements were made to have a satchel containing $200,000 thrown from the observation platform of a speeding train at a certain spot in Oklahoma. Although no one knew it, the serial number of every bill was taken down and listed. And 9 days after he was kidnapped, Walter Montgomery came home to his wife. He hadn't had much sleep. He was very tired, but he was safe. He was alive. He was home. As soon as he'd recovered from the shock and rested, he was interviewed by the FBI.
Ah, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes?
What was the last thing you saw before being blindfolded?
Why, a lot of lights. Must have been some kind of plant.
Well, there was a power plant there where they dropped Mr. Carroll.
It could have been a power plant.
All right. Now, on the way to the house, did you hear anything?
Well, one or two cars passed us, but... Oh, yes. We must have passed an oil field.
Why?
I heard the sound of the pumps. And twice I remember smelling gas.
Well, then you passed 2 oil fields.
That's right.
Now, how long after you passed that second field would you guess it was before you got to the house?
Oh, I don't know for sure. Not long, though.
15 minutes?
Oh, less. I think about 10, say.
Good. Now, did the car drive right up to the house, or did they stop for anything?
They stopped to open a gate.
How do you know?
I heard a creak.
Mm-hmm. And then they drove right up to the house?
No, they drove into some kind of a building. Mm-hmm. A barn, it must have been, because I could smell hay.
Well, then the house is probably a farmhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Was it close to the barn?
It was exactly 12 steps away. I counted them.
Glad you did. Now tell me, did you have to go up any steps to the house?
3. And they creaked.
What happened when you got inside?
Well, they put cotton in my ears and taped it over with adhesive so I couldn't hear what they said. Mm-hmm. But every morning I could hear a rooster crow, and then about, less than a minute afterward, the sound of an airplane passing over the house.
An airplane? Did you hear it every day?
Yes. No. One day it didn't come.
Which day?
Well, I don't know. But it rained that day.
That was Sunday. That's the only day it rained while you were away. And that's the only day you didn't hear the airplane.
That's right. I don't know whether this is of any aid to you. At the time, I knew I should try to remember everything that happened so I could be of assistance.
Mr. Montgomery, I think you've practically drawn us a map right to that farmhouse.
For the FBI, anything can be a clue. The lights on a power plant, the smell of an oil field, the sound of an airplane. Using the information gotten from Mr. Montgomery, special agents mapped a circle, a ring around the approximate location of the farmhouse. They went to the airlines, checked schedules, checked flights, checked what line did not run a plane on that one Sunday. They figured over approximately what area the early morning flight passed, and the ring around the farmhouse grew smaller, tighter, closer. Now the FBI agents moved into the ring looking for the farmhouse. Looking for a farmhouse with a gate wide enough for a car to pass through.
A farmhouse with a barn only 12 steps away. 12 steps away from a porch with 3 creaking stairs.
4, 5, 6.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone home.
Well, you can see I'm home, can't you?
Yes.
What do you want?
I'm representing a real estate company in Tulsa. We're looking over farms in this neighborhood with a view to buying them.
You want to buy this farm?
Does it belong to you?
Well, it belongs to my daughter, Mrs. Hadley.
Sally Hadley?
Yes. You know her?
I've heard of her.
Oh.
Do you know where I can get in touch with her?
I can speak for her. She was going to give me the place anyways, now.
Hmm?
You want to buy it?
Well, looks like the right place to me. But I'll have to have some of the men in my company look it over this afternoon, if it's all right with you.
Oh, it's fine with me.
You'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here. As long as I can count on seeing you later.
Oh, don't worry. You can count on seeing me. Definitely.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of Shotgun Hadley. We will return to this case in just a moment. In pioneer days, Americans looked to their neighbors for security. When Mrs. Brown was sick abed, neighboring wives came over to help out. If her husband died, neighbors saw to it that she and her children had clothes, food, and shelter. But as the nation grew in population, as life became more complex, this neighborly security was no longer sufficient. To take its place, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Today it has grown into a strong mutual organization in which each member enjoys the advantages of association with 3,200,000 good neighbors who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. The equitable management then puts these dollars to work in ways that benefit the entire nation. Equitable funds encourage home ownership. They lend the farmer a helping hand. They finance great industries on which our prosperity depends. So is it not right and proper to speak of life insurance funds as one of democracy's greatest assets? By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Shotgun Hadley, kidnapper.
Small things, but enough for the FBI special agents to move swiftly on the trail of the kidnappers. The parents of Sally Hadley were arrested and jailed. Throughout the nation, the FBI sent a list of the serial numbers on the ransom money, sent a description of the kidnapper, sent the call, "Find Shotgun Hadley." To the FBI, Frank Hadley was another criminal who had to be caught. To the nation, he was public enemy number 1. To his wife, with whom he shared a hotel suite in St. Louis, Shotgun Hadley was a frightened fool.
We don't have to get out of here. Now sit down and cool off, darling.
Sally, they've got the serial numbers of this dough.
Shall I mix you another drink, too?
They've picked up some of the bills already.
Frank, will you sit down and relax?
Sure. Sit down and wait for them to clap us in jail along with your mother and father.
They're not going to put us in jail because they're not going to catch us.
They will if we don't get on the move.
We'll move. But there's something we've got to do first.
What?
Sit down.
What for?
Go on.
Ah.
That's it, darling. Now, you're going to write a letter.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. Here's a pen and paper. Just write what I tell you.
Who's it to?
Just write what I tell you. Dear Mr. Hoover.
What? Are you...
Go on. Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are knocking yourselves out...
Sally,
No, change that to wearing yourselves out. I am living on the fat of the land. Go on, darling.
Wait a minute. What's the rest of this going to say?
Oh, it's going to say that he'll never catch you because you're too good for him.
What?
You did this alone, all by yourself, without anyone's help. And you did.
What are you trying to do, tie a noose around my neck?
Frank,
This is a confession.
He's got my poor mother and father in jail, and I've got to get them out.
By having me confess?
Look, he knows you did it anyway. This will just clear my folks and show him that you're not afraid of anyone.
It'll just put me in jail instead of them.
Oh. You're really afraid of your own shadow, aren't you, darling?
Sally, listen.
You listen to me. Now, when I married you, I thought you were a man. I thought you were a man who could be the #1 boy in this country. I thought you had guts.
Sally,
What are you afraid of? You are #1 now. You've got to show them that. You've got to show them that they're the ones to be afraid. You've got to show them that you're too big to touch. Because you are, Frank. You are.
Sally, look. If we mail the letter
We're
from here,
not going to. I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Chicago and have her mail it from there. When they get it, they'll see how big you are. They'll see you don't care.
Yeah, sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to buy another car, and before they even have a chance to look at the bills, we'll be on our way.
Okay, honey, okay.
You just don't realize what a big man you've become. Now, what have you written?
Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are...
Wait, I've got a wonderful idea. An idea that will top the whole thing off.
What now?
Hoover may think the letter is from some crank. But do you know what you're going to do? You're going to put your fingerprints on it, darling.
What?
You're going to prove this is straight from Shotgun Hadley.
From Chicago, from Dallas, from Denver, from cities all over the West come letters to the FBI. And as the letters turn up, money turns up too, ransom money. $20 bills reported by alert citizens to the FBI. $20 bills had put the FBI closer on the trail of Frank and Sally Hadley. But Sally Hadley has gotten impatient. Leaving her husband in a small house near Memphis, she buys a cheap gingham dress, a red wig, and a second-hand car. And with complete unconcern drives right back to Oklahoma. On the way, she gives a lift to 2 hitchhikers, a man and his 8-year-old daughter.
I guess your little girl is asleep, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, she was awful tired.
Of course she was. Well, we'll get her a good dinner as soon as we get to town.
Oh, you've been so nice, I couldn't let you do anything else for us, ma'am.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to. Besides, she reminds me of my own little girl.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes, by my first husband. He died, poor man, and Frank, that's my second husband. He won't let my little baby live with her.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, he isn't a very nice man. Mr. Butler.
Yeah?
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I'm in terrible trouble, and I've got to speak to somebody. I've just got to get help from someone.
Ma'am, if there's anything at all I can do...
Well, maybe you won't say that when you know the truth. I'm Sally Hadley, and my husband is Shotgun Hadley.
The kidnapper?
Yes.
Gee.
I didn't know what kind of a man he was when I married him. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? But he's done terrible things to me, too, to my little girl, to my family.
Oh.
Because of him, my poor mother and father are in jail now, and... Mr. Butler, I've just got to get them out.
But the papers...
I know, but anything my father and mother did, he made them do at the point of that shotgun of his. Oh, Mr. Butler, will you do me a favor, please? Will you just go to Oklahoma City and see my lawyer for me?
Sure,
You see, I can't go because the police are looking for me. But I want him to get a message to the FBI for me. I want him to tell them that if they'll release my mother and father, I'll tell them where my husband is.
I'll be glad to take your message, Mrs. Hadley. Only...
Only what?
Well, my little girl...
Oh, don't worry about her. I'll keep her here with me. Why, she'll be as safe as my own little girl would be.
Hello. Schuyler speaking. Oh, yes. No, not just yet. I'm trying to reach the bureau in Washington. May I call you back in a few minutes? Fine. Goodbye. Mrs. Hadley's lawyer again.
Pretty anxious for our answer, isn't he?
Yes.
You suppose he seriously thinks we're going to release the mother and father, Schuyler?
I don't know. Maybe he's as crazy as Sally Hadley.
There's a sweet double-crosser for you. Ready to sell out her own husband.
Well, if he's half as tough as his reputation, I don't blame her.
I wonder if she was crazy enough to come back here to Oklahoma.
She might be. One sure thing, though. We know she hasn't been to a lawyer's office.
I don't think we can stall him much longer.
We don't have to. He's covered by now, and as soon as we find Sally Hadley's intermediary, we'll find her.
And her sharpshooting husband.
Right. Will you get Mrs. Hadley's lawyer for me, please?
Sally Hadley, waiting in an auto camp outside Oklahoma City for the message from a lawyer, gets frightened. And so Sally Hadley, with a little child as her protection, runs to her husband, who is now in Memphis. Meanwhile, special agents of the FBI located a man in Oklahoma City. The man who was Sally Hadley's intermediary. The man whose 8-year-old child is on her way to a gangster's hideout.
Well, now we've got a little 8-year-old girl to worry about, Schuyler.
Yes. I just hope that Hadley woman is here. Hello. Schuyler. You did? I see when. Okay, we'll see what you can pick up. Well, that's that.
What?
The Hadley woman cleared out of the auto camp.
Where's she going?
I don't know. Well, we'd better send out a call for a woman driving with an 8-year-old girl.
A woman with a red wig.
Right.
She's probably going back to her husband.
That's my guess, too. And they'll probably try to move with the little girl. Schuyler speaking. Yes. Yes, go on. Got it. Right. That was Memphis.
Oh.
2 days ago, a second-hand car dealer down there brought in a flock of those $20 bills. Then a man who sells wigs brought in another.
I see.
And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a liquor dealer brought in another.
Well, I guess I'd better phone my wife and tell her I won't be home for dinner again.
Yes, I think we'll be having dinner in Memphis.
At 3:45 one September morning, a little girl sat on the Memphis railroad station. A frightened little girl clutching a ticket that would take her back to her father. But a little girl who remembered that she had had supper in a frame house near the edge of the city, and that she had seen a shotgun in that house. At 5:35 that same morning, agents of the FBI and local offices surrounded the frame house. They were armed with guns to battle against the murderous reputation of a man called Shotgun Hadley. It was just beginning to get light when two of them quietly entered the house. They stood for a moment in a dark room. To the left were two doors, two closed doors leading to two bedrooms, leading to Shotgun Hadley. They opened the first.
Keep quiet.
Who are you?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, thank God. Listen, he's in there. Get him. He ruined my life.
That was Sally Hadley, the woman who had planned the kidnapping. The woman who later tried unsuccessfully to convince a jury that she was innocent. The woman who cared no more for her husband than she did for his gun. But she had built up a tremendous reputation for him. And now, as the FBI agents moved to the door of his bedroom, they checked their guns. They tried to anticipate the blast of that shotgun. And then, in a quick movement, they rushed the door to Frank Hadley. There was no battle, no fight, no shooting. Frank Hadley, kidnapper, Frank Shotgun Hadley, public enemy number 1, stood against the wall, his hands raised high, his knees shaking.
Don't shoot, G-Man. Don't shoot.
That was the beginning of the popular use of the phrase G-men. G-men meaning government men, meaning FBI agents. And that was the first and last time Frank or Sally Hadley tried a kidnapping. No kidnapper in this country has ever tried twice, once the FBI has caught them. Because the FBI is the largest protective force in the world. You see, it doesn't consist only of a director and a Washington headquarters of field officers and special agents. It also consists of you and all those like you. In every case, it's the cooperation of the people which enables the FBI to find the criminal. And that is the way it should be. Because the FBI, like our government, is created by the people, for the people. It is the people.
Have you ever said to yourself, no, I can't possibly buy an extra war bond? And then you find yourself thinking of someone you know in the Army or Navy, your son, your brother, your neighbor. And you think, what are your sacrifices compared to his? And so somehow or other you find the money for that extra war bond. Remember the extra satisfaction you felt? Well, that's how members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about the special campaign their society is conducting this month. All premium dollars received from new Equitable policies written in April will be matched with an equal number of dollars by the Equitable, and the combined total will be used to purchase extra war bonds during the 7th war loan drive in May. Remember, these war bonds will be over and above the Equitable's other purchases, which amounted to the largest single subscription in both the 5th and 6th war loan drives. In wartime, Equitable dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, your country. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Sally was played by Leslie Woods and Hadley by Mandel Kramer. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who betrayed his country because he refused to believe the truth. Refused to believe even the things that he saw for himself. J. Carrol Naish stars as Thomas Custer in the story called The Traitor.
Tom, what time is it?
11:05.
Are they all in the church yet?
few stragglers still. A couple of officers standing outside. I don't know whether they're going in or not.
Well, we'll wait until they start. Is everything set?
Yes, I know my job.
Now, take it easy.
Sorry.
It'll all be over in another few minutes. Well, they're sure giving the old general a fine funeral. That's a shame to spoil the show.
George, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Getting cold feet?
No, just doubts.
We have our orders.
I know, but...
This is the biggest thing we've done yet. All the opposition is across the street there. The army officers, the political leaders, Congressman Phillips, all of them.
And some others besides.
None of our people. We gave them all a warning to stay away.
But there are some who aren't on either side.
Tom, I know that some innocent people are going to be hurt or killed when I press this plunger. You think I'd do it if I didn't believe it was right?
No, I guess not.
It has to be done. Get rid of the opposition and we take over. We'll blame the whole thing on the reactionaries, the isolationists, the fascist police. And the people will believe us. Besides, you and I know that it's for their own good. That's what makes this right.
I wanted to hear you say that, George. That's the only thing that does make this right. It's for their own good. And for the good of the whole country.
What time is it now?
11:10. They're just closing the doors.
Did those officers go inside?
Yes, there's no one around.
Well, as soon as I set off the charge, we'll go out the back way, split up, and meet back at headquarters. Our alibi is all set in case someone suspects us. Are you ready?
Ready.
And here she goes.
I now declare the fifth session of the Central Committee of the Midwestern People's Territory of the United Soviets of America to be open. Deputy Prime Minister Comrade Costa will give the opening report.
Thank you. I should say before reading this that it covers only the last 12 months. As all of you know, in the 25 years since the bombing of the Springfield Community Church, which was really the beginning of our success, in these 25 years, we have made great strides in the communist cause. Now for the report. All non-communist political parties have been disbanded during this period, and all non-communist papers suppressed. Nicholas Peterson, the leader of the opposition in the Territorial Soviet Senate, was hanged in September. In order to further our ideals of communism for the good of the people, it is strongly urged that immediate action be taken against the remaining opposition in the church. Further, it is recommended that some measures be taken to restore Midwestern economy, which has shown a decided tendency toward disruption despite our attention. That concludes the report.
Any questions?
Was a copy of that sent to the Central Committee in Washington?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that was wise?
What do you mean, Cole?
Well, the part about the church was all right, and what came before, but those last points seemed to me to be an admission that we're not doing our job. With all apologies to Coster, he's an economist. That's something he knows about. But do you think we ought to let them know about it?
He has a point there. Who do you mean by them, Cole? The Central Committee?
You know very well who I mean.
What do you say, Coster, about all this?
Gentlemen, the seven of us here in this room now control this whole territory. We are doing what our philosophy has taught us to do, adapting that philosophy right down the line to the problems at hand. Our teachers, Marx and Lenin, have shown us.
And Stalin.
Oh, yes, of course. They have shown us the road to follow. Now we must show our fellow Americans. It is our duty.
Tom, you said the report had gone in just as you read it?
Yes.
Very well, then there's not much point in discussing that angle. Cole, have you done anything on the suppression of the religious organizations?
Yes, I have. Do you want a report?
Please.
I've drawn up several resolutions to be passed on to the Senate. And I believe that they will... Why, excuse me, gentlemen.
Who are you? What's the meaning of coming in here?
Oh, George Damon, I recognize you from your pictures. You do not recognize me, though, huh? The name is Borka. Alexander Borka.
Oh, Borka, of course. I read about your activities in Europe.
You have credentials, Comrade Borka?
Yes, I have them. You're wise to be cautious, Mr. Damon. Here they are. Look them over, and I'll meet the others here.
Look, Tom, they're signed by the Politburo itself.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Yes, by reputation. I never expected to meet him.
I wonder why we had no warning.
We'll find out soon enough.
Now then, if you're satisfied that I am indeed who I say I am, we'll get to work. Please sit down, gentlemen. Now then, let me say first that I bring personal commendations from our great leader to all of you for the fine work you have done in this territory. Under your leadership and inspired by your example, thousands of party members have been educated into absolute loyalty to the party. But that is not the only reason I am here. I have a copy of your last report, Comrade Custer.
Yes?
You prepared this?
Yes, I did.
You will explain it, please.
Well, as we said there, all political parties and newspapers have been...
That I have read myself. You will explain only the recommendations.
We recommend that some measures be taken to assist us with our program here, with the dissolution of the church and with readjusting our economy.
Enough. Comrade Custer and the rest of you, too. Do you realize what you have done? You have made recommendations to us. Quiet. No one does such a thing. It is disgraceful. Now you leave, please, comrades, to think this over. Except you, Comrade Damon and Comrade Custer. I have some further instructions for you. It is the feeling in the Politburo that while you have made a terrible error, you are both the loved and respected leaders of the party here in this territory. Therefore, we are inclined to forgive this indiscretion for the time being. I repeat, for the time being. I'll remain here and see to it that nothing like this occurs again.
Mr. Bork.
Yes?
Tom and I have been loyal Soviet Americans for 25 years.
I know that.
We've worked for communism because we believed in it. The things that we've done, many of them on orders from your country, we did because we were told that they were right. Right for our country. These recommendations were made for the same reason.
For a communist of 25 years, you show a remarkable lack of indoctrination to our policy, Comrade Damon. In your last pretty little speech, you made two bad mistakes. First of all, your nationalist spirit is deplorable. Nationalism is the prerogative of the one and only leading power of the world, Soviet Union. Your country is the Soviet Union. And secondly, you will receive complete guidance from the Kremlin. They will not tolerate the slightest sign of independent action or independent thinking, even among the most loyal communist leader in the Soviet satellite states. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Parker. Quite clear.
I'm very sorry that our first meeting had to be on such difficult matters, Damon. I have respected your work and your leadership for many years. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I'm certain we'll get along very well from now on. It's much better to clear the air this way so that we can join together in a friendly atmosphere.
Of course.
Now, would you excuse us, please, if I talk to Costa alone?
Very well. I'll wait for you.
All right, George.
Damon seems to have changed, don't you think?
How do you mean?
I remember one statement he made some years ago. He said, all communist parties form one single communist front under the direction of the Soviet Union. Now he seems to have forgotten his own words. Well, no matter. Now, Costa, let's get down to work. First of all, the Politburo quite agrees with your thoughts concerning the church.
They're certainly consistent with Marx and Lenin.
You were wrong to make their recommendations, of course. But nevertheless, here are the laws to be enacted to correct this corruptive influence of religious bodies. Here you are.
A law guaranteeing the freedom of religion. Article 1. All churches, mosques, synagogues, and other religious bodies of this territory, as well as all clergy and ecclesiastic officials, are remanded under state control. 2. The state assumes power to alter or suppress all church statutes, regulations, administrative rules, and so forth. 3. The state has the power to appoint, dismiss, and remove from their posts all clergy and all church officials.
I think you have the general idea. You will submit this to the Senate and carry through after this passed. Naturally, we'll expect a unanimous vote.
But why me?
Why, you? The answer should be obvious. You are now the top man in this territory. Respected, admired, loved by the working class.
Yes, but I'm only the vice premier. How about Premier Damon? Why doesn't he present this?
Comrade Damon? I believe we need to re-educate him. Too nationalistic, too unreliable. He'll leave tomorrow for Moscow. Here are your orders for the eliminating of all unions, Premier Custer. You'll put them into effect at once. It is essential that we expand the territorial police force, Comrade Custer. You will transfer half the funds of the Education Ministry to the Police Ministry. Here is a list of party members to be purged. You will see to it that they are expelled and deprived of civil rights. All equipment from the Springfield rolling mills is to be transferred to Russia. You will order it at once.
No.
What did you say?
You can't be serious about this.
I am always serious.
But half the workers of Springfield are employed at the rolling mills. The whole economy of this territory is based on its production.
I'm aware of that.
If you remove this industry, you'll throw the entire population into chaos through unemployment.
It shouldn't be necessary for me to point out, Premier Custer, that this is an order from the Kremlin.
But it's ridiculous.
Custer, watch what you're saying.
What possible reason could they have for...
It is not up to you to ask for reasons.
But I'm an economist. I know exactly what a thing like this will do to our country.
Our country is the Soviet Union. They need the machinery. Very well. They will get it. Also, as a good revolutionary, you should know that our society prospers in the middle of unemployment and chaos. If you need reasons, there they are. Now, if you'll sign this order.
No, I will not.
It seemed that I was as wrong about you as about Damon. Or had you forgotten about him?
No, I haven't forgotten how you sent George to Moscow. How he was reported to be a very sick man. So sick that he died shortly after he got there.
Exactly.
Suddenly, in the last few minutes, I've remembered a lot of things. Things I thought I had pushed out of my mind because I believed in what I was doing. I believed it was right for my country.
Your country is
Yes, of course. My country is the Soviet Union. How many times have you told me that, and I didn't pay any attention to it because, well, I thought, he's a Russian and I'm an American, but we both have the same communist ideals. He's entitled to love his country, and I have the same rights. But now, for the first time, I see that isn't true. I see how blind I've been for 25 years. Blind to everything that was going on around me.
This is treason that you're talking
about. Oh, no. Don't try to tell me what treason is. I've been a traitor to my country. Yes, my country. A traitor since I first took out a Communist Party card. And for the first time in my life, let me be a patriot. Let me stand here and tell you that I know you and the bosses in the Kremlin for what you are. You don't want anything but Russian colonies. A whole world of them, ruled by Soviet marshals like you. Yes, that's right. Press your buzzer, pound the buttons in front of you, and get your police in here. You have a perfect case against me. A man willing to cry out to the world about what a Frankenstein he's created. A blind man who's suddenly been given the power to see.
Premier Custer is under arrest. Take him away. The Premier? You will hold him in isolation. I'll arrange the details later.
Yes, I'm sure you will, Comrade Walker.
Now, don't give us any trouble, Mr. Custer.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I know what happens to anyone who resists arrest.
Come along.
Oh, one last question, if you please. Comrade Walker, you have succeeded in eliminating me. But how long do you think you can last?
Take him away!
Justice Department, Burns speaking.
Hello, Burns. This is Alexander Borka.
Yes, Comrade Borka.
You'll prepare indictment against Premier Custer immediately, charging him
You say Premier Custer?
Yes, Custer. Can't you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
You will charge him with treason, espionage, and sabotage. Also with nationalistic tendencies and lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the details of the trial later. How it is to be conducted and what the verdict will be. That's all.
You are listening to The Traitor, starring J. Carrol Naish. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Oh, God. You may leave.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Costa, are you awake?
Yes?
I have something here for you to sign.
It's Burns, isn't it?
That's right.
Minister of Justice?
I don't have much time.
No, I don't suppose I have much time either.
Will you sign this now?
What is it?
Your confession.
All this? This thick sheaf of papers is my confession?
Yes, that's right.
Married?
That won't be necessary.
No, I know it won't be necessary, but it should make interesting reading. Oh, don't worry, I'll sign it. I was questioned once before by other professional inquisitors, and that's how I got this broken, twisted back. I'll sign it.
Right here. Here's my pen.
Thank you, Burns. Tell me, when is the trial?
December 7th?
A whole week. Your timetable is working out very well. It's taking you almost 8 months to discredit me with the people.
Well,
yes, I got news even in here. June 14th it was that I was expelled from the Communist Party for... What was it? Oh, yes. Nationalistic policies that deviated from the pro-Soviet line of the Soviet-American regime. And for refusing to admit my error of being anti-Russian, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You can't keep people from spreading news even in a Russian state. And I marked the dates down like any other prisoner, here on the wall. See that long stretch? That's July 20th, the day I was ousted from the Senate. Then there's October the 9th, when they took away my immunity. And now here. Another big mark for another red-letter day. The day I confessed in... How many words?
What?
Words there in the confession.
It's 30,000.
Oh, that's a nice round figure. 30,000 words of confession, and I haven't even read it.
Mr. Castro, I shouldn't say this, but I want you to know there's nothing personal in all this. It's my job.
Thank you, Burns. I understand.
I just thought if there's anything I could do.
No, there's nothing.
Well, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, Burns.
Yes?
There is something you could do.
What is it?
They'll let you come back to my cell before I'm executed. Now, I can get some papers, some writing materials, and prepare a statement of everything that's happened. The true story of what this Soviet regime has done and what it will do to our country.
But there's nothing I could do with it. No place to publish it or spread it around.
But there will be. Later on, when the people finally come to their senses. All I want you to do now is to take what I write and hide it someplace. Hide it where Barker and his police will never find it. When the proper time comes, you will know it. And you can bring it out then. Will you do it?
I don't know.
Burns, you're not like these others. You never were a sincere communist. I knew that. I even tried to have you purged at one time.
Yes, I remember.
You've seen the same ugly things about this whole business that I didn't see until it was too late. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Then say you'll do it. Not for me, not even for yourself, but for our country. It may help sometime in the future.
All right, I'll do it. I'll come back.
I declare this Soviet court now in session. Thomas Coster, you will please stand. Step forward to the bench. Thomas Coster, you are charged with treason, espionage, nationalistic tendencies, sabotage, lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Now, do you plead?
Not guilty.
Quiet, please.
This court is inclined to agree with the expression of the people, but in the interest of expediting this trial, we request no further exhibitions. Now, Thomas Coster, I have before me your full confession to these acts. What do you have to say to that?
They are not true.
If it please the court... Dr. Dykeman, you're the counsel for defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I should like to ask for a recess.
I have never been a police agent or an imperialist spy.
Be quiet, Coster. I'll handle this. I should like to ask for a recess to acquaint the defendant with the items in his confession.
The court will recess for 20 minutes.
Come along, Coster. We'll go to the judge's chambers.
Now then, what is the meaning of all that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the defendant...
Coster, I thought you'd been rehearsed for your part in this trial. You signed the confession?
I've lied enough. From now on, I'll tell the truth.
You tell the truth? To whom? Don't you realize that we have 50 witnesses ready to testify against you?
Your Honor, I was informed when they assigned me to this case that...
Keep out of this thing. We've got to get this thing straightened out right now. Coster, when we go back in that courtroom, I want you to plead guilty just as you were instructed.
No, I won't do it.
Very well. Dr. Dykeman.
Yes, Your Honor.
When we reconvene, I will call on you for the opening statement and you will address the court. This trial is again in session. The People's Court will hear the counsel for defense, Dr. Dykeman.
Your Honor, members of the court, I have discussed the charges with the defendant, charges of great magnitude against which there is no defense. These charges have been proved, and the defendant confessed to the truth. Now he chooses to make a mockery of this court by denying them. I have no recourse except to state that as defense counsel, I must assist the prosecution to find objective truth. I apologize for serving in Coster's behalf. In a socialist state, there is no division of duty between the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel. Only if Coster repents will I ask for mercy. If he does not, I ask that the maximum penalty be exacted.
Thank you, Dr. Dykeman. Thomas Coster, do you wish to change your plea?
No, I am not guilty. I have not done the things with which I am charged. It is a pack of lies. Lies. Lies that were prepared under the shadow of a red flag 5,000 miles away. I am guilty only of being blind. Only of helping a cruel machine to gain control of our hearts and minds and finally our country.
Thomas Coster, the People's Court of the United Soviets of America finds you guilty as charged. You'll be taken from this place and within 48 hours hanged from the neck until you're dead. Case dismissed.
And so this true story ends, or will end within a few minutes. To you who read my words, I ask that you remember me. Hate me if you will. I deserve your hatred for what I did. But learn my lesson, too. Open your eyes and your minds. Fill them with the truth. For that is the one and only thing that the enemy cannot destroy.
Guards, stand outside. The committee's coming right in.
Yes, Mr. Burke.
They're right behind me, Mr. Coster. You finished?
Yes, quick. Take it.
Get out of my court.
Thank you.
And, Comrade Coster, I've already notified the papers that you made a groveling plea for mercy in the full confession. We explained your defiant attitude in court is due to nervous agitation and the unhealthy ambition of an intellectual.
Ah, Mr. Burns, you have preceded us.
Yes, sir. I was just telling Coster.
Yes, I heard you. May I commend you on your announcement. I particularly like the part about when Coster here admitted that the sentence was just. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Comrade Coster, if you are ready.
Quite ready.
Good, good. I see that you're not going to give it the same difficulty we had in court.
I am ready.
Take him away.
Yes, sir. What? March!
It's a great day for me, Comrade Burns. There goes the last of the trollmakers. Now our own men. Men trained in Moscow are in the key positions. we have no more difficulties with enforcing our regulations.
Yes, sir.
It's a shame about Costa. If only he had followed orders, he might be dying for a cause instead of for nothing. He might have left something behind.
Yes, Comrade Borka. Yes, indeed. He might have left something behind.
You have just heard what happens to justice when communism gains control of a country. You have heard what happens when the rights of the individual are trampled under a communist machine. You think this could not happen? It did happen exactly as we told it. The whole story took place in Bulgaria. Thomas Koster was Traiko Kosta. He was a slave of communist ideology, but he refused to make his country a colony of Soviet Russia. Yes, this is the true story of Traiko Kosta of Bulgaria. Removed from office, arrested, tried, and hanged within a period of 8 months. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring J. Carroll Nash as Thomas Koster in The Traitor. Frank Richards was Borka, Stacey Harris was Burns, and Doug Young was Damon. Others in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Ralph Mooney, Bill Bissell, Marty Warren, Herb Ellis, and Frank Gerstle. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Traitor was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Until now, this story has been Top Secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 3, The Package in Tangiers. A story, until now, top secret.
In Tangiers, Monsieur Brown, murder is like love. The essence is quietness and privacy. Huh?
She'll be quiet, all right. She'll be out for days.
Take her downstairs to our little room.
Oh, it's too bad you had to hit her.
It's too bad we have to kill her.
Well, that's a bit risky, isn't it? Tangiers is a neutral zone.
We will take her to the cliffs tonight. A shot, a push, voila. And what will be left? Nothing to say when to wash away. Now, take her downstairs to our little room.
Yes, Captain. Tiny, isn't she?
Hurry back, will you, Monsieur Brown? We have a lot to do.
Floor cold, honey? All right. There. Not much of a bed, is it? But you had it coming to you.
Consciousness came back. I had gambled, and I had lost. I had made a mistake. As I lay on the filthy bed in the airless cell, I could hear the voice of the farmer, my chief, the man who hired me to spy against the Nazis in Hitler's Berlin.
In espionage, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last. There will be no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death.
No recognition, even in death. There would be nothing to identify me as the little manicurist who became the personal maid, almost the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, the statuesque consort of the number 2 Nazi himself.
Oh, why is it, Karen, that in a house with 30 bedrooms there isn't one good mirror?
Oh, the hat is very becoming, Frau Goering.
Well, it will have to do. I'll be back in a couple of hours. I'll wear the white satin and the emeralds tonight.
Yes, Frau Goering.
Goodbye, Karen.
Goodbye.
Yes?
It's Karen.
Karen,
It's all right. I'm on the phone in her bedroom. Have you any instructions?
The Tiergarten, in an hour.
15 minutes.
Right.
That's how it is, Karen. You've got to leave for Tangiers tonight.
Is it that important?
There's a leak in our intelligence down there. 4 times in the past month, the Germans have gotten hold of vital information known only to a handful of men in the Allied High Command.
Frau Goering will never let me go.
If she won't, you'll have to go anyway.
But my job in the Goering house is the best contact we have.
Karen, you're going to Tangiers. It may only be for a few days. Your contact there is a little boy. Go to the bazaar of the Singing Fountain. There is a blind beggar who walks the bazaar with a little boy leading him.
But there must be many blind beggars in Tangiers.
In the bazaar of the Singing Fountain, there is only one.
One beggar in a bazaar?
One little boy aged 12 with gray hair.
sorry, Karen. It is impossible. You've been with me less than a month, and now you want a week's vacation. No, it is impossible.
Oh, I wish you would change your mind, Frau Göring.
Put the front curls higher.
Yeah.
No, higher still.
Oh.
No. Give me the comb.
Yes, Frau Göring.
Thank you. Where did you want to go?
Tangiers.
Tangiers?
Yes, why?
Tangiers. Will you step outside a moment, Karen? I wish to telephone privately.
Certainly, Frau Göring.
I'll call you when I'm through.
Yes, Frau Göring.
Franz, the most amazing luck. My maid wants to go to Tangiers. Yes, I'm sure of it. No, I don't think she'd ever suspect. Look, will you arrange for payment? 25,000 American dollars. Yes. She doesn't have to know anything. I know it's risky, but there's no other way. And she's a sensible girl. Right. Yes, goodbye. Karen, I'm through.
Frau Göring, I was thinking that with the white satin
Karen,
it would be...
I've changed my mind. You may have your vacation.
Oh, thank you, Frau Göring.
Would you do a little errand for me in Tangiers?
Of course I will, anything.
When are you leaving?
Well, I thought that...
Tonight?
Yes, if you wish.
Very well. Take this note to Saxel at the aerodrome.
I see.
One of the Reichsmarshal's private planes will be at your disposal. The pilot's name is Captain Kleinst.
Yes.
In Tangiers, go to this address and ask for Suleiman Abdelkadir. He will give you a package. You bring back the package to me.
Yes. Would it be too curious to ask what the package contains?
Much too curious.
Yes, Frau Göring.
Now, this card will serve as your identification at the house of El Kadir. Mm-hmm. The signature is that of the man we both serve. Hermann.
I don't like it, Karen.
Farmer, I have to go. Captain Kleinst is waiting. The plane is ready to take off.
But what is it? What is Emmy Goering after?
I don't know. She's talked about a sable coat.
Tangiers for a sable coat?
I must go. It's dangerous for us to be seen together.
Your job is more important than a package for Emmy Goering.
What better way to find the leak in Allied intelligence than to pose as a German agent? I have a card signed by Hermann himself. The flight to Tangiers was uneventful, except for a moment of heartache when my Nazi pilot refueled outside Paris, occupied Paris. When I arrived in Tangiers, I took a room at the Fadella Hotel. Then I made my way to the bazaar of the Singing Fountain to look for a blind beggar led by a little boy with gray hair.
For my father who is blind.
My child, your cause is good, but your manners are bad.
I ask only alms, madame, not instruction.
One takes off his hat to a lady, even when one begs for his father who is blind.
As you wish, madame. There.
I am from the farmer. Bring your father to the Fadella Hotel, room 23. It's on the first floor. What are you doing in my hotel room?
Fräulein, it is the business of German intelligence to watch people who arrive in Tangier in one of Goering's private planes.
And to break into their hotel rooms?
You have nothing to fear, Fräulein, if you can identify yourself. What is that?
What is what?
There's someone at the window.
You seem very nervous.
Open it.
Certainly. Your fears are groundless. Here, what is your name?
Never mind names. Show me your identification.
I am the maid, the personal companion of Frau Göring. Here is a card signed by the Reichsmarshal himself. Does that satisfy you?
Yeah. My apologies, Fräulein. But you were seen talking to the little boy in the bazaar. For months I have suspected his father.
Will you leave now?
Someday I will get that old beggar. Blind. Bah, he is a fox. And he will be killed the way all enemies of Germany... Oh!
Who is it? Is there somebody there? You!
Yes, madame. From the window.
Get inside, quickly. Put the window down. Hurry. What is the meaning of this? Have you gone out of your mind?
I'm an expert at throwing knives, madame. It was part of my education.
But why? Why?
I hate Germans, madame. He threatened my father. I have killed before.
You are not a child. You are a monster. I'll have to get out of this hotel. They'll find his body and, help me with him quickly under the bed. Please,
yes,
hurry. Shh. What is it?
Yes, madame, wish towel?
I have plenty, thank you. You idiot. You may have ruined everything.
When there is doubt, madame, one always kills Germans. They blinded my father, killed my mother.
They'll find him any minute, even under the bed. There. Now listen. Take my suitcase out the window. I'll leave by the front door. We will go to your father's house.
No, madame.
What?
I will not take you to my father.
Little boy, listen. Believe me, I am on your side. I work for the farmer. I have a plain white visiting card.
With a grain of wheat?
Glued in the center. No matter what you have heard about my working for Frau Göring, that is a cover. Do you understand? A cover. You do believe me, don't you?
It is difficult, madame, these days to believe anybody.
I hate Nazism and fascism as much as you do. Wait. I have some chocolate in my purse.
I have no appetite for candy, madame.
Little boy, come here. Closer. How old are you?
12, madame.
Poor little boy. There.
Thank you, madame. You're very kind.
Out the window quickly with my suitcase. I will meet you at the corner in 3 minutes. We took a taxi. This strange, sad, gray-haired child of 12. His face was expressionless, tired, pinched. Through the narrow streets, we drove to the worst district of Tangiers, to his father's house. I was taken to a tiny room at the back and told to wait, while the boy went for his father.
She's a cheat, father, like all the others. She pretends to work for both sides, but works only for herself.
Where is she, my boy?
In the back room.
You should not judge too quickly. It is difficult for an enemy to learn the passwords of the farmer.
But she has a card signed by Göring. I saw it. I saw her talking to Herr von Feld in her hotel room. I saw her.
Give her my respects and apologies. I will sleep now and talk to her in the morning. But watch her. If she goes out, follow her.
Yes, father.
Go now, my boy. Remember, it is a sin to judge too quickly.
Madame?
Yes?
My father's respects. He is old and tires easily. He will see you in the morning. I hope you will be comfortable here. Our house is poor, but clean.
Thank you, Father. I have an errand to do now. A package that must be picked up. I shall return soon.
A package, madame?
Little boy, you will have to learn someday in your life how to tell when people are your friends.
I am looking for Sulaiman Abdelkadir.
Salam alaikum. I am he. Come in.
Were you expecting me?
At my age, Fräulein, one expects anything. How may I serve you?
Here is a card. It is signed by the Reichsmarshal himself. I am to pick up a package.
Ah, yes. It is ready. Ready and waiting. Here you are, Fräulein.
But,
why are you startled?
I was expecting a large package.
Preconceived ideas are usually wrong, Fräulein. May I wish you good evening?
Is there nothing to pay?
Nothing. Good evening, Fräulein.
I followed her. She went to Suleiman Abdelkadir. Father, I saw her.
You are sure, my son?
I saw him answer the door. I saw her go in. She's a Nazi, Father. She will trick us. Please, Father, let me...
No, my son. Report her to Mr. Brown. Tell him what you have told me. And please, since she is as beautiful as you say, do not have them arrest her in this house. In the morning, they can take her in the bazaar with the rest of the trash in Tangier.
Will you wait here, madame? Sit on the stone. It's quite clean. I will return in a moment.
But when can I see your father?
He will lunch with us at home, madame. But wait here. I shall not be long. Do not go away, madame. I will be back soon.
Will you come with me, please?
Are you speaking to me?
Brown is the name. Allied Intelligence. Will you come with me, please?
I most certainly will not.
I don't want to be brutal. I can't legally arrest you, but there are other ways. If you come with me, you'll have a chance. But if you don't, you won't get out of this bazaar alive. That's not being dramatic. That's a fact. Tangiers is a strange place. Please come quietly.
Where?
Allied headquarters. We have an old house. It's not far.
Can't we discuss this, Mr. Brown? There is no need for...
Open your suitcase, please.
How did it get here?
The boy. Open it. If you don't open it, I'll have to break it open.
There.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's this?
Face powder.
Mm-hmm. You always wear platform soles on your shoes?
Not always. There is no need to wreck my shoes. If you tell me what you're looking for, I'll be very glad to help. But...
I don't know quite what I'm looking for.
Mr. Brown, you may not believe this, but I am not a Nazi spy.
Oh, come off it, lady. You had a private plane from Berlin. One of Mr. Goering's special numbers. You were seen going into El Kadir's house. He's the leading Nazi in Tangiers. Don't give me this cover stuff, please.
You've got to believe me. I'm trying to locate the source of...
Of what?
I can't tell you.
That's right, you can't. This what you picked up at El Kadir's?
If it's a matter of money, Mr. Brown, we might come to terms.
Sorry. There isn't that much money in the world. Now, what's in this?
I don't know.
It was in your suitcase?
I don't know, I tell you.
All right, let's open it. Well, why do you have to get face cream from El Kadir?
I had no idea what was in the package.
A jar of face cream. Or is it...
You have no right to... What is it?
Innocent, aren't you?
Is it?
Yes. Buried in the cold cream. But, naturally, you wouldn't know.
I swear I had no idea. I swear to it.
I don't like women like you. Hello, Captain.
Is this the young lady, eh?
Yes, sir.
What is the verdict, Monsieur Brun?
I'd say guilty, Captain.
I assure you, Captain, that
Be quiet, please. Oui, Monsieur Brun.
She arrived in one of Goering's private planes.
Uh-huh.
She entertained the Gestapo in her hotel room. She tried to bribe me. She's tried about everything. The beggar's kid had me pick her up, and I found that in a suitcase.
I see.
Let me go. Let me go.
Mademoiselle, don't be foolish. You can't possibly get away.
Let go of me.
You didn't have to hit her.
Monsieur Brown, we have to kill her.
Well, that's a bit risky, isn't it? Tangiers is a neutral zone.
In Tangier, murder is like love. The essence is quietness and privacy. Take her downstairs to our little room. We will take her to the cliffs tonight. A shot, a push, voila. And nothing will be left. Nothing that the sea won't wash away. Take her downstairs, Captain.
I deliberately kept my cover. It would have been simple to prove I worked for the farmer, but I had a feeling I would be released. I knew that whoever got me out of this would be the person responsible for the leak in our Tangiers intelligence. Hours passed. Then he came for me.
Hello?
What do you want?
We're ready if you are.
Even in Tangiers, there must be laws about murder.
That is why we are so discreet, mademoiselle. This will do, Monsieur Brown. It is quiet, dark, and deserted. Mademoiselle, I know you will not force us to drag you screaming from the car, huh?
Gentlemen, the time has come for me to tell you the truth. As a matter of
The
fact,
time has come for you to get out, honey.
Get out. Thank you.
You want me to do it?
No. Wet ear. Proceed, mademoiselle.
Captain, I must tell you that...
Keep quiet. They will hear us.
What?
Please, keep quiet.
What?
When one has to shoot, one shoots quickly. Good. Now listen. Near here there is a path down the cliff. It is very steep. Watch yourself.
Yes.
Almost directly beneath us is a small pier. I will pick you up there in a motorboat in an hour.
Then you are...
Oui. Now be on the pier in an hour. I will get there as soon as I can get rid of this fool American.
I wanted to sing, to shout. This was the leak. The head man of Allied Espionage was a traitor. I groped my way down the rocky cliff and found the small pier just as he had said. I sat there in the cold, shivering, but exultant, and waited.
Yes, I see you.
When I say so, you jump!
Yes.
Now, jump! Good. Mademoiselle, I congratulate you. You were superb. Never have I seen anyone face death with such dignity.
Thank you, monsieur.
I attended to everything. Captain Kleinst is waiting at the airport with your plane. There is your suitcase, and in it is your cold cream, or shall we say what was concealed in the cold cream.
You are very efficient.
Thank you, Fräulein. I have been useful to the Reichsmarschall on several occasions. You will not forget to mention my name, huh?
I will never forget you, never.
Merci. They are so stupid, these Americans, and the English words right under their very noses.
Climbing down the cliff, I loosened my heel. Have you a hammer?
Under the seat there is a toolbox. Lift up the top. Have you got it?
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
It will be greasy, mademoiselle.
No one will notice the grease.
Fräulein, I wish to do as you say. But Al-Qadir is one of the most influential Germans in Tangier.
Captain Kleinst, we will take off at once.
Al-Qadir said no. There was a body found in the Padala Hotel. It seems that your room was...
Captain, do you recognize the signature on this card? Or must the pilot of the Reich be told who is Hermann?
To the faith, we take off at once.
You did splendidly, Karen. Splendidly.
Thank you. But I can't forget that little boy. It was horrible. Farmer, he wasn't a child. He was an old man.
Our work will help build his future, Karen.
Yes, I know.
Incidentally, the package